Tang Muyan and Lu Huaichen had been married for 3 years. She was gentle and delicate, obedient and understanding, and never overstepped boundaries, making her the epitome of a virtuous wife in the eyes of others. Initially, Lu Huaichen shared this belief. However, one day, he overheard his wife's true thoughts. Are we getting a divorce or not? When will that dog of a man's 50 million arrive? I'll endure until the 50 million is in. Even more outrageous was the revelation that his seemingly fragile wife was actually a renowned comic creator on a certain website. The male protagonist in her comic was, astonishingly, based on him. After reading the comic, Lu Huaichen's temper flared. Who could explain why the him in the comic died every day? After their divorce, Lu Huaichen realized that the warmth and kindness his wife had shown were merely facades. Chapter 1. Hearing the heartfelt words of his delicate wife. The divorce agreement was pushed towards Tang Muyan by a hand with well-groomed fingers. The man sitting across from her spoke coldly, "Sign." Tang Muyan gazed at the already signed section. Her beautiful brows slightly furrowing, and a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. "Ah Chun, can we not sign?" Her voice was soft, imbued with a pleading tone. Lu Huaichen's heart sank slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his brow. His wife had always been delicate. He feared she would struggle to take care of herself if they divorced. A loveless marriage ultimately became a torment for both, and he did not wish to compromise, nor did she. As Lu Huaichen slowly lifted his gaze, he met Tang Muyan's helpless eyes, causing his hardened heart to tremble. Yet, they were fated to have no conclusion. "Muyan, please sign." With a heart that felt deadened, Tang Muyan's hopes gradually extinguished. She took the pen and signed her name. "Ah Chun, take care of yourself in the future." Even in parting, she remained gentle, reminding him, which only deepened Lu Huaichen's sense of guilt. Tang Muyan and Lu Huaichen had known each other since childhood. A tragic accident had robbed Tang Muyan of her parents, and her uncle seized the family fortune, casting the young siblings out of their home. They believed they would never cross paths again, until 10 years later, when Tang Muyan returned with a marriage certificate from their childhood. In such dire circumstances, they had been married for 3 years, and Lu Huaichen had endured for 3 years. Throughout these years, she had cared for him in every way. She was gentle and virtuous, quiet and understanding, never causing a fuss, and had never asked him for anything. Yet, feelings cannot be coerced. "I am finally free." A sudden phrase jolted Lu Huaichen from his reverie, the voice light and cheerful, tinged with a hint of excitement. This voice was unmistakably similar to that of his wife. "What did you just say?" Tang Muyan paused. "I didn't say anything." Her voice was soft and laced with sadness, starkly contrasting with the earlier tone. If Tang Muyan had not spoken, where did that voice come from? As she spoke, she began to choke back tears. This was indeed the manner of his delicate and virtuous wife, still considerate as ever. Surely, it must have been his imagination. Lu Huaichen rubbed his temples. Perhaps he was simply exhausted. Before silence could settle, that inexplicable voice rang out again, still cheerful. "With the 50 million given by Lu Huaichen, I will be a little wealthy lady from now on, no longer needing to cater to others' whims." Lu Huaichen's brow furrowed. What was happening to him? Was he truly hearing things? His gaze landed on Tang Muyan, who was sniffling, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, occasionally glancing at him with an expression of reluctance. He could not fathom that voice originating from her. Had he truly imagined it? "All right, I understand. You too. Take care of yourself." Without hesitation, Lu Huaichen gathered the fragile figure before him into his embrace, whispering words of comfort. Tang Muyan seemed to be caught up in her own performance, her small shoulders trembling, her breath uneven. She deliberately softened her voice. "Ah Chun." She raised her head, her tear-filled eyes locking onto Lu Huaichen's, as if she had something to say, her lips biting down in hesitation, caught in a moment of indecision. Finally, she sighed, saying nothing, embodying the image of a heartbroken wife. Yet, within her heart, a different scene unfolded. She gleefully thought, "My acting skills are truly remarkable. If this dog of a man is moved, will he give me an additional 50 million? Unbeknownst to her, these thoughts resonated in Lu Huaichen's ears. A subtle frown crossed his brow. He had originally felt immense guilt, contemplating whether to offer her more. But that voice had diluted his remorse, even igniting a flicker of anger. He realized that the voices he heard were not mere figments of his imagination, but the heartfelt expressions of his gentle and considerate wife. To validate his suspicions, Lu Huaichen scrutinized her. "Muyan, do you truly not want a divorce?" Instantly, the tearful Tang Muyan stiffened, her nose twitching, her bright eyes reflecting disbelief as her mind raced. "Why wouldn't I want one? Does this dog a man have second thoughts?" Lu Huaichen could not believe she referred to him as a dog man, and a wave of irritation flared within him. But seeing her pitiful demeanor rendered him helpless. Tang Muyan's tone was tinged with grievance. "Ah Chun, I know you do not hold me in your heart. Please, do not indulge me out of pity. That would be another form of suffering for me. Was this not his fault? Heavens, please no. I finally made it through, I beg you." Tang Muyan fervently prayed within. Gazing at her gentle and serene face, Lu Huaichen scoffed, hypocritical. "As you wish, let's meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau the day after tomorrow." He rose, looking down at her with a cold detachment. Tang Muyan's anxious heart finally found relief. She feigned a disappointed expression, responding nonchalantly, "Very well." Lu Huaichen pressed his lips together and turned to leave. Tang Muyan watched his tall figure retreating, a triumphant smile creeping onto her lips. This wretched marriage is finally over. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaichen paused and turned around. Tang Muyan sensed something amiss and immediately feigned the sorrowful demeanor of a wife unwilling to part with her husband, gazing at him with deep affection. She even pretended to wipe the corners of her dry eyes. Lu Huaichen's anger intensified. This woman was not only hypocritical, but also theatrical. In the end, Lu Huaichen left, grinding his teeth in frustration. Not far away, Tang Muyan blinked her large eyes. Is he suffering from toothache? No wonder he was so irritable. Thankfully, we are divorced now, or I would still be affected. Lu Huaichen. Chapter 2. A Second Fall from Grace. That night, at the Mei bar, the atmosphere was charged with desire. The lights flickered and intertwined, casting a spotlight on a woman. As she reveled in the excitement, her beautiful eyes caught sight of a familiar figure passing by. The man was tall, clad in a tailored suit that accentuated his lean waist, exuding a cool demeanor that starkly contrasted with the surrounding revelry. His physique was nothing short of perfection, particularly when undressed, fact Tang Muyan knew all too well. This dog of a man had often tormented her in such intimate moments. Who else could it be? Today, Lu Huaichen was forcibly brought here by Shan Yi and his companions, under the pretext of celebrating Lu Xiao's newfound single status. He seldom frequented such places, as he detested the chaotic and boisterous atmosphere. Lu Huaichen had always maintained a clear distinction between his likes and dislikes, especially when it came to emotions. Disinterest was simply disinterest. Tell me, how can someone as wonderful as Tang Muyan just be dismissed? Shan Yi suddenly inquired, puzzled. Indeed, brother, I have never encountered anyone as virtuous as sister-in-law Muyan, who wholeheartedly supports you without expecting anything in return. Qiu Rang chimed in. Few women could earn such praise from this group of aristocratic young men, and Tang Muyan was one of them. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, she had been exceedingly obedient, gentle, and virtuous, taking exquisite care of Lu Huaichen. Rain or shine, she delivered meals to him at the office punctually. Even when she could not enter the company premises, she never complained. Many believe that Tang Muyan was drawn to Lu Huaichen's immense wealth and power. Yet over the years, she had been neither demanding nor extravagant, never seeking anything from him. She was modest and diligent, and even among a throng of socialites, her beauty was unparalleled. It left everyone perplexed as to why Lu Huaichen would choose to divorce her. Could it be that he harbored some hidden affliction? Lu Huaichen scoffed, his gaze curling in disdain. She doesn't desire anything? It was not that she desired nothing, rather. Her ambitions were concealed too well. You are all merely deceived by her facade. Not only them, but he too had been blinded by this woman's hidden greed. Had he not overheard her true sentiments yesterday, he might still be oblivious to her intentions. Is that the dog a man, Lu Huaichen? Why is he here? What bad luck? Two voices cut through the raucous crowd, piercing Lu Huaichen's eardrums with startling clarity. It was his wife's voice. He froze, scanning the crowd for the source of the sound, but found no trace. No, I must hide. The voice echoed again, growing ever clearer. Lu Huaichen realized that Tang Muyan was nearby. His expression darkened as he looked at the few individuals conversing with her. Was this what they considered a good woman? Suddenly, a peculiar thought struck him. He wanted to see how this woman would reveal her true self. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Lu Huaichen's lips as he said, "Come, let me show you all my wife, who desires nothing." The last few words were nearly ground out between clenched teeth. At that moment, Tang Muyan was hurriedly gathering her belongings, using her newly acquired Hermes bag to shield her face. She was mentally plotting her escape routes, contemplating which path would allow her to vanish from this bar without a trace. This bar was familiar to her, and escaping would be a breeze. She had not anticipated encountering Lu Huaichen here. In her mind, a man who prided himself on a clean private life would never frequent such places. With no time to ponder, Tang Muyan rushed toward the exit. Until the 50 million arrived, she needed to maintain her image as the virtuous wife. "Tang Muyan, you must not let that dog of a man catch you off guard." The exit was within sight, that a smile graced Tang Muyan's lips. "Victory is just ahead. Isn't that my delicate wife? What brings you here?" A deep, husky voice resonated from behind her, its sultry timbre sending a heat through her cheeks. That voice was all too familiar. Tang Muyan resigned herself and closed her eyes. "No way did I really run into this dog." In a flash, she concocted a plan. "It seems I can only resort to that tactic." Lu Huaichen scrutinized her subtly shifting gaze, wondering what that tactic entailed. Tang Muyan tightly shut her eyes, biting down on her teeth, and stealthily pinched her thigh with her small hand. "That really hurts." Soon, tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. She turned, embracing Lu Huaichen with feigned innocence, her voice trembling as she called out, "A chun." Her luminous eyes fell upon the handsome face of a newcomer, her intoxication flushing her cheeks as she sobbed, "A chun, why are you here? I miss you so much." Tears cascaded down her cheeks, staining his suit with dampness. Had he not been able to hear her true thoughts at that moment, he might have believed her. Just prior, she had been internally cursing him while crying, caught by that dog of a man. Will the 50 million still be in jeopardy? Lu Huaichen could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. She was indeed capable of deceit. He had underestimated her. A flicker of disdain crossed his deep black eyes as he frowned and deliberately asked, "What brings you to a place like this?" With her head buried in his embrace, Tang Muyan rolled her beautiful eyes in disdain, thinking, "What else could I be doing?" Seeking amusement, of course. Outwardly, however, she feigned a heart-wrenching lament, "A chun, I cannot bear it. Just the thought of the future without you brings me pain. I wish to drown my sorrows in drink, perhaps, that would ease my suffering." Tang Muyan had successfully crafted the persona of a heartbroken woman who sought solace in intoxication after being wronged by a man. Upon finishing her plea, she cast a tearful glance at him, looking pitiful as she sweetly called, "A chun." Shun-Yi and his companions were evidently moved by the atmosphere, casting helpless glances at him, as if he were truly the one who had abandoned her. It seemed that over these 3 years, he too had been deceived by her facade. When will the 50 million finally be in hand? This act is exhausting. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaichen felt a surge of anger rise within him. With a stern expression, he scooped the woman clinging to him into his arms and strode away with purpose. It was time to address this woman otherwise. Her elaborate schemes to manipulate him over the past 3 years would have been in vain. Chapter 3, Just Pretend to be Bitten by a Dog. Tang Muyan exclaimed in surprise as her feet were lifted off the ground. After struggling for a moment, she met Lu Huaichen's gloomy expression and immediately became obedient, softly calling his name. "A chun, what do you want to do?" Each syllable she uttered was melodiously crafted, yet deep inside, she referred to him as a dogman, which dampened her spirits. Lu Huaichen paid no heed to her. His face ashen, Tang Muyan noticed that with each step he took, his expression grew increasingly menacing. "This dog man must be angry about something outside and is taking it out on me." The thought of how he had vented his frustrations on her in the past sent a shiver down her spine. Her delicate, frail hands reached for his chest, gently caressing as if to soothe his wrath, hoping to avoid further torment. "Achin, what's wrong?" She had hoped that her tender voice would elicit a moment of tranquility from him, but instead, he snapped back with an irritable command. "Shut up." His tone was harsh, devoid of its usual gallantry, causing Tang Muyan to shrink back, feeling wronged. Ever since they signed the agreement yesterday, he had been acting strangely. He should be elated about their divorce. Could it be because of a toothache? Though her lips were sealed, her internal grievances grew louder. What are you barking about now? Just because you can bark like a dog? If it weren't for that 50 million, I wouldn't be serving you. In fact, before their marriage, they had signed a 3-year agreement. Lu Huaichen had only promised her 500,000 after the divorce, but on the day they drafted the divorce agreement, he felt he owed her significantly. A woman only has so many 3-year periods in her life. So he instructed his lawyer to add an extra 0 to the agreement as compensation for her years of sacrifice. However, things began to take an absurd turn. It seemed she was certain he would provide a substantial sum of alimony after their divorce. From the very beginning, she had been plotting against him, and after being played for a fool for 3 years, no one would be in good spirits. He kicked open the car door and picked up Tang Muyan, carrying her inside. Inwardly, he lamented, "Dog man, even after the divorce, you still want to torment me." Tang Muyan was fully aware of what was to come. She tightly shut her eyes, reassuring herself, "It's all right, just pretend to be bitten by a dog." Lu Huaichen shot her a cold glance. "Very well. You dare to call me a dog? This woman is finished." With a thud, Tang Muyan found herself thrown onto the soft bed, as if he had exerted too much force, causing her delicate form to bounce back up. Lu Huaichen tore at his tie, a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he leaned over her, his robust body pinning her down. Just a little further down, their bodies would press together. His crisp breath, mingled with a faint scent of alcohol, enveloped her. A fleeting moment of panic flickered in her eyes, and, inadvertently, her fingers brushed against the waistband of his trousers. This action seemed to convey a hesitant invitation, and before she knew it, a blush crept onto her face. "What? Can't wait?" Lu Huaichen's warm breath brushed against her ear, tingling and teasing. Tang Muyan shook her head, reminding herself, "Do not be captivated by his allure. Lu Huaichen is a big pig's trotter, an ugly brute, a dog man." Hearing her thoughts, Lu Huaichen suddenly caught a lock of her hair, leaning in to inhale softly, picking up the scent of alcohol. His unexpected move left Tang Muyan momentarily breathless. What was he up to? If he's going to do something, why the hesitation? Determined, she thrust her chest forward, adopting a submissive stance, trembling as she spoke. "Achun, come on. Do as you will. Just don't forget to pay." Lu Huaichen hesitated, realizing that she had always thought this way during their intimate moments. What did she take him for? Why was she at the bar? Was she drowning her sorrows in alcohol? He paused, casting a chilling gaze at Tang Muyan, as if he could see right through her. Was she seeking amusement? How'd he know? Did he have someone investigate her? A thought flashed through her mind, but was swiftly dismissed. Impossible. If he had that intention, she would have been cast out long ago. After all, she had done quite a bit behind Lu Huaichen's back in these past years. Lu Huaichen's expression shifted. It seemed his wife harbored many secrets. Given that the 50 million had yet to materialize, Tang Muyan continued to feign vulnerability, wrapping her arms around Lu Huaichen's neck. Her alluring lips playfully biting his chin, her intoxicatingly sweet breath rendering him somewhat disoriented. "Dogman, let us see if I can manipulate you," she thought triumphantly. Upon hearing her, the murky thoughts in Lu Huaichen's mind dissipated instantly, revealing his fury. He violently unwrapped her arms from his neck and stood up in anger. "Be ready by 8 tomorrow morning." His voice dripped with a chilling finality. Where to? Tang Muyan knew all too well. Tomorrow, she would be free. Chapter 4, The Purple Little Book. At 8:30 in the morning, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two emerged, clutching a maroon divorce booklet, one in front of the other. The one in front wore a sullen expression, radiating despondency, while the one behind wore a rosy glow, a smile gracing her lips. Finally divorced, brighter days were ahead. Just as she basked in her newfound joy, a notification from the bank arrived. Counting the digits before the decimal, she was delighted to see the additional 50 million, causing her to hum a cheerful tune. "Today's a good day, la la la." Lu Huaichen abruptly turned around, prompting Tang Muyan to quickly suppress her smile and adopt a look of grievance. Lu Huaichen narrowed his eyes. What are you pretending for? He had no intention of watching her continue the charade, striding away with long legs. Left alone, Tang Muyan felt disheveled in the wind. Had Lu Huaichen seen through her act? Impossible. She had deceived him for 3 years. If he were to discover it, he would have done so long ago. Wasn't he always so foolish, merely shouting loudly? She shook her head, dismissing such thoughts, for the 50 million was now in her hands. Let him think whatever he wished. Post-divorce, Tang Muyan embarked on 3 significant endeavors. The first was to block all contact with her ex-husband. The second was to swiftly purchase several bags with her newly acquired funds, a small celebration of her newfound freedom. The third, of course, was to find a few young admirers to soothe her fragile heart, which had endured excessive torment from Lu Huaichen over the years. She acted promptly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere surrounding Lu Huaichen was entirely different. During lunch, he frowned at the fast food before him. It contained not only the cilantro and onions he disliked, but also fish bones that were not properly cleaned, each dish triggering his taste buds aversion. Assistant Yu cast a nervous glance at Lu Huaichen, quickly lowering his head, too afraid to meet Lu Huaichen's expression. Mr. Lu, Miss Tang didn't come to bring your meal today. And so, you expect me to eat this? Assistant Yu promptly bowed, apologizing. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I'll change it right away. He silently gathered the items and hurried off to order something new for Lu Huaichen. When the new meal arrived, it contained none of his forbidden ingredients, yet he only sampled a couple of bites before pushing it away. It simply didn't taste right. Upon entering the house, darkness enveloped him. Tang Muyan, timid by nature, preferred to keep all the lights on when home alone. Each time Lu Huaichen entered, the room was always brightly lit. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Upon returning to his room, weary from the day's toils, he entered the bathroom as usual, yearning for a soothing hot bath. However, the bathtub lay empty, devoid of hot water, rose petals, and calming essential oils. Nothing at all. Lu Huaichen stood frozen for a moment, reflecting on how things seemed to have changed since Tang Muyan's departure. Yet, to Lu Huaichen, the tasks she performed could easily be managed by a housekeeper. He might as well hire one. He dialed Assistant Yu. Find me a housekeeper immediately. On the other end, Assistant Yu inquired, Mr. Lu, do you have any specific requirements? After a brief contemplation, Lu Huaichen envisioned a figure, someone who could cook, was not unattractive, gentle, and virtuous, and under the age of 25. Pausing momentarily, he added, oh, and she must possess genuine feelings. With that, he promptly hung up. Assistant Yu stared at the disconnected call, pondering whether this was truly a search for a housekeeper. No matter how he considered it, it seemed more akin to Mr. Lu seeking a romantic partner. After all, having recently divorced, finding someone to alleviate his loneliness was quite normal, especially in a world where wealthy individuals often surrounded themselves with companions. Within 10 minutes, Mr. Lu's call came again. Assistant Yu answered immediately, but this time, Lu Huaichen remained silent for 2 seconds before Assistant Yu spoke up. What can I do for you, Mr. Lu? Sensing the palpable tension on the line, Assistant Yu harbored a foreboding feeling. The call ended abruptly. Without hesitation, Assistant Yu reached out to Tang Muyan. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, on the 4th call, she finally answered. The background noise suggested a lively bar atmosphere. Hello, Assistant Yu. What is the matter? Tang Muyan's voice was laced with impatience. Assistant Yu adeptly shifted from addressing her as Mrs. Tang to Miss Tang. Before he could finish his sentence, a male voice interjected. Sister, drink this. Another male voice chimed in. Sister, try mine too. Sister, it hurts. Tang Muyan welcomed their advances. Drink, drink. Assistant Yu's mind conjured a rather scandalous scene. Surprised that Miss Tang was engaging in such revelry. Ahem, Miss Tang, are you still there? He reminded her. All right, I understand. Do you have anything else, Assistant Yu? Tang Muyan clearly displayed her impatience. Nothing else, he began, but before he could finish, the line went dead. Once again disconnected, Assistant Yu thought, well, who am I to complain, given that I am merely a worker? However, should he inform Mr. Lu about Miss Tang's escapades with men? After some contemplation, he decided against it, reasoning that Mr. Lu likely wouldn't care. The following day, Tang Muyan arrived at Jingxin Yuan in her newly acquired Maserati, adorned with black sunglasses and dressed provocatively, revealing a hint of her waist. Her long, beautiful legs were clad in sleek black boots, and her entire outfit screamed high fashion. Spending Lu Huaichen's money felt delightful. Inside the villa, Lu Huaichen's ears perked up. Had Tang Muyan arrived? At that moment, he was standing before a dozen women, each possessing their own charm, all around 20 years old. Mr. Lu, these are the selected female housekeepers for you, Assistant Yu announced with utmost respect. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chapter 5. The ex-husband chooses his concubines. Lu Huaichen raised his head nonchalantly, glancing towards the door, gesturing for assistant Yu to open it. Upon the door's opening, Tang Mai was momentarily stunned by the scene before her. Good heavens, is this a selection of concubines? She removed her sunglasses, her bright eyes curiously surveying the spectacle. Leaning closer to assistant Yu, she whispered, "Is Mr. Lu choosing concubines?" Assistant Yu, feeling awkward, chuckled lightly, "No, Mr. Lu is merely looking for a housekeeper." "Oh, a housekeeper." Tang Mai's tone deliberately rose, her voice a notch louder. "I see. He's looking for a lover, isn't he? No wonder that man finds me unappealing. It seems he has a preference." She mused. One may not suffice. He ought to select several, or else those delicate frames won't withstand his demands. At her words, Lu Huaichen shot her a sharp glare, his gaze particularly piercing. This woman had grown audacious, not only cursing him inwardly, but also daring to block him yesterday. Last night, he had discovered traces of her presence throughout his home. Even in sleep, the faint, sweet scent of her lingered, leaving him quite uncomfortable. He typed out a message, "Please clear your belongings by tomorrow." Upon sending, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. That vivid red stood out starkly against the white background. Below, a note read, "Message sent, but rejected by the recipient." Lu Huaichen's expression darkened as he attempted to call her several times, only to be met with the mechanical voice of an automated system stating, "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy." Furthermore, what was she wearing today? It was entirely different from her usual style. His brows furrowed in distaste as he scrutinized Tang Mai's attire. Previously, she had favored modest dresses that concealed her knees and collarbones. Today, her outfit was ambiguous and revealing. Tang Mai seemed to notice Lu Huaichen's gaze and twirled playfully. "Do I look good, dear ex-husband?" Lu Huaichen turned his head with a scoff, mentally converting her endearment from dogman to dear ex-husband. "I thank you for that." Assistant Yu interjected at the opportune moment, "Miss Tang, please head upstairs to collect your things. It's best not to disturb Mr. Lu while he selects his concubines." Upon realizing his faux pas, Assistant Yu hastily corrected himself. While he chooses a housekeeper. However, it was too late. Lu Huaichen's cold gaze had shifted from Tang Mai to him. At that moment, Assistant Yu wished to bite off his own tongue for his careless words. Tang Mai exclaimed, "Then let your esteemed Mr. Lu choose well." With that, she gracefully ascended the stairs. Lu Huaichen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Assistant Yu, his calm voice laced with an icy edge. "Assistant Yu, is it acceptable to deduct half a month's salary?" Assistant Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, too intimidated to respond with anger. "Of course, no problem. Let us proceed." Assistant Yu momentarily failed to grasp the implication, but soon a look of realization dawned on him as he quickly averted his gaze from Lu Huaichen. "Oh," he exclaimed. Addressing the array of candidates, he instructed, "Please report your measurements and weight in order." As soon as he finished speaking, he received a swift kick, and another half a month's salary deducted. Assistant Yu was perplexed, wondering what he had done wrong, glancing questioningly at Lu Huaichen. Lu Huaichen sighed, "You can forget about your year-end bonus." Assistant Yu felt as if a piece of his very soul had been ripped away, tears brimming in his eyes. Lu Huaichen surveyed the room, his voice devoid of warmth. "Are you all prepared to present your dishes?" The young women nodded eagerly, presenting their prepared meals. Under the expectant gazes of the women, Lu Huaichen elegantly rolled up his sleeves, picked up the utensils, and began to taste the offerings. His demeanor was gentlemanly, his movements deliberate and unhurried. However, the women's hearts raced, each covetous of the position of housekeeper. Fully aware that being a wealthy heir's lover was often shrouded in secrecy, the title of housekeeper was merely a pretext. As he tasted each dish, Lu Huaichen's expression remained largely unchanged until one particular dish caught his attention. The flavor was strikingly reminiscent of what Tang Mai used to prepare. Lu Huaichen sampled a few more bites. It was indeed the same. A woman in a qipao approached gracefully, her voice soft as she said, "Mr. Lu, I made this dish." Her exaggerated demeanor could rival Tang Mai's. At that moment, Tang Mai stood at the staircase, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding selection process. Strange. Why is this woman no longer pretending today? Perhaps it is understandable. Having received 50 million, she is under no obligation to maintain her facade. There was a hint of inquiry in her tone. Lu Huaichen was notoriously particular about food, a fact that Tang Muyan knew all too well, having attended to this demanding individual for 3 years. The dishes he consumed had to be the finest, and he had numerous dietary restrictions. For someone as inept in the kitchen as Tang Muyan, this posed a significant challenge, leading her to resort to purchasing ready-made meals. She had painstakingly located a restaurant that catered to Lu Huaichen's discerning palate, one that adhered strictly to his peculiar tastes. It was likely that this fool was still oblivious to the truth. He certainly did not know that she had ordered from Shui Yu's private kitchen. Although Lu Huaichen could not hear Tang Muyan's words, he was acutely aware of her innermost thoughts. All those years, the gifts she had presented had not been her own creations. This wretched woman. An icy glint flickered in Lu Huaichen's eyes, and he stated coldly, "You may leave." The woman appeared taken aback. Just moments ago, she had seemed satisfied. Did he discover the truth? The qipao-clad lady dared not linger, hastily retrieving her belongings and departing. As deceit was hardly honorable, Tang Muyan was baffled. Wasn't she quite interested? Why dismiss the person so abruptly? He suddenly spoke, deliberately raising his voice. "Do not think that I cannot see through your little tricks. How dare you deceive me with purchased goods?" Tang Muyan trembled at his words, sensing an implication directed at her. Indeed, his subsequent remarks only confirmed her suspicions. Did he truly believe, "I have never tasted Shui Yu's private kitchen"? A jolt surged through her heart, akin to a stone shattering the calm surface of a lake. How did he find out? No, I must escape this place of turmoil swiftly. She decided to leave, not bothering to watch the unfolding scene. As she reached the door, a voice halted her. "Stop." It cannot be directed at her. She attempted to step away again. "Tang Muyan, I'm calling you." Chapter 6. The Strange Behavior of My Ex-Husband. Tang Muyan froze, blinking in confusion. What do you want? Could it be that he sought to settle scores? Lu Huaichen regarded her empty hands and remarked, "Are you not going to remove the trash you left in my home?" "Trash? What trash? How absurd! I never litter." Her beautiful eyes darted to Lu Huaichen, and she mused to herself, "I seem to have forgotten that the trash is right in front of me." Tang Muyan. Lu Huaichen's voice escalated, startling her. "Why are you calling me?" At that moment, the gentleness she usually displayed vanished, revealing a more domineering side. Assistant Yu was taken aback by her sudden audacity. Had she become so arrogant since their divorce? Lu Huaichen furrowed his brow, his dark eyes simmering with anger, as if a hidden malice lurked behind his expression. When had it become her place to shout at him? Was this woman tired of living? The thought of her ex-husband being somewhat intimidating crossed Tang Muyan's mind, diminishing her bravado. Yet she maintained her composure. "Do you need something?" She cast a glance at the group of women applying for the nanny position, feeling a pang of regret. Could they not spare her some dignity in front of so many witnesses? Assistant Yu seized the opportunity to interject. "Miss Tang, Mr. Lu's intention is for you to remove your belongings." In her distraction, she had forgotten this matter. Tang Muyan glanced upstairs and muttered, "There's too much stuff. If you want me to pack, kindly say so without shouting. You're not a goose." Lu Huaichen's lips twitched. If he had to endure more of her thoughts, she might very well drive him to madness. Too much trash. So, you want to throw it away? Tang Muyan was at a loss for words, wondering how she had managed to endure 3 years of this. This man was excessively petty. She replied helplessly, "I'll come in the evening. I cannot move it all by myself." "No." Lu Huaichen's tone was unwavering, leaving no room for dissent. Tang Muyan realized he was deliberately seeking to irritate her. "And what if I am?" Lu Huaichen, in a fit of anger, found himself unwittingly echoing her thoughts. "What do you mean?" Tang Muyan was perplexed. She had not spoken aloud, so how could he know? Had their divorce affected his mental faculties? "It's nothing." Lu Huaichen deliberately avoided her gaze, rising from the sofa to instruct Assistant Yu. "I am not in the mood to choose today. We shall discuss it another time." With Lu Huaichen's diversion, Tang Muyan completely forgot her initial question. Assistant Yu had no choice but to dismiss the group of women. As they departed, a few cast resentful glances at Tang Muyan, seemingly blaming her for disrupting their prospects. Tang Muyan was not one to be easily intimidated. Seizing the moment before they fully dispersed, she called out, "Assistant Yu." As the former young mistress, she could not afford to lose face, and Assistant Yu understood her intent. He addressed her with utmost respect. "Miss Tang, please speak." Tang Muyan's charming eyes sparkled as she smirked. "You see, some people lack self-awareness. As if I would have been replaced had I not appeared." Hearing this, Assistant Yu detected a hint of jealousy in her words and contemplated that the young mistress still harbored feelings for Mr. Lu. Her earlier outburst was likely fueled by jealousy. Wouldn't you agree, Assistant U? The young mistress's sharp wit remained intact. In Assistant U's mind, her status as the young mistress had not diminished, though he dared not address her as such for fear of Mr. Lu's reprimand. The women could only stomp their feet in frustration, with Assistant U present. They dared not voice their grievances. Once the crowd had dispersed, Tang Muyan leaned lazily against the sofa, extending her delicate fingers toward Lu Huaichen's study, idly swirling them in the air as if tracing some unseen pattern. Assistant U, what do you think Mr. Lu means today? In her memory, Lu Huaichen had always been taciturn, rarely revealing his emotions. So why had he been so irritable lately? It seemed as though she had somehow provoked him. Yet they were divorced. There should be little to quarrel over. Perhaps Mr. Lu was upset because he could not reach Tang Muyan yesterday. Assistant Yu hesitated to elaborate. I have blocked him, Tang Muyan stated calmly, as though discussing trivial matters. Assistant Yu was taken aback. No wonder he had sensed something amiss with Mr. Lu yesterday. And there's more, Assistant Yu struggled to articulate. What else? Speak quickly. She was growing impatient, disliking his hesitant demeanor. One day, if she were to become Assistant U's superior, she would dock his pay to teach him a lesson. Assistant Yu cast a guilty glance at Tang Muyan and blurted out, Mr. Lu might think you are dressed too scantily, lacking decorum. He attempted to phrase it delicately. Tang Muyan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Assistant Yu. What did you say? She regretted her earlier thoughts of docking his pay. And no, I didn't say anything. Assistant Yu realized she was about to erupt, hence his stammering. Just as their conversation heated up, Lu Huaichen's cough echoed from the staircase. Tang Muyan dared not look at him, only hearing his icy voice command, finish packing quickly and leave. Do not let me see you again. His tone was devoid of warmth. Chapter 7. He resembles a character from a comic. Tang Muyan's moving day consumed the entirety of the afternoon. Mr. Lu, 10 moving trucks are parked outside. It seems Miss Tang intends to empty her home. Lu Huaichen sat upright at his desk, absorbed in his work on the computer. Upon hearing Assistant Y's report, his fingers paused momentarily on the keyboard. After a brief silence, he responded, let it be. As long as there are no traces left behind. As the sound from outside gradually subsided, Lu Huaichen called for Assistant Y. Has she left? Yes, came the reply. Lu Huaichen nodded, feeling a sense of relief that his world was finally at peace. Mr. L? Assistant Y looked at him with concern. Perhaps you should go outside and take a look? Lu Huaichen nonchalantly acknowledged him with a sound, then rose to open the study door. The sight before him momentarily stunned him. Everything had indeed been cleared out. Even the sofa was gone. Surveying the empty living room, Lu Huaichen remarked sarcastically, she truly left no trace behind. It's as if she never existed. Behind him, Assistant Y quietly muttered, if only time had permitted, Miss Ting might have even taken the floor tiles. Do you have an objection? Lu Huaichen turned to fix his gaze on Assistant Y, his tone slightly rising. Assistant Y hesitated. No, I dare not. Although the divorce was initiated by Lu Huaichen, he sensed that it was Miss Ting who was more eager to part ways. Lu Huaichen seemed to be the one left behind. Very well, Mr. L. He stepped back into the study, then paused to call Assistant Y. If they inquire about it over there, keep it under wraps for now. Understood. He glanced around the vacant villa, his tone indifferent. Purchase some new furniture. A month had passed since Lu Huaichen's divorce, and in that time, Tang Muyan had enjoyed a carefree and pleasant life, culminating in the completion of her first comic work. During their years of marriage, aside from tending to his daily needs, she had devoted herself to drawing. By chance, she had posted her spontaneous comic creation on Weibo, which sparked considerable discussion, ultimately attracting the attention of an editor from ZHY Comic Network, inviting her to join. ZHY Comic Network is one of the most renowned comic platforms in the country, and unexpectedly, her work became one of its flagship pieces. I aim to conclude it by the end of this month. After posting on Weibo, Tang Muyan lazily leaned back in her soft chair, stretched, and yawned, resembling a little cat indulging in leisure. Once her comic was finished, she planned to relish the joys of being a wealthy woman. Within the L Corporation, Secretary CHN had just finished reading Weibo when Assistant Y happened to pass by. Knowing Assistant Y was also following the comic, she remarked, Assistant Y, it seems that comic is about to conclude. As he was walking forward, Assistant Y suddenly halted, incredulously asking, you mean it's really ending? That comic? Yes. The author just posted on Weibo, stating it will conclude by the end of this month. Assistant Y quickly set aside his work and sat at his desk, opening the comic. As he became engrossed in reading, a chilling breeze swept in from behind him. Completely oblivious to the impending danger, he muttered, "Who is it? Did someone crank up the air conditioning? I'm freezing." Then a dark voice came from behind him. "Assistant Y, are you enjoying yourself?" Initially taken aback, he responded, "Yes, I am. What are you so engrossed in?" Lu Huaichen's cold gaze swept toward the computer behind Assistant Y. The latter, sensing the scrutiny, attempted to obscure the screen, stammering, "Nothing, nothing." His guilty demeanor only reinforced Lu Huaichen's suspicions. With a swift motion, Lu Huaichen pushed Assistant Y aside and focused on the computer screen. There, a comic titled 100 Ways to Inherit Your Husband's Fortune was displayed. The image froze on a scene of a man sitting on the sofa, covered in blood, while below was a woman's sinister smile, captioned, Lu Huaichen, "You are finally dead." Upon seeing that name, Lu Huaichen's brow furrowed. Time seemed to stand still for a moment as Assistant Y silently prayed for his fate. Assistant Y, for slacking off at work, 1 week's salary will be deducted. Lu Huaichen opened the computer and found the comic Assistant Y had been viewing. A wave of inexplicable feelings washed over him. He sensed an uncanny connection between the comic and his own life. Clicking on the comic revealed a vibrant cover featuring a female protagonist in a dark red dress. Seated on the lap of the male lead, who was clad in a black suit. She smiled alluringly, her fingers resting on his mouth, sealed with white tape, accompanied by the words, "Shh, don't make a sound. Mind your tongue." Lu Huaichen frowned, perplexed by this bizarre comic. Despite his dissatisfaction, he continued reading. The story narrated how the protagonist, Tang Muyan, after marrying into a wealthy family, harbored sinister thoughts regarding the wealth of her husband, Lu Huaichen, and continuously devised perfect crimes to eliminate him without leaving evidence. Lu Huaichen spent the afternoon engrossed in the comic, observing various ways in which Lu Huaichen met his demise, all of which were merely the protagonist's fantasies. She appeared as the gentle and virtuous wife, yet secretly poisoned him, planted explosives in his car, and even contemplated how to scare him to death. In the end, every attempt failed due to various coincidences, and the images of Lu Huaichen's death were merely figments of her imagination. Though fictional, Lu Huaichen felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had genuinely experienced the events depicted. The elements within the comic bore striking similarities to his own life. From the male lead's living environment and office layout to the uncanny resemblance of the male lead's face to his own, along with identical tastes and preferences. It was unmistakably him. If someone were to understand him well enough to create such a comic as a form of revenge, it could only be that woman. Chapter 8. This little puppy is quite capable. Tang Muyan was indulging in a face mask when her phone buzzed with a message from her editor. "Darling, your comic is about to conclude?" Leaning languidly against her swinging chair, her long, fair legs swayed gently as her peach-colored eyes sparkled playfully. Her slender fingers tapped swiftly on the screen. "Yes, it is coming to an end." Just as she set her phone down, a call came through from her editor. Surprised, she thought it unusual since their communication had primarily been through text. Still, she answered, "Hello, Q-Bayan, what is up? Wow, you actually picked up. I thought you wouldn't." Came the cheerful voice from the other end. Tang Muyan realized that her editor was a girl, dispelling her previous assumptions about the editor being an older man. The playful tone of the editor's messages had led her to believe otherwise. "So what's the matter?" The editor's voice held a hint of regret. "Is it really ending?" "Yes, it is." Throughout the conversation, Tang Muyan maintained a calm demeanor, her voice reflecting a certain ethereal quality. The editor paused. "Sister, your voice is truly delightful." Tang Muyan chuckled softly. "Thank you." What prompted the sudden conclusion? Tang Muyan pondered for a moment, the visage of Lu Huaichen emerging in her mind as she spoke solemnly. Due to a lack of material, inspiration has waned. She had already divorced the male protagonist of her book, and it was time to conclude this narrative. It was not entirely unexpected, as it had been serialized for 3 years. A hint of relief resonated in her tone. The young editor concurred. Indeed, after 3 years, it is time to bring it to a close. Suddenly, the editor added, "By the way, Muyan, I have a favor to ask." "Go ahead," she replied. "Our boss is an admirer of your work and wishes to invite you to dinner. I wonder if you have time?" Tang Muyan was taken aback. She had never interacted with this boss, so why would he invite her? Just as she was about to decline, the editor interjected, "Don't rush to refuse. Let me tell you, our boss is exceptionally handsome." "How handsome?" The editor pondered for a moment. "Well, he fits the youthful and charming type, with an 8-pack and standing at 6 feet tall, just over 20. Merely hearing the description conjured an image in her mind of a young man, playful and affectionate, nestled in her embrace while calling her sister. She promptly agreed. "Send me the time and address." Previously, her aesthetic had leaned towards the mature and profound allure of Lu Huaichen. However, she gradually realized that winning his heart was not particularly remarkable. What mattered was acquiring his wealth. Thus, her tastes evolved, and she found that youthful charm was more appealing and compliant. Moreover, wealthy women often favored youthful companions. She recalled that several affluent socialites known to Lu Huaichen's mother kept such companions and frequently mentioned them during conversations. Why shouldn't she indulge in the same? Qi Wang set his phone down and flashed a smile at Qi Han, revealing his adorable little canine-like teeth. "Sister, here you go." He handed his phone to Qi Han, who received it and remarked, "I've never seen you go to such lengths for a woman." This was the first time she had witnessed her brother using a voice changer for a girl, and it genuinely repulsed her. "You're different," he retorted. A fleeting glimmer passed through Qi Wang's eyes. "Did you break up with the adopted daughter of the Lu family?" "Sister, why bring her up? It's quite disheartening." His tone grew impatient. "I have things to attend to. You carry on." A week later, at 8 in the morning, Tang Muyan's phone chimed. "Muyan, yeah. Don't forget." She rubbed her eyes and stared at the message in confusion, pondering what she was supposed to remember. Had she promised her anything? She sent a question mark in response. "Oh, I almost forgot. I've been busy finishing the concluding draft these past few days." She had nearly overlooked her appointment for today. Qi Wang had reserved a spot at Shui Yu Shao Si Fong, and upon seeing the address, Tang Muyan was initially surprised, but then realized it wasn't too out of the ordinary. Although niche, the restaurant had quite a following. She reported the room number, and the server guided her to Qi Wang's chamber. Along the way, she caught sight of a figure in the distance, whose silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Lu Huaichen. Could it be him? Before she could ascertain, the server interrupted. "Miss Tang, we've arrived." Shui Yu Shao Si Fong was known for its unique decor, with each private room boasting a distinct theme: romantic, rose-themed, candy-themed, and even darker aesthetics. This particular room was adorned with roses, and as soon as she stepped inside, a fragrant wave of rose aroma enveloped her. Then, a melodious, youthful voice reached her ears. "Sister." Tang Muyan turned towards the sound, and there he sat, beside a cluster of roses, his eyes twinkling with mirth, narrowed into delightful slits, revealing his charming little canine teeth. He appeared oddly familiar. "Have we met before?" A sudden sense of being ensnared washed over her. "Sister, your memory is quite poor. Have you forgotten about Wang so soon?" The youth's playful tone brimmed with feigned reproach. "A Wang?" Tang Muyan mused, realizing she did recall someone by that name. "You are Wang? Finally, you remember me?" The boy beamed sweetly, rising from his seat to pull her down beside him. Ironically, that night marked the day she had divorced Lu Huaichen, and in her exuberance, she had whimsically ordered 3 young companions, Qi Wang being one of them, whom she remembered as the star attraction at the bar. Yet, it was merely a fleeting indulgence. She had no intention of entangling herself with them further. "Sister," the youth playfully admonished, "you must have mistaken my name." Tang Muyan furrowed her brow, confused by his meaning. Seeing her bewilderment, Qi Wang leaned in closer and whispered in her ear, "Sister, my name is Qi Wang, from Qi Tianfa, Shengyan Wang, not the dog sound Wang. However, if you'd like to hear that, I could oblige." Tang Muyan's face flushed crimson. The last time a man had whispered in her ear, it had been in Lu Huaichen's bed. Suddenly, this youthful companion's closeness left her feeling somewhat shy. She instinctively stepped back, pointing to a seat further away. "You sit over there." Chapter 9. Colliding into his embrace, Qi Wang, feigning innocence, retreated while casting her a pitiful glance with his puppy-like eyes. "Sister, you weren't like this last time." The mere thought of that night made Tang Muyan's cheeks burn with embarrassment. She had been intoxicated, babbling nonsense, and she could hardly recall her actions. She licked her dry lips and offered an awkward laugh. "I had too much to drink last time." Sister, that's not fair. You called me." Before he could finish, Tang Muyan quickly interjected, "Weren't you the star attraction? How did you become the CEO?" "Ah, that," the youthful companion replied. a bright smile illuminating his face as he flashed his little canine teeth, patiently explaining, "Being the CEO is just my side job. My main role is still the headliner." After a moment, as if recalling something, he added, "But I usually don't take clients. I only cater to esteemed guests like you." Tang Muyan found it hard to believe. With his charm, he must have numerous clients. Yet, it was the first time she had heard of someone making their primary occupation a companion, while moonlighting as a CEO. He was the only person she had encountered who surpassed Lu Huaichen in terms of sophistication. For a moment, she was at a loss for words and could only offer a dry compliment. "You're quite impressive. Some people are quite shameless." Chi Wang replied with a grin, "Of course. I'm your little puppy." The last three words were spoken with a slight emphasis, as if deliberately brushing against Tang Muyan's heartstrings. "Stop!" She raised her hand, signaling for him to halt. She feared losing her composure. The young companion, undeterred, blinked his innocent eyes and obediently replied, "All right." What an extraordinary young companion indeed. Far more charming than Lu Huaichen. As Lu Huaichen entered the room, he unexpectedly heard a familiar voice emanating from the adjacent chamber. Was Tang Muyan in there? His brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Wasn't the comic supposed to be nearing its conclusion? What was she doing here instead of working on her drawings? What young companion? Just after their divorce, she was already seeking out men? Lu Huaichen scoffed disdainfully. Her actions were swift. Shani paused for a moment. "Lu Xiao, what are you talking about?" Lu Huaichen shook his head, his expression darkening as he listened to the sounds of Tang Muyan's laughter from next door. "It's nothing. That Chi Wang is quite adept, isn't he? Sister sounds delightful when spoken." Lu Huaichen's expression grew increasingly stormy, and Shun Yi sensed something was amiss. "Lu Xiao, what's wrong? Is the dish not to your liking? Do you know this Chi Wang?" Lu Huaichen set down what he was holding and turned to inquire of Shun Yi. "Chi Wang?" Shun Yi echoed. "Is he the grandson of Chi Lao?" In Jiangcheng, two prominent clans existed, the Lu family and the Qi family. The Lu family originated from a military background, while the Qi family has been engaged in commerce for generations. Both possess comparable strength. However, a notable distinction lies in the Lu family's unbroken lineage across 3 generations, whereas the Qi family is abundant with descendants. This disparity has fostered intense competition within the Qi household. Chi Wang, the youngest scion of the Qi family, is, however, an illegitimate child, raised outside by Qi Lao's second son, Qi Siyuan. From a moment of his birth, Chi Wang was destined to be looked down upon, compounded by the fact that Qi Siyuan is also deemed ineffectual. Shun Yi recounted the history of the Qi family's development to Lu Huaichen, who soon felt parched. When he finished his drink and was about to continue, Lu Huaichen had already exited. "Hey, a low, husky voice resonated, instructing Qi Siyuan to bring someone from Shuiyu's private kitchen and send me a copy of Chi Wang's information. When Assistant Yu received the call, he felt a wave of suffocation on the other end. Lu Huaichen stood by the sink in the restroom, and the mere thought of Tang Muyan's visage and her light-hearted laughter ignited a surge of irritation within him. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply, yet the restless feelings within him remained unmitigated. The smoke wafted from his lips, swirling around him with each breath. Tang Muyan found herself ensnared and desperately sought an excuse to escape for some fresh air. The onslaught from a young pup was overwhelming. She entered the restroom intending to wash her hands and clear her mind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before she succumbed to the charms of the young pup. Upon entering the restroom, she was greeted by a pungent aroma of smoke, prompting her to raise an eyebrow in disdain. Who could be so inconsiderate? Tang Muyan despised the smell of cigarettes. When Lu Huaichen smoked in the bedroom, she would avoid that room until the stench dissipated entirely. Eventually, Lu Huaichen became aware of her aversion and refrained from smoking in her presence. When Tang Muyan unexpectedly appeared, he was momentarily taken aback. The sinks in this restroom were shared between genders, and she, not lifting her gaze, failed to notice him. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, she washed her hands briefly before attempting to leave. As she raised her eyes, a shadow loomed over her, obscuring her view entirely. The man's chiseled features materialized before her. She gasped in surprise. "Lu Huaichen, are you that astonished?" He replied, his throat constricting as a breath laden with the scent of tobacco wafted toward her. Tang Muyan's expression dimmed as she averted her gaze. Not really. His grip was firm, almost as if deliberate, as he pulled her into his embrace and pinned her against the wall. Tang Muyan, he confined her within his arms, his warm breath cascading over her head. What was he planning? A sudden anxiety enveloped her. It had been over a month since she last saw Lu Huaichen, and she had grown accustomed to his absence. His abrupt appearance stirred a strange and unfamiliar sensation within her. "Didn't I tell you not to appear before me?" The depths of his dark eyes bore a complex mix of emotions. His voice lingered. "Why do you not obey?" The warmth of his voice brushed against Tang Muyan's ear, causing her heart to plummet before surging back up. "You rascal! Are you teasing me?" She retorted coolly, "Mr. Lu, have some self-respect." Self-respect? Lu Huaichen found it amusing, his piercing gaze fixed on her. Who was it that endeavored to climb into my bed? Who knelt and pleaded for me to marry her? And now you dare speak of self-respect? Tang Muyan, do you not find this utterly laughable? So? Tang Muyan straightened her petite frame defiantly, her eyes flashing with determination. Is this your excuse for harassing me post-divorce? Chapter 10. Petulance despite her small stature. She was no match for him. Lu Huaichen could extinguish her like one wood ant. Yet, this was her final shred of dignity. Am I harassing you? Lu Huaichen chuckled softly. If this was harassment, what would one call Qi Wang's antics? Surely that warranted a decade of imprisonment. A wave of anger surged within him as he firmly grasped Tang Muyan's chin, exerting significant pressure. She winced, her delicate brows arching in discomfort. Lu Huaichen narrowed his eyes, coldness radiating from within as he scrutinized her, determined to inflict pain to instill a lesson. Curse you! I'll kill you! Tang Muyan felt tears welling up from the pain, yet Lu Huaichen refused to release her. How had she not recognized his tendencies toward violence before? Thank goodness for her divorce. Otherwise, life would have been unbearable. Understanding Lu Huaichen's nature, she abandoned her facade of toughness, allowing tears to stream down her cheeks as she trembled, calling out to him, "Chun, it hurts." Hearing her pleas, his expression softened slightly, and he finally released her. Tang Muyan slid down the wall, cradling her swollen chin with her small hands. Damn it, this dog is ruthless. Lu Huaichen had grown accustomed to her internal curses. As long as she remained silent, he chose to ignore them. Does it hurt? He inquired, feigning ignorance. Tang Muyan's eyes were red-rimmed, her small hands gingerly probing her chin, looking quite pitiful. She huffed defiantly, feeling no desire to engage with him. Petulant, Lu Huaichen scoffed, tilting his chin before departing. He dared not linger, fearing he would lose control. He could not stand to see her cry. Once Lu Huaichen was gone, Tang Muyan's tense demeanor seemed to ease. She propped herself up with her arms and stood, shuffling to the mirror. Upon seeing her bruised chin, she muttered angrily, "What a lunatic." Thank goodness her chin was real. Had it been fake, she would have needed reconstructive surgery. What a mistake. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, but alas, her adversary was Lu Huaichen, a man of volatile temperament and considerable influence. Was it merely because he possessed a modicum of wealth that he felt the need to act so arrogantly? Had the Tang family not faced misfortune, she would never have humbled herself to beg him for marriage. What could have happened in her brief absence? Had a robbery occurred? This thought flickered through her mind before she shook her head, dismissing it. This was a restaurant, not a jewelry store. Surely, no one would dare to rob them here. And where was Qi Wang? Where had he disappeared to? Meanwhile, Qi Wang was shouting, "Damn it, let me go." His hands were bound, and he could only kick the car door fiercely while cursing. "Bring out that bastard Qi Siyuan. Are you fools daring to kidnap me?" A few bodyguards beside him, donning dark sunglasses, remained expressionless and unyielding. As the car started, Qi Wang spotted Tang Muyan exiting Shuiyu's private kitchen. He slammed his shoulder against the window, shouting, "Sister, save me." Seated in the passenger seat, Butler Lu turned around with a smile, cheerfully advising, "Young master, don't bang. You might hurt yourself." Qi Wang loathed Butler Lu, regarding him as a smiling tiger and a sycophant to his unworthy father. "Ah, I nearly forgot about you, Lu the dog," he retorted, unfazed by Qi Wang's insult. Butler Lu maintained his cheerful demeanor. "How could I allow the young master to remember me? Speak, what trouble has that dog Qi Siyuan stirred up now?" Qi Wang reclined lazily, closing his eyes and muttering, "Why must it be this time of all times?" Butler Lu's ears perked up, "Young master. Second master wishes to remind you to keep your distance from Lu Huaichen's woman. Otherwise, you might not even know how you met your demise. And do not dare think about the Qi family's fortune." He added, "Moreover, let me say one more thing. If you call the second master a dog, then what does that make you? Butler Lu's loyalty was unwavering. Go to hell. I have nothing to do with Qi Siyuan. Moreover, what do you mean by calling me Lu Huaichen's woman? We are divorced, and he is quite shameless. She was my woman. Qi Wang, in a fit of rage, kicked the passenger seat, causing Lu Guanjia to tremble and smile awkwardly, saying, "Young master, what kind of woman is there not to be found? Why provoke the woman of the king of hell, especially when your blood relation with the second master is known? Damn it, that's my—" Lu Guanjia exchanged glances with the two bodyguards behind him, who promptly covered Qi Wang's mouth and bound his feet. Tang Muyan sent a message to Qi, asking, "Where's your boss? Why is he missing?" The few words were unexpectedly bland, contrasting sharply with her previous manner of speaking, as if she had become a different person. Tang Muyan did not dwell on it. As long as she wasn't captured by Lu Huaichen, that was sufficient. Assistant Yu was increasingly perplexed by what President Lu was thinking. He had clearly stated that he did not wish to see Miss Tang. Yet he was now taking action because she was out on a date with another man, even involving her parents. This behavior was quite ridiculous, he thought. He suddenly recalled the day he spoke with Tang Muyan, when several boys were surrounding her, calling her sister excitedly. At that time, he believed President Lu was indifferent to her personal life, especially since they were divorced, so he chose not to mention it. However, given the current situation, perhaps he should say something after all. Lost in thought, Assistant Yu noticed Lu Huaichen walking past him. Feeling a gust of wind, he caught a whiff of President Lu's scent. He immediately stood up and blocked Lu Huaichen's path, saying, "President, I suddenly remembered something I need to report to you." After teaching Qi Wang a lesson, Lu Huaichen felt inexplicably good, his tone softening as he replied, "Go ahead." Assistant Yu appeared troubled, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. If he reported late, his salary might be docked, and if he chose not to speak, he could risk losing his job if discovered. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to be honest, saying, "I heard a man's voice next to Miss Tang." A man? Lu Huaichen's previously relaxed expression tightened abruptly. And not just one. How many? Assistant Yu, trembling, raised 2 fingers, then 3, uncertain. Lu Huaichen's face darkened, becoming grim. Time seemed to freeze for over a minute before he finally spoke. "Investigate thoroughly. Handle it, and ensure it's done well for extra pay." Assistant Yu smiled. He excelled at such dirty work. Chapter 11. Why are the young puppies avoiding me? Recently, a new blacklist has circulated within the Duck Group, with Tang Muyan successfully topping the list thanks to Lu Huaichen's influence. Intense discussions erupted among the group, with comments like, "Isn't the first sister beautiful? Why can't she be approached?" And with looks like that, I'd even be willing to be taken advantage of. Unbeknownst to Tang Muyan, she was pitifully applying ointment on her chin. Ouch! She winced, cursing Lu Huaichen, the scoundrel, for causing her chin to swell like this. No way could she let this go unpunished. To not retaliate would be unchivalrous. Of course, in reality, Tang Muyan lacked the courage to scheme against Lu Huaichen. He was vengeful and bore grudges. Anyone who provoked him met a dire fate. She merely misstepped in her words, almost leading to her chin being crushed. Hence, Tang Muyan resolved to channel her anger into her comic. She worked tirelessly through the night, completing a week's worth of work in just 3 days, sacrificing her sleep in the process. After reviewing her final product, she gleefully clicked send. A prompt that suddenly popped up on her computer caught Lu Huaichen's attention, and he murmured, "Updated?" He opened the comic, feeling a flicker of anticipation, curious about how Tang Muyan would conclude the story. As he focused on the comic, he noticed the darkened background, a stark departure from the usual style. The cover depicted the female lead stepping over a pool of blood, holding a bloodied jawbone, smiling maniacally. The jawbone. Lu Huaichen's brow twitched, an uncomfortable sensation washing over him. If he was correct, this jawbone belonged to Lu Huaichen, his own. It appeared the comic's author was venting some dissatisfaction through their work. As Lu Huaichen observed the scenes drenched in red and black hues, a smile gradually crept onto his face. The comic seemed to be growing more intriguing. The narrative depicted the female lead drugging the male lead, leading to his demise and dismemberment. In the artwork, she seemed particularly fascinated by the male lead's jawbone, the very part of the human body. The final image showed the female lead raising an axe and striking down hard on Lu Huaichen's jawbone, a gruesome sight that was difficult to behold. Certain parts even featured pixelation, displaying a level of care. After finishing the comic's concluding section, Lu Huaichen clicked his tongue in disbelief. This woman truly held a grudge. She retaliated for merely pinching her chin in such a manner. Last time, it was dismemberment, and this time it was disintegration. She was ruthless. Legendary. Author, please update. So cool. Can we have Lu Huaichen die every day? I'm so happy. Author, do you not plan to conclude this? It's the end of the month. Tang Muyan beamed at the myriad of comments. Just as she finished commenting, her work unexpectedly trended, reaching the top with a new entry. A wealthy individual donated 2 million to a well-known comic artist. Tang Muyan was taken aback. 2 million? Which tycoon was so wealthy? No. This person should be called a godly rich person. Her comic, though popular, had only earned her a few $100,000 in total over the years. 2 million could support her for a decade, even under the condition of explosive success. Thus, she concluded this individual was either mentally unstable or simply had too much money to burn, at least someone like Lu Huaichen, who wouldn't blink at spending 5 million. However, this had nothing to do with her. As long as the money arrived, she was content. With newfound funds, why not treat herself to a lavish day out? Excited, Tang Muyan called a few friends and hurried to Mei Bar. Last time, Chi Wang had flirted with her, igniting a fire within her. This time, she intended to indulge herself more. Yet, at Mei Bar, the adorable young puppies regarded her with peculiar, almost fearful expressions. Did they think she would devour them? Was it her imagination? Tang Muyan, attempting to appear alluring, sauntered over to a few handsome young men, playfully blowing in their ears and teasingly saying, "Little brother, accompany your sister for a drink." Her words startled one boy into tears. "Sister, please spare me." Tang Muyan was taken aback. She was undeniably beautiful, not to boast, but she was certainly a stunner. How could she frighten the young man to tears? Undeterred, she approached several more boys, only to be met with rejection. Why were they avoiding her without any reason? At last, the manager stepped forward, wearing a smile that was more strained than genuine. "Miss Tang has arrived?" Tang Muyan's previously buoyant mood had been thoroughly depleted by the antics of a few young attendants, her tone now decidedly frigid. "Shui manager?" She was a frequent patron of Mei Yi, often seeking amusement here when Lu Huaichen was away on business. Although she did not order men, she was nonetheless considered a valuable client, having spent a substantial sum, well into 6 figures, at the establishment. The activity of ordering men was a recent endeavor following her divorce, and she merely sought a bit of fun, never intending to cross any lines. Yet, why did those young attendants cower at her presence, as if she were a predator? Am I not also a frequent patron of Mei Yi? Why can't the bar provide a man to alleviate my boredom? Manager Shui appeared quite troubled, responding, "Miss Tang, to be frank, it is a directive from above, not a policy of our bar. You know we are not foolish enough to turn away good money." Tang Muyan paused, pondering whether above referred to Lu Huaichen. But why would he concern himself with her affairs? Manager Shui, noticing her confusion, kindly offered a hint. "Miss Tang, have you perhaps offended someone? The 2 young men you ordered last time are still in the hospital, unconscious." 2. Tang Muyan's brow arched slightly. She distinctly recalled ordering 3. "You must be mistaken, Manager Shui. I ordered 3. Chapter 12. Business Considerations Wait. Isn't the top performer Chi Wang? Why has it become a tavern? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, prompting her to inquire about Chi Wang's whereabouts. Manager Shui shook his head. "Who is Chi Wang? I don't know him." His expression seemed genuine, suggesting that Chi Wang was indeed the one behind the situation. After all, with his status as a top executive, it would be child's play for him to handle those 2. Thus, Chi Wang had taken a fall for Lu Huaichen. But was he truly so petty? They had only just met. Was jealousy really in play? Tang Muyan found herself increasingly bewildered, and the gathering of friends had to dissolve. Yet, she felt a twinge of resentment. Why could she not indulge in the company of men now that she was wealthy? Resolved, she exited and headed straight to a nearby bar. If Mei would not serve her, she would seek amusement elsewhere. Men were not exclusive to just one establishment. However, the name of this bar, Injian, was rather ominous, and being a newly opened venue, it lacked a vibrant atmosphere. Upon entering, Tang Muyan immediately regretted her decision. The decor was bizarre. As she stepped inside, a series of tiny skulls greeted her, hanging from the ceiling as light fixtures, casting a dim glow. The tables and walls were adorned with stark white bones, and even the drinking glasses appeared crafted from human bones. A chill crept over her. However, having entered, it would be cowardly not to order something. She had always prided herself on her tenacity. Approaching the bar, Tang Muyan casually requested a fruit cocktail. Yet, when the bartender turned around, she nearly lost her composure. A figure with a bull's head stared blankly at her, the dim light accentuating its eerie visage. "What on earth?" Tang Muyan exclaimed, unable to contain her shock. Her outburst startled the bartender, who promptly removed the headpiece to reveal a rather handsome face. Shun-yi? After regaining her composure, it took Tang Muyan a moment to recognize him. Shun-yi was among Lu Huaichen's closest companions, and they had interacted a few times before the Tang family's decline when she was merely 10 years old. Tang Muyan. Shun-yi was taken aback. Having not recognized her in the dim light and costume, they stood there, momentarily speechless, until Tang Muyan broke the silence. "Did you open this bar?" She surveyed the distinctly unusual decor. "Indeed, I did. What do you think? A refreshing change, isn't it?" Shun-yi spoke with an air of pride, as if he were showcasing his masterpiece. Tang Muyan offered an awkward chuckle. "It's quite unique. You have an eye for it. Everyone said my bar wouldn't last long, that it would surely fail." Shun-yi's tone shifted to one of disappointment, but then he brightened. "Fortunately, I have you to support my business." Tang Muyan responded with a polite smile, grateful for his kindness. He prepared a fruit cocktail and handed it to her. Tang Muyan hesitated, the sight of the skeletal glass sending shivers down her spine. How could she possibly drink from such a vessel? Shun-yi looked at her expectantly. "Aren't you going to try it?" Tang Muyan shot a glance at the glass, unable to hide her discomfort. "I'm not thirsty." Shun-yi persisted, just a sip. Despite her reservations, she felt her heart soften under his encouragement. With a determined breath, she lifted the glass. The contents were a vivid crimson, resembling blood in a bone vessel, a sight that was as terrifying as it was alluring. Shun-yi seemed animated. "It's called shui." The translation was as ominous as she had imagined. It was not something she dared to consume. She chuckled nervously, ultimately deciding against drinking it. Suddenly, she recalled her original intent. She had come to seek companionship, not to sample drinks. However, observing the bar's lackluster business and the absence of suitable staff, it seemed unlikely that this establishment would have any attendants available. Yet, determined not to leave empty-handed, she inquired, "Shun-yi, do you have any attendants here?" Shun-yi poured himself a drink and nearly choked on it upon hearing her question. Was this the same Tang Muyan who had once been solely devoted to Lu Huaichen? She seemed decidedly different from the woman he had heard about. Yet, it was understandable. A divorced woman experiencing loneliness was not uncommon, especially considering Lu Huaichen's ascetic demeanor, which likely left her unsatisfied during their marriage. But if he were to help Tang Muyan find what she sought, would that not be akin to placing a green hat upon Lu Huaichen? Was that advisable? Tang Muyan, sensing his hesitation, pressed, "Shun-yi, do you have any or not? Speak up." She could not reveal that the previous bar had refused her service. That would be quite humiliating. Fearful that Shun-yi might also deny her, she concocted an excuse. "I was just looking for something new to try, while also checking in on your business." Shun-yi replied, "You're quite bold. He has dozens of attendants, and you say you're tired of them? Well, if so, why don't you go upstairs to a private room and wait?" He handed her a room key. Upon hearing this, Tang Muyan's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated that this little-known establishment would offer such services, thus saving her the trouble of finding another venue. Beaming, she accepted. "All right, I'll head upstairs to await your good news." With a light-hearted stride, she ascended the stairs, only to be halted by Shun-yi's voice from behind. "By the way, how many do you plan to have?" Tang Muyan pondered for a moment. "3?" Shun-yi's eyes widened in surprise. "3? Will that be too much?" Tang Muyan shook her head, reconsidering. Shun-yi breathed a sigh of relief, asserting, "I told you, 3 is definitely too much." In the next moment, Tang Muyan extended her fingers, revealing a shocking number, 5. 5 will be just right. Shun-yi was taken aback, urging, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Tang Muyan shook her head, indicating that it was just enough, and reassured him, saying she had money. Lu Huaichen's financial support was sufficient for her to indulge for a lifetime, and she could easily attract several men. After speaking, Tang Muyan took the room card given by Shun-yi and ascended the stairs. Shun-yi watched her until her figure disappeared completely before promptly dialing Lu Huaichen's number. Chapter 13. The mysterious headliner, the wealthy Lu, who had just rewarded 20 million, seemed still immersed in the world of comics when suddenly his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a flicker of curiosity arose within him. Why was Shun-yi calling him at such an odd hour? Lu Xiao, something has happened? Shen Yi's tone suggested urgency. Lu Huaichen frowned and asked, what happened? Didn't I tell you that Mei Yi opened a new bar across from us? It's called Jian. You said you were busy last time I invited you. Lu Huaichen, uninterested in Shen Yi's trivialities, urged him to get to the point. Shen Yi responded, your ex-wife, Tang Muyan, is here. Lu Huaichen was momentarily taken aback. What was Tang Muyan doing at Shen Yi's place? Why had she returned to the bar again? Shen Yi noticed Lu Huaichen's silence and assumed he had forgotten about Tang Muyan, considering they had been divorced for a month, and it was reasonable for him not to remember. You haven't forgotten about Tang Muyan, have you? Lu Huaichen replied nonchalantly. I haven't forgotten. Are you listening? Shen Yi recalled Lu Huaichen's previously indifferent attitude towards Tang Muyan and surmised he might not care much about her affairs. She mentioned wanting to order ducks, more than one. Lu Huaichen's expression darkened immediately. How many did she order? 5. Shen Yi replied. Is she so starved for affection? I never saw her this exuberant when she was with you. Did you arrange this? Lu Huaichen asked coldly. Would I dare? Shen Yi quickly countered, sensing Lu Huaichen's rising anger. I haven't found anyone yet. Shen Yi pondered a solution, suggesting, should I just send her away? However, he hesitated, but she has already left my place. If she goes to another bar, wouldn't it be better to let her spend the money here? Are you in need of money? Lu Huaichen retorted. So, should I let her stay or not? After a lengthy pause, Lu Huaichen finally subdued his anger. Let her stay. If she wants 5, then find her 1. Shen Yi was momentarily confused. 1? Should I go find it now? No need. I have enough. The cold voice from the other end suggested a darker intention than Shen Yi's bar. Shen Yi couldn't help but shudder. You want to go? What if Tang Muyan gets upset? She will have to comply. The few words escaped Lu Huaichen's lips, revealing the simmering rage within him. In the eerily quiet room, a chilling breeze wafted towards Tang Muyan, causing her to shiver. She complained inwardly about Shen Yi's bar, which felt more like a haunted house. Had it not been for her boldness, others would likely have fled upon entering. She seemed to have forgotten the moment she had screamed in fright at the sight of a bull-headed mask. After lingering for a while, Tang Muyan realized it wasn't so terrifying inside. She began to fiddle with the small trinkets on the table, discovering one shaped like a skull. The moment her fingers brushed against it, it emitted a sound. She soon realized it was a phone. After some fiddling, she connected, hearing Shen Yi's voice. Sister-in-law, we seem to be short-staffed tonight. Everyone has plans. There's just one person available, a novice, but he looks absolutely stunning and is our new headliner. How about you make do with him? Listening to Tang Muyan's response, Shen Yi glanced at Lu Huaichen, who seemed unfazed. Got it, Shen Yi said dismissively. However, our new recruit is a bit shy. He is still a student and would prefer to wear a blindfold. Is that acceptable? To Shen Yi's surprise, Tang Muyan readily agreed. Sure, let him come up quickly. Tang Muyan found Shen Yi's suggestion rather thrilling. Imagining a student who could propose such a request filled her with excitement. He must be innocent and easily flustered. With the blindfold on, she thought she could tease him even more audaciously. The scenario of shy little pup meeting a bold older sister thrilled her imagination. Just as she was lost in her wicked fantasies, a knock echoed from outside. Tang Muyan sprang up, eagerly rushing to the door. Little pup, sister is coming. Lu Huaichen stood a short distance away. In such a hurry? When the door opened, Tang Muyan joyfully lifted her head, only to find Shen Yi's enlarged face. She quickly recoiled, stretching her neck to look outside as if searching for someone. Where's he? My student little brother? But aside from Shen Yi, she saw no one else. Her expression fell immediately. Shen Yi, don't tell me you were the so-called headliner. Impossible. I would never sell myself. Shen Yi declared with righteous indignation. Realizing he might have misspoken, he glanced nervously at Lu Huaichen, who shot him a fierce glare. Shen Yi shuddered and hastily handed Tang Muyan the blindfold he held. It was a black silk ribbon, exuding a provocative allure. Tang Muyan accepted it, delicately stroking it. It felt light and smooth, lacking any substantial texture. This little brother certainly knew how to have fun. Her curiosity piqued about what the little pup looked like. She blinked at Shen Yi with a pleading look. Can I not take a peek? Shen Yi coldly refused. No. What a pity, a little pup with such skills, and I can't even look. Tang Muyan reluctantly donned the blindfold, momentarily engulfed in darkness, feeling a twinge of anxiety. So dark, she reached out toward the outside. Hurry and let him in. Soon, she heard footsteps approaching. confirming that the headliner was indeed not Shun-Yi. The anxiety within her gradually transformed into curiosity, stirring her thoughts. "Little pup, come over. Let sister touch you." The powerful footsteps drew nearer, and Tang Muyan felt her excitement mounting. "He is coming. The little pup is coming." Accompanied by a heavy door closing and the rustle of clothing, Tang Muyan stood still, unsure of what to do in her blindness. With her sight diminished, her auditory senses heightened. The rustling sound became increasingly pronounced in the quiet room. Heavens! Playing such thrilling games? Undressing upon entry? She was taken aback by her own thoughts. Feeling quite flustered, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and though unseen, the sound alone was almost overwhelming. Gathering her courage, she moved a few steps toward the sound, teasingly asking, "Little brother, are you undressing? Do you need sister's help?" Chapter 14. The shy youth. "Yes, sister," Lu Huaichen stammered, echoing Shun-Yi's instructions. His voice was pure and refreshing, brimming with youthful energy. Indeed, he was a pure-hearted young man, quite bashful. She liked that. "Come a bit closer. I can't see clearly." Tang Muyan raised her hand, searching for his direction. Although the blindfold was silk, the room was too dim for her to see anything at all. Followed the guidance of Tang Muyan and walked over, a wave of youthful fervor gradually enveloping him, causing Tang Muyan's heart to flutter. For a moment, Lu Huaichen was taken aback. Could she truly be this open? Previously, when asked to assist in undressing, she had adamantly refused, claiming shyness and fear. It appeared those were mere pretenses. Her modesty seemed to stem from a reluctance to undress him. As Tang Muyan savored the boy's youthful aura, she bit her lip and cautiously brushed her fingertips against his clothing, instinctively shivering at the sensation. The fabric felt coarse and unrefined, suggesting a lack of wealth. No wonder he resorted to such a profession. Tang Muyan sighed silently, yet her hands obediently began to unfasten the buttons on the boy's shirt. Lu Huaichen, too, found the garment uncomfortable, but Shun-Yi had remarked that it was absurd for a novice to wear haute couture. Such an idea was utterly ridiculous. Shun-Yi's words resonated with him. If he dressed in such a manner, not only would Tang Muyan not believe it, he himself would not either. "Sister, I'm cold," he said. As Tang Muyan unbuttoned his shirt, a cool breeze swept in. "Don't worry, I'll hold you soon," she responded in a teasing tone. "Feeling cold? Just come to my embrace for warmth later," she added with a playful giggle. Lu Huaichen recalled Shun-Yi's earlier admonition to remember to act shy and not be overly proactive, emulating the coyness Tang Muyan had previously shown him, which was equally effective with women. He gently pushed her away, saying, "Sister, perhaps not." Feeling the warmth recede, Tang Muyan pouted and mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, you dislike your sister? I paid a handsome price to have you today." As soon as she finished speaking, the innocent boy threw himself into her arms. His robust physique collided with her, nearly causing Tang Muyan to lose her balance, her steps faltering. Fortunately, he caught her waist, lifting her slightly. "Sister, be careful." Tang Muyan seized the moment, having already undone his shirt, effortlessly reaching to touch his skin, her hands exploring freely. She feigned a pitiful expression, clinging tightly to his waist, her voice soft and trembling. "Sister is scared." His physique was impressive. The texture of his abs and chest felt delightful, surpassing any previous encounter she had had. In his heart, Lu Huaichen thought to himself how convincingly she acted. There was clearly nothing to fear. Each delicate touch from her slender fingers ignited waves of warmth, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. As Tang Muyan continued her playful exploration, the frequency of her touches made a familiar sensation increasingly apparent. Oddly, it felt somewhat like Lu Huaichen. Sensing this, he instinctively recoiled, pushing her hands away. "Sister, be gentle. It's my first time." His voice had dropped, and Tang Muyan imagined his blushing face, stirring a rush of warmth within her. "Your first time, huh?" she teased, leaning in closer. "Don't worry, sister will guide you." Lu Huaichen, fearing she might uncover his vulnerabilities, deliberately retreated. "Sister, don't." Tang Muyan boldly advanced, disregarding his protests. "Oh my, so innocent. Let's have some fun." Hearing her lewd thoughts, Lu Huaichen cast a disdainful glance at her delicate form, questioning if she had always been this way. The girl who once blushed at a mere touch now seemed intent on undressing him. He found himself viewing her in a new light. In darkness, Tang Muyan felt disoriented, groping around. "Where are you, cutie? Come here." In an instant, Her cheerful demeanor shifted to distress. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Lu Huaichen's heart raced, and he hurried to check on her. Tang Muyan was nursing her knee, having bumped it against the corner of a table, and she whimpered, "It hurts." He helped her to the sofa, his tone laced with concern. "How could you be so careless? Isn't it your fault?" She pouted playfully, her small hand playfully striking his abdominals, seeking to take advantage of the moment. Just a little touch, one tea hurt, right? Yet the sensation truly did remind her of Lu Huaichen. A shiver ran through him. If only Lu Huaichen could call him sister in such an endearing tone. But his voice was never as melodious. Lu Huaichen sighed in relief, thankful he had not been discovered. This was the first time in his life he had felt such trepidation. "Sister, I'm sorry." The boy's clear voice, tinged with timidity and remorse, evoked sympathy. Tang Muyan worried her tone had been too harsh, so she gently patted his back, whispering, "Sister, doesn't he blame you?" After all, this was his first time as a male escort. It was essential to leave a good impression. She didn't want to utter harsh words that might hinder her chances of finding another boy like him. This boy was precisely her type. Perhaps there would be a next time, so she decided to take it slow. "Sister is truly kind," Lu Huaichen remarked, adeptly winning her heart with a few well-placed words. "Oh my heart," she exclaimed, suddenly resting her face against his chest, inhaling deeply. "What fragrance are you wearing? It smells wonderful." Under the dim lighting, her red lips parted and curled enticingly, exuding an alluring charm. Lu Huaichen found himself captivated by her lips, his fingers instinctively reaching out to touch them, soft and inviting, igniting a desire to kiss. "What's wrong? Is there something on my lips?" Tang Muyan's voice brought him back to reality, causing him to appear slightly flustered. There is something." "And now? Is there still?" She pouted playfully, teasing him. Lu Huaichen averted his gaze. No. If he continued to look, he might lose control. Tang Muyan chuckled. "Are you shy again?" "No," he replied softly. Unbeknownst to him, her small hand had found its way to his chest. "What about now?" A chill brushed against Lu Huaichen's chest, rendering him momentarily speechless. Tang Muyan continued to explore. "Honestly, your physique reminds me of my ex-husband." Chapter 15. Redemption of Body Ex-Husband? She truly did not shy away from such topics. Lu Huaichen feigned surprise, unable to believe that his sister was so young yet had been married. He assumed she was heartbroken over their separation, placing a gentle hand on her frail shoulder. This woman, despite her tough exterior, clearly could not bear to part with him. In the next moment, Tang Muyan's sorrowful thoughts reached Lu Huaichen's ears, causing him to momentarily freeze. Internally, he seethed, wishing to silence her. "What about you? How old are you?" She tilted her head, a small dimple forming on her cheek as she gazed at him. Against the backdrop of the black ribbon, her allure was tinged with a touch of playfulness. Lu Huaichen found himself entranced by her presence, the frustration in his heart dissipating under her smile. Coming back to his senses, he randomly blurted out an age. "I'm 19. 19, huh?" Tang Muyan mused, counting on her fingers. "I'm 23. So you're 4 years younger than me." 19. An adult. You're of age now. Lu Huaichen frowned slightly. Did she really prefer younger men? "Brother, with a physique like yours, are you from Sport Academy?" Tang Muyan's hands began to wander again, playfully poking at his abs. So firm. Lu Huaichen instinctively nodded, "Yes." "Are you quite poor? Why work here?" Tang Muyan slightly inclined her body, resting her arms on her knees, and supported her face with her hands, asking casually, "Very poor. My parents passed away when I was young." The youth's tone was calm and detached, narrating his circumstances without a hint of self-pity. Lu Huaichen had always remembered Shen Yi's advice. Remember, create an image of modesty. Portray your life as tragic, such as being orphaned and having a difficult family environment from a young age. Tang Muyan had experienced such hardships herself, making it easy for her to empathize with him. Consequently, he would receive more affection from her. Coming back to the moment, he smiled faintly. "Actually, sister, I'm wearing my best clothes today." The subtle bitterness in his tone drew a profound sense of sympathy from Tang Muyan. She looked momentarily stunned, her heart murmuring, "So he's indeed so unfortunate. Are you an orphan?" "No." Lu Huaichen continued to weave a tale. "I am quite fortunate. I have my grandparents to care for me. However, my grandfather has recently been hospitalized with a severe illness, which is why I am here." He paused, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. "Sister, do you think I'm a calamity?" Fully immersed in his role, Lu Huaichen's tone was filled with sorrow, even managing to squeeze out a tear that fell precisely into Tang Muyan's palm. She began to feel guilty, thinking, had I known you were so miserable, I wouldn't have teased you. Reflecting on Lu Huaichen's tragic circumstances, she couldn't help but shed tears that dampened the black eye mask, trickling down her cheeks. Sister, don't cry. For someone like me, it is not worth it. Lu Huaichen gently wiped the warmth from her cheek with his fingertip. Shen Yi's words proved to be true. Tang Muyan easily empathized with this stranger. Suddenly, Tang Muyan grasped Lu Huaichen's hand tightly. In that moment, she wished to give him the finest things in the world. He should be a radiant youth, basking in the glory of his prime. Yet he was mired in this filth, tainted by the shadows of life. The more she contemplated, the more her heart ached. No, I cannot allow him to suffer as I once did. What do you mean, suffer like I did? Lu Huaichen's brow twitched. He believed that Tang Muyan had not endured any harm during their years together. Did something happen before their marriage? Tang Muyan stammered. How much did you borrow from them? Many boys like him, who resorted to selling themselves, often did so out of necessity to repay debts. Lu Huaichen had no concept of how much borrowing was deemed appropriate. He had always been oblivious to financial matters. Noticing his silence, Tang Muyan tapped his hand. Speak up. I will help you repay the debt. No need. Lu Huaichen firmly refused, his tone resolute. I can pay it back myself. She frowned, her expression serious. You don't even have a decent shirt to wear. How do you plan to repay? You really are a fool. It was not that Tang Muyan intended to belittle him. She merely wished for him to see reality clearly, to not force himself too hard. Sometimes, conceding to reality was not a bad thing. Lu Huaichen, his voice unconsciously softened. Even if you don't speak, I can inquire with Shen Yi. Tang Muyan lifted her head, her voice rising. I am not redeeming you for free. Now that I have redeemed you, you belong to me. Unbeknownst to her, strands of hair had fallen loose, and Lu Huaichen gently tucked them behind her ear. Sister, why would you redeem someone you have never seen? Tang Muyan suddenly realized, her face falling. Oh right, I haven't even seen you. She rested her chin in her hand, pretending to ponder. Before a smile graced her lips, then let me see you. With that, she raised her hand to untie the silk ribbon covering her eyes. Suddenly, Lu Huaichen grasped her hand, gently pressing it down. Sister, don't look. I am very ugly right now. Tang Muyan froze, contemplating. Didn't Shen Yi say you were the main attraction? Was he lying to me? The air thickened for a few seconds before the youth's not-so-clear voice broke the silence. Still a bit hesitant, Sister, my face is allergic so. He hurriedly continued. I wanted to wait until the redness subsided before showing you. I don't want to meet anyone looking like this. The clarity of his voice returned to its previous brightness. Is that so? Tang Muyan's brow furrowed, feigning concern. All right then. Although I never judge a person by their appearance, since you care, I won't force it. In truth, she found it hard to bear ugliness. Waiting for him to look presentable before unveiling him would not be an issue. Sorry, sister. Lu Huaichen's tone was filled with self-reproach. They were both performing, each trying to outdo the other in their act. Tang Muyan was clearly moved by the young man's sorrowful words. Her hand began to search in the darkness, clutching at his clothing. Don't be sad. You are not a calamity. I will go redeem you now. Lu Huaichen realized she had fallen for his act. If he was indeed ugly, it would be akin to a failed blind box experience. With such a melodious voice, he likely wouldn't be too unappealing. Tang Muyan acknowledged that there was an element of gamble in her decision. Lu Huaichen's gaze flickered, his lips pressed together slightly as he worried she might stumble. He stepped closer, wrapping an arm around Tang Muyan's slender waist, his voice soft. Sister, be careful. Holding beauty in his embrace, the softness enveloped him. He guided her around the table corner she had bumped into earlier, carefully assisting her to the door. In the brief journey, Tang Muyan felt slightly dizzy. The eye mask was indeed a hindrance, and she could only proceed slowly under the youth's guidance. Yes, we have arrived. The boy leaned in, his warm breath flushing Tang Muyan's cheeks, whispering softly, Sister, remember my name? It is Wen Huai. In that fleeting moment, her mind flashed with Lu Huaichen's icy visage. Wen, signifying warmth, and Huai, meaning embrace. Wen Huai, a pleasant name, sounded comforting. Tang Muyan's lips curled into a smile. Abruptly, as he finished speaking, the black silk ribbon covering Tang Muyan's eyes was pulled away, bright light flooding her vision, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes tight. The sound of the door closing echoed behind her, and the warmth around her gradually dissipated. Once her eyes adjusted to the light, Tang Muyan stared blankly at the closed door, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the person, yet unable to pinpoint who it reminded her of. Downstairs, Shun Yi, wearing a horse mask, was chuckling to himself, his phone in hand, continuously laughing. What a show! Tang Muyan descended the stairs slowly, her gaze falling upon Shun Yi, who was engrossed at the bar, frowning at his antics. Has Shun Yi changed his mask again? It's horrendous. She approached the bar, tossing her small bag onto it, producing a sharp sound that startled Shun Yi, causing him to jump from his seat. He removed the horse mask, placing a hand on his chest, sighing, "You scared me. What mischief are you up to?" Grinning like a fool. Tang Muyan crossed her arms, casting a cold glance at him. Shun Yi, feeling guilty, wiped his forehead and hastily concealed his phone under the table, chuckling awkwardly. What mischief? Just watching something amusing. Oh, what amusing thing? Show me. Tang Muyan raised an eyebrow, her lips curling slightly, her eyes sparkling with shrewdness as she bypassed him, catching a glimpse of the phone that was partially exposed. Shun Yi instinctively snatched the phone, stuffing it into his pocket, quickly diverting the conversation. Why are you out? Is he that quick? What are you thinking? Tang Muyan shot him a disdainful look, pondering what nonsense filled his mind. She ignored his question, efficiently pulling a card from her bag and presenting it to him. I want to redeem him. Who? Well, why? Shun Yi's gaze was fixated on that card, his eyes nearly popping out, yet he feigned an expression of distress. This simply would not do. Wen Huai was the star attraction. If you redeemed him, how could I possibly profit? Tang Muyan had long seen through his intentions and rolled her eyes at him, mercilessly mocking what clientele could possibly be found in this godforsaken place. Shun Yi's eyes widened in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? Our business is thriving. There are countless people who desire Wen Huai. She knew Shun Yi, that scoundrel, was merely trying to seize the opportunity to extort her. However, since she had promised Wen Huai, she could not go back on her word, and she would not dally with Shun Yi any longer. Double the amount, she declared. Shun Yi furrowed his brow, stroking his chin in contemplation, as if weighing the appropriateness of the price. Triple the amount. Tang Muyan continued to escalate. Shun Yi's expression brightened immediately, a smile gracing his face. Since Sister Muyan is so forthright, I shan't be stingy either. I'll give you a discount and charge you 2,500,000. Tang Muyan had anticipated his exorbitant demand and was not particularly surprised by the figure. She merely curled her lip in disdain. What a generous soul. Shun Yi quietly produced a device he had prepared earlier, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Sister Muyan, shall we swipe the card? Tang Muyan tossed the card to him, gritting her teeth. Swipe it. After the card was taken, she felt a pang in her heart. My 2,500,000, she muttered to herself. After a moment, she sensed something was amiss. Wait a minute. Who is Shun Yi belittling? On the floor above, Lu Huaichen sat with his legs crossed, sunk into the sofa. Tang Muyan's innermost thoughts were clear as day to him, and he raised an eyebrow. Who else could it be? Sister? He closed his eyes, letting out a derisive snort. Tang Muyan, I am quite curious about what secrets you still hold. It was not until Tang Muyan's thoughts ceased to echo from below that he lazily rose and descended the stairs. Upon seeing him, Shun Yi greeted him with a broad smile, handing over a tailored suit. Lu Huaichen accepted it, remarking, You seem quite pleased. Of course. On the first day of business, 2,500,000 came in, Shun Yi replied. Put on my card. Lu Huaichen's indifferent tone disrupted Shun Yi's revelry in financial gain, causing him to straighten up, his demeanor becoming wary. Aren't you in need of money? Lu Huaichen lifted his eyelids, tore off his shirt, and tossed it to the floor, unabashedly exposing his physique to the dim light. His muscles were taut, defined, exuding a raw, unique allure that even Shun Yi could not help but feel a twinge of envy. And why would I decline? He stated matter-of-factly. This is the redemption money given by Tang Muyan. I have no reason to refuse. Stingy, Shun Yi muttered, begrudgingly resigned to transferring the funds. Lu Huaichen picked up his phone and glanced at the incoming funds, letting out a scoff. You really know how to ask for it? 2,500,000. How auspicious. The money he had counted on vanished, and Shun Yi's voice deflated. Whatever amount it is, it doesn't belong to me. Take the bar's accounts and seek reimbursement from Assistant Su. Lu Huaichen commanded, his tone somber. Upon hearing this, the dejected Shun Yi revived with excitement. Really? Is there any doubt? Oh, my ex-husband? Tang Muyan had appeared at the doorway, tilting her chin and scrutinizing Lu Huaichen with unwavering intensity. Buttoning up? What are you doing? Immediately, she associated it with more intimate matters, narrowing her eyes. Indeed, his needs were quite numerous, and it was entirely normal for him to seek distraction here. She stroked her chin, a smile gracing her lips, pondering who the unfortunate soul was that caught his eye. "Chun, long time no see." Tang Muyan greeted him with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling like peach blossoms. Lu Huaichen's lips twitched slightly, his sharp gaze fixating on her. "Is that how you perceive me?" He lowered his head, his movements unhurried, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally fastened the last button and stated in a low voice, "It has indeed been a while." Lu Huaichen's voice was deep and resonant, reminiscent of aged wine, captivating the ears with its languid timbre. In Tang Muyan's heart, she mused that he had indeed aged. His voice carried a sense of weariness, a far cry from Wen Huai's youthful exuberance. Lu Huaichen's expression remained inscrutable as he lifted his face, his gaze piercing through Tang Muyan, a chill emanating from him that made her instinctively shrink back. "What are you staring at? Want me to gouge your eyes out?" Lu Huaichen lowered his gaze, elegantly fastening his cufflinks. "Did I not instruct you to stay out of my sight? Is this road your family's? You certainly have a wide reach," she retorted, feigning a saccharine smile as she pinched her voice to sound irritatingly sweet. "Chun, I missed you." Before their divorce, Lu Huaichen would frown at her calling him that. Yet now, something felt distinctly different. In his cold eyes lingered a hint of an emotion she could not decipher. Even though she was being insincere, Lu Huaichen's breath hitched momentarily. Almost instantaneously, that fleeting moment of beauty was shattered. Tang Muyan internally scoffed, exasperated by his pretentiousness. "Who do you think you are? Does the world revolve around you? And as if I would know where to find you." Seeing him filled her with irritation. Tang Muyan's outward demeanor was cheerful, yet her heart brimmed with expletives. Lu Huaichen's eyelids twitched slightly. She certainly had a lot to say. He was truly a paradox. Before their divorce, he never paid her any mind, yet now he seemed quite invested. He had never seen Lu Huaichen in such a light. One wondered who could compel him to behave like a commoner while cheerfully referring to him as sister. Shun Yi supported his chin, watching the unfolding spectacle with amusement. "To think you'd come to such a place if you missed me. You certainly have a flair for the dramatic." Lu Huaichen's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Tang Muyan feigned ignorance, leisurely walking to the bar, extending a hand, her slender fingers lightly tapping the service bell on the counter. "Oh, you foolish man. Watch how I deal with you." She shot him a sidelong glance before turning her radiant smile toward Shun Yi. Shun Yi understood her intent, straightened up, cleared his throat, and said, "Dear guest, how may I assist you?" Tang Muyan's beautiful eyes narrowed, her smile lacking genuine warmth. "Please inform this gentleman what I'm doing here today." Shun Yi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her game. Lu Huaichen observed her with a bemused tone. "What's this? Can't stand the solitude after just getting divorced? Aren't you doing the same? Seeking companionship?" Tang Muyan retorted inwardly. She maintained her composure, addressing Shun Yi. "Please tell this gentleman. Mutual." Shun Yi became a mere messenger, turning to Lu Huaichen to relay. "Mutual. What is it to you?" Lu Huaichen turned his head, casting an impatient glare at Shun Yi. Tang Muyan tilted her head provocatively, letting out a huff. "Indeed, what concern is it of yours?" In an instant, Lu Huaichen comprehended Tang Muyan's intention for Shun Yi to convey. Their affairs were none of his concern, and likewise, his involvement in Tang Muyan's matters was unwarranted. "Mind your own business regarding the lady." Tang Muyan crossed her arms, huffing. Lu Huaichen's hawk-like gaze pierced through Tang Muyan's radiant visage. She maintained her cheerful demeanor, her chin raised in defiance. Lu Huaichen's chest emitted a cold laugh as he stepped forward, leaning against the bar, his long arm reaching out to grasp her delicate wrist, while his other hand skillfully captured her chin. Tang Muyan was caught off guard, her body stiffening as she dared not move. Recalling the lesson of her swollen chin from the previous encounter, the faint scent of tobacco mingled with the cool air enveloped her senses as the man's deep, husky voice whispered, "I will intervene." Stubborn and domineering, he offered no rationale. Tang Muyan cursed him silently. "You insufferable man. Ah Chun, loosen your grip." She feigned a plea, her small hand pressed against his chest in defense. She turned her face, and their gazes collided. Tang Muyan, feeling liberated, cautiously stepped back 2 paces, her bright eyes filled with defiance, even casting a fierce glare at Lu Huaichen. Lu Huaichen let out a low laugh, a mischievous interest spreading across his handsome face. How amusing, he thought, wishing he could seal her lips to see how she would continue to smile. As he sensed the helpless resentment simmering within Tang Muyan, his smile deepened, seemingly intent on provoking her further. Tang Muyan shifted her steps towards Shen Yi. Shen Yi, pass me your phone. Shen Yi opened his phone and handed it over. Here. Tang Muyan took it, navigated to the contacts page, saved her new phone number, and returned it to Shen Yi, reminding him to remember to find her tomorrow. The last 2 words were emphasized deliberately. Lu Huaichen observed their clandestine interaction with disdain, letting out a scoff. Tang Muyan glanced at him in response, but quickly looked away, feeling disinterested. Why was he everywhere? Was he insatiable? It seemed the girls around Shen Yi were not up to par. Tang Muyan fiddled with her phone and departed, her demeanor much more restrained than when she had entered. After her departure, Shen Yi boastfully waved his phone in front of Lu Huaichen. Oh look, it's the new phone number of someone's ex-wife. Shen Yi had learned from Assistant Yu that on the day of her divorce, Tang Muyan had blacklisted all of Lu Huaichen's contact information and even canceled her phone number after moving out, seemingly terrified that he might seek her out again. Lu Huaichen brushed Shen Yi's hand away, his cold gaze fixed on his smug face, casually responding, "What is that supposed to mean? She will contact me on her own." Shen Yi could not fathom the source of Lu Huaichen's blind confidence, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Our General Lu is certainly impressive. Lu Huaichen easily picked up on the sarcasm in Shen Yi's words, but remained unfazed, his gaze drifting towards the entrance, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, waiting to see. I shall wait and see. Shen Yi, however, was unconvinced. With Tang Muyan's evident aversion towards Lu Huaichen, how could she possibly approach him again? Shen Yi poured a glass of wine and handed it to Lu Huaichen. How does it feel to watch your ex-wife redeem herself with another man? Lu Huaichen took the glass, swirling the crimson liquid which rippled elegantly, responding nonchalantly. And what of it? She's still mine. Shen Yi took a sip of his drink, savoring it, and suddenly winced, furrowing his brow. Is this fake? Lu Huaichen, of course, understood the hidden meaning behind his words and tasted the wine as well. Indeed, it's counterfeit, but it is pleasant to the palate. Shen Yi scoffed. You have no shame. You come all the way here to put on such a show? Surely you still harbor feelings for her. Unmoved by Shen Yi's teasing, Lu Huaichen retorted, which eye of yours perceive that I still care for her? Shen Yi scoffed again. You're just being stubborn. In Lu Huaichen's heart, Tang Muyan was inconsequential to him. He was well aware of this fact. As for why he had come here today, he could not allow himself to be toyed with for 3 years without consequence. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he lightly tapped the rim of his glass, mocking, I can't believe you actually possess such a normal glass. After realizing something was amiss, he added, No, you two are divorced. It should be your ex-wife. Lu Huaichen savored the wine, his expression darkening into silence. Suddenly, Shen Yi recalled the scene captured by the phone surveillance. Leaning closer, Lu Huaichen, how did your voice change? Teach me. Due to the bar's peculiar nature, Shen Yi had installed cameras in every private room. He had intended to inform Tang Muyan, but had forgotten while busy calling Lu Huaichen. Lu Huaichen cast him a disdainful glance and shifted slightly away, ignoring him. Shen Yi persisted, tugging at Lu Huaichen's arm. Come on, teach me. Shen Yi had never imagined that Lu Huaichen could manipulate his voice. The man truly seemed capable of anything. The surveillance had shown him changing his voice in an instant, utterly enchanting Tang Muyan. However, judging by Lu Huaichen's attitude, it seemed he would not share this skill. Shen Yi had no choice but to abandon the idea, yet he still made a bold request. If you want to teach me, just call me brother like you did with Tang Muyan. With that, Shen Yi gazed at Lu Huaichen expectantly. He saw Lu Huaichen calmly set down his glass. Shen Yi thought he might be in luck and leaned closer. Just one time will do. In the next moment, he received a sharp kick to his rear, the force astonishingly painful, causing him to yelp. Lu Huaichen shot him a cold glare. Do you wish to die? With that, he picked up his suit jacket from the bar and departed. Shen Yi rubbed his sore backside, glaring at Lu Huaichen's retreating figure, mentally cursing him for nearly 10,000 words. That night, Tang Muyan did not rest well. She had a peculiar dream where Wen Huai personally removed his eye mask, revealing a stunning face before her. The man had striking features, an innate coolness, and he slightly pursed his lips as he called her sister. It was this very address that startled Tang Muyan awake, for the face in her dream belonged to none other than Lu Huaichen. Upon waking, Tang Muyan hurriedly grabbed the water on her bedside, gulping it down in an attempt to quell the turmoil within her. Phew! After finishing the water, she felt much better, muttering to herself, "Thank goodness it was just a dream." Tang Muyan could hardly bear to imagine that someone with such a voice could also possess Lu Huaichen's face. To her, that was utterly terrifying. She would rather Wen Huai be an ugly man than have his face transformed into Lu Huaichen's. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Tang Muyan picked up her phone and dialed a number. One call went unanswered, so she proceeded to the next. After an unknown number of rejections, someone finally picked up. Immediately, a disgruntled voice from Huaning came through. "Tang Muyan, you better have a good reason for calling. Otherwise, I swear I will strangle you next time I see you." The morning grumpiness was palpable, and a heavy resentment made Tang Muyan shiver, nearly dropping her phone. "Ning ning." Tang Muyan whimpered, putting on a pitiful face as she looked at the still sleepy Huaning on the video call. Huaning was her only friend. Although they had met later in life, they hit it off immediately. "What is the matter?" Calling at 6 in the morning when I haven tea, even sobered up from last night's drinking. Huaning's tone was filled with impatience. Tang Muyan pouted, blinking her eyes in a charming manner. "I had a nightmare. You woke me up from my sleep because of it." Tang Muyan shook her head vigorously, the lingering fear from her dream evident in her eyes. It was no ordinary nightmare. "Did you dream about your ex-husband?" Huaning guessed instantly. Propping her forehead up, she sat up and teased, "Huh. Tang Muyan, are you still thinking about him?" Tang Muyan immediately retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. How could I possibly think about that scoundrel Lu Huaichen? Am I insane? If anything, I might think about his money. Yet you still dreamt of him." Huaning took out a cigarette pack, effortlessly lighting one and exhaling a puff of smoke. Tang Muyan naturally associated it with Lu Huaichen, as he had smoked in that very manner. Recently, she wondered why she kept encountering him. Tang Muyan was puzzled by this. Huaning asked, "Have you been seeing him often?" She pondered for a moment. "Not really, just twice, I suppose." Twice. Huaning was well acquainted with Tang Muyan's affairs. They had shared many late-night conversations over drinks. Jiangcheng is small. It's normal for you two to bump into each other a few times. Tang Muyan felt embarrassed, recalling how during their marriage, they barely saw each other once every 6 months. Yet now, after their divorce, their encounters were frequent. She recounted the incidents of meeting Lu Huaichen after the divorce to Huaning, starting from the very beginning. Initially, Huaning was reluctant to listen, but as the story progressed, it became increasingly intriguing. Huaning uttered an unexpectedly dramatic remark, prompting curiosity about whether Lu Huaichen might be regretting his decisions. However, Tang Muyan swiftly dismissed the notion, asserting that it was impossible. Had he not seen the way Lu Huaichen looked at her, as if he wished to tear her apart? Indeed, that was a valid point. Huaning, having encountered Lu Huaichen, a formidable tycoon known for his decisive nature and ruthless business tactics, found it hard to believe he could easily be swayed by emotions. Despite having Tang Muyan, a beauty, by his side for 3 years without any sign of affection, his demeanor had changed post-divorce. This transformation seemed suspicious, leading Huaning to furrow her brow in contemplation. Had Tang Muyan offended him in some way? On the other side of the screen, Huaning narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Tang Muyan. Feeling a bit guilty under Huaning's gaze, Tang Muyan stammered that she had merely been a bit too boastful. It was nothing significant. He was the one who insisted on making her life difficult. Tang Muyan lamented, calling him an utterly unreasonable man. Huaning extinguished her cigarette, her expression thoughtful as she inquired whether Tang Muyan believed Lu Huaichen had begun to act strangely from the day of their divorce. "Indeed," she replied. "So, did you inadvertently reveal your true feelings on that very day?" Tang Muyan widened her eyes in disbelief, insisting that it was impossible. Her acting skills were top-notch, and she had put considerable effort into that performance. Huaning urged her to think more carefully. Typically astute, Tang Muyan seemed to lose her wits in the presence of Lu Huaichen. Was she fearful of him, or did she harbor feelings for him? It was truly perplexing. With a pout, Tang Muyan slumped back, feeling defeated. Huaning yawned, and, just as she was about to hang up, recalled something. All right, about that person you mentioned yesterday, QWing, wasn't it? When Tang Muyan had parted ways with Huining the previous day, she had casually mentioned this name, and to her surprise, Huining had already gathered information about him. Huining scoffed, dismissing him as merely a privileged scion with no real ability. He wasn't the one behind the incident, but who was? Even she couldn't uncover that. Tang Muyan was taken aback. If it wasn't TQWing, then who could it be? Huining, being well connected within the elite circles of Jiangsheng, typically had access to first-hand information. If even she couldn't find anything about this individual, he must be quite significant. Could it be Lu Huaichen? The prominent figures in Jiangsheng were few, and naturally, Tang Muyan's first thought was of him, though he hardly seemed the type to have time for such matters. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she was interrupted by Huining's warning not to disturb her again, or she would sew her mouth shut. With that, the call was abruptly ended. Tang Muyan was left in silence, feeling quite affronted by the rudeness. In the late afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a call came through to Tang Muyan's phone while she was in the midst of sketching her comic. Just as she was about to put pen to paper, the phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she felt a flicker of hope. Could it be Wen Huai? Last night, she had discreetly given her number to Shun Yi, hoping he would understand her intent despite Lu Huaichen's presence. With anticipation, she answered the call, greeted by a bland male voice saying, "Hello." The tone was ordinary, lacking any distinct quality, not resembling Wen Huai at all. Instead, it was more akin to Shun Yi's voice. Realizing the caller was not Wen Huai, Tang Muyan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "Why are you calling?" she asked. "Why can't it be me?" Shun Yi replied, somewhat defensive, reminding her that it was she who had suggested he call. Had she overestimated his intelligence, assuming he understood her meaning? Closing her eyes, she sighed deeply, her tone tinged with exasperation. "I meant for Wen Huai to call, so why are you on the line?" Shun Yi, initially taken aback, soon grasped the situation. "Well, you could have just told me to have Wen Huai contact you instead of making me think you were interested in me," Tang Muyan retorted sarcastically, pointing out his self-importance. Shun Yi, feeling slighted, insisted that she was the one who had misled him. Tang Muyan, frustrated, recalled how Lu Huaichen had glared at her just the night before, almost as if he wished her dead. She understood him well enough. Even if he didn't want her, he wouldn't allow anyone else to encroach upon what was his. After 3 years together, she was acutely aware of this. Would she dare to voice her feelings? At that moment, she had no desire to hear Shun Yi's explanations and cut him off impatiently. "Just give my number to Wen Huai, or share his contact with me." Shun Yi flatly refused, claiming it was impossible to reach him. Why not? Tang Muyan thought Shun Yi was being unreasonable, holding a grudge over her remarks. "No reason," he replied. Tang Muyan set her drawing aside, rolling up her sleeves as if preparing for an argument. "Why are you being so stingy, Shun Yi?" she thought to herself. After all, he had cost her 250,000 the previous day, and she hadn't even retaliated. Shun Yi denied being petty, explaining that Wen Huai had no phone. "Then how did you contact him yesterday?" Tang Muyan found his explanation hard to believe, suspecting he might be having second thoughts about letting her redeem Wen Huai. Her tone turned urgent. "Listen, Shun Yi, you can't backtrack now. You accepted my 250,000. Shun Yi responded dismissively, claiming that he was not that type of person. Although the money hadn't yet reached him, it was still his responsibility. He then explained that Wen Huai worked 2 jobs, laboring on a construction site during the day and only coming to them at night. Recently, his phone had broken at work and hadn't been repaired yet. Shun Yi recited the information Lu Huaichen had sent to him verbatim. Initially skeptical of why Tang Muyan had given him her number, he had even bet with Lu Huaichen about her intentions. "Do you think Muyan is interested in me? She left me her number and spoke to me more kindly than you do." Lu Huaichen had scoffed at his assumptions. Desperate to prove his point, Shun Yi had wagered another 100,000. The money Tang Muyan had given him had ended up in Lu Huaichen's pocket, leaving him feeling rather dejected. Tang Muyan felt increasingly sympathetic toward Wen Huai. That poor boy had to sell himself at night and labor during the day. "I'll transfer you 50,000. Take Wen Huai out for something nice," she generously offered. Shun Yi's demeanor brightened as he realized money was on the way, though he still felt it was a bit scant. "All right, leave it to me. I'll make sure it's done right." Hearing this, Tang Muyan felt a twinge of regret about giving him the money, but it was too late to retract her words without losing face. "Add me later. I'll send you the address." Have Wen come over tonight. This surprised Shun Yi. Muyan, are you really going to abandon Ah Chun? You must be out of your mind. I've already divorced Lu Huaichen, she replied, firmly distancing herself from him. Hearing his name gave her a headache. Just because you've divorced doesn't mean you can't remarry. Shun Yi began, but was cut off by the sound of a busy signal. Indeed, she had no manners. She hung up without allowing him to finish. Shun Yi clenched his phone, childishly hitting it in frustration. His gaze fell upon the computer nearby, realizing he needed to prepare, as the address had already been sent to his phone. The handsome face on the screen lifted the corners of its mouth. Shun Yi, do not forget the wager we just made. Shun Yi grumbled, Lu Huaichen, you are truly stingy. That night at 9 o'clock, the doorbell of Tang Muyan's apartment rang. Having just finished her shower, she casually draped a bathrobe over herself and walked to the entrance. Upon activating the visual doorbell, a man wearing a gray cap and a mask appeared on the screen, obscuring his features entirely. Tang Muyan pressed the intercom button and asked suspiciously, Who are you? A clear and melodious voice belonging to a young man came through, quite pleasant to the ear. Sister, it's me, Wen Huai. Chapter 20. Craving his beauty, Wen Huai had arrived. Tang Muyan felt a rush of joy and quickly opened the door. Before her stood the youth, his head bowed low, clad in a casual gray sports outfit that exuded a laid-back charm. His long, slender legs complemented his tall frame, creating a visually appealing sight. Although the loose sportswear did not fully showcase Wen Huai's muscular build, Tang Muyan understood from experience that there was substance beneath the fabric. Her gaze fixated on his long legs. She squinted slightly and licked her lips, silently repeating to herself, gray pants. Previously, Huining had a penchant for watching young boys in gray pants, whistling at them on the street, and she had scorned Huining for being frivolous. Now she comprehended Huining's fascination with boys in gray pants. It was undeniably alluring. Unable to resist, Tang Muyan swallowed hard. Lu Huaichen, hidden behind his mask, smirked faintly, unable to fathom that Tang Muyan harbored such thoughts. If only she had thought this way when they shared a room before their divorce. As Lu Huaichen noted the glances of desire directed at him, he retrieved a black ribbon from his pocket and presented it to Tang Muyan. She paused momentarily, then pouted. What? Are we playing blindfolds again? He could just wear the mask. A thought crossed her mind as her eyes sparkled. Why? Aren't you wearing? Lu Huaichen interrupted. Sister, I cannot wear a mask for an extended period. It will hinder my recovery and worsen my condition. Do you still want to wear the blindfold? Dream on. With that, he raised the ribbon in his hand, and Tang Muyan reluctantly accepted it and put it on. Then recover quickly. I want to see you. Only after confirming that she had removed her mask did Lu Huaichen muster the courage to lift his head. At the entrance, she appeared clad in nothing but a bathrobe, the slightly ajar closet revealing glimpses of her curves. Her hair was still damp, with droplets sliding down her neck into her robe, igniting his imagination. His gaze traced down her body, where her beautiful legs were slightly crossed, long and straight. Before their divorce, he had adored those legs. The sensation of them wrapped around his waist was utterly intoxicating. How could she have opened the door looking like this? Did she have no sense of caution? If it were someone else at the door today, would she have allowed another man to gaze upon her in such a state? Did she truly think that all men possessed the self-restraint he did? Lu Huaichen felt a surge of protectiveness. If that were the case, he would not hesitate to take drastic measures. Tang Muyan, raising her arm, inadvertently caught the fabric of his clothing, and by coincidence, grasped his belt. With a sudden loosening of his waist, the belt slipped from her grip. Lu Huaichen's breathing quickened. Her appearance was undeniably enticing. Unintentionally, Tang Muyan had tugged on the belt, and as she realized it belonged to the youth, she deliberately pulled back slightly. Just a small tug. Lu Huaichen listened intently to her inner thoughts, wishing to teach this oblivious young woman a lesson. Sister? He called out again, his voice crisp and clear. He couldn't have discovered her intentions. Could he? Lu Huaichen, let me help you inside. She felt a thrill of delight, believing he had not noticed. Lu Huaichen wrapped his arms around Tang Muyan's waist and lifted her effortlessly, closing the door behind him and striding forward. Tang Muyan gasped, her fingers loosening, causing the belt to slide down. What are you doing? Tang Muyan exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation as her arms instinctively wrapped around Lu Huaichen's neck. You scared me. Can't you give a warning? The sight of her flustered demeanor captivated Lu Huaichen. He smirked, a hint of amusement flickering in his deep eyes. He set her down on the sofa, saying, "Sister, we've arrived." He then stepped back, moving away in an unknown direction. As the refreshing scent of his presence faded, Tang Muyan reached out, grasping at the empty air, but found no trace of him. "Wen Huai, where are you going?" From a short distance away, the gentle voice of the youth replied, "I'm going to get a hairdryer for you, sister. Your hair is still wet." His soft-spoken nature always made Tang Muyan feel that she could be cared for tenderly. Okay, he was so warm, aside from her younger brother. No other man had treated her with such kindness, nor had anyone ever dried her hair. The money spent was worth it. As Tang Muyan sat obediently, warmth surged through her heart. Her apartment, though modest with 2 bedrooms and a living room, was secretly purchased by her while married to Lu Huaichen, a fact he remained unaware of. Lu Huaichen found the hairdryer after a brief search, and when he emerged, Tang Muyan wore a bright smile. Her blindfolded appearance slightly silly. Lu Huaichen chuckled softly, not realizing she had hurt him. She furrowed her brow. "What are you laughing at? Do I look ridiculous? It must be the blindfold. I should have removed it," she thought. "Even if you think I'm unattractive, I wouldn't mind." She had always been conscious of her image. Then, she stealthily reached out to remove the black ribbon. Lu Huaichen noticed and quickly stepped forward to restrain her hand. "I just feel very happy." Tang Muyan halted, puzzled. "Happy? What makes you feel that way?" Lu Huaichen began to fabricate a serious explanation. "I just feel very happy at this moment." He self-deprecatingly added, "If it weren't for you, I might still be accompanying some other guest." Tang Muyan naturally leaned against him, rubbing her damp hair against him, dismissing those thoughts. "Hurry and dry my hair." "All right." In truth, Tang Muyan did not genuinely desire her hair to be dried. She simply wanted to distract him from his earlier thoughts. Lu Huaichen powered on the hairdryer. The gentle breeze, not too forceful, warming her head softly, complemented by his delicate touch. Tang Muyan let out a comfortable sigh. "You blow-dry so well. Who taught you?" At her words, Lu Huaichen's fingers paused, his dark eyes casting a glance at her. Who taught him? Aside from her, who else could it be? Before their divorce, Tang Muyan had often volunteered to dry his hair, always gentle and slow in her movements. Lu Huaichen had once asked her why her touch was so light. She had smiled and replied, "Because it's for you." "Your ex-girlfriend," Lu Huaichen replied, his tone growing somber. In truth, she was his ex-wife, but he did not consider it a lie. It amounted to the same meaning. If he mentioned ex-wife, Tang Muyan would not believe him. This young man had actually dated someone. It made sense. At 19, it was normal to have had a relationship. She had harbored a secret crush back then as well. Someone? Who? Lu Huaichen's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 21. Toppling. I dated once, Lu Huaichen admitted honestly. In fact, Tang Muyan's appearance had been merely a coincidence. Prior to her, he had never even glanced at women, and after her, in his eyes, she had merely become a means to satisfy physical needs. Now, regarding his presence at Tang Muyan's residence, it is not a matter of regret. Having been toyed with for 3 years, he simply feels a sense of dissatisfaction. Lu Huaichen reminds himself of this deep within. Just one. Tang Muyan inquired, slightly astonished. In her mind, a man's lack of infidelity could only stem from 2 reasons. Either he is impoverished or unattractive. However, Lu Huaichen is an exception. He is afflicted with illness. Is Wen Huai truly unattractive? I hope my expenditure isn't in vain, she muses with concern. I am poor, which makes me unappealing to others. Lu Huaichen rationalizes within Tang Muyan's thoughts, opting for a relatively reliable excuse. Yet, what does it mean that he is ill? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huaichen asserts to himself, I am the prime catch. For words, straightforward and clear, as if to convey to Tang Muyan that he is indeed handsome, and she need not question it. But isn't there any woman pursuing you? Tang Muyan asks. Handsome men should be quite sought after. There are, he replies. Tang Muyan rests her chin on her hand, inquiring, how many? Lu Huaichen speaks the truth. Indeed. The women in Jiangxi wishing to marry him could line up from the southern part of the city to the northern. Tang Muyan curls her lip in disdain, scoffing, you better not be lying. If I find you unattractive, I will be the first to block you. Lu Huaichen lowers his gaze. He is not unattractive, but perhaps this face is more than she can bear. Has today's game not yet commenced? Tang Muyan's lips curl slyly, as if fearful that others might not fathom her intentions. Is she seeking a night of passion with him? Or does she have ulterior motives? The former is evidently out of the question. After all, she has not even seen his face. If that were the case, Tang Muyan would be far too reckless. Hui, are you ready? She urges from the sofa, her delicate hand repeatedly tugging at the edge of her bathrobe. Lu Huaichen understands her impatience. He has only been gone a short while. Yet this woman possesses no patience whatsoever. Sister, I'm ready, Tang Muyan proclaims, extending her arms and tilting her head in a pose that begs for an embrace. Hui, hold me. Quickly hold me. Not only is she urgent in her words, but her heart races even more. Lu Huaichen, obeying Tang Muyan's command, leans down, intending to lift her with a princess carry, cradling her slender waist. As Tang Muyan feels her body sway in midair, a thrill of delight courses through her. This younger man truly possesses great strength. Leaning against his solid chest, she softens slightly, her long fingers playfully tracing his Adam's apple, teasing him both intentionally and unintentionally. Sister, please don't. His voice comes out huskily, as if every man is so sensitive in that area. She recalls Lu Huaichen reacting similarly. The moment she touched him there, he seemed to lose his mind and torment her. Tang Muyan shakes her head, attempting to banish that man from her thoughts. Damn man, I shall not dwell on him. Lu Huaichen's face darkens. This woman truly is a handful. He will deal with her eventually. Tang Muyan, seemingly enjoying herself, grow increasingly enthusiastique. While Lu Huaichen struggles to maintain his composure, this brief distance is particularly torturous. He places Tang Muyan on the bed, positioning his arms on either side of her shoulders, facing each other. Lu Huaichen's gaze falls, revealing her delicate visage, her flawless skin radiant and inviting. Appearing utterly kissable, he gazes at her, captivated, and unconsciously swallows hard. The last time he beheld her this way was the night before their divorce. Back then, the slightest touch from him would leave her feeling wronged. Now, it is she who clings to his neck, unwilling to let go. Sister, we have arrived. Lu Huaichen reminds her. Tang Muyan, playfully nuzzling into his embrace, remarks, Hui, you are so warm. As long as my sister is pleased, Lu Huaichen replies, his voice both restrained and formal. Continuing further, he fears he might truly lose control. The 50,000 yuan was not wasted. The fragrance is delightful. What brand of perfume does he use? Or is it body wash? Tang Muyan appears to relish the moment. He feels as though he has never witnessed Tang Muyan in such a state of contentment. Before him, she either feigned a smile or acted ostentatiously. Sister, Lu Huaichen suddenly withdraws, unable to proceed any further. Tang Muyan sit up, smiling shyly, clearly enjoying the teasing. Sister, did you come here today to have me sleep with you? Lu Huaichen does not vocalize the latter part, pursing his lips, deliberately pausing. What? Do you think I want to sleep with you? Tang Muyan tilts her head, feigning surprise, her tone laced with playful mockery. Not me. Lu Huaichen's voice turns dry, momentarily leaving him speechless. Tang Muyan, ideally, should not harbor such thoughts. If she did, he certainly would not let her off easily. Rest assured, she declares, lying on the bed, propping herself up with one hand, her alluring figure captivating his gaze. Her thin lips curve into a smile. I am not particularly interested in that matter. Tang Muyan speaks vaguely. Yet, Lu Huaichen cannot possibly misunderstand. However, is she truly disinterested? He knows Tang Muyan harbors some reluctance towards intimacy, but should not extend to a complete lack of interest. Once, when they were intimate, she smiled with undeniable charm, her long legs entwined around his waist, exuding irresistible allure. If she truly disliked it, why would she adopt such a posture? Merely to please him? Does she truly despise him? Just as Lu Huaichen is about to lean forward, he takes a step back, contemplating for a moment, then leans in once more. He lifts Tang Muyan's soft body from the bed, pulling her into his embrace. Why should he conform to her wishes? He will do as he pleases. Her opinions are of no consequence. Just like before, he will act on his desires. As he pulls her into his arms, Tang Muyan feels a surge of powerful strength lifting her, and in the next moment, she finds herself enveloped in a solid embrace. It is warm, providing a sense of security she has never experienced before. I love this. Her eyes light up, lips curling into a smile, the dimples in her cheeks enhancing her charm. Lu Huaichen's gaze drops, looking down at her, his heart fluttering as if touched by a soft caress, leaving him utterly disoriented. Ven Yi, I wish to see you. Tang Muyan lifts her head, her smile still adorning her lips. Ilongria isuisha, una instinctivos. I look quite unattractive right now. Tang Muyan shakes her head, replying honestly, I do not mind if you are unattractive. Surely, he cannot be that unsightly. She resolves to disregard the redness on his face. If he is truly unattractive, he could always undergo plastic surgery. After all, she has ample funds. Absolutely not. Lu Huaichen firmly rejects the notion, for this is not merely about his appearance. Should she see his face, the shock on Tang Muyan's face would be trivial compared to the damage to his reputation. To prevent his ex-wife from seeking out a male escort, he had shamelessly taken on the role of a bar's headliner. Should this information leak, would he be willing to sacrifice his lifelong reputation? Such a humiliating matter is beyond him. At the time, he was unsure how it all came to be. Caught up in the moment, he devised this utterly absurd plan. For this, Y had mocked him for quite some time. What's wrong? Tang Muyan's voice is soft and delicate, seemingly intimidated by Huai's earlier abruptness. Why are you angry? I merely made a small request. Is that too much to ask? Moreover, I am the one who paid to redeem you. How can it be that you have the upper hand? No, sister demands to see what you look like today. Lu Huaichen, listening to Tang Muyan's thoughts, feels a headache coming on. Why on earth had he decided to do this? Had he lost his mind? Lu Huaichen questions himself internally. Tang Muyan's small hand gradually rises, eager to remove the covering over her eyes. Lu Huaichen's expression hardens. There is simply no way that can happen. Tang Muyan, taken aback, wonders how he knows what she is thinking. My face is already ruined. Sister, will you abandon me after seeing it? I am filled with trepidation, and his voice trembles. What is he afraid of? Being abandoned by me? Tang Muyan pondered momentarily. She thought not. Though wealthy, she had earned every penny through hard work. Over 2 million is indeed not an insignificant amount, but it is her hard-earned money, and she would never let it go to waste. Lu Huaichen's lips twitched slightly. Is this what he meant? Why does this woman always equate everything with money? Is she truly that desperate for it? If so, he could simply give it to her. Hard-earned money? Nonsense. This woman is nothing but a complete fraud, having toyed with the Lu family for 3 years, and after the divorce, she still wishes to swindle him into adding an extra zero to the agreement, deceiving him for money and emotions, making him genuinely believe she harbored deep feelings for him. At one point, he even felt pity for her. In a fleeting moment, Lu Huaichen mentally retraced Tang Muyan's transgressions from beginning to end. In retrospect, he realized how foolish he had been back then. Gazing at the small figure in his arms, Lu Huaichen mischievously tightened his embrace, feigning vulnerability as he said, Sister, this is my last shred of dignity. If you wish to take it, then do so. At worst, once my face heals, I shall resume selling myself to repay you. The more he spoke, the more sorrowful his tone became, and he let out a mocking chuckle. After all, no one wants me. His chilling voice bore a shattered quality, steeped in deep sorrow, resembling a pitiful creature. In Tang Muyan's subconscious, she sensed an undertone of insincerity in his words. However, the person before her was Lu Huaichen, and she viewed him through a thick lens of admiration. Terms like green tea could never be assigned to him. Suddenly, Lu Huaichen's grip tightened further, seemingly punishing Tang Muyan for her lack of focus. She felt suffocated, unable to think of anything else. His hand firmly grasped hers, leaving her no room to remove the blindfold. Lu Huaichen, be gentle. This is truly uncomfortable. That is precisely the point. Lu Huaichen not only refused to loosen his grip, but tightened it further. Let me hold you just this once. Soon, there may be no opportunity left. Who said that? Tang Muyan gritted her teeth and exerted her strength. Yet the disparity in their physical strength was overwhelming. Her face flushed with effort, and she ultimately surrendered. She had heard what Lu Huaichen said earlier. She understood he was simply lacking in security. Tang Muyan could empathize, having experienced similar situations herself. She knew that repeated abandonment breeds distrust towards those around you. I won't look anymore. She conceded. Lu Huaichen's grip finally relaxed a little, and he asked, Really? Tang Muyan pressed her lips together, From his tone, she could strongly sense the unease within Wen Huai. What had he endured? Her heart ached as she embraced the boy, nodding earnestly. I truly shall. Sister will treat you well. I promise I will never let you find yourself in a situation like mine. Tang Muyan vowed silently. She would protect him. This was the second time Lu Huaichen had heard such words. What kind of situation? Yet, given his identity and relationship with Tang Muyan, it was not yet appropriate for her to fully open her heart. If he were to inquire, it might backfire. The present circumstances were more pressing. Lu Huaichen's tone turned tentative. So, will sister still be watching? Tang Muyan shook her head. I won't watch anymore. I will only look when your face is healed, or when you provide me with enough security. Once Lu Huaichen confirmed that Tang Muyan had completely dismissed such thoughts, he finally felt at ease. Sister, since today you did not summon me to accompany you in sleep, Lu Huaichen deliberately refrained from uttering those two words. Did you call me merely to hear my voice? How did you know I like your voice? Am I that obvious? Lu Huaichen's heart trembled. Over time, he had somewhat forgotten whether those words belonged to Tang Muyan's thoughts or her spoken words. He quickly reviewed in his mind. Otherwise, what was it? If sister hadn't seen him, did that mean she liked his voice? Surely she was not enamored with his abs? As he spoke those last few words, Lu Huaichen's voice took a playful turn, causing Tang Muyan to feel a delightful itch. Suddenly, her small hand boldly ventured inside, playfully causing a stir, igniting a warm wave across Lu Huaichen's abdomen. He truly brought this upon himself. Why did he have to be so cheeky? Chapter 23. The beauty in a qipao. I like it all. Tang Muyan responded honestly, her hand exploring freely, igniting sparks of mischief. Lu Huaichen inhaled sharply, seizing her tiny hands and pulling them out from beneath her clothing. He suppressed his desires, his voice slightly hoarse. Sister, please stop. After a moment, when the sound of his light breaths no longer reached her ears, she tenderly asked, Wen Huai, are you feeling better? Wen Huai replied somewhat listlessly, then stubbornly added, It's nothing much. Tang Muyan detected his facade, but chose not to expose it, secretly amused. It seemed even young boys were proud, which she found endearing. Lu Huaichen coughed deliberately, attempting to divert Tang Muyan's attention, hoping to prevent her from overthinking. The situation shifted as Tang Muyan exclaimed, Did you cough? Oh, I feel like I've forgotten something important. What? Lu Huaichen looked at her in confusion. Something important. Tang Muyan reiterated, I had yet to attend to something significant. How could I forget? She silently reprimanded herself, blaming Wen Huai for distracting her. What does that have to do with him? Lu Huaichen thought, pondering what task required his presence. Tang Muyan hurriedly freed herself from his grasp, rising from the bed, and playfully kicked his leg with her small foot. Her feet were pale and her 10 toes round and delightful, curling adorably after the kick. Lu Huaichen's eyes narrowed slightly, internally acknowledging, her feet are quite beautiful. You go out, Tang Muyan commanded. I'm about to begin. Begin what? Where am I to go? Lu Huaichen's question seemed rather foolish at that moment. Indeed, Tang Muyan had not explicitly instructed him on where to go, whether to leave the room or depart entirely. Tang Muyan impatiently kicked him twice more, as if she found him exceedingly dense. To the living room. Hurry. This marked the first time in his life that Lu Huaichen had been kicked by the same woman, let alone twice in a row. Ultimately, he found himself ushered out the door. As the door closed behind her, he frowned, wondering what she was up to. What game was she playing? 10 minutes later, the door swung open. Lu Huaichen raised his eyelids, momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The woman stood there, her lips curved into a radiant smile, adorned in a qipao reminiscent of an ink wash painting. Her slender waist swayed gently as she walked, each gesture exuding charm. Her figure complemented the qipao perfectly. Had it been anyone else, it would not have carried the same allure. Elegant yet unpretentious, alluring without being coy, she embodied a beauty untouched by the mundane. Truly the essence of ethereal grace. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Tang Muyan leaned against the doorframe, her delicate form swaying, the lines of her hips smooth and captivating. Through the thin fabric of the black silk ribbon, her fingers beckoned towards Lu Huaichen, her posture irresistibly enchanting. At this moment, every aspect of Tang Muyan was perfection. Even the black silk ribbon melded seamlessly with her, adding an air of seduction. Once as his wife, she had always kept her head bowed, her gentleness mundane, never having donned such audacious attire. regardless of whether she was in his presence or that of outsiders. She consistently endeavored to maintain the image of a virtuous wife. In the present moment, however, she was rebellious, flamboyant, and radiant, engaging in all sorts of unconventional behavior before him. Yet it was precisely this version of herself that blossomed vividly in Lu Huaichen's heart. He found himself wishing to behold more of such her. "What do you think, Wen Huai?" A playful pout pulled Lu Huaichen from his reverie, to which he simply replied, "Not bad." This compliment came from the depths of his heart. "Just wait. I have a few more options," she thought, her mind racing with possibilities. How about this outfit for the fan meeting? Should she opt for a qipao or a gown? Should it be modest or alluring? Was this particular piece too excessive? In her musings, Lu Huaichen caught an important tidbit of information. She intended to wear such attire to the fan meeting. His expression darkened instantly, and gradually, he began to scrutinize her choices. This is too revealing. This dress is a bit short. This one lacks decorum. With each critique, Tang Muyan grew increasingly dissatisfied, ultimately sulking on the floor, frustrated. Yet, Wen Huai's observations were not without merit. Some outfits indeed lacked formality, and she had no fondness for solemn garments. Her style was such that she resisted limitations. She perpetually sought external adornments to compensate for the 3 years she felt were absent from her life. With the fan meeting fast approaching, she had no other garments to wear, disparaging the clothes at the mall for failing to capture her essence. Her wardrobe consisted solely of bespoke or haute couture pieces, each requiring 2 months advance notice for reservation. With merely a week left until the event, time was of the essence. Tang Muyan lamented silently. After hearing her plight, Lu Huaichen felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps his earlier evaluations had been too harsh. However, her choices were hardly suitable for the fan meeting. Some were even reminiscent of nightclub attire. If she dared to wear those, he would undoubtedly intervene. "Sister, what do you intend to wear those clothes for?" Tang Muyan felt that Wen Huai was akin to a parasite within her own being, whatever she planned. He always seemed to see through her intentions. "You understand me." She sighed, her head drooping in despair. "If it weren't for promising them, I wouldn't bail this time. I wouldn't even go." Witnessing her deep sorrow, Lu Huaichen yearned to assist her, yet he recognized that in her eyes, he was merely a penniless boy, lacking the means to help. Should he manage to procure something, his identity would surely be compromised. Chapter 24. Preparing for the fan meeting. As the host had issued an eviction notice, Lu Huaichen was not one to cling stubbornly. Before departing, he comfortingly patted Tang Muyan's shoulder, saying, "Sister, do not fret. A solution will present itself." Since he could not aid her under the guise of Wen Huai, he would employ other means. Lu Huaichen called his assistant Yu to inquire about the exact date of Tang Muyan's fan meeting and the company that published her comic. Upon receiving the call, Yu was bewildered. When had President Lu become involved with the young mistress? A fan meeting? What on earth was that? "President Lu, may I ask, is the fan meeting for Miss Tang?" "Yes," Lu Huaichen replied, nearly forgetting that Yu was unaware that Tang Muyan was the author of that particular comic. He clarified, "It's the fan meeting for the comic you follow." The line fell silent as Yu put down the phone, pondering the implications. What comic had he read that would prompt President Lu's memory? Could it be that one? Suddenly, clarity dawned on Yu, and his eyes widened in shock. So, the author of 100 Ways to Inherit Her Husband's Fortune was Tang Muyan, the former wife of President Lu. No wonder he had felt such a strong connection while reading it. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He had always considered the author of that comic to be quite eccentric, only to discover it was the gentle and virtuous Miss Tang. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. No, this was all too real. A more startling thought struck Yu. Could it be that the character Tang Muyan consistently killed off in the comic was actually President Lu? This comic had been serialized for 3 years, indicating that such thoughts had lingered in Tang Muyan's mind for just as long, suggesting that her demure demeanor was merely a fade, and she had been plotting against President Lu from the very beginning. With this awareness, you realize that President Lu must have already deduced this. Given President Lu's nature of repaying grievances, he would undoubtedly take action against Tang Muyan. Suddenly, you felt a pang of sympathy for her. Although she worked under President Lu, and should ideally consider his interests after following the comic for 3 years. And given that Tang Muyan was its author, he could not help but wish for President Lu to spare her from retribution. Torn between his superior and his long-admired idol, Yu found himself in a quandary. The following day, Tang Muyan received a message from Editor Chi. How is the preparation for the weekend's fan meeting coming along? She was being finicky. She simply did not want to wear some rented attire to meet her fans, as it would be disrespectful not only to them, but also to herself. Another cancellation? Absolutely not. You must attend this time. With her striking beauty, if she hosted a fan meeting, she might gain immense popularity, and her comic could soar alongside her success. The management was also aware of her allure and sought to capitalize on it. Thus, they engaged in some shrewd maneuvers, often declaring without her consent that Tang Xiaoman would hold a fan meeting. Tang Xiaoman was not only her pen name, but also a character from her comic. Each time, Tang Muyan disregarded their announcements, promptly refuting them on Weibo, leaving the management in a precarious position. However, this time, they had consulted her beforehand and received her approval, which emboldened them to publicize the event. Should Tang Muyan have a change of heart, the management would likely face reprimand once more. Tang Muyan found herself in a dilemma. Was she truly going to wear those clothes from her wardrobe to the fan meeting? The pieces were not entirely unsuitable, but they were overly attention-grabbing and could invite inappropriate remarks. In truth, aside from the clothing issue, Tang Muyan tossed the burden onto the management. Editor Chi responded, "No problem, I will handle it." Fearing that the management might take liberties with her, she made a demand. "I think the outfits should incorporate elements from my works. What do you think, Editor Chi?" Her words were not merely a request, but a veiled threat. Tang Muyan implied that if the management mishandled her, she could easily withdraw from the fan meeting. After reading the message, Tang Muyan felt a surge of joy and eagerly resumed her creative endeavors. Yet when she picked up her pen, she found herself at a loss. Her inspiration was predominantly derived from Lu Huaichen. Although she had seen him frequently of late, it was not as if their encounters were abundant. Then it struck her when Tang Muyan's eyes sparkled for a moment. She could draw Wen Huai. Who said Lu Huaichen could only be Lu Huaichen? He could also be Wen Huai or anyone else. However, in each of her comics, Lu Huaichen always met his demise in Tang Xiaoman's fantasies, and she did not want Wen Huai to perish. Tang Muyan began to feel troubled again. Should she alter the ending? If she did, she would surely face backlash. Yet if she did not, she had no better ideas. Her thoughts spiraled chaotically until, finally, she resolved to draw as she pleased, disregarding others' opinions. Perhaps she had entered a rebellious phase in her creativity, always seeking something beyond the superficial in her comics. Once published, her comic sparked considerable excitement. The comments section was ablaze with readers' reactions. Some exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this? Why did Lu Huaichen not die today?" Others lamented, "Return to the beautiful and clear-headed Tang Xiaoman, devoid of romantic delusions." A few expressed their delight, noting, "I find it quite enjoyable. The narrative has turned sweeter, making the romance between the leads quite compelling." However, the discourse was polarized, with heated exchanges ensued. Yet, Tang Muyan remained unfazed. After updating, she reclined on her bed and drifted into a deep slumber, for she had an early morning meeting to prepare for. Chapter 25. Vice President Chi after a shower. Lu Huaichen donned a loosely wrapped towel around his waist, droplets of water glistening on his well-defined chest. As he toweled his hair dry, he stepped outside. Had the update been released? The pace was surprisingly swift. Upon clicking, he noticed the comic's cover had shifted from its usual violent style to one of elegance. Tang Xiaoman, clad in a black miniskirt, leaned against Lu Huaichen, who was blindfolded with a black ribbon. She playfully tugged at the edges of the ribbon while gazing at him with narrowed eyes, exuding an aura of intimacy. This imagery startled Lu Huaichen, reminiscent of a role reversal between him and Tang Muyan. In reality, he masqueraded as Wen Huai, while it was Tang Muyan who donned the ribbon. Conversely, the comic depicted their identities entirely swapped. What an uncanny coincidence. Did she uncover something? Yet, he had not revealed any telltale signs before her. With such thoughts lingering, Lu Huaichen continued to peruse the content. As he delved deeper, his brow furrowed tighter. The events depicted in the comic starkly contrasted with reality, showcasing their identities entirely reversed. In the real world, he feigned being the prominent Wen Huai, while in the comic, Tang Muyan portrayed her alter ego, Tang Xiaoman, as the leading figure in a bar, with Lu Huaichen as her patron. To conceal her identity, Tang Xiaoman adorned Lu Huaichen with a black ribbon, masquerading as a destitute student to elicit sympathy. The remaining content mirrored the occurrences in the bar, albeit with their roles reversed. The conclusion diverged from the previously peculiar style. Lu Huaichen did not perish. Instead, a close-up revealed him grasping Tang Xiaoman's chin, uttering, "Let me see you." The ending bore an air of mystery, for throughout the comic, Tang Xiaoman had never once mentioned her name, yet ultimately, it was discovered by Lu Huaichen. Did this conclusion hint at something? Could Tang Muyan have discerned that Wen Huai's true identity was her own? Lu Huaichen found himself in turmoil, compelled to meet Tang Muyan to ascertain whether she truly recognized him as Wen Huai. It appeared that attending the meeting the next day was imperative. Just as he was about to dial Assistant U, a video call invitation popped up. It was his mother calling. He hesitated, reluctant to engage, aware that the conversation would likely revolve around Tang Muyan. Though he felt trapped, as a dutiful son, he could not display disobedience. He answered, albeit converting the video to audio mode. He had yet to inform his family about the divorce from Tang Muyan, fearing his mother's reaction, as well as an uproar from his grandmother. If they discovered Tang Muyan was absent from his side, Mrs. Chan would likely storm over to confront him. Meanwhile, his grandmother would be eagerly arranging another marriage for him. Before he could speak, he was met with a barrage of his mother's complaints, devoid of any semblance of a dignified matriarch. "You rascal, are you bullying Yin Yin again?" The very first utterance was about Tang Muyan, leaving little room for acknowledgement of his existence as her son. "Could you lower your voice?" Lu Huaichen felt exasperated with his mother. Mrs. Chun continued her tirade, not allowing him a moment to interject. "Tell me, are you forbidding her from contacting me again?" The term again reflected Lu Huaichen's prior interventions in their communication, as the two women were more akin to sisters than mother and daughter. Any outreach from Mrs. Chun to Tang Muyan would invariably implicate him. Yet, if his mother learned of their divorce, it would appear as though he was the one preventing their contact. Mrs. Chun issued her final ultimatum. "Understood." Lu Huaichen replied nonchalantly. "Enough already. You are the most bothersome." He hung up, pondering how only his father could tolerate her. The venue for the meeting was a bookstore not far from there, thronged with an impressive crowd, nearly spilling onto the adjacent street. The spectacle was nothing short of grand. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Muyan was taken aback. She had anticipated around 100 attendees. However, it seemed the numbers approached 1,000. Fortunately, the bookstore was spacious enough to accommodate the throng. She adjusted her cap and messaged Chi Bian, "I have arrived." "All right, where are you? I'll send someone to fetch you." The young girl who first spotted her was starry-eyed, brimming with admiration. Her words were laced with affection. "Teacher Tang, you are truly stunning, even more so than any star I've seen." Teacher Tang reflected the young girl's respect for Tang Muyan, a customary address in their profession. The girl appeared youthful, in her early 20s, reminding Tang Muyan of the lively voice she had encountered during her phone call with Chi Bian. Mistaking the girl for Chi Bian, she inquired, "Are you Chi Bian?" The young girl hesitated, seemingly incredulous at Tang Muyan's question, and hurriedly shook her head. "I'm not. I'm merely Vice President Chi's secretary." "Vice President Chi?" Tang Muyan pondered, astonished at the prevalence of the surname Chi among the staff. "Is everyone here named Chi?" The girl shook her head. "No, only President Chi and Vice President Chi share the surname." Tang Muyan questioned, "Then what about Chi Bian?" "She is Vice President Chi. She got promoted?" Tang Muyan mused, realizing the change in tone during their conversations before. The once adorable demeanor now carried a hint of coldness. "Actually, Chi Bian has always been the vice president and the chief editor." The girl's earnestness suggested no deceit. Hearing this, Tang Muyan grew even more curious about the sweet-voiced female vice president. The girl led Tang Muyan directly to Vice President Chi Xian's office. Upon approaching the closed door, Tang Muyan felt an inkling of anticipation. What sort of person resided within? Chapter 26. Teacher Tang. "I hope you are well." The young girl knocked gently on the door and cautiously announced, "Vice President Chi, I have brought the person." A cold, enchanting voice responded from within, "Come in." Tang Muyan was puzzled. How could this voice differ so greatly from the one she heard during their previous conversation? Was it truly the same individual? The young girl opened the door, courteously gesturing, "Please, Teacher Tang." Tang Muyan nodded and stepped inside. Once she entered, the girl politely closed the door behind her, leaving only 3 individuals in the spacious office. Indeed, 3 people. The scene before her was unexpected. Chi Yuan cast a cold glance her way before shifting his attention to the man seated across from her desk. His previously frigid demeanor softened gradually. The man possessed sharp, chiseled features with dark eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized her. What was he doing here? The man was none other than her ex-husband, Lu Huaichen. Teacher Tang. This is Mr. Lu from Lu Corporation. Qi Yuan introduced Lu Huaichen in a calm tone. Tang Muyan's expression flickered momentarily before she quickly masked her surprise. Donning a composed smile, she nodded towards Lu Huaichen, greeting, "Hello, Mr. Lu." The tone was exceedingly formal and unfamiliar, as if the two individuals were complete strangers. Lu Huaichen's lips curved into a faint smile, his voice imbued with a captivating allure. "Teacher Tang, I trust you are well." Qi Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise, but he swiftly regained his composure, wisely refraining from interjecting into their dialogue. Tang Muyan was equally astonished that Lu Huaichen could openly acknowledge their relationship, daring to utter such words. In the past, during Lu Huaichen's business trips, Tang Muyan was often unceremoniously thrust into his company by Chen Jing. Lu Huaichen, too, displayed reluctance. Yet Chen Jing frequently checked in, causing a commotion whenever Tang Muyan was not by his side. Now that they were divorced, he seemed to disregard the conventional norms entirely, showing no hesitation regarding their past. "I am afraid I do not comprehend your intentions, Director Lu," Tang Muyan thought to herself, still eager to distance herself from their shared history. Was he unwell? Lu Huaichen chuckled darkly, his tone laced with a playful challenge. "What? Have you forgotten me? Forget you?" "Hardly." Tang Muyan feigned astonishment, pointing at Lu Huaichen and then at herself. "Should we know each other? He truly must be ill." What was happening? Was this man out of his mind to say such things? The onlookers, including Tang Muyan and Qi Yuan, were equally taken aback. Tang Muyan was actually Lu Huaichen's ex-wife. This revelation exceeded Qi Yuan's understanding. No wonder Lu Huaichen had proactively proposed collaboration, even mentioning the arrangements for the meeting's attire under the guise of promoting the clothing line. However, Qi Yuan had observed the garments yesterday, noting their elegance and charm, which seemed more akin to custom creations than products of the Lu Corporation. As the realization dawned, she rose, vacating her seat with a polite smile. "Director Lu, I have matters to attend to. Please continue your conversation with Teacher Tang." With that, she left, granting the two ample space. Once Qi Yuan departed, Tang Muyan boldly occupied Qi Yuan's former seat, facing Lu Huaichen. Resting her chin on her hands, she teased, "Chun, have you missed me? Why do you persistently linger?" Lu Huaichen's gaze scrutinized her, fixated on a specific part of her face. "Your chin has healed quite well." His cold voice was imbued with a veiled threat. Tang Muyan's smile faltered, and she instinctively recoiled. This man, would he dare to pinch her chin again? "Rest assured, I will not pinch your chin." Lu Huaichen discerned her trepidation and reassured her. Tang Muyan found no solace in his words. Instead, the implied menace only intensified. "I do not believe you, deceitful scoundrel," she replied with a forced laugh. "Is that so?" It appeared she still doubted him. Perhaps his previous demeanor had been too severe. A flicker of regret crossed Lu Huaichen's eyes as he firmly asserted, "Indeed." Only then did Tang Muyan relax her posture, albeit maintaining a cautious distance. "Chin, what brings you here?" she inquired, blinking innocently. "Do we not agree to avoid each other? Why do you persistently haunt me?" "I came to attend your meeting and to discuss collaboration," Lu Huaichen replied. "You jest. Why would you attend my meeting?" she challenged. "But how did you know this was my event?" She had only publicly referred to it as Tang Xiaoman's meeting, never mentioning her true name. Could it be that Lu Huaichen had read that comic? "You have read the comic?" Tang Muyan's relaxed demeanor instantly stiffened, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Huaichen. She silently prayed that he would not confirm it. "Please, do not say." In the next moment, her world shattered. The man slowly parted his lips, uttering nonchalantly, "I have read it." Those three words struck Tang Muyan like a thunderbolt, her heart racing. What did he mean? How could this be? She struggled to reconcile the notion that Lu Huaichen, the esteemed president of the Lu Corporation, would possess the leisure to indulge in a comic that held no significance for him. Observing the panic etched across Tang Muyan's face, Lu Huaichen's smile deepened. "Why should I not read it? Or is it that you have drawn something scandalous?" His words struck a nerve, causing her complexion to pale slightly, as she replied awkwardly, "How could that be?" To heighten her anxiety, Lu Huaichen added, "I truly did not expect you had such talent. Your comic is quite well done, and the plot is rich." He paused deliberately, his gaze intensifying on Tang Muyan's flustered expression. "Lu Huaichen's demise is quite satisfying, is it not?" Tang Muyan knew precisely whom he referred to, but satisfying for whose heart? Certainly for her own. His words seemed laden with hidden meanings, instilling a sense of dread. It is merely a comic. There is no need to take it so seriously. Her explanation felt inadequate as she turned her head to evade his piercing gaze. How did you come to know of this comic? Chapter 27. The clever woman. Sometimes, a comic's fame can be a double-edged sword. As Tang Muyan prepared to flee the scene, the thought of remaining in Lu Huaichen's presence for another minute felt suffocating, especially when she smiled. She could distinctly feel her skin quivering. Along the way, Qi Yuan led the way, her cold voice cutting through the air. I had no idea Teacher Tang was also director Lu's ex-wife. Upon hearing this, Tang Muyan sensed an undercurrent of bitterness in her tone. It was far from casual. She recognized that Qi Yuan's relationship with Lu Huaichen was anything but ordinary collaboration. When Qi Yuan glanced at her, her expression was icy. Yet when she looked at Lu Huaichen, though still cold, a hint of warmth flickered beneath the surface. Did Qi Yuan not understand what ex-wife entailed? Although Tang Muyan's words were sharp, her tone remained soft and gentle, lacking force, yet sufficient to render Qi Yuan speechless. Seeing Qi Yuan's silence, she continued, "You need not feel this way towards me, Qi Bian. Your feelings for Lu Huaichen are your own concern, and they have nothing to do with me. Our marriage was devoid of affection, a mere compromise dictated by our parents." Tang Muyan clarified the situation, wishing to avoid unnecessary animosity, especially since it stemmed from Lu Huaichen. Such actions were even less warranted. Struck by her insight, Qi Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Do not say such things." Tang Muyan conceded, "Very well, I shall not." Qi Yuan's earlier demeanor had exhibited a hint of charm. Yet Tang Muyan struggled to reconcile the voice from the phone with the person before her. Tang Muyan preferred directness over ambiguity. Thus she inquired, "Qi Vice President, was it you who spoke to me on the phone that day?" The topic shifted so abruptly that Qi Yuan momentarily faltered. "What phone call? The one where you arranged for me to meet Qi Wang?" "No, the day I met with Qi Zong." Referring to Qi Wang directly felt a touch impertinent. They had only met once and were not yet on such familiar terms. After mulling it over, Qi Yuan realized, "Oh, that day it was Qi Wang who called you." "Not me. That cannot be. It must have been Qi Wang," Tang Muyan insisted, believing it was likely a matter of embarrassment leading to a fabrication. The voice on the other end had unmistakably belonged to a woman, but I distinctly heard a girl's voice. "It was Qi Wang," Qi Yuan affirmed. "He used a voice changer that day." A voice changer? Tang Muyan had never encountered such a term in reality. She had only heard of it while browsing online. The idea that Qi Wang had employed such a device on her intrigued her, and she contemplated acquiring one for herself. Thus she inquired, "Qi Vice President, what brand of voice changer was it?" This question left Qi Yuan momentarily stunned. Was this something a normal person would ask? Shouldn't one first realize that they have been schemed against? Well, that's quite endearing. Tang Muyan smiled sweetly, entirely unfazed by whether Qi Wang had ulterior motives regarding her. "Furthermore, you may simply call me Qi Yuan," she coldly added. This could be considered a veiled gesture of goodwill from Qi Yuan. She was an astute individual, and Tang Muyan was well aware that her previous remarks had indeed been acknowledged. This was the essence of Qi Yuan. Had it been anyone else, such awareness would have been absent. Inside Qi Wang's office, a girl with twin ponytails clung to him, incessantly shaking his arm as she implored, "Qi Wang, will you take me with you?" Qi Wang found himself irked by Qing Shushu's incessant pestering. He impatiently shrugged her off, exclaiming, "Qing Shushu, are you out of your mind? We've broken up, yet you continue to cling to me. I just want to see what Tang Xiaoman looks like. You know I'm her loyal fan. Just take me to the meet and greet, will you?" Qing Shushu nuzzled closer to Qi Wang, only to be callously pushed away. "If you wish to see her, purchase your own ticket. What is the matter? Can't even afford one as a foster daughter of the Lu family?" Qi Wang scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Qing Shushu was indeed a foster daughter of the Lu family, with her own family, the Qing family, once being prominent in Jiangcheng. However, due to the reckless actions of their third son 13 years ago, selling counterfeit medicine that led to numerous fatalities, he ended up imprisoned, dragging the Qing family's stock down with him, resulting in the company's collapse. Following that incident, the Qing family was scattered, and as the daughter of Qing Sanyi, Qing Shushu found herself largely ignored, particularly since her mother had perished during her childbirth. However, fate smiled upon her as she caught the attention of the matriarch of the Lu family, who initially intended to make her a child bride for her grandson. Yet, as Lu Huaichen had been betrothed to the Tang family since childhood, that plan was abandoned, leading to her adoption by Chun Jing and her husband. Qi Wang. What do you mean? Didn't you say you liked me? You should be doing things for me. Qing Shu Shu declared imperiously, oblivious to her own status as a foster daughter. Qi Wang found her words laughable. Who said I liked you? Qing Shu Shu clearly did not believe him. In her mind, Qi Wang was hopelessly infatuated with her. During their relationship, no matter how outrageous her demands, he had always acquiesced. Now, when he spoke these words, she assumed it was merely him being angry about their breakup, and she believed she could easily appease him. She leaned in closer, deliberately pressing against Qi Wang and adopting a sultry tone. Darling, don't be angry. I know I was in the wrong. As she spoke, she shamelessly pressed herself against him. Qing Shu Shu, do you truly believe your figure is appealing? With that emaciated frame, how dare you attempt to entice anyone? Qing Shu Shu was taken aback by Qi Wang's verbal humiliation, feeling it was excessively harsh. She shrieked, Qi Wang, you've gone too far. Instantly, Qi Wang's expression turned frosty, his voice chilling. Too far? What do you do about it? Her retort left Qing Shu Shu momentarily speechless, and after a moment of stammering, she stormed out in a huff. Upon exiting, she collided with Tang Muyan, who was on her way to the makeup room, and the two ended up in a rather awkward embrace. Having just endured humiliation at the hands of Qi Wang, Qing Shu Shu was eager to vent her frustration and, without taking a moment to recognize her, she began to scold. Do you have no eyes? Can't you watch where you're going? Are all of you this reckless? Tang Muyan, having just been engaged in a pleasant conversation with Qi Yuan, was taken aback by the sudden tirade thrown at her. Only after gathering her wits did she recognize the person before her, and a hint of derision flickered in her gaze, accompanied by a touch of disdain. Qing Shu Shu? Tang Muyan frowned, calling her name. Upon hearing it, the previously furious Qing Shu Shu seemed to realize something. She looked up to see Tang Muyan's strikingly beautiful face scrutinizing her. Stammering, she uttered, sister-in-law. The address left Tang Muyan feeling somewhat awkward. She had just told Qi Yuan that she had no connection to Lu Huaichen. Yet here was Qing Shu Shu, speaking without thought. Was she truly unaware that I have divorced Lu Huaichen? Tang Muyan warned, do not call me sister-in-law. Qing Shu Shu mistakenly perceived Tang Muyan's admonition to stem from her earlier outburst, feeling embarrassed as she nervously scratched her head. Sister-in-law, I truly didn't mean it. I didn't know that was you. Instinctively, Qing Shu Shu feared Tang Muyan, not because of her character, but due to Chun Jing. When Tang Muyan had just married into the family, Qing Shu Shu had already been taken in by the Lu family for a decade. Confident in the matriarch's affection, she frequently troubled Tang Muyan. In her subconscious, she believed it was because of Tang Muyan that she had become a foster daughter rather than Lu Huaichen's wife. Qing Shu Shu harbored feelings for Lu Huaichen, which the Lu family was well aware of, yet due to the matriarch's wishes, no one dared to confront her. Even Chun Jing, despite her disapproval of Qing Shu Shu, would typically overlook her misdeeds, allowing them to slide. However, upon Tang Muyan's arrival into the Lu family, everything shifted. Whenever Qing Shu Shu troubled Tang Muyan, Chun Jing would intervene, not sparing her even with the matriarch's protection. Mildly, she would slap her a few times. Or severely, she would confine her for days with little to eat, subtly creating obstacles for her, and would often argue with the matriarch. Chun Jing regarded Tang Muyan as a precious gem. Should anyone speak ill of her, she would immediately lose her temper, even disregarding the matriarch as presence. After a few troublesome encounters, Qing Shu Shu learned to keep her distance, resigning herself to refer to Tang Muyan as sister-in-law. At that moment, she humbly lowered her head, too fearful to meet Tang Muyan's gaze. Despite Tang Muyan's attempts to reprimand Qing Shu Shu, the latter remained oblivious. And Tang Muyan's expression darkened as she curtly stated, "You irritate me. Leave." Her tone was unusually harsh. This was not the usual demeanor of Tang Muyan, who was typically gentle and gracious. Although she disdained Qing Shu Shu, she seldom displayed it openly. Qing Shu Shu did not have the time to ponder this, and left in a huff. Once she departed, Tang Muyan turned to Qi Yuan, explaining, "She probably doesn't realize that Lu Huaichen and I are divorced." Qi Yuan responded with a nonchalant Just as Tang Muyan anticipated that Qi Yuan might inquire about Lu Huaichen, Qi Yuan instead remarked, "It seems Qing Shu Shu is quite afraid of you." Tang Muyan nodded, Yes, she is indeed quite fearful of me. You are rather impressive. Tang Muyan was uncertain whether this was a compliment or a veiled critique, as she detected a hint of skepticism in his gaze. I mean, no offense. Qing Shu Shu is quite challenging. Qi Yuan's words alleviated the doubts that had begun to surface in Tang Muyan's mind. This observation was not misguided. Qing Shu Shu was indeed difficult to deal with, flaunting her semi-connection to the Lu family and reveling in the matriarch's favor, making a name for herself in Jiangcheng. Qing Shu Shu is quite bothersome. Tang Muyan expressed her disdain, recalling the distress Qing Shu Shu had caused her over the years. When I first married into the Tang family, she constantly sought to trouble me, creating numerous issues. Qi Yuan inquired, "Shouldn't President Lu have protected you?" The efforts Lu Huaichen made for Tang Muyan's meet and greet did not seem like the actions of someone who would allow her to suffer. Huh, as if he cares about my affairs, Tang Muyan replied with a self-deprecating laugh. As long as he doesn't make things harder for me, that's enough. It's my mother-in-law who stands up for me. Qing Shu Shu fears her, which indirectly protects me. Qi Yuan was taken aback by Tang Muyan's revelation. Skeptical as he asked, "Is President Lu truly that indifferent?" "Absolutely. Just look at you. Do you not believe me? If Lu Huaichen truly cared for me, would I have divorced him?" In her quest to substantiate her claims, promptly lifted her hair and leaned closer to Qi Yuan, tugging at her ear to reveal the scar. "Look, this is the mark left by Qing Shu Shu when she attacked me with a knife that day. The scar still lingers." Qi Yuan focused her gaze, confirming the presence of a small scar, roughly the size of a thumb. Tang Muyan let her hair fall back and, in a languid tone, remarked, "You see? This occurred because Qing Shu Shu took offense at me during a meal and initiated a fight. She swung a fork in my face. But fortunately, I dodged, and it merely grazed my ear, requiring a few stitches." By the way, Lu Huaichen was also present, merely observing. As she recounted this, her tone was unexpectedly calm, devoid of grievance or complaint, as though the incident had never transpired. A surge of sympathy welled up within Qi Yuan for Tang Muyan. She had endured injustice while her husband stood idly by, a sight that would chill anyone's heart. At a loss for words, Qi Yuan stared at Tang Muyan, realizing her own limitations in offering comfort. Tang Muyan chuckled softly, asserting, "Now you believe me? There is nothing between Lu Huaichen and me, neither now nor in the future." Her resolve was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. All of this unfolded under the watchful eye of Lu Huaichen, who stood at a distance, contemplating the implications of his previous actions. It became evident to him why Tang Muyan harbored such disdain for him. With Tang Muyan and Qi Yuan having departed, Lu Huaichen remained rooted in place, reflecting on the events he had witnessed from afar since the moment Qing Shu Shu had emerged. He had heard every word Tang Muyan spoke. Over the past 3 years, she had indeed suffered considerable indignities while accompanying him, and he could not deny that he had tacitly allowed Qing Shu Shu's aggression. His intention had been to utilize Qing Shu Shu to provoke Tang Muyan into revealing her true self, hoping she would err, which would then provide him an opportunity to rid himself of her through old Madame Lu. However, Tang Muyan had withstood Qing Shu Shu's slaps in silence, only evading injury when the knife was drawn, yet ultimately, she could not escape unscathed. The chaos of the moment had prevented him from intervening. His initial desire was merely to instigate a confrontation between the two, not to disfigure Tang Muyan. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to such extremes. Following the incident, Chun Jing had struck Qing Shu Shu 20 times in front of old Madame Lu, nearly marring her own appearance, which had also contributed to old Madame Lu's hospitalization, resulting in Lu Huaichen receiving a severe reprimand. It was only due to Tang Muyan's intercession that he managed to escape his mother's wrath unscathed. "Well, if it isn't young Master Lu." A voice laced with sarcasm jolted him from his reverie. Chapter 29. A clash of wills. The newcomer was Qi Wang, who scoffed at Lu Huaichen, mockingly stating, "I never imagined young Master Lu would indulge in eavesdropping." Lu Huaichen averted his gaze, his tone equally sardonic. "What, has young Master Qi's confinement concluded?" "Indeed, it appears a fortnight was somewhat insufficient," Qi Wang retorted. He cursed under his breath, then leaned in closer, his gaze locking onto Lu Huaichen's cold eyes. "Lu Huaichen, I shall remember this grievance." Lu Huaichen dismissed him without a second thought. Qi Wang moved closer, his tone laced with amusement. Tang Muyan will also belong to me. Lu Huaichen's expression hardened. He seized Qi Wang by the collar, his voice low and menacing. Try it. Each word was laden with intensity, a clear warning. Tang Muyan was his, and even after their divorce, he would not allow anyone to encroach upon what belonged to him. Unfazed, Qi Wang replied, I am determined to have her. He shrugged off Lu Huaichen's grip, his eyes glinting with mockery. The two men stood resolute, each seemingly intent on defeating the other. Inside the dressing room, Tang Muyan had donned a gown prepared by the official designer. The attire was a perfect amalgamation of elements from the comic, featuring a striking interplay of red and black, vibrant yet audacious, exuding a certain elegance while maintaining allure. The design was flawless, accentuating her radiant beauty. Tang Muyan twirled before the mirror, enchanted by the dress, marveling at how the designer had managed to create such a unique piece. She particularly adored the gown's silhouette, which flared gently, accentuating her slender waist while the hem, adorned with black feathers, swayed gracefully as she moved, evoking a dreamlike quality. However, she found the neckline a bit too constrictive. Overall, though, she was immensely pleased, spinning delightedly before the mirror. While Tang Muyan reveled in her new attire outside, Assistant Su felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Lu Huaichen had specifically tasked him with delivering the gown to Tang Muyan, and when Assistant Yu received the dress, he had trembled slightly. Now, all he could do was hope that Tang Muyan would be unharmed and that Lu would not have concealed any nefarious surprises within the garment. As the meeting drew near, Tang Muyan finally emerged from the makeup room, only to find Assistant Yu standing there, appearing anxious. Tang Muyan, Assistant Yu? What brings you here? I still have yet to settle the score regarding the comic, she remarked. Assistant Yu forced a stiff smile. What a coincidence, Miss Tang. Coincidence? It feels more like you were waiting for me, she mused. Assistant Yu quickly complimented her. Miss Tang, that dress looks splendid on you. Tang Muyan replied, of course. As you should say. Assistant Yu was genuinely concerned that Lu Huaichen might have hidden something sinister in the gown, especially since it was he who delivered it. Feeling guilty, he inquired, Miss Tang, do you find anything amiss with the dress? Tang Muyan frowned at his odd question. What do you mean? It's perfectly fine. What's wrong? Nothing at all, Assistant Yu stammered. Tang Muyan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. Suddenly, a chill crept up behind her, and she sensed a hint of danger. Wherever Assistant Yu was, Lu Huaichen was undoubtedly nearby. She was certain he was lurking close. With no time to address Assistant Yu, she dismissed him with a curt, we'll settle this another time, and departed, leaving the matter of the comic for later discussion. After Tang Muyan left, Lu Huaichen emerged from another door, eyeing Assistant Yu with skepticism. When had Assistant Yu become so considerate? Assistant Yu, visibly shaken, wondered how long Lu Huaichen had been in the adjacent room. No, absolutely not. I swear, aside from you, no one can shake my loyalty. Lu Huaichen scoffed as he walked past, reassuring him, rest assured, there's nothing harmful hidden within. Assistant Yu paused, momentarily taken aback, then quickly fell in step with Lu Huaichen. What do you mean by that? How could I ever doubt you? Lu Huaichen replied. Your face tells a different story. Assistant Yu awkwardly chuckled. How could that be? Chapter 30. Affection or Profit. As the meeting approached, it was set to take place at a bookstore near the venue. The store was adorned with posters and publications of 100 ways to inherit your husband's estate. Tang Muyan concealed herself behind the comic-covered walls, while Qi Yuan cautioned her. Today, the designer has invited numerous media representatives. Do not cause any missteps. Several copyright holders have their eyes on this book. If you perform well, the designer will negotiate a price that will satisfy you. At the mention of money, Tang Muyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, promising that she would excel at the meeting. In truth, as long as she simply stood there, her beauty alone would be sufficient to generate a flurry of trending topics. The time for the meeting finally arrived, and Tang Muyan had grown somewhat disheartened while lingering behind the bookshelf. The host picked up the microphone and announced, Now, let us welcome our esteemed teacher, Tang, to the stage. Tang Muyan gracefully emerged from behind the bookshelf, her feathers gently swaying, enhancing her ethereal presence. With her gaze fixed ahead and a radiant smile illuminating her face, each grin reached her eyes. Her beauty was remarkable, her almond-shaped eyes slightly upturned at the corners, exuding an alluring charm. The photographers, armed with cameras, struggled to capture any flaw in her visage, her beauty rendering them almost speechless. Miss Tang, You are truly exquisite," remarked Assistant Y, seated beside Lu Huaichen. Lu Huaichen turned his head, casting a cold glance at him. "Why? Have you been rather idle lately?" Assistant Y immediately fell silent, refraining from further comment. He had sensed a similar feeling when QW Ing had provoked him earlier, which had led him to lose control momentarily. He now wished to shield her from the eyes of others, guarding her as if she were a prized possession. Perhaps it was merely a matter of habit. Another individual captivated by Tng's stunning presence was Q Ing SHSH. Although she was initially barred from attending the meeting, she had somehow managed to infiltrate the event. Gazing at the breathtaking Tngmyn on stage, she felt a wave of shock followed swiftly by indignation. She could not accept that the renowned author she had admired for 3 years was none other than that wretched woman, Tngmyn, consumed by rage. She fantasized about tearing apart the comic posters adorning her walls. Suddenly, a thought struck her regarding the comics. A sinister smile crept across her face as her gaze fixated on the enchanting woman before her. The meeting was not set to conclude until the afternoon. Although originally scheduled for 2 hours, the fervor of the fans compelled Tngmyn to sign autographs for an exhausting 5 to 6 hours, her hand trembling by the end. Upon exiting, her steps were unsteady, and her head spun. She wandered aimlessly, only to inadvertently collide with a solid wall of flesh. A soft gasp escaped her lips as she instinctively clutched her forehead and looked up, her eyes flashing with impatience. Why won't this man just disappear? Yet he remained silent, coldly observing her. Tngmyn, unwilling to engage, attempted to walk past him. However, as she took a step forward, he abruptly lifted her off the ground. "Lu Huaichen, what are you doing?" She was taken aback, struggling fiercely against him, her small fists pounding against his chest, her legs flailing in the air. Despite her efforts, she could not budge him an inch. Frustration boiled within her. "Lu Huaichen, what are you doing? We are already divorced. Your actions constitute harassment, and I will sue you." Tngmyn cast aside her pretense, revealing her true nature, fierce and unyielding, like a long-dormant beast showing its claws. Unfortunately, Lu Huaichen was not easily swayed. Her struggles felt as inconsequential as raindrops. He remained silent, merely casting a cool glance her way, pursing his lips slightly, and continued forward. Defeated, Tngmyn ceased her resistance. He placed her in the passenger seat, a first for him to voluntarily allow her this privilege. Tngmyn found it peculiar. Had he undergone a change of heart? Lu Huaichen entered from the other side, turning to find her regarding him with a defensive posture. Beyond their past, Tngmyn could think of nothing else. Lu Huaichen had always taken her to bed in silence. As his wife, she had no choice, but now their relationship had changed. And if he attempted such a thing again, she would ensure he faced the consequences. "Rest assured, I have no intentions towards you." Lu Huaichen spoke in a flat tone, devoid of discernible emotion. Tngmyn's apprehension eased slightly as she tilted her head, challenging him. "Then what do you intend to do?" A smile broke across her face. "Lu Huaichen, we are divorced. What capacity do I have to visit the L family? Do you expect me to play the role of an after-sale service? Dream on. I have not informed them of our divorce." Lu Huaichen replied calmly. Tngmyn laughed disdainfully. "El Xiao, you truly have broadened my horizons. Whether you mention it is your affair, we are divorced, and your matters no longer concern me." "How amusing. You think not speaking negates our divorce?" Lu Huaichen's response was simple yet striking. 10 million. Tngmyn was momentarily taken aback, but her perceptive nature sensed the financial implications. Her eyes sparkled. "What did you say? Please repeat that." 10 million. For a meal. Will you go or not?" Her heart soared at the thought of 10 million. Skeptically, she inquired, "Is that for real?" Of course. It was true. Lu Huaichen had never been one to dangle false promises for money. Tngmyn, feeling generous considering their past connection, agreed. "For the sake of our shared history, I shall assist you today." Lu Huaichen chuckled mockingly. "Not for the money, then? That's none of your concern." Tngmyn retorted, her heart secretly reveling in the prospect, her smile masking her true motivations. Lu Huaichen, from his perspective, recognized her financial struggles. Yet, the divorce settlement he had granted her was an amount most could only dream of. She was hardly impoverished. Should such opportunities arise in the future, she would be readily available, provided payment was assured. Tang Muyan's eyes sparkled with pride, her words betraying a somewhat crass nature. Lu Huaichen remained unfazed, tilting his head slightly, his lips parting with a chilling inquiry. And what about companionship? He spoke slowly, each word sending a shiver through Tang Muyan, her elegantly arched brows knitting together. Chapter 31. Returning to the L family, Tang Muyan extended her arms, guarding her chest, retreating until there was nowhere left to go. Her gaze wary as she faced Lu Huaichen. I will sell my skills, not my body. Though her voice was firm, a subtle softness lingered. Intensifying Lu Huaichen's inherent possessiveness. Her actions, however, pierced him deeply. His gaze turned cold. If you despise me so much, why did you go to such lengths to marry me 3 years ago? Tang Muyan's expression faltered at his question. To save my life. For money. Her heart's unspoken truth echoed alongside her words. Lu Huaichen had seen her comics. To resurrect her previous excuses would yield no results. It was more honest to admit her need for money. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Huaichen could delve into her innermost thoughts. His pupils contracted. To save your life? What had this woman endured 3 years ago? As Tang Muyan reflected on the past, her complexion paled slightly. Lu Huaichen pressed further. Do you seek money, or are you drawn to the power of the L family? Lu Huaichen, you are truly insufferable. His gaze darkened, pondering what she had faced 3 years prior that rendered her so fearful. Lu Huaichen decided not to pursue the matter further. Even if he did, he would glean no substantial answers. He started the car, suddenly glancing at Tang Muyan. Without warning, he leaned closer. As the vehicle began to move, Tang Muyan had her eyes closed, wishing to avoid Lu Huaichen's displeasing visage. Moments later, an overwhelming masculine presence invaded her senses, prompting her to furrow her brow and open her eyes to find his handsome face mere inches away. Lu Huaichen, what are you doing? Her voice trembled with tension. Lu Huaichen glanced at her side, softly stating, your seatbelt. I know, she replied hastily, pushing him away. What is wrong with you? To speak normally. Previously, was there not a desire to avoid each other? Yet, after the divorce, why does he approach me instead? Lu Huaichen's inexplicable behavior left Tang Muyan in a state of bewilderment. What is his intention? To take advantage of me? Yet, the emotions swirling in his gaze were rather peculiar. Tang Muyan found them inscrutable and had no desire to delve deeper. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, she had engaged in too much conjecture, leading to a life of exhaustion. Now that they were divorced, his thoughts were of no consequence to her. The Lu family estate was the most magnificent manor Tang Muyan had ever laid eyes upon, with picturesque landscapes and an air of antiquity. During the lifetime of Lu Huaichen's grandfather, he was a man of great elegance, and thus the decor of the Lu residence was equally refined, resembling a scene from an ancient painting, exuding a unique character. Chen Jing, aware of Tang Muyan's arrival, had set out early to personally welcome her. Chen Jing was a striking beauty. Time had left few marks upon her visage, and at nearly 50, she looked as though she had just crossed into her 30s. Tang Muyan firmly believed that if Chen Jing and Lu Huaichen were seen walking down the street, no one would assume they were mother and son. They could easily be mistaken for siblings or even a romantic couple. Clad in a dark green qipao, Chen Jing greeted Tang Muyan with a radiant smile. A devotee of the qipao, her wardrobe was filled with them, and her well-maintained figure allowed her to carry any qipao with grace. Tang Muyan's fondness for qipaos was, to some extent, influenced by Chen Jing. Ah, Yin Yan, you've come, Chen Jing exclaimed, her eyes crinkling with joy upon seeing Tang Muyan. Following Chen Jing was Lu Huaichen's father, Lu Huaichen, who wore a frown and held a small cloak in his hands. He unfolded the cloak, attempting to drape it over Chen Jing, insisting she wear it. Chen Jing, however, evaded him and approached Tang Muyan, linking arms with her. Yin Yan, I missed you dearly. Tang Muyan envied the bond between Chen Jing and Lu Huaichen. She had once wished that Lu Huaichen could treat her with such kindness, for then her past days would not have been so burdensome. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lu Huaichen's expression darkened. Mom, of course I missed you too, Tang Muyan replied. Chen Jing pouted playfully and teased. You little liar, you only know how to deceive me. Why didn't you come to see me? No, it's just that Chen has been busy, and I've been taking care of him, Tang Muyan lied without batting an eye. Mom, it's cold. You should put on more clothes. She turned to Lu Huaichen, urging, Dad, please help Mom with her cloak. Lu Yuqing's expression softened a bit at her request. After Tang Muya coaxed Qin Jing into wearing the cloak, the group made their way into the main residence of the Lu family. Just as they reached the entrance, before Tang Muya could change her shoes, a voice, aged yet powerful, called out to her. "Is the daughter of the Tang family here?" The elderly matriarch sat in the center of the sofa, her authoritative gaze fixed upon Tang Muya. At 76 years of age, she was remarkably robust, her hair graying, yet her spirit vibrant and commanding. Beside her sat a young woman, Qing Shu, whose provoking glances frequently darted towards Tang Muya. The reason the matriarch referred to her as the daughter of the Tang family instead of the daughter-in-law was that she had never acknowledged Tang Muya's status in her eyes. Tang Muya understood that this entire scene was likely instigated by Qing Shu's complaints, although she was adept at feigning composure despite her inner turmoil. This was a skill Qing Shu lacked. Her emotions were always evident on her face, making her intentions clear to any discerning observer. With a serene smile, Tang Muya addressed the matriarch respectfully. "Grandmother, what seems to be the matter? Is there something I have done wrong as your granddaughter-in-law? Do not call me grandmother. The Lu family has no daughter-in-law like you." The matriarch retorted sharply, striking the ground with her cane to emphasize her displeasure. "I knew it. Making money is not so easy," she continued. Qin Jing recognized the situation, probably another mischief caused by Qing Shu. She cast a sharp glance at Qing Shu. Upon meeting her gaze, shrank back in fear towards the matriarch. The elderly lady coughed deliberately, drawing Qing Shu closer to her side, offering comfort. "Do not be afraid. Grandmother will take care of you." She glared at everyone present, asserting that Qing Shu was the Lu family's benefactor today, daring anyone to challenge her. Tang Muya found the matriarch's words ludicrous. How could filing a complaint elevate someone to the status of a benefactor? If that were the case, the Lu family would have countless benefactors. Lu Huaichen, experienced in handling such matters, knew that if Qin Jing and the matriarch began to argue, it could escalate indefinitely. What have I done? You should be asking her," the matriarch proclaimed, pointing her cane at Tang Muya with vigor. Tang Muya had long been prepared for this confrontation. "Grandmother, please calm down. If there is something I have done that displeases you, I am willing to correct it. Please do not let my actions affect your health." Her words were eloquent, earning a nod of approval from Lu Huaichen, who held a favorable view of his son's wife for her composed manner and propriety. Embodying the essence of the Lu family, Tang Muya was aware that the matriarch's anger stemmed from something Qing Shu had said. But after Qin Jing had reprimanded Qing Shu for her behavior, the latter had become somewhat subdued. If she had not been confident, she would not have dared to challenge Tang Muya. Observing Qing Shu's demeanor, Tang Muya grew curious about what leverage she might possess against her. Tang Muya recalled that she had encountered Qing Shu that very morning. Aside from her impatient tone, she had not acted out of line. It was indeed puzzling that she had not mentioned her divorce from Lu Huaichen, yet Qing Shu seemed to believe she could drive her out of the Lu family. Though she was no longer Lu Huaichen's wife, was she not entitled to her dignity? "Tang Muya, where do you place the Lu family's reputation? Do you think the family's honor is something you can trample upon?" The matriarch's sudden interjection broke Tang Muya's train of thought. "Grandmother, what do you mean by that?" Tang Muya was taken aback. When had she ever tarnished the Lu family's name? Was it not Qing Shu who engaged in such behavior? She remembered clearly that Lu Huaichen had to clean up several messes for her. Tang Muya recognized that the matriarch held outdated views and was particularly sensitive about the family's reputation, which she regarded as a point of pride, a taboo that should not be touched. Tang Muya would never dare to exploit the Lu family's name. Even if she did, who would believe she was Lu Huaichen's wife? They would likely mock her delusions. The matriarch huffed. "I had thought you were a sensible and obedient daughter-in-law. Yet it seems you've been flaunting yourself before others, bringing shame to the Lu family." "Grandmother, I have never done any such thing," Tang Muya stated firmly, her posture straight and her tone resolute. "You see, this is what you call a good daughter-in-law. Yet when the moment comes, she refuses to acknowledge her own actions," the matriarch declared, directing her words at Lu Huaichen and Qin Jing. However, they did not believe Tang Muya capable of such behavior. They had witnessed her every word and deed over the years and would not be swayed by these accusations. Qin Jing sensed foul play and shot a disparaging look at Qing Shu. "Mother, surely you have not been misled by some petty person slander?" The term petty person was clearly aimed at Qing Shu. The relationship between Chen Jing and the matriarch had always been strained. From the moment Chen Jing entered the Lu family, conflicts had been frequent, only easing slightly after the birth of Lu Huaichen. Qing Shushu had been a source of contention, and her presence reignited tensions that had long been dormant. Qing Shushu's face turned pale upon hearing Chen Jing's words, and she instinctively sought refuge in the embrace of old Madame Lu, clutching the hem of her garment. Her voice was soft and filled with grievance as she called out, "Grandma!" Old Madame Lu, with her wrinkled hands, gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. Grandma will take care of it." Subsequently, she raised her voice, declaring, "Let me tell you the truth. This information was relayed to me by my granddaughter, not by some malicious individual. She only did this for the benefit of the Lu family." Tang Muyan scoffed internally at the notion of doing good for the Lu family, thinking that it would be better for them not to stir up trouble in the first place, pretending to be virtuous. Old Madame Lu turned to Qing Shushu and instructed, "Go and tell these incompetent people what transpired. Show them the video, and let them see how this woman from the Tang family shamelessly disgraced the Tang family in front of everyone." With that, the old lady shot a fierce glare at Tang Muyan. After hearing this, Chen Jing was infuriated, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Had it not been for the old lady's age, she would have relished the opportunity to confront her as she had in her youth, to teach her a lesson and make her understand what true disgrace felt like. Qing Shushu cautiously stepped forward, opening the video on her phone and displaying it to the assembly. However, instead of revealing any indecent behavior, it showcased Tang Muyan's graceful smile at the meeting. Every movement was composed and appropriate, leaving no basis for the claim that she had brought shame to the Lu family. Chen Jing initially scoffed, then remarked, "Mother, you must be losing your mind. It was merely a meeting. How could there be any disgrace to the Lu family?" Old Madame Lu retorted, "How dare you speak to me like that? Don't you have any respect?" If she had any respect, she wouldn't be Chen Jing. Old Madame Lu continued, "Is this not disgraceful for the Lu family? Just look at what she's wearing. As a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, how dare she present herself in such a manner? Are we to be seen as incapable of providing for ourselves?" Influenced by the rigid ideologies of a feudal society, old Madame Lu's thoughts were exceedingly conservative and obstinate. Years ago, Chen Jing had endured similar scorn due to her background as an actress. Old Madame Lu had previously admonished her, insisting that a woman of the Lu family should never seek the limelight or behave like a woman of ill repute. "Grandma, it was I who suggested she attend the meeting," Lu Huaichen finally interjected after a long silence. Chapter 33. A farce. Tang Muyan was taken aback by Lu Huaichen's defense. Wasn't he supposed to be a mere observer at such moments? Now she understood. He must be worried that she would disclose their divorce. If old Madame Lu found out about it, she would undoubtedly pressure Lu Huaichen to marry Qing Shushu. For him, avoiding complications was preferable, and as long as no one was aware of the divorce, it would save him a significant amount of trouble. Despite having agreed to accept his money, she found him overly suspicious. After Lu Huaichen spoke, he cast a glance in her direction. When had he ever thought this way? His defense was not solely for his own sake. Old Madame Lu, still fuming, was astonished that her grandson was standing up for Tang Muyan, a woman she deemed morally corrupt. He had always been the epitome of filial piety, remaining silent whenever she reprimanded Tang Muyan. Who would have imagined that he would defend such a woman? What taste? Seeking attention? It's truly absurd, Tang Muyan thought. That gown was designed by me. The room fell silent, as everyone was taken aback. The members of the Lu family were well aware of Lu Huaichen's attitude towards Tang Muyan, even to the point of disdain. What had changed today? He was not only defending her, but had also arranged a special gown for her. Even Chen Jing found her son's behavior today to be exceedingly peculiar. This boy, could it be that he has realized his true feelings? It seems that soon she would be cradling a grandchild. Old Madame Lu was adamant that the dress was not prepared by Lu Huaichen for Tang Muyan. She believed her grandson had been bewitched by this woman, willing to take the blame for her. "Tell me the truth. Who truly prepared this dress?" "It was me," Lu Huaichen asserted. "I personally instructed Assistant Yu to have someone design it. If you don't believe me, feel free to investigate." He spoke with conviction, casting a glance at old Madame Lu, his tone growing serious as he continued. "I believe Muyan did nothing wrong today, and there is nothing amiss with this dress." "Who are you calling Muyan?" "Spare me the nausea," she retorted. Something felt off, Had Lu Huaichen just claimed that he had someone design the gown for her? Was she on the brink of a breakdown? Old Madame Lu, rendered speechless by anger, could only strike her cane forcefully against the ground, her other hand trembling as she pointed at Lu Huaichen. How dare you defy your elder? Chunjing rolled her eyes at this, thinking, is this what defying an elder looks like? Speaking the truth is defiance? Meanwhile, those who distort right and wrong, fabricate lies, and deceive their elders are hailed as the family as heroes. Even Qin Shushu, despite her naivety, understood whom Chunjing was referring to. Old Madame Lu continued to shield Qin Shushu, protecting her fiercely. You ungrateful wretches. Grandma, I did not slander my sister-in-law. I merely wish to discuss the content of her comic, Qin Shushu said, her voice perfectly audible. Lu Yucheng seized upon this detail. Comic? Yes, it is my sister's comic. She intends to kill my brother, Qin Shushu blurted out. Tang Muyan, having just regained her composure, was stunned once more. How did Qin Shushu know about her comic? In an instant, Tang Muyan understood everything that had transpired. The video on Qin Shushu's phone was not sourced from some website, but was her own recording. Qin Shushu had seen her comic. Could she possibly be a fan? Tang Muyan felt overwhelmed, realizing that even Qin Shushu had read her comic. The content was known to her. Otherwise, how could Qin Shushu claim she wanted to kill Lu Huaichen? Tang Muyan mentally retraced the events, recognizing that what Qin Shushu aimed to discuss was indeed the content of the comic, and that old Madame Lu's earlier comments stemmed from Qin Shushu having shown her the video. Old Madame Lu had always disapproved of women seeking the limelight, hence her harsh words. How foolish she had been, believing that a mere comic could drive her away from the Lu family. Chunjing shot her a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? No one would believe such absurd claims, except for Lu Huaichen, as he had also read her comic. Indeed, that is what my sister's comic portrays. The male lead is my brother, and she wishes to kill him. Qin Shushu's frantic statements sounded utterly ridiculous. Who would take the content of a comic seriously? You say I wish to kill your brother? Tang Muyan's voice, which had been quiet for a while, suddenly rose. Isn't he standing right here? She cast a glance at Lu Huaichen. Tang Muyan, be silent. Lu Huaichen interrupted, silencing her with a glare directed at Qin Shushu. Qin Shushu fell silent, frightened into submission. Qin Shushu, what nonsense are you babbling? Zhang Ma, take Qin Shushu inside and confine her for 3 days to reflect on her actions, Lu Huaichen commanded. Zhang Ma promptly moved to seize Qin Shushu. However, Qin Shushu resisted, gripping old Madame Lu's clothing tightly, weeping and pleading for her grandmother's help. Zhang Ma hesitated to pull her away, fearing for the old lady's well-being. Old Madame Lu, witnessing this scene, was incensed. Qin Shushu was her treasured darling, and she would not permit anyone to harm her. I dare anyone to try. Chunjing. Idare. Chunjing stepped forward and seized Qin Shushu, gripping her hair and handing her over to Zhang Ma, commanding, take her away. Qin Shushu cried out in pain, and the scene descended into chaos. The elderly matriarch was so furious that she couldn't utter a sound. Her trembling finger pointed at Chunjing. But before she could voice her anger, she fainted. This farce ultimately concluded with old lady Lu collapsing. Chapter 34. Staying at the Lu residence, Lu Yucheng summoned a private doctor to attend to the elderly lady, maintaining an air of calm throughout the ordeal. It was not that he lacked respect. Rather, such incidents had become mundane for the Lu family. Old lady Lu had fainted countless times before, and despite her robust health, she would awaken within 2 hours after each episode. As Lu Yucheng dealt with the situation, Chunjing could not resist dragging Tang Muyan to her room, urging, Yin Yin, come keep your mother company and share some heartfelt words. However, even if she were truly released, she felt she would still be aware of it. Surely, I cannot be facing death. Meanwhile, Lu Huaichen cast a fleeting glance at her and reassured, rest assured, that gown poses no issue. Tang Muyan was taken aback and whispered in a tone only they could hear, how did you know what I was thinking? Lu Huaichen replied, it is written all over your face. Tang Muyan, puzzled, asked, is it? Lu Huaichen affirmed, indeed. Chunjing observed the two whispering and felt increasingly convinced that their relationship had improved significantly, reveling in her delightful daydream of soon becoming a grandmother. However, she pondered, even if my expression is awry, how could he know I'm troubled by this matter? Tang Muyan pursed her lips, deep in thought. She questioned, how do you know my thoughts are related to this matter? Lu Huaichen's gaze drifted back to Tang Muyan, stating, "When I mentioned the gown was sent by someone I arranged, your expression revealed everything." Considering his words, Lu Huaichen contemplated which term would be most fitting. Finally allowing a faint smile to grace his lips, it was quite remarkable. Tang Muyan's cheeks flushed a deeper hue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and she hesitated. "You truly did not place any poison in my gown?" Lu Huaichen shook his head no. To alleviate Tang Muyan's doubts, he added, "I did not engage in illegal activities." This statement made him appear exceptionally upright. That may be true. Although Tang Muyan held disdain for Lu Huaichen, she could not deny that he had always been above reproach in her presence. He had never engaged in any unlawful activities, not even in seeking companionship in questionable establishments. At the very least, during their 3 years together, he had not done so. Had they divorced earlier, Lu Huaichen might have used that as an excuse to expel her from the Lu residence. Fortunately, their separation occurred in a timely manner. Otherwise, she would have received nothing. Tang Muyan suddenly realized that Qing Shushua had intended to exploit this situation. Unbeknownst to her, Qing Shushua was unaware that they had already divorced. Had it been the old Lu Huaichen, he would have certainly cast her out of the Lu family due to such a matter, absurd as it may seem. It appeared Qing Shushua was not quite as foolish as she had seemed. She simply had unfortunate timing. Once Tang Muyan grasped the situation, she ceased her pleasantries with him and cheerfully sought out Chun Jing for a heartfelt conversation. The two remained at the old residence until evening. Yet, Chun Jing, reluctant to part, clutched Tang Muyan's hand, insisting, "Why not stay the night with Huaichen? You can leave tomorrow." Chun Jing glanced at the darkening sky and sighed. "The sun has set. It's quite dark outside. You driving home worries me." After saying this, Chun Jing looked at Lu Huaichen. "I cannot remain here. I certainly do not wish to share a bed with Lu Huaichen. But what excuse should I use to gently refuse my mother? I shall employ Lu Huaichen's usual tactic." Tang Muyan said, "Mother, Huaichen has been quite busy lately. He has work in the morning." Chun Jing appeared troubled. Then it must be. Just as Tang Muyan felt a surge of pride for her cleverness, Lu Huaichen interrupted Chun Jing's impending response. "Cancel tomorrow's work. I'm also a bit tired, and driving is unsafe." Tang Muyan retorted, "You cannot drive. I will drive." Upon hearing that her son and daughter-in-law intended to stay, Chun Jing immediately instructed Zhang Ma to prepare a room, preventing Tang Muyan from even voicing her refusal. Thus, Tang Muyan and Lu Huaichen were confined to the same room. Though they had stayed at the Lu residence before marriage, now that they were divorced, Tang Muyan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. "This is utterly wrong." She glared at Lu Huaichen. "Did you not say it was merely a meal? Why are we still here?" Lu Huaichen casually removed his coat, casting her a sidelong glance, replying nonchalantly, "It is my mother who insisted, not I." "Then I shall leave." Lu Huaichen glanced toward the door, gesturing for her to proceed. Tang Muyan was not foolish. She extended her delicate hand before Lu Huaichen, demanding, "Where is the money?" Lu Huaichen replied, "I never claimed that this 10 million was for me." Tang Muyan was taken aback by Lu Huaichen's denial. "How unreasonable can you be? Do you believe I will expose this matter to the matriarch?" The threat was evident in Tang Muyan's tone. Yet Lu Huaichen was unperturbed. "Go ahead and try." His response was laden with an equal measure of intimidation. Tang Muyan realized she could not outmatch Lu Huaichen in terms of presence. After all, he had honed his skills in the business world from a young age, a battlefield where she could not intimidate him. Her confidence waned, and she lowered her head, her voice tinged with resignation. "You truly will not give me the money?" "After tonight," Lu Huaichen replied coolly. "Tonight?" She thought. "Surely, he does not intend to force himself upon me." Her defiance reignited. She fixed her determined gaze upon Lu Huaichen, asserting, "I refuse to engage in such acts with you. We are already divorced." Tang Muyan felt her anger boil, reminding Lu Huaichen of their current relationship by invoking their divorce. Chapter 35. This room so? Lu Huaichen responded casually. "I wish to maintain my distance from you." Tang Muyan retreated, attempting to create some physical space between herself and Lu Huaichen. "When you sought out other men, did you mention maintaining distance with them?" Lu Huaichen raised his hand to his collar, preparing to unbutton his shirt. While speaking, he had already undone 2 buttons, revealing his sculpted chest. He remarked, "What is the difference? It is all a transaction." His fingers paused momentarily, and with a hint of derision, he added, "Oh, indeed, there is a difference. You pay them, while I pay you. You offered it willingly. I never asked." Before her lay a tempting sight, yet Tang Muyan averted her gaze, cheeks flushed with heat. Tang Muyan stammered, "Lu Huaichen, we are already divorced. You cannot force me into such actions." Lu Huaichen unfastened the final button, casually discarding his shirt to reveal his muscular physique. He stepped closer, cornering Tang Muyan against the wall. With each step he took, she retreated until her back pressed against the surface. Tang Muyan felt a surge of anxiety, her voice trembling. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Huaichen tilted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Are you frightened?" His voice was soft, lacking force, yet it emanated an invisible pressure. Tang Muyan bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. Indeed, she was terrified, afraid that Lu Huaichen would unleash his primal instincts upon her here. It was painful and humiliating, yet she felt she had no choice but to endure. "You bastard! I shall forego the money," she declared defiantly. Lu Huaichen's expression suddenly turned cold. Was it so difficult to share a bed with her? He smirked, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Tang Muyan, you overestimate your worth. You are not even worthy of warming my bed." As the words faded, the man relinquished his hold on her and strode towards the bathroom, the aura of aggression gradually dissipating. Tang Muyan exhaled deeply, content as long as he refrained from touching her. Whether they were compatible mattered not. In truth, he was unworthy of her. Suddenly, a deafening slam of the door echoed from the other side, and Tang Muyan realized that Lu Huaichen was indeed angry. What was he losing his mind over? A madman? Lu Huaichen turned on the shower, the cold water cascading down as he attempted to quell the fury within himself. Frustration overwhelmed him. Yet upon closing his eyes, the visage of Tang Muyan's audacious face invaded his thoughts. He was truly losing his sanity. What had compelled him to speak on her behalf before the matriarch? Yet she remained oblivious to his goodwill. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, delivering a forceful punch to the wall, water splattering, intensifying the chill around him. He pivoted, intending to turn off the shower, but inadvertently caught sight of a mirror. Once again, Tang Muyan's youthful face surfaced in his mind, though this time it appeared alluring. Before their marriage, Tang Muyan had resided at the Lu residence for a period. Chun Jing often endeavored to keep Lu Huaichen around, hoping for an encounter between the two. Yet Lu Huaichen consistently excused himself with claims of work obligations. After numerous attempts, Chun Jing discerned that her son simply did not wish to stay. He had matured, possessing his own thoughts, and she could no longer dictate his choices. One fateful day, Tang Muyan happened to be present. He ascended the stairs inebriated, randomly entering a guest room, which fortuitously was Tang Muyan's. In his haze, he heard sounds emanating from the bathroom and stumbled in. Amidst the mist, he beheld a breathtaking sight, a young girl bathing, water cascading over her exquisite form. His gaze trailed along the flow of water. She appeared blissfully unaware of the intrusion by a stranger, humming a cheerful tune. The girl possessed a slender, yet curvaceous figure, illuminated by the light. Her skin appeared almost translucent, and the thought of its smooth texture sent a rush of desire through him, compelling him to reach out. He did so, and the ensuing events spiraled beyond his control. That day, he stood before the mirror, committing unspeakable acts against her. Yet Lu Huaichen found no disturbance in the sound of her cries. They were exquisitely melodic, and he harbored a twisted desire for her to wail even more. However, it was also that day that their marriage was ultimately settled. That night became the most absurd and regrettable incident of his life. Before the mirror, Lu Huaichen seemed to relive the tumultuous night from 3 years prior. After his shower, he emerged clad only in a towel, not even bothering to dry off. Tang Muyan cast a glance before immediately lowering her head, engrossed in her phone. Their encounter that day had catapulted her to internet stardom, her Weibo followers swelling by nearly 1 million. She diligently scrolled through her videos, each showcasing her extraordinary beauty. "I am indeed captivating, no matter the angle." From the moment he emerged, Lu Huaichen's gaze remained fixed upon Tang Muyan. He approached, seized a hairdryer, and tossed it in her lap. Tang Muyan, momentarily taken aback while admiring her own appearance, hesitated before casting a dubious glance at him. What was he planning? "Lu Huaichen, dry my hair," she asserted with a tone that suggested it was an expected request. How absurd. Did he not have hands? Was he disabled? How shameless to demand this after their divorce. Tang Muyan could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Lu Huaichen, 10 million for a hair drying. She recalled his earlier words in the car and turned her head away, ignoring him. I don't believe you. You still owe me another 10 million. Lu Huaichen did not respond. Instead, he moved away, preoccupied with his phone. A couple of minutes later, a notification chimed on Tang Muyan's phone. Your account has received 1,000,000,000 yuan. She stared at the numbers, incredulous. Then her expression transformed as she beamed and picked up the hairdryer. Rising from the bed and approaching Lu Huaichen. Chun, where shall I dry your hair? Her tone had become eager. Chapter 36, Drying Hair Right Here. Lu Huaichen lowered his head, toying with his phone, standing still in the distance, waiting for Tang Muyan to attend to him. Look at that pretentious demeanor. If not for the money, I wouldn't even consider drying your hair. What a display. Tang Muyan stood up, realizing she was a head shorter than him and could hardly reach his hair. Lu Huaichen remained unmoved, simply standing there, devoid of any awareness. Lu Huaichen, lower your head. I can't reach you. He glanced at her, bending down to sit at the edge of the bed. He recalled the times Tang Muyan had dried his hair before. Had she felt this reluctant then too? Tang Muyan switched on the hairdryer. It was quite silent, with a gentle warmth brushing against Lu Huaichen's scalp. He instinctively closed his eyes. Each of her movements was light and soothing, nearly lulling him to sleep. However, this time, the familiar sensation was absent. Instead, she treated him roughly and casually. Unexpected, was it not? You offer me money to dry your hair, yet fail to specify how to do it. At last, Lu Huaichen could no longer contain himself. His expression darkened as he grasped her wrist firmly. If you don't apply more pressure, I'll incapacitate your hand. Tang Muyan jumped in fright, nearly dropping the hairdryer. Yet she forced a smile. What are you being so fierce for? It's just a bit of pressure. Can't you handle it? You're quite the adult. With a clever twist of her mind, she fabricated, Chun, this is a new massage technique. It requires some force to be effective. Lu Huaichen scoffed. She was clearly deceiving him. Tang Muyan dared not push her luck any further and complied, diligently massaging him. With his short hair, it took only a few minutes to finish. In the past, she would have continued to massage for an additional half hour. This time, however, she simply tossed the hairdryer onto him and declared done, all finished. At long last, it was over. What about the massage? Lu Huaichen furrowed his brow at her. That is a separate charge, Mr. Lu. You've only paid for drying your hair, not for massage. If you wish to continue, you may pay another 10 million. Mr. Lu, you have the funds. Why not another 10 million? Tang Muyan mused to herself, calculating. Had she known divorce could yield such financial gain, she would have opted for it sooner. A hint of amusement flickered at the corner of Lu Huaichen's mouth, but he did not acquiesce to her whim. It's getting late. You should rest. He glanced at her. Aren't you going to shower? Tang Muyan had indeed intended to bathe, but the memory of 3 years prior flashed in her mind, prompting her to shake her head. I want to go. Am I to bathe and let you take advantage of me? Lu Huaichen paid her no mind, simply stating, do as you wish, before reclining on the bed. Tang Muyan stared at him in confusion, asking, where am I supposed to sleep? Lu Huaichen calmly closed his eyes. What do you think? Tang Muyan was taken aback. You intend for us to share the same bed? Otherwise, do you believe you have another place to sleep? Tang Muyan glanced around. The area was barren, lacking even a sofa. However, during their marriage, besides that incident, they had never shared the same bed, as Lu Huaichen never stayed over after their encounters. Tang Muyan vividly remembered his words. He had no habit of sleeping with anyone else. Lu Huaichen, is it not true that you do not share your bed with others? Moreover, I have yet to bathe. Does he not have a penchant for cleanliness? How could he possibly compromise? Tang Muyan found Lu Huaichen's behavior today to be rather astonishing. Do you have any other options? Lu Huaichen responded with a tone of resignation. Reluctantly, Tang Muyan lay down, pulling the blanket entirely over herself, leaving none for Lu Huaichen. She internally grumbled about him, attributing the blame to his insistence on staying over. Otherwise, she would not have been reduced to sharing a bed with him. Feeling the chill of the blanket, Lu Huaichen did not express anger. Instead, he revealed a subtle smile from a vantage point where Tang Muyan could not see. The little woman was furiously turned away from him, and despite her thoughts being filled with grievances, he felt a sense of reassurance. When they had just divorced, Lu Huaichen was consumed by the idea that this ungrateful woman had deceived him for 3 years. When she left, she emptied the villa, and he had instructed Assistant Yu to furnish it anew. However, when the villa was restored, he felt it lacked the original sentiment, as if something essential was missing. The moment he saw Tang Muyan again, he understood that despite her mischief and manipulation, subconsciously he was unwilling to let her go. As for the reason why, Lu Huaichen had a plausible explanation. He had grown accustomed to her care over the years, finding it too convenient to relinquish. Tang Muyan turned off the light. Apart from her own thoughts, the surroundings were enveloped in silence. After listening to her heart's murmurs, she furrowed her brow and muttered softly, "Is Lu Huaichen perhaps talking in his sleep?" No sooner had she voiced her thoughts than the deep timbre of the man interrupted, "It is not a dream." Tang Muyan became intrigued, turning to face Lu Huaichen with a beaming smile. "How curious. Does Lu Xiao truly intend to grant me $1 billion each month?" She referred to him as Lu Huaichen, Lu Xiao, and Lu Zong, none of which were the endearing Achan he longed to hear. Perhaps only when she feigned innocence would she call him Achan. She had never sincerely addressed him as such. "Indeed," she remarked, gazing into Lu Huaichen's dark eyes, which shimmered with a faint allure. Yet, Tang Muyan remained lucid. "I am unwilling." She understood that Lu Huaichen was willing to offer a handsome sum for her to remain in that villa, primarily due to the old matriarch of the Lu family. Fearing that their divorce would be revealed, and he would marry Qing Shu. That woman was far more troublesome and foolish than she. Tang Muyan's clear voice pierced through Lu Huaichen's eardrums. His pupils widened in surprise at her declaration of unwillingness. "Do you not love money?" She acknowledged nonchalantly. "I do love money, but if it means I must stay by your side for it, I would rather forego it." Her tone was resolute. When Tang Muyan awoke, she found herself nestled in Lu Huaichen's embrace. Her hand rested on his robust chest, and as she inadvertently caressed it, she quickly withdrew in alarm. Furrowing her brows, she wondered why this man slept without clothing. She attempted to escape his hold, but to no avail. In frustration, she playfully slapped his face, urging him to wake. Lu Huaichen remained utterly unresponsive, his breath steady and rhythmic. Suddenly, Tang Muyan's playful spirit ignited. She squinted her alluring eyes, mischief dancing in her features. Calling his name twice, she confirmed he was indeed still asleep before boldly whispering into his ear, "Lu dog." Lu Huaichen remained unperturbed. She persisted, "Lu dog, Lu dog, Lu dog." After this playful outburst, she felt a wave of satisfaction. Laboriously, she turned to face him, scrutinizing his handsome visage, his high nose bridge, the gentle rise and fall of his nostrils, steady breaths, and thin lips. "Lu dog, you are quite handsome, though your lips are somewhat thin." A thought struck her. I seem to recall someone telling me that those with thin lips are the most unfeeling. Initially, I dismissed it, but after meeting you, I find it holds much truth. "Lu dog, do you have any idea how difficult it has been for me these past few years following you?" After saying this, she jabbed at Lu Huaichen's chin, careful not to apply too much pressure for fear of awakening him. Memories of the grievances she endured during their marriage flooded her mind, rising early each day to fetch meals from Shui Yu's private kitchen 3 times a day, only to be denied entry into his company, where Lu's staff mocked her as a lovesick fool. For 3 years, I lacked any recognition, and they all labeled me as delusional, aspiring to be the Lu family's young mistress. But I truly do not care to be one. Furthermore, she added yesterday, "Did you think I should be grateful for your defense? I am not at all, for I know it was for your own sake. Lu Huaichen, you're the most selfish person." At this moment, her voice trembled slightly, yet she swallowed her emotions and continued, "In truth, over the past 3 years, had you merely spoken a few words, I could have been spared the torment from Qing Shu and the Lu matriarch. Yet during those 3 years, you never uttered a word on my behalf. Yes, I admit, I foolishly wished to marry you, and I accept that, but yesterday you actually suggested I continue this charade, using me as a shield against marrying Qing Shu. Lu dog, you are truly despicable." As her words faded, Lu Huaichen opened his eyes, noticing the redness around Tang Muyan's eyes. Strangely, his heart felt as if it had been twisted by an unseen force, leaving him breathless. Tang Muyan, startled by his awakening, stammered, "When did you wake up?" "When you call me Lu dog." Lu Huaichen sat up, releasing the little woman from his embrace, averting his gaze and lowering his head. "Lu dog, you truly are a dog, pretending to be asleep when you are awake." Realizing the danger, Tang Muyan cautiously began to shift away, inching towards the opposite side of the bed. A sense of embarrassment washed over her. She glanced at the bathroom, her eyes lighting up as she pointed, "I need to freshen up. Lu dog, Lu Huaichen echoed the term, and Tang Muyan chuckled nervously. Hee. Tang Muyan, there is one thing I have never understood. If you despise me so much, why did you marry me in the first place? Did you hear that? This question had been posed by Lu Huaichen the previous day in the car. He continued, you claimed it was for money. Yet why did you refuse my proposal last night? Tang Muyan, do I not have enough money? Her voice faltered, sharp and defensive, as if hiding something significant. Naturally, it is for survival. Are you implying that the 10 million from yesterday can be forfeited? Lu Huaichen deliberately twisted her words. Tang Muyan was frustrated, asserting, who said I would not receive it? It is rightfully mine, and I must have it. You cannot deceive me out of my money. Lu Huaichen noted her guarded demeanor. She refused to divulge any information while only stating it was for survival. Tang Muyan, regarding the events 3 years ago. Lu Huaichen had yet to finish when Tang Muyan leapt from the bed and fled. She was evading him. He watched her hurried silhouette, his heart pricked by an unseen force. Even after their divorce, could she not speak of it? Was she unwilling to share, or was she incapable? The two individuals descended the stairs together, she following Lu Huaichen closely behind. Their expressions were far from pleasant. Chun-Jing had long arranged breakfast, and upon raising her head, she caught sight of them. Yen, you too. She intended to inquire whether Tang Muyan had any particular cravings. But sensing the peculiar atmosphere between the two, she artfully restrained her inquiry. It appeared that breakfast would not be enjoyed today. Tang Muyan, too, lacked the appetite for a meal. She glanced at Lu Huaichen, awaiting his words. Mom, what did you prepare? Lu Huaichen finally spoke. Yet he did not mention their earlier departure. Just something casual. Would you both like to stay and have a bite? Chun-Jing responded, her heart uncertain, not truly expecting Lu Huaichen to remain. Observing her son's demeanor, it was likely that he had quarreled with Muyan again the previous day. A mother knows her son well, yet she felt it inappropriate to interject, primarily concerned that Tang Muyan was not faring well. In the past, she often vented her frustrations regarding Tang Muyan onto Lu Huaichen, but such actions invariably exacerbated their relationship. Tang Muyan was also aware that Lu Huaichen would not linger for breakfast, so she deliberately suggested, Chun, why not stay for a meal? This was a frequent proposition from her, and Lu Huaichen enjoyed opposing her. Upon hearing her words, his appetite would instantly dissipate. Let us go. I don't wish to stay a moment longer. Just as she anticipated Lu Huaichen would respond in kind, the situation unfolded contrary to her expectations. Chun-Jing had just said, yes, Mom knows you don't usually eat breakfast, but Lu Huaichen interrupted, let us heed Muyan's wishes and stay here. Taken aback by her son's words, Chun-Jing paused for a few seconds. Stay here? She quickly realized, well then let us eat. Tang Muyan felt a pang of regret, wishing she could retract her words. How annoying. And could you refrain from calling me Muyan, Lu Huaichen? Are you trying to disgust me? He indeed wished to provoke Tang Muyan with genuine intent. He feigned affectionately gazing at her. Muyan, what would you like? If it isn't enough, I can add more. Lu dog, you are intentionally being vexatious, she retorted. Chun-Jing observed their banter with delight, her heart swelling with joy. My son, my daughter-in-law have such a good rapport. She thoughtfully left space for them, saying, you two enjoy your meal, I'll check on the soup I prepared. Once Chun-Jing departed, Tang Muyan reverted to her true self, gritting her teeth as she confronted Lu Huaichen. Why did you stay for breakfast? Lu Huaichen naturally took a seat, feigning innocence as he replied, I thought you wanted to eat. Tang Muyan extended a finger, angrily pointing at him. You. Yet her alluring eyes narrowed slightly. 2 meals for 20 million, don't forget, Lu Xiao. Is that so? Lu Huaichen lifted the public chopsticks in front of him, placing a small dumpling into Tang Muyan's bowl, casting her a sidelong glance with a teasing tone. I only mentioned 1 meal for 10 million. Never said the second would also cost you 10 million. Lu Huaichen, you truly are insufferable. Each word was pronounced with emphasis. Since Lu Huaichen had overheard her remarks from the morning, she felt no need to feign decorum before him, which was exhausting. Tang Muyan narrowed her enchanting eyes. Despite her reluctance, she smiled and picked up the dumpling he had placed in her bowl. She opened her mouth, biting into the dumpling with vigor, chewing forcefully as if it were not a dumpling, but Lu Huaichen himself. Dog man. Just as she finished the dumpling, Chun-Jing arrived with a bowl of soup, placing in front of Lu Huaichen. Here, son, drink this. Lu Huaichen glanced at the soup in his hands. Hesitating for a moment, he lifted a spoon and sniffed it, finding no particularly distinct scent. What are you sniffing for? Are you afraid someone has poisoned you? Lu Huaichen stiffened slightly, stealing a glance at Tang Muyan, his eyes conveying a warning. He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the soup. What is this? Tang Muyan, equally curious, looked over. Why give it to Lu Huaichen and not me? She leaned forward, observing the soup's dark color, wrinkling her nose. Never mind. Give it to me. I want tea. Drink it. It looks murky. Upon hearing Tang Muyan's thoughts, Lu Huaichen felt a vague sense of foreboding. He was caught off guard by the soup and nearly choked. Adhering to the rules of the Lu family table, he swallowed it down. The taste was not as terrible as expected, though it bore a slight fishy flavor. Chen Jing eagerly thrust the soup spoon into Lu Huaichen's hand. Her tone triumphant. I told you, you'd love it. Your father said you absolutely cannot drink this. This is bullwhip soup I've simmered all morning, packed with nourishing ingredients. What? Lu Huaichen's brows knitted tightly as he gazed at the bowl of soup, a wave of nausea washing over him. His voice dripped with disbelief. Mom, you say this is bullwhip soup? Tang Muyan, who had been sipping abalone porridge, hadn't even paying close attention to Chen Jing's words, but Lu Huaichen's suddenly elevated voice caught her off guard. She grasped the key words in his statement and was equally startled. What? Bullwhip? In an instant, she felt a laugh bubbling within her, yet it refused to surface. The abalone she had just consumed seemed lodged in her throat, neither able to swallow nor spit it out. Who would have thought, Lu Huaichen, you would find yourself in such a predicament? As she coughed, secretly mocking Lu Huaichen, Chen Jing noticed Tang Muyan choking and hurried to her side. Yin, how careless of you. Are you all right? Tang Muyan coughed, unable to articulate a response. Lu Huaichen, his expression darkening, stood abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor with a grating sound as he left the dining table. Chen Jing handed a glass of water to Tang Muyan. Yin, drink some water. Tang Muyan embraced the cup, gulping down a few sips to wash down the abalone. She wondered, where had Lu Huaichen gone? Had he not brushed his teeth? Chen Jing appeared oblivious to why Lu Huaichen had gone to rinse his mouth. What was he rinsing for? Tang Muyan cast a glance at the bullwhip soup, pointing out perhaps it's because of that bowl of soup. The soup? Chen Jing suddenly realized, mentally chiding herself for inadvertently revealing too much. Tang Muyan stifled her laughter. Seems so. Chen Jing gazed at the bowl of soup, lamenting, what a waste of my efforts. Delighted by Lu Huaichen's discomfort, Tang Muyan happily savored her abalone porridge, exclaiming, this porridge is truly delightful. Yin, tell me. Chen Jing leaned closer, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. Does Huaichen have some hidden ailment? Tang Muyan nearly choked again, hastily sipping more water to ease her throat. Look at you, acting like a child, getting choked twice while drinking porridge, Chen Jing remarked beside her. Tang Muyan regained her breath, blinking up at Chen Jing. Mom, what did you just say? I asked if our Huaichen has some hidden ailment. Chen Jing expressed with genuine concern. Tang Muyan nearly burst with laughter internally, unable to contain herself. Oh dear, that's too funny. Lu Huaichen with a hidden ailment. He seems far too vigorous for that. Yet on the surface, Tang Muyan feigned a troubled expression, stammering, Mom. That's a delicate matter. Chen Jing suddenly felt as if the sky were falling, realizing she might never hold a grandchild in her lifetime. She murmured, I always said we should have another, but your father adamantly opposed it, saying he didn't want to see me suffer again. And now here we are, unable to have grandchildren. I'm suffering even more. With a heavy sigh, Chen Jing lamented, what a predicament this is. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Huaichen had appeared behind them at some point, his expression exceedingly grim. I do not have a hidden ailment. The sudden voice startled both Tang Muyan and Chen Jing. Chen Jing glanced at him, her eyes laden with myriad emotions, resentment, disappointment, regret, and sympathy for her son. Lu Huaichen reiterated, I do not have a hidden ailment. Chen Jing comforted him, saying, it's all right, Mom understands you. Don't get worked up. It's treatable now. I haven't. Seeing her son so stubborn, Chen Jing recognized his pride and had no choice but to acquiesce. All right, you haven't. Listening to this exchange between mother and son, Tang Muyan felt her composure slipping, and tears threatened to spill. She could no longer hold it in. In the next moment, she was pulled up by Lu Huaichen, feeling like a mere object as he dragged her along. Later, Tang Muyan found herself tossed into the car by Lu Huaichen, a scene reminiscent of the previous day when she had also been unceremoniously thrown into a vehicle. Chapter 39. Returning to the underworld, Lu Huaichen. Be gentle. Tang Muyan winced at his rough handling, her voice laced with displeasure. Lu Huaichen entered the car from the other side, his tone icy. The moment he entered, the temperature inside plummeted, causing Tang Muyan to shrink back slightly. She remarked, "Just take me to the underworld. I'll one-t tell you where I live." Lu Huaichen scoffed, as if her silence would render him unaware. The underworld? He repeated the location she had just mentioned. What do you want to go there for? It's the bar you visited last time. Surely you haven't forgotten so soon. Just as Tang Muyan was about to reply, Lu Huaichen interrupted. All right, don't say anything. I get it. She knew that whatever she had to say would not bode well. Once Lu Huaichen started the car, he fell silent. She had never imagined associating the term hidden ailment with Lu Huaichen. He had always been fierce regarding that matter. This was something Tang Muyan had experienced firsthand. She understood why, with just a few vague comments, Chun Jing could be so convinced that her son had a hidden ailment, a notion that seemed utterly ludicrous. It was precisely because the two of them had not conceived a single child in the 3 years they had been together. Chun Jing's yearning for a grandchild was palpable. Yet, Lu Huaichen took every precaution to ensure nothing happened. This inadvertently aligned with Tang Muyan's desires, as she did not wish to bear a child of the Lu family, fearing the entrapment it would bring. When Chun Jing shared intimate conversations, she would occasionally raise more personal inquiries, to which Tang Muyan would respond ambiguously, thereby concealing Lu Huaichen's secret, leading Chun Jing to firmly believe in the existence of his hidden ailment. It was truly amusing. Very amusing? Tang Muyan stole a glance at him. Are you talking about me? She bit her lip to suppress her laughter. Lu Huaichen gritted his teeth. Don't think I don't know you misled Mom into suspecting me of those 2 words, which he did not utter. Lu Huaichen must be quite upset. Judging by his grimace, he would likely have a restless night. Tang Muyan looked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she feigned ignorance and asked, What is it? Lu Huaichen's voice lowered. Tang Muyan. Unexpectedly, Lu Huaichen took an action that astonished her. As the car had not yet exited the villa area, he abruptly slammed on the brakes by the roadside. Tang Muyan glanced at the suddenly halted vehicle, then at the furious Lu Huaichen, and chose to play dead. Playing dead seemed to be the best option. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Thus, Tang Muyan lay still, resembling a little rabbit feigning death. In an instant, Lu Huaichen's anger dissipated. Even if he wanted to be angry, seeing her in such a pathetic state made it impossible. Tang Muyan, you are truly cowardly. Tang Muyan pouted, of course. If I weren't cowardly, I wouldn't have lived to this day. Lu Huaichen, once again helpless, restarted the car. Tang Muyan realized they were moving again and cautiously opened one eye to survey the interior, primarily to see if Lu Huaichen's temper had subsided. Although he still bore a hint of resentment, it was considerably less than before. A new worry crept into Tang Muyan's mind. How would she manage to ask Lu Huaichen for money? Lu Huaichen thought, does this woman truly fear that I might default? The underworld bar. It was now just past 9 in the morning. Yesterday, Shani had been busy all night, and hadn't he closed his eyes at all, dark circles forming around them. Just as he was about to close up, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance. The woman wore a faint smile, her features captivating. Tang Muyan, Shani muttered, surprised at her early visit. Tang Muyan stepped inside, having been dropped off by Lu Huaichen's car, which sped away without a hint of reluctance. During the day, the atmosphere of the underworld was far less intimidating than at night. She tossed her bag aside and told Shun, give me a drink. Shan yi yonet, rippling. Muyan, em closed. Are you not welcoming me? Of course not. It's just that we ve closed. Observing Shun Yi's fatigued expression, Tang Muyan speculated. Shani, your business seems to be doing well recently, huh? At the mention of this, Shun Yi feigned humility. Not really, just a slight improvement. A slight improvement? Tang Muyan questioned. Is that why you're not serving me drinks? Later, Tang Muyan discovered that Shun Yi's business was not merely improving. It had exploded. With its bizarre decor, the underworld had created quite a stir on social media, becoming a trendy bar in Jiangcheng. And anyone visiting Jiangcheng would surely want to drop by. Shun Yi, unable to refuse her, reluctantly prepared a drink for Tang Muyan. How did you know my business was good? Shun Yi asked. Tang Muyan chuckled. Your eyes are dark. It's either a sign of kidney deficiency or you've been up all night. Shun Yi handed her the drink, saying, I'm not deficient. This time, he had deliberately used a regular glass for the drink. Tang Muyan accepted the glass and inquired, Shun Yi, do you know why I came for a drink? Shun Yi, lacking the mood to engage, asked why. Because I wanted a drink. Isn't that a redundant statement? Tang Muyan shot him a glare. Shun Yi fell silent, conceding to her. After taking a sip of the drink, Tang Muyan found the initial taste crisp and slightly sweet, reminiscent of warmth, pure and intoxicating. The aftertaste was rich and somewhat bitter, evoking thoughts of Lu Huaichen. She shook her head, declaring, this drink isn't good. Impossible. Shun Yi was always confident in his concoctions. The next moment, as if he understood something, he teasingly remarked, Muyan, it turns out you have a story. Chapter 40. The story in the drink. Shun Yi had been in the bar business for over 10 years. His family was a major wine producer in Jiangcheng, distributing across the nation. Tang Muyan took another sip and laughed. What story could I possibly have? You don't? Shun Yi's interest was piqued, and he instantly shook off his fatigue, casually glancing at the drink. But this drink has a story. This drink was crafted by Shun Yi in a moment of inspiration after recalling a particular story while intoxicated. The initial taste was that of sweet daisies, symbolizing first love, which would later be enveloped by the rich aroma of roses, accompanied by some of the inherent astringency of the wine. However, as that hint of astringency was fleeting, it often went unnoticed, and most people only experienced the first two flavors. Shun Yi, this is something someone told me, he said. Muyan, are you interested in hearing it? Tang Muyan focused on the drink, swirling the glass with her fingertips, replying, tell me. I have a friend, and this story took place one winter when he was 18. It was the first time he met that girl. She was a new transfer student. She wasn't extraordinarily beautiful, but possessed a refreshing elegance, much like a budding daisy, and it was the first time he felt so captivated. Boys often invest a lot of thought into girls, preparing surprises for them. He still remembers that winter when the girl finally agreed to his confession. It snowed that day, beautifully, with snowflakes landing on her shoulders, her eyes, and her lips. Tang Muyan impatiently interrupted, get to the point. Did they kiss? Cast a displeased glance at Tang Muyan, clearly irked by her interruption. Do not disrupt my storytelling. All right, please continue, she replied. Resumed, describing how the boy merely gazed at the girl without taking any action. Tang Muyan scoffed, this man is truly spineless. Maintaining a stern expression, warned, do not interrupt me. Oh, she replied. Eventually, let out a long sigh, the atmosphere turning somber. Tang Muyan shattered the mood with a rather inappropriate question. Are you done? Noticing her apparent disinterest, felt a twinge of anger. This was the first time he had earnestly recounted this story to anyone. Tang Muyan showed no intention of leaving, gripping his arm to halt his efforts to usher her out. I do not recall us being in a relationship when I was 15, she said, was taken aback by her words. Who said we were in a relationship? That was when you had a crush on me at 18, she replied confidently, her self-adoration evident. Tang Muyan, he retorted. Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom who else could embody that phrase as vividly as a rose, so breathtakingly ethereal. Leaning closer, she provocatively met his gaze. In exasperation, he exclaimed, at that time, how could I have been with you? I was with Lin. Suddenly, halted mid-sentence, narrowing his eyes suspiciously at Tang Muyan. You're trying to provoke me. Tang Muyan burst into laughter. You're so dull, it's obvious. She lowered her head, revealing her empty glass. Pour me another drink. He outright refused, no. Yet, he ultimately relented. All right, stop talking. I will prepare your drink. He mixed another cocktail and handed it to her. There you go. Finish it quickly and leave. Unfazed by his attempts to dismiss her, Tang Muyan extended her phone towards him. Please call Wen Huai for me. Previously, she had only given her number to Wen Huai without asking for his in return, and he had never reached out to her. Scoffed, you seem quite concerned about him. What is it to you? She shot back. As rummaged through his phone for Wen Huai's contact, he remarked, you know, we actually had high hopes for you. We once thought you could accompany Lu Huaichen to the very end. They were a few affluent young men from Jiangcheng who maintained a good rapport with Lu Huaichen. But you truly are a master of deception, managing to fool the entire Lu family for 3 years. I genuinely admire you. Although I had never directly discussed Tang Muyan's matters with Lu Huaichen, he was perceptive enough to piece together some clues. Tang Muyan detested any mention of her association with Lu Huaichen. Hurry up, once you're done, I'll leave. Was eager to comply and quickly provided her with Lu Huaichen's newly registered phone number. All done, you may go. Tang Muyan feigned nonchalance. What is the rush? I haven't finished my drink yet. recognized that she was deliberately trying to irritate him, unsure of what he had done to provoke her. He felt powerless against her antics. Continue drinking, then. She savored her drink at a painfully slow pace, taking tiny sips. Felt increasingly annoyed, recalling how her demeanor had shifted when he mentioned Lu Huaichen. Had always enjoyed poking at others' wounds. Tang Muyan, you claim this drink is unpalatable, yet insist on consuming it. Does its flavor remind you of someone? Tang Muyan lazily averted her gaze, ignoring his provocation. I'm just curious. Is the little daisy in your heart when Huai, or the Lu Huaichen from years past? Used clever wording, deliberately emphasizing years past instead of saying Lu Huaichen directly. She retrieved her bank card from her bag. I'll cover the bill. He accepted the card with a scoff. I see you're just putting on a brave front. Tang Muyan shot him a piercing glance. Don't celebrate too soon. The day will come when I relish your misfortune. Chapter 41. The alluring peach blossom eyes upon leaving. Tang Muyan wore a dejected expression, only to encounter Lu Huaichen outside, which deepened her gloom. She shot him a disdainful glance and said nothing, walking away with an air of pride. As she departed, her hair brushed against his chest, akin to a feather's gentle caress, leaving a slight tickle. After seeing Tang Muyan off, was about to close the door with satisfaction when, unexpectedly, another adversary stepped inside. Well, it seems sleep is not on the agenda today. Lu Huaichen's first words upon entering were, "Did you upset her?" Tang Muyan's demeanor towards him had been even worse than during their car ride. Maintained a polite smile. It's not I who angered her. It's you. Me? Lu Huaichen was momentarily puzzled by his implication. Clarified, yes, it's you. The moment you were mentioned, her expression changes instantly. You knew I came here. Did Tang Muyan mention me? Lu Huaichen's eyes brightened with a flicker of hope. No, I just saw your car when Tang Muyan got out, replied. Lu Huaichen coldly retorted, Get lost. I'm looking for you. Looking for me? Ruminated, unable to fathom why Lu Huaichen would seek him out. After all, was notoriously known as the wealthy heir of Jiangcheng, lacking any substantial merit except in matters of romance. Yet, Lu Huaichen, being prideful, would never approach him for such inquiries. I'm here to ask about someone. Qi Wang. Qi Wang? Haven't you inquired about him before? Recalled that Lu Huaichen had mentioned this name at Shui Yu's private venue. Say something I don't know. What should I say? Thought he had already covered this topic in detail. Lu Huaichen's gaze sharpened. A cold light meeting his eyes as he enunciated each word. His romantic history was taken aback by Lu Huaichen's sudden interest in another's private life. Well, there is plenty to discuss. His romantic escapades are indeed abundant, but over the years, it appears that Qi Wang has only been involved with a certain type of woman. Except for recently, Lu Huaichen had somehow acquired a wine glass, bringing it to his nose to inhale the scent. What type of woman? Found Lu Huaichen's current behavior to be akin to that of a lovesick fool. Though unspoken, how could Lu Huaichen not realize that it was a glass previously used by Tang Muyan? Contemplating Lu Huaichen's question, replied, I can't quite articulate it. But they all possess striking looks, their eyes reminiscent of peach blossoms, particularly captivating, just like Tang Muyan. Lu Huaichen interjected. Indeed, your observation is quite accurate. However, I have heard rumors that the young master of the Qi family harbors feelings for a woman he has only met once, a fleeting glance that left an indelible mark. This woman possesses alluring, expressive peach blossom eyes, with a red tear mole beneath her right eye, truly a rare beauty. Although Tang Muyan lacked the tear mole, her peach blossom eyes were undeniably enchanting. Lu Huaichen realized that Qi Wang had taken Tang Muyan as a substitute for someone else. What happened to him recently? Lu Huaichen asked. Smirked, he recently got involved with a woman, but compared to his previous beauties, she falls significantly short. Yet, Qi Wang is utterly devoted to her. When everyone assumed Qi Wang had changed his affections, it turned out to be quite the opposite. Lu Huaichen shot him a sidelong glance, urging him to continue. They soon broke up, spoke with an air of wicked delight. Do you still know this person? You're acquainted with her, too. Lu Huaichen frowned. Do I know any woman who has interacted with Qi Wang? Why, that would be your little sister, Qing Shu. Qing Shu. This revelation genuinely astonished Lu Huaichen. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly pieced together the implications, though he hesitated to believe it. When did they break up? Pondered for a moment. I believe it was about a month and a half ago. Indeed, it was around that time. It was Huining. Tang Muyan answered the call. What is up? Huining, with a facial mask on, glanced at Tang Muyan and teased. Tang Demay knew. By your tone, I gather you would rather I didn't call? Tang Muyan feigned a smile. Not at all. I've missed you dearly. Huan Ning narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her. You better mean that. Tang Muyan thought to herself. Not really. You're just delaying me from finding Wen Huai. She hypocritically replied, of course. Who else could I possibly think of? Huan Ning, knowing Tang Muyan well, remarked, don't you dare. Although they were good friends, their mutual disdain was palpable. Tonight, I'm throwing a celebration dinner. Are you coming? Huan Ning ripped off the mask and tossed it into the trash. A celebration dinner? Tang Muyan felt there was nothing worth celebrating, except perhaps her divorce from Lu Huaichen. Hadn't they celebrated that already? She had even been caught by Lu Huaichen then. Wasn't that meeting quite successful? A little celebration wouldn't hurt. Tang Muyan realized Huan Ning was looking for an excuse to go out, likely because she didn't have the funds to cover the bill. Huan Ning's family was well off, but not as affluent as Shun Yi or Lu Huaichen, yet still sufficient for her to indulge. As for her lack of funds, it was probably because her father had cut her off again. Did your card get suspended by uncle again? Huan Ning chuckled. You know me best. Tang Muyan was left speechless. Come on, what did you do to upset him this time? Another arranged marriage? Tang Muyan had grown accustomed to what Uncle S attempts to marry off his daughters to the wealthy elite of Jiangcheng. The Hua family had 2 daughters. The elder, Hua Qingru, was married to Qi Li Heng, the heir of the Qi family, leaving only the younger daughter, Huan Ning, still single. Huan Ning was exceptionally beautiful. Thus, Hua Tianyang was eager to find her a suitable match. So, who is the lucky candidate this time? Huan Ning scoffed. You should know him, the one from the Shun family, Shunyi. Shangyi. Tang Muyan was genuinely taken aback. She hadn't anticipated the Hua family targeting the Shun family. Yes, the slacker Shun, you know. What is Hua Lao Tu thinking? Does he believe marrying me into the Shun family will earn me a share in their business? He knows how my sister turned out, doesn't he? What good did it do her to marry into the Qi family? My nominal brother-in-law is still out there keeping 2 mistresses. Never mind, my sister is wealthy, and she'll take you out for fun. Tang Muyan feigned grandeur. Please let me be your pet, Tang de Fupa. I promise to serve you faithfully. Whatever you say, I shall comply. Tang Muyan didn't trust Huan Ning's words. She knew they would last only a day. By the next day, Huan Ning would forget everything she had said. Huan Ning continued, Yin Yin, meeting you is truly a stroke of luck in my life. She lavished praise on Tang Muyan. Suddenly, Tang Muyan's phone chimed with a text notification. It was a bank transfer alert. Lu Huaichen had sent her 20 million. Tang Muyan stared at the number, slightly astonished. Weren't they only supposed to transfer 10 million? She didn't dwell on it, as long as the money was in her account. She glanced at Huan Ning, her eyes sparkling with delight. Huan Ning noticed Tang Muyan's good mood and inquired, shall I book the venue for tonight? Huan Ning seemed to have already planned it. Let us reserve that popular bar, Yingjian. How does that sound? Tang Muyan frowned. Yingjian? Do you know who runs it? Huan Ning clearly didn't but she shrugged it off. Who cares? As long as it doesn't ruin my fun. Tang Muyan smiled mischievously. You will regret it. Huan Ning thought Tang Muyan was just trying to avoid footing the bill. Regret? Why would I? Are you the one regretting? Tang Muyan merely smiled without replying. At 10 o'clock that evening, they arrived at Yingjian. This time, the atmosphere was different from the previous coldness. It was crowded, reminiscent of a ghost market, exuding an eerie vibrancy. Having been there once, Tang Muyan didn't find it frightening, especially given her previous encounter with Wen Huai, which had left her with fond memories. Huan Ning, on the other hand, though spirited, was genuinely afraid of the ethereal ambience. Yet, despite her fears, she insisted on trying it out. Gripping Tang Muyan's hand, her voice trembled. Do you feel a bit spooked here? Tang Muyan remained composed, teasing. Are you scared? Huan Ning perked up at the challenge, straightened her posture, and declared, how could I be? If you're not afraid, then neither am I. Tang Muyan couldn't help but laugh. Huan Ning, your courage is still less than mine. The bar was busier than last time, with several bars open, each manned by a bull-headed figure and a horse-faced figure, creating a bizarre scene. Tang Muyan guided Huan Ning to a relatively empty bar and asked, what would you like to drink? Huan Ning glanced around, feeling uneasy. The ambience was not as lively, with patrons quietly savoring their drinks while enjoying the bar's unique ethereal music. Huan Ning felt increasingly uncomfortable, whispering, Muyan, shall we go to the bar across the street? This place isn't really for me. Tang Muyan refused, pushing the drink menu toward Huaning. I'm not going. Mei blocked me, and you know why. I have no idea which dog beat up my two former favorites. Huaning, feeling indebted, relented. Fine. Let us stay. She took the drink menu and was taken aback by the names. What are these? Human bone soup, brain flower shots, and half a finger? The names were utterly bizarre. Huaning almost fainted upon seeing the last item. No wonder this bar was called Yin Jian. Even the drink names were shockingly vivid. Looking around, she saw others holding strange cups shaped like human heads, filled with a crimson liquid, the vivid color resembling blood. One person even had something resembling half a finger in their cup, presumably the same half finger from the menu. Huaning felt nauseated, nearly retching, while Tang Muyan remained unervingly calm. Huaning was puzzled. Tang Muyan wasn't he braver than her, so why was she so unfazed this time? Look at you. Terrified, Tang Muyan laughed, full of bravado. Huaning exhaled deeply, trying to suppress her fear. Tang Muyan took the menu without even glancing at it and simply ordered a measuring cup. For some reason, the drink seemed irresistible to her. Despite her aversion to bitter drinks, this one possessed an alluring quality. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the horse-faced figure. What's this? Sister Muyan, aren't you considering a change of flavor? Tang Muyan hesitated slightly, recognizing the voice belonged to Shen Yi. What a coincidence. She turned to introduce Huaning. Look who I brought along. Huaning, feeling impatient, thought, what do I have to do with this? Tang Muyan grinned cunningly. Of course, it concerns you. She playfully draped her arm around Huaning, introducing her. This is Hua family's young lady, Huaning. Shen Yi, meet Huaning. Huaning was momentarily baffled by Tang Muyan's antics. Was she trying to set her up with this handsome fellow? Huaning began sizing up the horse-faced figure, finding his physique acceptable, but upon glancing at the bull-headed figure nearby, she quickly realized the latter's physique was even better. Huaning tugged at Tang Muyan. Yin, I like this. Tang Muyan initially intended to embarrass Huaning, but did not expect this playful person to take a liking to it. Following Huaning's direction, Tang Muyan cast a glance. Huaning whispered in Tang Muyan's ear, that one has a better figure. Tang Muyan acknowledged the physique was indeed commendable, but as she contemplated, she thought, doesn't that look a bit like Lu Huaichen? Immediately, she dismissed the thought, thinking it impossible for Lu Huaichen to be here working, especially since this person was dressed in the local work uniform. She must have been overthinking. Just then, after a long silence, Shen Yi seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke. I remember. He removed his mask, smiling as he looked at Huaning. Miss Hua, I am Shen Yi, the only son of the Shen family. Upon hearing Shen Yi's introduction, Tang Muyan couldn't suppress her laughter, letting out a chuckle. You certainly know how to introduce yourself, son of the Shen family. Having lived in Fuyang for a few years, Tang Muyan understood some of the local dialect. The homophonic joke about only son and the way Shen Yi pronounced the last word particularly lightly made it even more amusing. The bull-headed man, listening to Tang Muyan's thoughts, let out a faint chuckle from behind his mask, though his voice was low enough that no one noticed. After hearing Shen Yi's introduction, Huaning was momentarily stunned. Shen Yi, thinking Huaning was taken aback by his looks, narcissistically smiled. I have heard my father speak of Miss Hua. He said that you are exceptionally talented and beautiful, and indeed, you are extraordinary upon meeting you. One could only wonder how many historical dramas Shen Yi had watched to be able to articulate such phrases. Tang Muyan was already in stitches internally, thinking, Shen Yi, you truly know how to charm a girl. Huaning's brows furrowed tightly, yet she noticed Tang Muyan laughing joyfully. Huaning gave Tang Muyan's arm a hard twist, turning her back, and through gritted teeth, whispered, Tang Muyan, do you know that the bartender here is a Shen Yi? Tang Muyan winced in pain and rubbed the spot where Huaning had pinched her. You rascal Huaning. That hurt. I can't believe I spent so much money treating you to drinks. The bull-headed man observed this interaction, feeling a twinge of sympathy as he furrowed his brow. The dim light of the underworld was not so dark as to obscure colors. Through the shadowy illumination, he saw the delicate skin on Tang Muyan's arm turning slightly red. He was well aware of how sensitive her skin was. A mere pinch would leave a mark that would take a long time to fade. During their intimate moments, it was always the same. Her tender skin would bear many traces, leaving a decidedly suggestive impression. Tang Muyan glared at Huaning. You pinched me. Huo, ningra torted. I pinched you because you must have known all along. Why didn't you tell me? Tang Muyan feigned ignorance. You never asked. Stop pretending here. Huining pinched Tang Muyan's thigh again, but it was a mere threat, lacking any real force. The bull-headed man felt a sense of discomfort watching this. He could hardly contain himself and took a few steps forward. Had Shun Yi not intercepted him, he might have already taken Tang Muyan away. You really are. Huining's words were abruptly interrupted by Shun Yi, who brought over 2 glasses of drinks. One was a regular glass, while the other was shaped like a skull. He pushed the regular drink towards Tang Muyan and presented the bizarre-looking glass to Huining. Upon seeing the stark contrast between her glass and Tang Muyan's, Huining's impression of Shun Yi soured further. Annoyed, she glanced at Shun Yi and then at the glass before her. What do you mean by this? Shun Yi smiled and explained. Miss Hua has misunderstood. Miss Tang is our esteemed customer. This is the treatment she deserves. Huining scoffed. Can't you tell that I'm with her? Shun Yi maintained his smile. Of course I know, but here we only acknowledge individuals. If Miss Hua wishes to enjoy the same treatment, she may elevate her customer status by spending a certain amount here. Tang Muyan leaned on the bar, propping her chin with one hand, leisurely observing the unfolding drama, thinking that the drink looked quite good. Meanwhile, another pair of eyes were fixed on Tang Muyan. In the dim light, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, the corners of her gaze lifting with a hint of curvature as she casually watched the scene unfold, utterly at ease. Lu Huaichen thought he might be going mad. Tang Muyan seemed increasingly radiant, and he longed to step forward to taste her lips and savor the intoxicating flavor of the drink she had consumed. Huining's tone was decidedly unfriendly as she inquired about the cost. Shun Yi raised 2 fingers, indicating 2 million. Noting her silence, he continued, or there's another way. Huining asked what method. Become Mrs. Shun. Shun Yi spoke earnestly, sincerity evident in his gaze. Huining closed her eyes, took a deep breath, pointed at Shun Yi, and beckoned him closer, sweetly saying, Come here. Shun Yi leaned in with a mischievous grin. Huining's lips parted. Get lost. Tang Muyan nearly choked on her drink, thinking only Huining could do that. Shun Yi was left awkward, scratching his nose. Huining then shot a glance at Tang Muyan and firmly stated, Tang Muyan, remember you owe me a drink. Tang Muyan looked at Huining with a pitiful expression, pouting, Sister Huining, don't be angry. Huining huffed and walked away. Since Tang Muyan had not finished her drink, she did not rush to leave. She had intended to tease Huining, but now she was genuinely upset. In a corner out of Tang Muyan's sight, Shun Yi pulled Lu Huaichen aside. So what do you think? Am I a good brother? Today's itinerary for Tang Muyan had been disclosed to Lu Huaichen by Shun Yi, and now Shun Yi's bar was virtually packed every night. The underworld had established a new rule, creating a manual which required everyone who made reservations to leave their names. At that time, Huining had deemed the manual's name inauspicious and left Tang Muyan's name instead. Upon seeing the name and phone number on the list, Shun Yi immediately confirmed Tang Muyan's identity and hurriedly informed Lu Huaichen. Thus, Lu Huaichen disguised himself as a bartender, just as he had previously, unsure why he was there. Had he not seen her just this morning? Lu Huaichen responded with a bland acknowledgement, murmuring after a long pause, I want to see her. Shun Yi instantly understood what Lu Huaichen meant. You truly wish to see her? Lu Huaichen remained silent, indicating his agreement. Shun Yi stroked his chin, contemplating that can be arranged. He glanced towards the bar and continued speaking to Lu Huaichen. I'll guide Tang Muyan to the previous private room. You wait for her inside. As he departed, Shun Yi whispered a few pieces of advice into Lu Huaichen's ear. Subsequently, Lu Huaichen exited the bar and made his way upstairs. Tang Muyan noticed the figure ascending the stairs, reminiscent of Lu Huaichen, and cast a few curious glances in that direction. He really looks like that dog. Tang Muyan was lost in thought when suddenly someone patted her shoulder. Today, she wore a club-style little dress with narrow straps, her delicate, fair shoulders nearly exposed. Undeniably alluring. She initially thought someone was deliberately taking advantage of her. The next moment, a hand struck against someone's skin, producing a crisp sound that shattered the eerie silence of the underworld. Who gave you the audacity to take advantage of me? With that, all eyes turned towards Tang Muyan. In the dim lighting, before she could clearly see the visitor's face, she had already delivered a rather grand greeting. Noticing the newcomer remained silent, Tang Muyan squinted her enchanting eyes, curiously peering forward. This person looks somewhat familiar. Have I seen him somewhere before? Pondered for a long time before recalling the name of the individual she had slapped before her. Qi Wang. Her eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again swiftly. With a frigid tone, she remarked, Qi Wang, did your mother fail to teach you how to respect women? Due to the commotion she had just caused, several onlookers remained fixated on the scene. Turning her head, she cast a sharp glance at them and retorted, What are you staring at? Have you never witnessed a beauty striking someone? While beauties may be common, a fierce one like her was indeed a rarity. Qi Wang's expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, shifting from dark to pale. How embarrassing! Fortunately, the dim lighting in this establishment concealed his identity. Otherwise, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The fact that he was struck by Tang Muyan made it all the more difficult for him to express his displeasure. Qi Wang pouted, Sister, you're quite fierce. Tang Muyan frowned once more. Qi Wang had a puppy-like demeanor, and when he called her sister, his voice, though sweet, bore a hint of clinginess. It was tolerable at times, but too much of it became tiresome. His tone paled in comparison to Lu Huaichen, whose voice was light and enchanting, easily intoxicating. Tang Muyan found herself gradually succumbing to his repeated calls of sister. With this comparison in mind, Qi Wang's address felt somewhat awkward, as if she were solely the sister of Lu Huaichen. Do not call me sister. Tang Muyan's voice was as cold as one would address a stranger, starkly contrasting with their previous encounter. Prior to their meeting, he had anticipated that she would be delighted to see him, or at the very least, not as cold as she was now. After all, their last interaction had been rather pleasant. Had it not been for a minor mishap, perhaps they would have grown closer and not gone over half a month without seeing one another. Given the time that had elapsed, it was only natural for Tang Muyan to feel somewhat distant. Sister, are you upset because I left without saying goodbye last time? He brought it up, and Tang Muyan nearly forgot about that incident. She wasn't particularly angry. It was merely being stood up, something Lu Huaichen had done countless times. You needn't mention it. I was almost forgetting. You don't have to call me sister. It's awkward. Qi Wang mistakenly believed her reluctance to call him sister stemmed from anger over the previous incident. He hurried to clarify, Sister. It was merely that Lu Huaichen's name went unspoken, and then you were called away by Shan Yi, who said, Muyan, someone wishes to see you. After Lu Huaichen ascended the stairs, Shan Yi had intended to execute their plan to lure Tang Muyan upstairs. Unexpectedly, Qi Wang had appeared and interrupted. How strange. He did not recall Qi Wang's name being on the list for the evening. Considering Lu Huaichen's earlier inquiries, Shan Yi suspected there might be some intrigue between the two, deciding he would observe for a while before taking action. However, the next moment, Qi Wang received a resounding slap from Tang Muyan. He became engrossed in the unfolding drama, completely forgetting his prior commitment to Lu Huaichen. As Qi Wang was about to mention the previous incident, Shan Yi instinctively felt it was related to Lu Huaichen. After all, he had been present at the Xiaoyu private kitchen that day and had witnessed the events firsthand. As he exited, he spotted Qi Wang being escorted away in a manner reminiscent of a bound captive by a group of bodyguards. It was undoubtedly Lu Huaichen's doing. Just as Qi Wang was about to utter Lu Huaichen's name, Shan Yi cleverly intervened. The bond between Tang Muyan and Qi Wang could not compare to Shan Yi's statement, someone wishes to see you. Immediately, she thought of Lu Huaichen but quickly reconsidered. The likelihood of him being present was exceedingly slim. The most probable person to appear was Lu Huaichen. She didn't even spare Qi Wang a glance and turned to converse with Shan Yi. Who wishes to see me? Is it Lu Huaichen? Tang Muyan maintained a facade of composure while her heart soared with joy. Shan Yi nodded, but added somewhat awkwardly, though he may not be particularly eager to see you. Tang Muyan was taken aback. Why? Shan Yi leaned in closer to whisper. As a loyal friend to Lu Huaichen, he was naturally inclined to support him. The distance between them remained appropriate, yet to an outsider, it might appear somewhat intimate. Indeed, Qi Wang's gaze was filled with an intensity akin to that of a small dog whose food had been snatched away. In Chapter 45, Lu Huaichen, I only want you. Shan Yi provocatively eyed Qi Wang, further fueling Qi Wang's anger. Shan Yi chuckled. The little pup is furious. Qi Wang silently endured. Striving to maintain his carefully curated image before Tang Muyan, he could not allow Shan Yi to ruin it. In his eyes, he was merely a pawn. There was no way that Yin Yin would ever take an interest in him. Upon hearing Shan Yi's words, Tang Muyan felt her heart clench. She envisioned Lu Huaichen speaking those words to Shan Yi, filled with helplessness. She had once experienced the sting of being overlooked. Wen Huai must have felt heartbroken when he uttered those words, believing she viewed him as nothing more than a fleeting whim. The more she contemplated, the more unsettled she became. No, I must see him. Wen Huai, where are you? Shun Yi gestured toward the upper floor, saying, "He is in the same private room where you first met." Without hesitation, she ascended the stairs, passing by Qi Wang without so much as a sideways glance. Her heart was now wholly occupied by another, leaving no room for anything else. Qi Wang watched her swiftly departing figure, yearning to call out to her. But the opportunity slipped away. Upon reaching the door of the previous private room, Tang Muyan gazed at the closed door, raised her hand as if to knock, but hesitated mid-motion, refraining from making contact. She faltered. Will Wen Huai be inside? Would it be inappropriate since I didn't bring a blindfold? Would he reject me upon seeing me? Perhaps I should leave. He might not really wish to see me. Was he entertaining guests inside? Last time, Wen Huai had hosted her in this very room. Might he be doing the same for someone else now? She had rushed up the stairs, only to find herself hesitating outside the door, afraid to enter. Ultimately, Tang Muyan lowered her hand. She should not intrude upon Wen Huai. She believed she was providing him what he desired, rescuing him from peril. Perhaps in Wen Huai's eyes, she resembled someone like Lu Huaichen, a person he would find intolerable. Reflecting on this, Tang Muyan lost all desire to enter. Perhaps she had erred. I should not have given Wen Huai hope, only to leave him in the lurch for so long. Perhaps this was for the best. She lowered her head and turned to leave. At that very moment, a slight sound emerged from behind her. Instinctively, she turned around and beheld a figure adorned with a bull's head. She had a premonition that this individual was Wen Huai. The light in her eyes, which had dimmed, reignited. Could it be him? Lu Huaichen had just heard many of her innermost thoughts. It turned out that in her heart, he had always been the person she despised. He remained silent, merely observing through the nostrils of the bull's head his only passage to the outside world. Her expression softened. Her peach blossom eyes no longer bore the aloofness and indifference, but sparkled as if they held countless stars, all converging at this moment. Even the smile gracing her lips was different from before, absent of mockery, resignation, or insincerity. It was a smile imbued with genuine warmth. A sense of warmth blossomed within Lu Huaichen. This trip had not been in vain. Tang Muyan blinked, pondering why he did not call her sister. Was he not Wen Huai? No, he must be Wen Huai. Few individuals in this line of work possess such a physique. She scrutinized the figure before her, taking in every detail. Of course, it could not possibly be Lu Huaichen. Tang Muyan had already dismissed the possibility that the Minotaur was Lu Huaichen long before. For a long while, neither of them spoke. The silence so profound that even the slightest sound, like a needle dropping to the floor, would be distinctly audible. Did he not wish to see me? Tang Muyan pursed her lips, feeling a sense of unease for the first time in her life, anxious and fearful of his disdain. Could it be that in Wen Huai's mind, I am merely a foolish wealthy person like Lu Huaichen? The flicker of warmth that once resided in Lu Huaichen's heart was instantly extinguished by Tang Muyan's thoughts. This damned woman dares to call him a fool? Never mind. I suppose I shall take my leave. Tang Muyan sighed softly, turning to depart. Sister, do not go. Lu Huaichen grasped Tang Muyan's arm, his clear voice tinged with a huskiness, filled with fragility. Reminiscent of a lost puppy who has finally found someone kind but fears being abandoned, evoking sympathy. He was gentle in his touch, afraid to exert too much pressure lest he cause her pain. Lu Huaichen's gaze fell upon a certain area of her arm, slightly reddened. Unable to resist, he let his fingertips brush against her warm skin, lightly kneading it, and asked, Sister, does it hurt? Tang Muyan was taken aback by his meticulousness. Having noticed the mark left by Huaining, the pain had long subsided. It was merely her delicate skin that appeared alarming. It no longer hurt. Yet, she replied, Wen Huai, it hurts. Lu Huaichen was surprised. How could this woman speak so inconsistently? His touch had already been gentle, but upon her utterance of pain, he became even more cautious. Sister, allow me to alleviate it. His fingers were warm and comforting. Tang Muyan bit her lip, striving to suppress her desire to embrace Wen Huai. Wen Huai, I long to hold you. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, but in the next moment, she shook her head, casting aside those thoughts. No, I cannot allow you to perceive me as a loose person. Tang Muyan felt that her overly casual demeanor during their first meeting had led Wen in who had to harbor such notions. She resolved to treat him with greater earnestness. Deep within her heart, she vowed. Lu Huaichen observed her serious expression, finding it rather endearing. If she wished to embrace him, why the turmoil? Lu Huaichen tightened his grip on Tang Muyan's arm, drawing her closer to himself. Sister, do you not want me? His head leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her neck, tickling her, causing her to instinctively recoil. Tang Muyan's heart raced, completely ensnared in Wen Huai's embrace, unable to extricate herself. His embrace felt indescribably comforting. In a moment of folly, she uttered a statement that surprised even herself. Wen Huai, I only want you. Lu Huaichen froze, a flicker of warmth igniting within him, rapidly expanding to engulf his entire being. It was an indescribable sensation, an intense heat that quickened his heartbeat. He wished to hold her tighter, ever tighter. Tang Muyan sensed a surge in Wen Huai's body heat. His embrace seemed to tighten as well. Wen Huai, be gentle. Lu Huaichen immediately withdrew, anxiously inquiring, Sister, did I hurt you? No. Tang Muyan's voice was soft, seemingly unsatisfied, as she leaned closer once more, pressing against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Yet, deep down, she wondered how Wen Huai's strength could rival that of Lu Huaichen, that dog. Sister, let's go inside. Someone will come out soon, and it would not be appropriate. Lu Huaichen suggested to Tang Muyan. Oh, the young man is easily embarrassed. Tang Muyan smiled, alright. He blushed easily, his face turning crimson with the slightest teasing remark. Although Tang Muyan could not see his expression, she could sense it. This time, Tang Muyan managed to avoid tripping over the corner of the table and did not stumble into Wen Huai's arms. As she entered, she glanced around curiously. Surely there would be no other women here? They truly were not entertaining guests? Lu Huaichen, I am not entertaining guests. Tang Muyan asked. Am I that obvious? Chapter 46. Wen Hui shall vedate. Observing the look of confusion on her face, Lu Huaichen chuckled softly, kindly reminding her, Sister, it's all written on your face. Tang Muyan pouted, her tongue lightly pressing against her cheek. Huffing softly, are you mocking me? Lu Huaichen smile deepened. Not at all. You clearly are. Tang Muyan attempted to dismiss it. I was merely frightened. Frightened of what? Of course, I was afraid you were entertaining other guests. Tang Muyan sought to conjure a different excuse. Frightened. What exactly was she frightened of? After a long pause, she could not utter a word. Lu Huaichen interjected, afraid that I was here entertaining other female guests. How could he know? Was it that obvious? Tang Muyan stubbornly refused to admit it, vehemently asserting, how could that be? You are overthinking it. Little did she know, her gaze was evasive, and her words full of inconsistencies. Even without the ability to read minds, Lu Huaichen could discern her lies. In front of Wen Huai, she never pretended or wished to disguise herself. Yet in the presence of Lu Huaichen, she had always concealed herself well, wearing a hypocritical mask for 3 years. Was he truly feeling a twinge of jealousy? Lu Huaichen chuckled and continued to ask, Then what are you afraid of? Afraid of ghosts. Tang Muyan blurted out, repeating for emphasis, Yes, I am afraid of ghosts. I will protect you. Unbeknownst to her, this only made her seem more suspicious. Tang Muyan realized how absurd her excuse was. When had she become so foolish as to utter such nonsense? Oh, Lu Huaichen's tone playfully rose, teasingly brushing against Tang Muyan's cheek, causing it to heat up. Is that so? Indeed. Tang Muyan's stubbornness was unmatched. Wen Huai, you are truly insufferable. Tang Muyan felt the concealed laughter in his words, stirring a sense of imbalance in her heart. How could he know what she was thinking? Lu Huaichen pressed his lips together. Because I possess the ability to read minds. Tang Muyan mused. Is it because he wears a mask and I do not? No, I too must wear a mask. She opened her palm towards Wen Huai, signaling with an inquisitive hum. But you can guess, can't you? Lu Huaichen looked at her, feigning curiosity. Sister, what are you up to? An eye mask. Tang Muyan remained silent, holding her palm out, awaiting his next move. Lu Huaichen did not comply with her request, but instead placed his hand over hers. She felt the warmth of his palm, her heart momentarily halting as she stared blankly. What are you doing? Tang Muyan did not comprehend Lu Huaichen's intentions. Her heartbeat quickened. How could this rascal be so adept? Tang Muyan wished to retort, but was silenced by Lu Huaichen's fingertip on her lips as he softly said, "Shush, sister, do not speak." "I understand." "Understand what?" "Sister only wants W. and who I." The warmth that had dissipated surged back to her cheeks, and she felt as if she were beginning to grasp the essence of love. She gazed at the Minotaur with sincerity, her eyes filled with a certain emotion that reached deep into Lu Huaichen's heart. In that moment, he saw many facets of her that were different from what he had known. She had entirely transcended his previous perceptions of her. During their 3 years of marriage, he had perceived her as dull, merely a decorative figure of no utility to him, her timid demeanor having earned his disdain. Thus, when Lu Huaichen did not hear Tang Muyan's innermost thoughts, he had always believed that she was unworthy of him. During the divorce, he heard her innermost thoughts and perceived her as insincere and cunning, believing that she had ulterior motives throughout their 3 years of marriage. Although he shares this sentiment now, ever since he adopted the false identity of Wen, he encountered a completely different Tang Muyan. Her gaze was sincere, her eyes clear, her heart kind, sometimes adorable, sometimes confused. Most importantly, she was genuine. Lu Huaichen found himself uncertain about when his once hardened heart began to waver. The moment she uttered, "I only want you," his heart was thrown into disarray, like a city under siege. She had intruded upon his life unexpectedly and abruptly with her declaration, "Wen, shall we date?" Was she confessing her feelings to him? The revelation that she wished to pursue a romantic relationship left him astonished and anxious, as a string within him was plucked, causing his pupils to tremble. With a hoarse voice, he cautiously inquired, "Sister, what did you say?" Tang Muyan repeated, "Wen, shall we date?" This time it was tentative. She hesitated, feeling a hint of regret. How could someone as wonderful as Wen possibly be interested in a divorced woman like her? All right. The gentle affirmation from a youthful Wen made Tang Muyan lift her head, her heart soaring yet fraught with fear. Was he agreeing because of her desperate plea? Had she coerced him again? 3 years prior, in the study of the L residence, Chang pointed at Lu Huaichen and exclaimed, "Lu Huaichen, listen well, you must agree to this marriage, whether you like it or not." Seeing her disappointing son ignited her fury. Lu Huaichen knelt before her, his gaze lowered, his tall figure upright, radiating a sense of defiance as he proclaimed, "I will not marry her." Chang's anger intensified. She brandished a feather duster and struck him forcefully. Despite the sharpness of its tip and the urgency behind her blows, he remained silent, enduring the punishment. Though pained, Chang gritted her teeth and continued, pointing the duster at Lu Huaichen's nose, demanding, "I will ask you one more time, will you marry her or not?" Lu Huaichen resolutely maintained his stance, "I will not marry." "Very well, you refuse to marry," Chang retorted. Realizing that neither threats nor pleas would sway him, she began to search the room, ultimately retrieving a pair of scissors from a drawer. Trembling, she held them close to her heart, tears streaming down her face. "Enzich, I seek your forgiveness. It is all my wretched son's fault." At that moment, she shot a fierce glare at Lu Huaichen. "He has wronged Yn, betrayed her. I failed to protect your child. I have ruined her, and I seek your forgiveness." Without hesitation, she aimed the sharp scissors at her chest, ready to plunge them in. Fortunately, Lu Huaichen acted swiftly, snatching the scissors away before she could harm herself. He had expected her to direct the blade towards him, but was taken aback when she turned it upon herself. Still reeling from the shock, he could not comprehend why his mother would go to such lengths for someone who had only recently joined the L family. In his haste, the scissors inadvertently grazed Chang's neck. "Mother, let me take you to the doctor." Seeing the blood, Lu Huaichen's voice tightened with anxiety. Yet, Chang stubbornly struggled to reclaim the scissors from him, ignoring his pleas. "Ultimately, I will marry her. Please stop this." Finally, he acquiesced. Chang, realizing the gravity of the situation, wiped away her tears and asked, "Really?" "Indeed," he replied, exasperated. Upon exiting the study, Lu Huaichen noticed Chang's injury and immediately rushed her to the hospital. Afterwards, his father struck him across the face, and he remained silent. Tang Muyan, witnessing the commotion, attempted to follow, but was intercepted by Lu Huaichen. "We need to talk." His tone was cold, his eyes gleaming with a frigid light. Tang Muyan bit her lip, glancing towards Chen with concern. Yet Lu Huaichen perceived her as insincere. If not for her, his mother would not have been harmed. Now, she feigned concern. Without further ado, he seized her arm, pulling her upstairs with roughness. He flung her into the guest room, the very room where Tang Muyan had resided. Not long ago, he had compelled her against her will. At that moment, she had the opportunity to cry out or struggle, yet she did not. That night, her tears flowed for a long while, her soft sobs only inciting him further. The following day, they found themselves lying in the same bed, completely unclothed. Just then, Chen arrived to wake Tang Muyan for breakfast and stumbled upon the embarrassing scene. It was an awkward moment, and she quietly retreated. When Lu Huaichen awoke, he was filled with mixed emotions. He realized that drinking had indeed led to complications. Since that incident, he abstained from alcohol, and even when he did indulge, it was merely a token gesture. Tang Muyan, awakened by the commotion, was taken aback. Upon seeing Lu Huaichen, her eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Huaichen could not bear to witness a woman weep, his brow furrowing in discomfort. The words "I will take responsibility" lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Lacking any emotional foundation with Tang Muyan, he could not fathom marrying her based solely on a night of ambiguity, a notion too absurd for him to accept. Yet, he found it difficult to voice his reluctance. The girl, sensing his hesitation, whispered, "Huaichen, it's all right. Let us pretend that nothing ever happened." With red-rimmed eyes, she bit her lip and lowered her head, pulling the blanket to cover her body. In a small voice, she pleaded, "Huaichen, could you please leave for now?" Lu Huaichen hastily averted his gaze, hastily donning his clothes, and as he departed, he left her with the words, "I will compensate you." Today, they found themselves reunited in that very place. "Tang Muyan, I underestimated you," he remarked, his mocking gaze fixed on the girl before him, who seemed so restrained. "Did you not claim to treat that day as if it never occurred? What has changed?" The girl lowered her eyes, unable to meet his gaze, stumbling over her words. "I only." Lu Huaichen suddenly leaned in, lifting her chin to force her to meet his piercing gaze. "What are you?" Tang Muyan trembled in fear, her body shaking uncontrollably, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. Lu Huaichen showed no signs of relenting, pressing on. "What are you? You are simply despicable, are you not?" Tang Muyan, was this all part of your calculation? You truly went to great lengths to marry into the L family. His words dripped with disdain and contempt. Tang Muyan's eyes dulled. Her lips pressed tightly as she mustered the strength to push Lu Huaichen away. In the next moment, she sank to her knees, uttering an apology. At that point, she had completely lost her dignity, reduced to a state of utter humility. Looking up at Lu Huaichen, her once dim eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "I beg you, marry me, please." In that instant, he became her sole hope. Yet he remained oblivious. When he gazed at her, his eyes reflected disgust, disdain, and mockery. He simply replied, "Very well." Lu Huaichen's voice was heavy, laced with a palpable bitterness, yet that was sufficient for Tang Muyan. He uttered something else, but she could no longer recall the details. "Never mind. Let my previous words be forgotten." Tang Muyan felt fear. She feared that Wen Huai was also acting out of necessity. If that were the case, it would be better not to have him at all. However, Wen Huai became agitated, questioning why she would let it go. He grasped Tang Muyan's hand tightly and repeated his inquiry. Tang Muyan fell silent, confessing her fear of being despised by him. Her heartfelt admission pierced Lu Huaichen. He had caused her too much pain that year. If he were to make amends now, would there still be a chance? Did his sister truly despise her? His voice carried a plea, and the grip on her hand gradually relaxed. Chapter 48. Holding her delicate waist, the surroundings were eerily quiet. In the dim environment, she could vaguely see his hand loosening its hold. The desolate timbre of his voice resonated in her ears. "Wen Huai, do you truly not despise me?" The distant hands once again clasped Tang Muyan's, enveloping her delicate palm within his, pressing it firmly against his heart. "I wish to see you. Wen Huai, I will not despise you. Sister, let us enter into a romance." His voice was pure and clear, akin to fireworks bursting in Tang Muyan's mind, resplendent and grand. She felt dazed, his earlier words echoing repeatedly in her ears. In the next moment, darkness enveloped her vision entirely. A wave of panic washed over her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a gentle sensation brushed against her lips. When Huai kissed me, Tang Muyan was incredulous. In the obscured darkness, her small hands clung desperately to the warmth of the man's chest. Lu Huaichen removed his mask, encircled Tang Muyan's slender waist, covering her eyes with one hand while his soft lips grazed against her tender mouth. He kissed her with utmost caution, refraining from delving deeper, merely savoring the softness of her lips, treating her as a precious treasure, his demeanor reverent and his kiss restrained. Gradually, Tang Muyan succumbed to this gentle snare. Even the last flicker of clarity in her mind was devoured. After quite some time, Lu Huaichen released her. He lowered his eyelids, observing the breathless figure in his embrace, his fingertips carelessly twirling her loose strands of hair before bringing them to his nose for a moment's enjoyment. The taste was exquisite, as sweet as candy. He feared that if this continued, he would be unable to restrain himself. Tang Muyan's body had completely softened. She nestled into Lu Huaichen's embrace, seeking a relatively comfortable position, yet the darkness before her had not dissipated. When Huai had just retied the black ribbon around her eyes, after a lengthy moment of catching her breath, she finally spoke. When Huai, her voice was faint, lacking strength, and her slightly hoarse tone betrayed her exhaustion. Lu Huaichen continued to gaze at her, his eyes deep and tumultuous. This woman remained so delicate. After merely a kiss, she was already fatigued. Lu Huaichen responded. No matter how tired she was, it could not hinder her infatuation with male beauty. Her fingertips brushed against his jaw, a tantalizing sensation. Tang Muyan tilted her head, smiling sweetly. When why? How is it that your kissing skills are so remarkable? The statement seemed less of a compliment and more tinged with jealousy. Lu Huaichen captured Tang Muyan's hand, toying with it in his palm, deliberately inquiring, Sister, are you jealous? Tang Muyan turned her head away, her words contradicting her heart. How could that be? Perhaps just a little bit. Lu Huaichen chuckled, leaning closer, his warm breath brushing against Tang Muyan's face. Is that so? Does my sister like it? Lu Huaichen intentionally teased. Tang Muyan's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. I like it. Her voice was barely a whisper, brushing against Lu Huaichen's ear. Sister, would you like another kiss? Lu Huaichen playfully provoked her. Tang Muyan's heart immediately acquiesced, thinking, the feeling was light and soft. I truly enjoyed it. Yet her expression bore an air of righteousness, unwilling to admit it. Little deceiver, you play your part quite well. Lu Huaichen playfully tapped her nose, causing her to instinctively retreat. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Sister, your words contradict your heart, but you shall gain nothing. Tang Muyan swiftly retorted. Who is contradicting? I shall taste it and know. He lowered his voice, laced with a hint of desire. Another kiss? The heated breath drew nearer, causing Tang Muyan's fingers to tighten their grip. She offered her red lips, yet instead of the soft caress she anticipated, she was met with the jarring sound of a phone ringing. What a disappointment. She intended to ignore the incessant ringing, yet persisted as if determined to disrupt her. Reluctantly, Tang Muyan released Lu Huaichen, emerging from his embrace. The warmth she had felt vanished, and Lu Huaichen reluctantly let her go. There would be many days to come. There was no need to rush. Lu Huaichen donned his mask once more, assisted Tang Muyan in loosening the black ribbon, and thoughtfully handed her the bag containing her phone. Tang Muyan noted when Huai's attentiveness, a rarity that had not been bestowed upon her for quite some time. She accepted the bag and immediately searched for her phone, intent on silencing the dreadful ringtone that had become insufferable. Upon opening her phone, she saw that the caller was Huan Ning. She furrowed her brow. Why was Huan Ning calling at this moment? Hadn't she just left? Was something amiss? Tang Muyan dared not hesitate and quickly answered the call. Hello, Ning Ning. On the other end, Huan Ning's voice rose in a panicked wail. Tang Muyan, I was in a car accident. My leg hurts so much. Tang Muyan sprang to her feet from the sofa, her tone urgent. Do not cry. Tell me which hospital. I will come right away. Huan Ning sobbed, stammering out the name of a hospital. After hearing it, Tang Muyan hastily gathered her things. Prepare to leave, not sparing a glance at Lu Huaichen. Lu Huaichen sat silently, observing Tang Muyan with a calm demeanor. Are you leaving? She threw herself into Lu Huaichen's embrace, declaring, when Ning is injured, I must go take care of her. But I swear, I did not intend to abandon you. She held up 4 fingers in a somewhat comical, yet endearing manner. Lu Huaichen shook his head, smiling lightly. It's all right, sister. You go ahead. A car accident is no trivial matter. Tang Muyan believed Wen Huai would understand the gravity of the situation. She pulled an access card from her bag and pressed it into Lu Huaichen's hand. Wen Huai, this is the access card for our community. With that, she hurriedly departed. Lu Huaichen watched her hurried retreat, glancing at the access card now in his hand, and chuckled softly. Suddenly, he clenched the card firmly in his fingers. Chapter 49, Brother-in-Law. Oh, finished with your sweet nothings? Shun Yi teased. Tang Muyan had just ascended the stairs, and shortly after, Lu Huaichen followed suit. Just to be cautious, he still wore the bull-headed mask. He surveyed the area and, seeing no familiar faces, decided to remove the mask. He cast a cold glance at Shun Yi. Remove the surveillance cameras in that room. It was not a request, but an order. In the heat of the moment, he had forgotten about the surveillance in Shun Yi's room, realizing it might have been noticed. He discarded the mask he held and inquired, Where is Qi Wang? Shun Yi's eyes brightened. How did Lu Huaichen know he wanted to discuss Qi Wang? Moreover, how did he know Qi Wang had been there? How do you know? Shun Yi was puzzled. He did not recall informing Lu Huaichen. Lu Huaichen, growing impatient, snapped, What does it matter to you? Just tell me where Qi Wang is. He left. Left? Lu Huaichen was puzzled. How could Qi Wang leave without seeing Tang Muyan? Could it be? A chill crept into Lu Huaichen's gaze. Indeed, Shun Yi confirmed. He left with Tang Muyan. Lu Huaichen's fingers tightened, his voice emerging through clenched teeth. Qi Wang, you wait. Outside Jing, Ren Hospital, expressed her gratitude to Qi Wang and hurried inside. During her time in the underworld, Qi Wang had been patiently waiting for her, convinced that she could not remain upstairs indefinitely. Indeed, his perseverance paid off as he finally encountered her. However, rushed down the stairs with a look of panic, and once again, Qi Wang found himself without the opportunity to speak. Yet, it seemed that fate took pity on him. As car unexpectedly stalled, recognizing his chance, Qi Wang approached her with concern, inquiring about her predicament. Looked up, visibly disheartened, and replied, The car is stalled. Qi Wang felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a serious demeanor and suggested, How about I give you a ride? After a moment of hesitation, nodded in agreement. Thus, she entered Qi Wang's vehicle, even offering to treat him to a meal next time. The lingering fragrance of her presence filled the car, and Qi Wang inhaled deeply, thinking to himself that he could not let her slip away so easily. Yin Yin, you are mine, he mused. Upon arriving at the hospital, inquired about its room and rushed in. As she entered, she found lying on the hospital bed, looking quite miserable with a thick cast on one leg, indicating a serious injury. Quickly examined her and, upon confirming there were no other injuries, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She patted her chest, grateful that all was well. However, pouted and retorted, What do you mean, all is well? Are you saying you don't care about me? Playfully tapped her forehead and replied, Don't play the victim. I abandoned my boyfriend to come see you. Quickly latched onto this key information, exclaiming, Your boyfriend? Have you reconciled with Lu Huaichen? Shot her a glare, exasperatedly responding, Have you hit your head in the accident? What are you talking about? Was puzzled and inquired further. Then who is he? With a hint of excitement, mentioned, His name is Wen Huai, and I'll introduce you next time. The mere mention of Wen Huai brought a smile to his face. Wait, Wen Huai, is that the same Huai as Lu Huaichen? She asked. Feeling exasperated, clarified, No, it's the Hawaiian embrace. Don't associate him with that person. Nodded in understanding, but then noticed her leg encased in plaster and inquired, How did this happen? Glared at her, It's because of you. I wasn't paying attention and got hit by a bicycle. She looked at her casted leg and sighed, I really am pitiful. Remarked, I was wondering why it was only your leg that got injured. But that handsome guy who hit me wasn't too bad looking. Lying in bed, began to daydream. Sitting beside her, propped her chin on her hand and gazed at the ceiling, wondering, What is Wen Huai doing now? Coincidentally, it seemed as if they shared a telepathic connection. Just as she thought of him, a friend request from him appeared on her WeChat. She smiled brightly as she opened her phone, and, noticing, awkwardly shifted closer to see what could elicit such joy from. In the friend request, there was a red notification. Accepted Wen Huai's request. noting that his username was simply the initials of his name. She pondered what to label him, boyfriend or perhaps little brother. Deep in thought, she failed to notice, straining to catch a glimpse of her phone. With considerable effort, managed to see a corner of screen. She squinted to read it, and suddenly the words sister caught her eye. Immediately, she teased, "Oh, so you've been secretly seeing a younger man behind my back." Realizing it crept up on her, quickly turned her phone face down, insisting, "You saw it wrong." She had no desire for to laugh at her, especially since had previously teased her about dating younger men. Yet, she had unexpectedly found herself entrapped in the same scenario. "What are you hiding?" Joked. "What business is it of yours?" Evasively picked up her phone, deliberately avoiding gaze. Scoffed. "Who cares to see your stuff?" After pondering for a while, finally settled on simply saving Lu Huai's name as is, feeling content with her choice. Before she could set her phone down, it rang again. Leaned in closer, playfully insisting, "Don't be stingy. Let me see what your little brother has sent you." She emphasized the term little brother. "He's not that," lied with wide eyes. "I don't believe you," countered. "Believe what you want." Open Lu Huai's chat box. "Sister, is everything all right on your end? How's your friend doing?" A smile crept onto his lips. Her little brother was indeed considerate, far superior to the dog that was Lu Huaichen. Chapter 50. She absolutely will not remarry. Lu Huaichen cast his eyes down and switched off his phone. The dim light illuminated his profile, casting shadows across his features. His slender fingers retrieved a cigarette from the pack, placing it between his lips before igniting it with a lighter. As he exhaled, the smoke curled around him, accentuating the inscrutable expression on his face. How did he get so deeply involved in this game? Glanced at him, handing over a drink. "Try this. She loves it." Lu Huaichen lowered his gaze and accepted it, asking, "Isn't she afraid to come?" He set the drink down with a bitter smile. "How come I didn't notice last time?" "Your mindset has changed. Who were you thinking of while tasting this drink?" Inquired. Lu Huaichen fell silent as charming visage flashed through his mind, followed by the memory of her kneeling before him, pleading in a humble manner. After a long pause, he impatiently replied, "What business is it of yours?" Undeterred, teased, "Lu Huaichen, you have your fair share of troubles now." Recalled how he had once drunkenly called out the name of a former love during a breakup, and Lu Huaichen had mocked him for it. The memory darkened Lu Huaichen's expression. Suddenly had a realization. "I remember now. You call me a lovesick fool. May I ask?" "Mr. Lu, what are you now?" "Get lost," Lu Huaichen retorted. Laughed heartily. "Is this really a sustainable approach? Are you planning to spend your life with while wearing a bull's head?" Taking a deep drag from the cigarette, Lu Huaichen acknowledged that it indeed was not a solution. However, if she desired it, he would be willing to accompany her. Continued, "Why not just acknowledge it? Has always liked you. Wouldn't it be better to remarry directly? Sooner or later, your divorce will be discovered, and if the old lady forces you to marry Qing Shu Shu, wouldn't that be even more troublesome?" Believed that Lu Huaichen's divorce was unnecessary. Marrying Qing Shu Shu would be a significant loss. "She will never remarry me." Lu Huaichen's expression darkened further. "Why? Disappointed in you?" Lu Huaichen crushed the half-finished cigarette in the ashtray, his gaze gloomy. "No, she never liked me." He could hear true feelings, if she had ever held affection for him. Her thoughts would not be so. Clearly did not believe it. How is that possible? If Tang Muyan did not harbor any affection for you, how could she possibly prepare 3 meals a day for you without fail? Lu Huaichen replied calmly, "She cannot cook. She merely orders takeout." Shun Yi was taken aback by this assertion and persisted in his argument. Surely her drunken escapade after the divorce must have been genuine. "You are overthinking it. She simply craved alcohol." Lu Huaichen responded with a sigh. Shun Yi, agitated, slammed the table. "That's impossible." She clearly cried. "Surely, that cannot be a fade." Lu Huaichen exhaled deeply. She was merely pretending to be heartbroken to deceive me into giving her money. To alleviate Shun Yi's disbelief, Lu Huaichen added, "She was pinching her thigh to cry. It has nothing to do with me." Shun Yi was left dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that Tang Muyan had been feigning her emotional depth over these past 3 years. No wonder she always displayed disdain whenever Lu Huaichen was mentioned. Isn't it too much of an act? Shun Yi still found it difficult to accept this revelation. Lu Huaichen chuckled. Who can argue with that? Had I not overheard her true feelings, I might have remained oblivious for a lifetime. Shan Yi question it. Is she truly so relentless for money? Lu Huaichen toyed with his wine glass. She has her own reasons. What reasons? Lu Huaichen shook his head, admitting he did not know. Tang Muyan had taken care of Wen Ning for half a month, maintaining contact with Wen Huai solely through WeChat. Their actual interactions were limited, and Wen Huai was not one to express himself easily. Aside from calling her sister, there was no other hint of intimacy. On this day, Tang Muyan visited Huanning as usual, only to witness an unexpected scene outside Huanning's hospital room. A handsome man had entered, and upon seeing their lively conversation, Tang Muyan prudently refrained from intruding. Only after half an hour did the man finally exit. When she caught a glimpse of his face, she noted he was indeed quite attractive, yet she found herself puzzled as to when Huanning's taste had shifted to such a false gentleman. Why a false gentleman? Because his demeanor and every word and action exuded an air of gentlemanliness, yet his captivating features suggested a roguish charm, reminiscent of a flower butterfly. Clearly one who flirts with many. Tang Muyan was not one to engage in idle chatter with strangers. Upon entering, she teased Huanning. When did our esteemed Miss Hua develop a taste for this kind? Huanning rolled her eyes while peeling a tangerine, replying, "What nonsense! Shun, he was just boasting. My biological father has merely found a new marriage prospect." It was no wonder when Ning had looked so displeased upon entering. Tang Muyan reassured her, "But he is at least decent-looking, is he not? Surely better than Shun Yi." Huanning sat up straight. "Do you know who he is? How can you say that? Who is he?" Although Tang Muyan was married to Lu Huaichen, she had never attended any gatherings of the elite and thus did not recognize any wealthy scions, save for a few around Lu Huaichen. Indeed, they were not the finest company. After all, like attracts like. No wonder he possessed such a captivating charm. He was a member of the Qi family. "Huanning, would you like to hear something even more astonishing?" Tang Muyan plucked a piece of tangerine from Huanning's hand and, with muffled words, urged her to continue. Huanning, frustrated, watched as Tang Muyan munched on the tangerine she had intended to eat. "Tang Muyan, you owe me another." Huanning protested. Tang Muyan retorted playfully, "Selfish thing, I'll peel one for you." As she deftly peeled the tangerine, she remarked, "You two seem quite faded. That man is not unappealing. Why not consider him?" With a few swift motions, Tang Muyan presented the peeled tangerine to Huanning. Huanning, holding the fruit, replied, "Don't be absurd. He is not my type. Asking me to marry him is akin to asking you to remarry Lu Huaichen." Huanning preferred the youthful and often penniless boys, typically college students around her age, while someone like Qi Si-hung was completely outside her consideration. She then asked Tang Muyan, "Would you remarry Lu Huaichen?" Without hesitation, Tang Muyan declared, "Absolutely impossible. Then I shall never concede to my biological father." Huanning tossed a piece of tangerine into her mouth and inquired, "And how is your little boyfriend?" Tang Muyan, reflecting on her recent lukewarm exchanges with Wen Huai, felt a pang of discomfort. She glanced at Huanning's leg, responding nonchalantly, "When will you be discharged?" "I'm asking about you and your boyfriend. What does my discharge have to do with that?" Huanning queried, confused. Tang Muyan quietly complained, "If you don't leave the hospital, how can I go out with my boyfriend?" Huanning, with sharp hearing, scoffed, "You're just waiting for me, aren't you?" Looking at her nearly healed leg, she declared, "Today, I'm being discharged today." Tang Muyan's eyes brightened instantly, but fearing Huanning might change her mind, she grabbed her bag and said, "I'll go handle the discharge paperwork." "Wait, don't you owe me a drink?" Huanning called out. It wouldn't be appropriate to drink right after being discharged, as she preferred to enjoy a world for two. Huanning knew she would have to include her. Huanning shot her a look of disdain. "You fickle thing." She urged Tang Muyan, "Quickly go finish the paperwork." Later that evening at the bar, Tang Muyan was puzzled by Huanning's presence. "Aren't you afraid?" Huanning, leaning on a crutch, limped to the bar with Tang Muyan's assistance. She surveyed the room, asking, "Which bull-headed fellow is your boyfriend?" Tang Muyan scanned the area, but saw no familiar figure. She shook her head. "No one here." "Is Wen Huai not here?" "Yin, look over there. There's a handsome guy." Huanning tugged at Tang Muyan, deliberately pointing out the attractive man. Initially disinterested, Tang Muyan lifted her head, only for her gloom to vanish upon recognizing him. Wen Huai. In the center of the stage, Wen Huai donned a flowing white hanfu, a white silk ribbon adorning his forehead, partially hidden by his hair. His fingers danced skillfully over the guzheng, and his profile was soft yet striking. With a high nose and delicate lips, resembling a noble gentleman from ancient times, ethereal and breathtaking, Tang Muyan was entranced. Was this truly Wen Huai? So beautiful, even more so than herself. She felt a twinge of inferiority as she couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity, as if she could see someone she knew within him. Though she couldn't quite place who. Huining, leaning on her crutch, gazed dreamily at Wen Huai. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, obstructing her view. The person with alluring phoenix eyes looked at her mischievously. Miss Hua, so keen on handsome men, even in such a state? Huining's frustration boiled over as she recognized Qi Si Hung. Get out of the way, she snapped. Qi Si Hung not only refused to move, but also unceremoniously scooped her up and carried her away. At that moment, the music reached its climax, the notes becoming frantic. Huining's cries for help were drowned out by the melody, while Tang Muyan remained mesmerized, oblivious to Huining's abduction. As the performance concluded, Wen Huai placed his long, elegant fingers on the guzheng, and the curtains slowly descended, blocking the audience's view. Is it over? Tang Muyan, ignoring Huining's plight, approached the bar where Shun Yi had been, asking the bull-headed server, "Which of you is Shun Yi?" Assuming they hadn't heard her, she repeated her inquiry. One of the bull-headed men stepped forward. "Miss, our boss Shun is entertaining distinguished guests." It seemed they were unaware of Shun Yi's whereabouts. Tang Muyan pointed to the area where the curtain had fallen, asking, "Where did that person go?" The bull-headed man glanced at the horse-faced server, who nodded in understanding and approached Tang Muyan, explaining, "Miss, Huaige does not take guests." Found herself a loss for words, wondering where that dog, Shun Yi, had wandered off to. Yet, from the mouth of the man in the horse mask, she learned that the individual on stage was none other than Wen Huai. Wen Huai. Indeed, his appearance had notably improved. As she prepared to send him a message on her phone, someone patted her shoulder from behind. Having learned from a previous experience, opted for a more conservative outfit for her visit to the bar, donning a short cardigan over her tank top. Upon turning around, she was greeted by Shun Yi. "Muyan, it's been a while," he said. She wasted no time, immediately inquiring, "Where's Wen Huai?" "Impatient, are we?" Shun Yi teased, tossing her a room key. "Upstairs." Without hesitation, she raced up the stairs, her speed remarkable. Shun Yi shook his head in resignation, bemused by her apparent lack of concern for her friend, who had been taken away. By the time he finished his thought, had already dashed upstairs. "Wen Huai, I'm here." Meanwhile, Lu Huaichen gazed at his reflection, seeing a face that was entirely different from his own, his fingertips brushing against his features. It was undeniable that Yutezu had indeed found someone with skill. Over the past fortnight, Lu Huaichen had been preoccupied with a new project, often finishing work by 9 or 10 at night, leaving little time for communication with. Yutezu had spent half a month securing a top-tier makeup artist, or rather, a disguise artist. The visage in the mirror was no longer his. He pondered how he would react upon seeing it. What nonsense idea had Shun Yi conjured to make him wear this outfit? He felt utterly ridiculous in the Hanfu. Resembling a fool, with trepidation, inserted the key card into the door. As it swung open, her heart raced, inexplicably filled with the nervousness akin to meeting an internet friend in person. How exhilarating, she whispered. Cautiously, she pushed the door open, revealing Lu Huaichen standing at the entrance. Clad in white, his demeanor was upright, his brows and eyes gentle, lifting his gaze to reveal a hint of joy and shyness. This expression had been practiced in front of the mirror for half a month, just to impress. "Sister," he greeted, his voice as pure and refreshing as ever. Instinctively swallowed hard, thinking, goodness, he looks stunning. Lu Huaichen's original features bore a sharpness and aloofness, though exquisite, lacked warmth, projecting an aura of distance. In contrast, Wen Huai's countenance was gentle and smooth, both cool yet comforting. The artist's skill was so masterful that it could easily deceive the untrained eye. Coupled with Lu Huaichen's inherent charm, the subtle enhancements rendered him a strikingly different visage, one that bore no resemblance to his original self. Was utterly captivated by Wen Huai's beauty. "Wen Huai, your face is truly remarkable," she remarked, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lu Huaichen's visage. He replied, curious. "Is your allergy cleared up?" Lu Huaichen smiled. "Yes, it has." Clearly, the old man's artistry had been a resounding success. She had not noticed a thing. "Can you play the guzheng?" The memory of Wen Huai's ethereal performance on the guzheng stirred her heart. "No, I can't. I've been too engrossed in watching Wen Huai to pay close attention to the guzheng piece." "Shun Yi certainly praises you," she commented nonchalantly. "He flirts with every woman, even when he asks with me." She pouted, feigning displeasure. "This way, I can repay you for the money I owe you sooner." Lu Huaichen lowered his gaze, his clear voice tinged with a hint of grievance. If you don't like it, I won't do it anymore. Why the theatrics? Do you think this will make me feel sorry for you? S eyes met the remorse in his, and she felt her heart soften. All right, I do feel a bit sorry for you. It wasn't that she disliked it. She simply worried that Shun-Yi might exploit him. Took his hand, her enchanting eyes blinking playfully as she earnestly said, "You must understand, Shun-Yi is just like my ex-husband. Both are nefarious characters." Lu Huaichen remained silent, oblivious to his somber expression. Continued, "If you work for him, you won't even be able to cover your medical expenses. Tell me, how much did he pay you for this performance?" Lu Huaichen casually gestured with his hand. 1,000. Was taken aback, then indignant. "Look at that. I told you he is stingy, only giving you 1,000. Lu Huaichen intended to clarify that he had received nothing at all. The performance was merely a ploy to entice her, allowing Shun-Yi to benefit in the process. It seemed the scheme was quite effective. S lips continued to prattle on. What kind of person gives just 1,000, treating it like a beggar's fare? Afterward, she cast a guilty glance at Wen Huai. "I didn't mean it like that." "That's all right," Wen Huai replied with a faint smile. "You're much harsher when you scold me," she added, with the warmth of a man absent from her hand. Felt a pang of disappointment. "You don't want me to touch you?" In the next moment, his palm rested against her waist, gently pulling her closer, seemingly chiding her for her distraction. "Sister, what are you thinking about?" Buried her face, stifling a laugh. "You're so flirtatious." Clearing her throat twice to suppress her excitement. She replied, "Nothing." Suddenly, Lu Huaichen lowered his head, his warmth brushing against her ear as he whispered, "I thought you wanted me to carry you if you didn't leave." Froze, her cheeks flushed crimson, having never been in a romantic relationship. She found it hard to withstand his flirtation. In the 3 years they had been together, Lu Huaichen might not know much, but he was acutely aware of her sensitive spots. For instance, her ears would turn red at his proximity. She extended her small hand to push his face away, only to have Lu Huaichen grasp it, resting it on his shoulder, lifting her off the ground. Gasped, "Wen Huai, don't move, you're holding me too tight." Lu Huaichen feigned loosening his grip, prompting to cling tightly to his neck. "You naughty boy, you scared me." He chuckled softly, relishing the feeling of holding her close. As he set her down on the sofa, lingered, reluctant to release him. "Well, why? Where have you been lately?" she inquired, narrowing her enchanting eyes as she scrutinized Lu Huaichen. Without hesitation, he replied, "Making money, repaying you." "I thought you were being kept by some other woman," teased, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Lu Huaichen's gaze softened with affection. Never. He had never realized how endearing could be, even in her jealousy. In the past, she had always been submissive, accommodating his every whim, never opposing him. He had found her dull, unaware that she had never revealed her true feelings. Perhaps because he had never given her a chance. If only he had heard her voice sooner, would their outcome have been different? When why? You should continue as the headliner or working here. My ex-husband has given me a substantial amount of money. It can surely cure your grandfather's illness and provide for you for a lifetime. S. earnest gaze met Lu Huaichen's. Her sudden declaration caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed she genuinely wanted to support him. To agree would make him appear mercenary, while to disagree would seem overly sentimental. Despite her modest means, they were insufficient to even fill the gaps in his life. Wondered if he was feeling jealous. Had she mentioned Lu Huaichen too frequently? To prevent future quarrels over trivial matters, she patiently explained, "Wen Huai, you needn't feel jealous. I'm only with him for his money. His voice is less melodious than yours. His appearance pales in comparison to yours. His temperament is unpleasant and frightening. He is prone to domestic violence. And his character is lacking. Apart from his wealth, he is utterly devoid of merit." The more Tang spoke, the darker Lu Huaichen's expression became. Although he anticipated no praise, he was taken aback by how dismal the portrayal was. What was most exasperating was that he had to feign indifference. After berating Lu Huaichen, Tang began to extol Wen Huai, showering him with extravagant compliments. "You are unlike anyone else. You are gentle, have a good temperament, and possess both talent and beauty. Moreover, the one I admire is you, not him." Upon hearing these words, Lu Huaichen did not feel particularly elated. If she were to discover his true identity as Lu Huaichen, would her affections still remain? Chapter 53. A man with designs on me, I am merely speaking the truth. He certainly would not be offended. She stole a glance at Wen Huai's expression, feeling quite perplexed. Why did it seem as if his countenance was growing increasingly unsettling? Lu Huaichen recognized his overreaction and quickly adjusted his demeanor, his youthful eyes sparkling with joy. The swift transformation nearly led Tang Muyan to believe she had misperceived the situation. She blinked and looked back into Lu Huaichen's eyes, which were now youthful, calm, and brimming with delight. Indeed, I must have been mistaken. Lu Huaichen disingenuously remarked, "Sister, you are truly kind to me." Tang Muyan smiled with satisfaction, realizing that her explanations had proven quite effective. She felt a sense of pride in her cleverness. Lu Huaichen completely understood now. In Tang Muyan's eyes, he was merely a somewhat wealthy, foolish man, having crouched for too long. Lu Huaichen wished to sit beside Tang Muyan and grow closer to her. Just as he settled down, a cacophony of urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. What was Shen Wai doing? Wasn't he told to refrain from disturbing him if there was nothing amiss? The knocking persisted, showing no signs of abating. Who is it? How annoying. Wasn't it said that Wen Huai was not for sale? Why would anyone knock? Tang Muyan couldn't help but wonder if a wealthy woman had come seeking him. Lu Huaichen opened his phone and sent a message to Shen Wai. Tell the person at the door to leave. He attempted to embrace Tang Muyan again, but she evaded him. She regarded Lu Huaichen with cold eyes, warning him not to touch her. Was he not concerned about the person outside getting angry? She glanced toward the door and coldly asked, "Aren't you going to open the door?" The knocking continued, and Lu Huaichen's expression turned frigid. Who on earth was it? He checked his phone again, but Shen Wai was still unresponsive. "Sister, don't you trust me?" Lu Huaichen gazed into Tang Muyan's eyes, trying to discern something within. Meeting his gaze, Tang Muyan replied with a forced smile. "How could I not? But you should go open the door. If I find out you are deceiving me, Wen Huai, you are finished." Lu Huaichen furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the door, then strode directly toward it. He opened the door, his impatient gaze peering outside. What is it? He lifted his eyes, his expression growing icy. Queuing SHSH. What is she doing here? He composed himself. Queuing SHSH was unaware of his true identity as Lu Huaichen, ignoring the chill in Wen Huai's eyes upon seeing him. Queuing SHSH's eyes sparkled with desire, almost radiating a green glow. With a naive and foolish expression, she exclaimed, "Wen Huai, can I keep you for a day?" Wen Huai raised an eyebrow and scoffed, his gaze meeting Queuing SHSH's dazed look. His lips parted slightly, uttering a word that was exceedingly indifferent, "Get lost." Tang Muyan, upon hearing the woman's voice at the door, initially scoffed, claiming she was not a wealthy woman seeking to keep him. Then she realized that the voice was oddly familiar. Queuing SHSH, seemingly oblivious to common sense, approached with a brazen demeanor. "Sister, I have money. Don't play hard to get with me. I prefer to be more proactive." With that, her hand reached toward Lu Huaichen's face, but he disdainfully recoiled. "Get lost." Lu Huaichen's patience was nearing its limit, his forehead veins bulging, his fingers instinctively clenching. Queuing SHSH narrowed her eyes, sizing him up haughtily, and declared, "Wen Huai, don't take my kindness for granted. Me liking you is your good fortune." It seemed that the L family had spoiled her, leading her to be so ungrateful. Lu Huaichen's restraint in not hitting women did not imply she could do as she pleased. Just as he prepared to close the door, Tang Muyan leaned out from beside him. "I thought who it was." Tang Muyan shot her a disdainful glance. You think you can keep him for a day? Can you afford it? Just relying on the L family's influence to act recklessly." Queuing SHSH appeared momentarily startled upon seeing Tang Muyan. "Tang Muyan, what are you doing here?" In an instant, she seemed to comprehend everything. "Oh, you're using Brother CHN's money to flaunt yourself, and now you're looking for a gigolo. Are you that desperate for a man? Is Brother CHN unable to satisfy you, you promiscuous woman?" Queuing SHSH pointed at Wen Huai, referring to him as a gigolo. Lu Huaichen's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree. With a resounding smack, Tang Muyan struck Queuing SHSH across the face. "Try barking like a dog again." Before she could react, Tang Muyan delivered another slap to the other side of her face. That slap was to wake you up and teach you how to behave, just to keep things symmetrical. She sneered. Queuing SHSH desperately shielded her stinging cheeks. incredulously staring at Tang Muyan, her trembling fingers pointing angrily at her and Wen Huai. You two shameless lovers. Just wait. I will tell Brother Chen about your affair. Tang Muyan raised her arm once more, causing Qing SHSH to flee in a panic. Her retreat comical. Tang Muyan watched Qing SHSH depart with a scoff. All she does is threaten. She then glanced at Lu Huaichen. Do not mind her. She is merely my ex-husband's adopted sister. A complete fool. It has nothing to do with me anymore. As I'm already divorced from Lu Huaichen, she dares to covet my man without considering her own worth. She assessed Wen Huai once more, letting out a dismissive snort. A beauty can be a source of calamity, only attracting trouble. Lu Huaichen lamented his unfortunate situation, unsure how he had attracted Qing SHSH's attention. Shen Huai arrived late, only to find that Qing SHSH had already left. He peered outside, wondering where she had gone. Chapter 54. Seducing my sister. Lu Huaichen cast a cold glance at Shen Huai. Shen Huai inwardly cursed, feeling guilty as he lowered his head. Tang Muyan shielded Lu Huaichen behind her, her eyes flashing with fierceness as she glared at Shen Huai. Speaking in an aggressive tone, Shen Huai, Wen Huai is mine. If you dare to let him entertain clients again, just try me. She assumed that Qing SHSH's appearance had been a signal from Shen Huai. Otherwise, how did she know where Wen Huai was located? Impossible. Shen Huai could not dare let Lu Huaichen entertain clients. That would be tantamount to courting death. He lacked the courage to allow the prestigious L. Xiao to take on such a role. If Qing SHSH did not have your signal, how could she know which room Wen Huai was in? Upon hearing Qing SHSH's name, Shen Huai visibly paused. I don't recall her name being on today's list. Lu Huaichen harbored serious doubts that the list Shen Huai had prepared was anything but a facade. When Wen had visited last time, he had been unaware, as no one but Tang Muyan could monitor things. I truly had no knowledge of this, but I assure you, I will not let Wen Huai sell himself. At most, he will merely serve as a facade or do some odd jobs. Shen Huai assured Tang Muyan, who finally appeared somewhat appeased. Tang Muyan then took out her phone and sent Shen Huai a message. Relay today as events to Lu Huaichen. I did not inform Qing SHSH about our divorce, and do not mention Wen Huai. I will not cause you trouble, so do not create any for me. Tang Muyan had no intention of causing him complications, for offending anyone was unwise, especially Lu Huaichen. The matter of their divorce was not yet ripe for discussion. Lu Huaichen cast a sidelong glance at Tang Muyan, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. What was this? Did she truly wish to avoid trouble? His dark gaze fell upon her. Tang Muyan, are you so frightened of me? The hour had grown late. After the tumultuous episode with Qing Shu, Tang Muyan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She stifled a yawn, her peach blossom eyes heavy with weariness. Why? I am exhausted. So sleepy. Lu Huaichen steadied her waist as she leaned into his embrace, her small hands fiddling with the wide sleeves of his attire. She flashed him a bright smile. Are you wearing this to send me off? Or perhaps to flirt with another sister? Like a vixen. Lu Huaichen paused, taken aback. Just moments ago, she had not thought this way. How did her sentiments change so swiftly? Women are truly capricious. Nevertheless, did she genuinely like his outfit? He shook his head, his tone teasing. I wear this only for my sister. What are you waiting for then? Tang Muyan playfully pinched his waist, her grip gentle. With such sweet words, you only know how to entice. Lu Huaichen lowered his head, his voice light and almost playful. Sister, you pinch me too hard. His tone was laced with a hint of flirtation, both alluring and tempting. I am not quite prepared yet. It is a bit too sudden. Tang Muyan felt her thoughts spiral, her mind derailing with an air of forbidden intrigue. Lu Huaichen, however, was unperturbed by her wandering thoughts. If she could not restrain herself, he would willingly make a sacrifice. Let me change my clothes. Wait for me. I shall accompany you. With that, Lu Huaichen began to remove his outer garment, reaching to untie the silk sash of his inner robe. Tang Muyan's gaze fixated on him, bewildered. What was he doing? Was he truly going to change in front of her? How embarrassing. She quickly shielded her eyes, her voice tinged with unease. What are you doing? Lu Huaichen regarded her with a bemused expression. It was not as if she had been shy during their previous encounter. Why is my sister so bashful? You were quite bold last time. Tang Muyan retorted. That was different. I couldn't see. I merely brushed against you accidentally. This woman was not only unreasonable, but also entirely unrepentant. The rustle of fabric continued to echo in her ears, her thoughts growing increasingly disordered and impure. How maddening! Why was he taking so long? Perhaps she should check how far he had gotten, just to nudge him along. Tang Muyan parted her fingers slightly, just enough to glimpse his chiseled abdomen, the remnants of his hanfu adding to the allure of the scene. She swallowed hard. He was indeed a paragon of beauty. When Huai, head slightly bowed, a smile playing on his lips, remarked, "Sister, if you wish to see, just look." Caught in the act, Tang Muyan hastily closed the gap, her voice flustered. "I merely wanted to see how far you were, to prompt you." Lu Huaichen teased, "Is that so? I thought my sister was enjoying the view." "Of course I enjoy it, but you mustn't say it out loud. It makes me seem like a lecherous old fool. Though I might be one, you cannot say it. Is that so?" Tang Muyan elevated her chin defiantly, lowering her hand, her gaze occasionally darting toward Lu Huaichen. Lu Huaichen deliberately slowed his movements, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his half-lidded eyes. "Sister, do you wish to see me remove my trousers?" His blunt inquiry startled Tang Muyan. Instinctively, she thought yes. She turned and awkwardly seated herself on the sofa, her petite frame twisting away, leaving her back to Lu Huaichen. With no audience, Lu Huaichen changed swiftly, donning his attire in under 2 minutes. "All done, sister. We may leave." Tang Muyan turned to face him, her gaze lingering on Wen Huai. The light draped over him, highlighting the dark blue sweatshirt and gray trousers, an aura both cold and enticing. "Sister." Together, they descended the stairs, one following the other. Lu Huaichen dutifully trailed behind, his eyes never straying from Tang Muyan. "Muyan." Suddenly, a male voice pierced the air. Lu Huaichen turned to glance, his eyes narrowing, filled with hostility. "Chi Wang." Tang Muyan followed the sound, surprised to see him again. A surge of unease washed over Lu Huaichen, and he immediately stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Tang Muyan's waist, marking his territory while casting a challenging glance at Chi Wang. As Chi Wang's eyes fell upon the hand resting on Tang Muyan's waist, his expression darkened. He furrowed his brow, chewing his gum with increasing intensity, his fists clenching at his sides. Never had Chi Wang imagined that the woman he had meticulously pursued for years could be swept away so easily by another. He blamed Lu Huaichen for disrupting his plans, allowing this pretty boy to seize the opportunity. "Damn it," Chi Wang muttered under his breath, "I won't let this go." Feeling unsettled, he scrutinized Lu Huaichen's unassuming face, scoffing disdainfully. "He looks like a girl." Clearly, he deemed him merely a trifling distraction from the bar scene. "Chi Zong, long time no see." Tang Muyan's polite address widened the chasm between them. Ignoring Lu Huaichen, Chi Wang's gaze fixated on Tang Muyan, as if he feared others would not recognize his interest in her. So distant. He placed a hand over his heart, feigning pain. "It hurts terribly." Tang Muyan's lips twitched. The Oscar for Best Actor should have been awarded to him. Lu Huaichen, stifling a laugh at Tang Muyan's thoughts, inquired, "What is it, Chi Zong? Shall I call an ambulance for you?" His tone was laced with feigned concern, yet his expression remained unyielding. Having experienced Chi Wang's previous indiscretions, Tang Muyan now held a notably poor impression of him. Although he had once taken her to the hospital, she understood his attentiveness was merely a ploy to win her over. He appeared frivolous, and she had heard whispers of his past entanglements with women, all sharing the same enchanting feature, a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, much like her own. He wished to use her as a substitute for others? How naive. Unperturbed by Tang Muyan's distance, Chi Wang continued, "Oh, Teacher Tang, last time you mentioned treating me to a meal. Do you remember?" His mastery of social nuance was evident as he addressed her formally. Since she was intent on maintaining distance, he saw no need to cling to her. Doing so would only widen the gap between them. "Treat you to a meal? When was that?" Lu Huaichen's jealousy flared. Why had she not invited him to a meal? Tang Muyan glanced at Lu Huaichen, and as she expected, the little rascal was green with envy. Yet, his irritated expression was somewhat endearing. Lu Huaichen averted his gaze from her, looking elsewhere in annoyance. How adorable! Chi Wang, observing their overt exchanges, felt his irritation deepen. With a cheerful demeanor, she proposed, "Next time, once Wen Ning's leg heals, I shall bring her along to treat you." "Where's Wen Ning?" Tang Muyan suddenly recalled, scanning the bar for her friend, but finding no trace. Surely, she had been swept away by some charming fellow. Today would suffice. Qi Wang persisted, unashamedly pressing on. Tang Muyan flatly rejected him. Not today. I wish to enjoy some time alone with my boyfriend. Be sensible. Do not force my hand. She maintained her cheerful facade, yet her eyes conveyed a warning. Qi Wang finally shifted his gaze from Tang Muyan to Wen Huai's face, complimenting him with a remark that his young boyfriend was rather handsome. He emphasized the word young, as if to underscore a particular implication. Qi Wang, are you feeling envious? Tang Muyan shot a warning glance at him, her eyes brimming with a sense of caution. The meaning behind Qi Wang's words was not lost on Lu Huaichen. He was subtly conveying that he was merely a fleeting amusement. When Lu Huaichen met Qi Wang's gaze, attention ignited. Tang Muyan was taken aback by Wen Huai's audacity. She looked at Lu Huaichen in astonishment. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "He's so cool. I absolutely adore him." Qi Wang retorted, "Which eye of yours perceives that he is more attractive than I am?" He dismissed the notion, believing that Tang Muyan's infatuation was merely a passing fancy, one that would quickly lose its allure. After all, a man must possess true substance to capture a woman's heart. Apart from his looks, Lu Huaichen had little else to offer. Qi Wang thought to himself, feeling a tinge of jealousy. His tone was indifferent as he stated, "I have matters to attend to. I shall not interrupt your tea." What was happening? Was he feeling jealous? Men could be so unpredictable, akin to a petty, scorned lover. Wen Huai, are you feeling jealous? Tang Muyan wrapped her arms around the arm that Lu Huaichen had just released, nuzzling her face against him. Surely, this was the right approach. She had seen it in idol dramas. In the 3 years since she married Lu Huaichen, while she had not gained much knowledge, she had certainly absorbed a wealth of lessons from such dramas. No, Lu Huaichen replied coolly. Really not? Tang Muyan sensed the icy aura emanating from him. Clearly, you are. Lu Huaichen responded with a nonchalant hum. Let us see how I handle you. Then I shall assume you are not, Tang Muyan said dismissively. With that, she released Lu Huaichen's arm and stepped lightly ahead. Looking up, she could see his sharp jawline. He pressed his lips together, silent for a while before finally uttering a few words. You're not allowed to go. Huh? Tang Muyan was taken aback. Lu Huaichen sighed, conceding. Forget I said anything. I want to go. Immediately, she leaned in and kissed Wen Huai's face, finding it delightfully soft. Her movement was swift, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, yet remained captivating. Not feeling jealous anymore? Not at all. Lu Huaichen's demeanor was as unyielding as ever. Truly not feeling jealous? Not feeling jealous. Tang Muyan conceded. All right, you are not jealous. Wen Huai certainly would not feel jealous either. Stubborn as a mule. Chapter 56. He finds that filthy moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Wen Huai's face, distinct and clear. His thin lips were slightly pursed, as if harboring unspoken troubles. Hesitating for quite some time, without making a move, Tang Muyan observed him, puzzled by his stillness. Sister, I cannot drive. Lu Huaichen was fixated on the driver's seat, his expression troubled. You cannot drive, yet you say you will take me? The youth's demeanor was restrained, tinged with a hint of guilt. His pitiful appearance instantly dispelled Tang Muyan's resentment. It's all right, I will drive. You just sit back and relax. Thus, Lu Huaichen settled comfortably into the passenger seat. Tang Muyan had acquired a new car post-divorce, a flamboyant pink Maserati, quite ostentatious. It seemed she still possessed a youthful spirit. After all, she was merely 23 years old. Lu Huaichen turned his head, his gaze resting on her face, unable to perceive any trace of the youthful innocence from 3 years prior. Her makeup was heavier, and she appeared more mature, as if she had distanced herself. He was unaware of when she had obtained her driver's license. He certainly was not fulfilling the role of competent husband. This must have been his first encounter with such a luxurious vehicle. Tang Muyan glanced at Wen Huai, curious about his reaction. To her surprise, he had fallen asleep, displaying an unexpected calmness. The first time she sat in a luxury car was also the first time she encountered Lu Huaichen. 3 years ago, Tang Muyan had been found by Chun Jing on the street. She had been dressed in tattered clothes, barely covering her body, and was filthy, having gone without a bath for over 10 days. It was winter, and snowflakes danced in the air. She trembled from the cold, her feet turning a purplish hue. She tightly embraced herself, curling into a small ball while squatting in front of an upscale shopping mall. She wished to enter and seek help. but the security guards deemed her too dirty and barred her entrance, leaving her to wait outside. 2 hours passed, and she felt as if she might faint from the cold. In a daze, an elegantly dressed woman walked past her, accompanied by a tall, strikingly handsome man. He appeared youthful, clad in a high-end suit that exuded luxury, a stark contrast to the disheveled Tang Muyan. Though he stood before her, he felt utterly unattainable. With a trembling voice, she summoned all her strength to call out, "Chun Jing." Tang Muyan cautiously lifted her head, parting her lips, her teeth chattering from the cold. "Nji, it's me." Nji had been Chun Jing's only friend, who had saved her life, yet had tragically lost her own to a car accident 10 years prior. After grieving, Chun Jing had intended to adopt Nji's 2 children, but her efforts had been thwarted by an elderly woman. However, it was said that the children had gone to Fu Yang with the elder, and she had sent some resources to support them, fulfilling her part. Since then, she had not heard any news of the siblings, but she sent them money every year. Upon seeing the frail figure before her, through the clarity of her eyes, she felt as though she were gazing upon Nji's shadow. She was convinced this individual must be Nji's daughter. Tang Muyan fought to keep her eyes open, striving to remain conscious, for she feared she might drift into slumber. She shook her head vigorously, knowing this was her final opportunity. "Yin Yin?" Tears sprang from Chun Jing's eyes as she rushed forward without hesitation, enveloping the dirty and disheveled Tang Muyan in her embrace, shielding her small frame within her arms. Not far away, Lu Huaichen observed the scene with a calm demeanor. As Chun Jing held Tang Muyan, a flicker of disdain crossed his dark eyes. He contemplated intervening, but was halted by Chun Jing's tender words of concern. "Yin Yin, what are you doing here? Aren't you cold in such little clothing?" She endeavored to warm the small body with her own heat, yet it was futile. The chill was too pervasive to overcome. This was the first time in 10 years that Tang Muyan felt her mother's warmth. Chun Jing's body was soft, her voice gentle and comforting, akin to the gentle sunlight of spring, soothing and pleasant. Tang Muyan was frozen to the core, her body completely immobile. Chun Jing, delicate and fragile, found it challenging to lift Tang Muyan, despite her light frame, fearing any potential injury. She called out to Lu Huaichen, "Huaichen, please carry your sister to the car." Lu Huaichen's brows furrowed deeply. "Another sister?" He cast a disdainful glance at the dirt-covered figure on the ground, and as he approached, a nauseating odor wafted toward him. Yet, as it was his mother's request, he could not defy it and begrudgingly lifted Tang Muyan. He held her at arm's length, turning his face away in disgust. Chun Jing was oblivious to Lu Huaichen's reaction, her focus solely on Tang Muyan. "Be careful. Don't let her fall." "Mother, are you sure you want to place this little beggar in my car?" Lu Huaichen's tone dripped with disdain, emphasizing that it was his brand-new vehicle. "What if it gets dirty?" "Buy another one. Stop talking back." Chun Jing replied sternly, her tone icy. "And she is not a little beggar. Close that mouth of yours." Lu Huaichen had never anticipated that expressing concern for his mother would be met with such disdain from an enigmatic stranger. Instantly, a wave of frustration surged within him, causing him to view Tang Muyan with even greater contempt. As he held her, swaying unsteadily, she was abruptly tossed into the vehicle. Indeed, it was a forceful action, revealing Lu Huaichen's profound aversion towards her. In her ear, the gentle voice of Chun Jing could be heard, admonishing him to be gentler. This marked Tang Muyan's first experience in a luxury car, leaving her with little else to remember except the warmth inside, the comforting embrace of the heated air conditioning, and the soft blanket that Chun Jing had draped over her. Before long, she regained some mobility. Tentatively, she shifted, removing the blanket and daring to sit slightly, fearful of soiling the car. Chun Jing, witnessing her discomfort, felt a pang of sympathy for Tang Muyan and silently blamed Lu Huaichen. She reached out, gently patting Tang Muyan, reassuring her that it was perfectly fine to relax, urging her to disregard Lu Huaichen's words, for she held the authority here. Tang Muyan managed a grateful smile, thanking Chun Yi, expressing that everything was already quite satisfactory. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Huaichen observed Tang Muyan and scoffed at her perceived insincerity. Subsequently, Tang Muyan recalled that Lu Huaichen never again touched that car, fully aware that he considered it tainted. Chapter 57. Someone is in for trouble after a mere 20 minutes of slumber. Lu Huaichen awoke feeling utterly fatigued. He dreamed of the first time he encountered Tang Muyan 3 years prior. Back then, She was frail and small, clad in tattered clothing, her appearance unkempt. In the dream, he exhibited an unmistakable distaste for her. Perhaps it was from that moment that he began to distance himself from her. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the close-up of Tang Muyan's beautiful visage, so near that he could discern the fine, white fuzz on her skin. She blinked at him warmly, asking if he had awakened. Indeed, he was awake, his voice still tinged with weariness. He lifted his eyelids, fixating his gaze upon her. She had changed significantly, yet remained the same in certain aspects. Her eyes still held that unwavering tenacity. He recalled how worried Chun-Jing had been, asking her questions, to which she would respond with a mere admission of ignorance. This concern had even led Chun-Jing to take her to see a psychologist. After a few sessions, Tang Muyan ceased attending, the reasons for which remained unclear to him. Would you care to sleep a bit longer? Tang Muyan ventured, her soft demeanor suggesting a desire for more rest. Lu Huaichen chuckled lightly, realizing her intentions. The car was uncomfortable for sleeping. She expressed a wish to stay at her sister's home. No, that would be too rapid of a progression. It simply cannot be. Tang Muyan's mind raced with thoughts on how to politely decline his invitation. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. Oh, but my brother is there. It's rather chaotic at my sister's place. I want to make a good impression on him. She hastily added, it's fortuitous, as I'm tidying up my sister's home anyway. Besides, I visited her last time, and it was rather disorganized. Lu Huaichen paused thoughtfully before continuing. It was indeed a bit of a mess, but I bear no ill will. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she recalled the state of her sister's home during his last visit. Flustered, she turned to open the car door. A faint smile crept onto Lu Huaichen's face as he watched her, but abruptly his smile faltered. His gaze fixated on the small strip of her exposed waist, revealing a hint of skin beneath her short top and matching jacket. In her haste to exit, she remained oblivious to her wardrobe malfunction. The scar on her delicate skin was particularly conspicuous. This was not the first time Lu Huaichen had seen it. Every time he touched her, the sight of that scar dampened his spirits. He had previously advised her to remove it when she had the opportunity. I do not favor it. If you wish to have it removed post-divorce, that is your prerogative, he had coldly remarked. Yet, he had broached the subject several times, only to receive fleeting verbal agreements from Tang Muyan without any follow-through. Eventually, he grew weary of the topic. He recalled that the scar seemed to have some connection to Qing Shu Shu. However, given his previous attitude toward Tang Muyan, even if he were aware of the details, it would not have mattered to him. He reflected on his past self with a hint of regret. No wonder Tang Muyan harbored such animosity toward him. After several moments of her struggling to open the door, she exclaimed in frustration, "What is this? Why won't it budge?" "I'll handle it," came a soothing voice from behind her. Lu Huaichen leaned in, his youthful aura enveloping her. With a simple motion, he swiftly opened the door. Was that all it took? Tang Muyan mused, her mind racing with questions. As she exited the vehicle, Lu Huaichen followed suit. Why? Is this not your first time in such a vehicle? She pondered. Could it be that he has other wealthy patrons? Am I merely one of his many affluent benefactors? As she posed this question, Lu Huaichen hesitated momentarily. He realized that his ease in opening the door had sparked her suspicions. Swiftly, he replied, I have driven for Mr. Shan. That son of a gun, she thought. Does he truly appear to be such a kept man? Touching his own face, Lu Huaichen conceded that perhaps he did bear some semblance of that stereotype, though it was far from the truth. Tang Muyan met his gaze, attempting to discern his thoughts. His expression was calm and untroubled, devoid of any ulterior motives. Either he spoke the truth, or he was exceptionally crafty. He could not possibly be such a person. After all, he was only 19. Ultimately, Tang Muyan chose to trust him. Well then, see you tomorrow, she replied, and Lu Huaichen bid her farewell. Tomorrow? Was that a slip of the tongue? She thought, but chose not to probe further. With a smile, she entered her home. Tang Muyan's neighborhood was situated in the city center, making it exceptionally convenient for taxis. Once Lu Huaichen entered the car, he coldly instructed the driver to Yinjian Bar. His expression and choice of words left the taxi driver momentarily stunned, questioning whether he was headed to a bar or to hell itself. To hell, he confirmed. Shen Yi lounged at the bar, idly playing with his phone as he awaited Lu Huaichen. Suddenly, a familiar figure strode in, and Shen Yi met his gaze, noting the palpable hostility radiating from him. Although Lu Huaichen retained his gentle and refined appearance, there was an air of intimidation about him. Where is she? Shunny knew he was inquiring about Qing Shu Shu. He gestured toward the upper floor, room 3. Room 3 was a prop room at Eavesdropping, filled with a plethora of bizarre items. It was not associated with anything erotic. Eavesdropping was a legitimate bar, devoid of any illicit transactions. The few boys present only offer performances, not their bodies. Room 3 contained props reminiscent of ancient torture chambers, often utilizing pork or similar materials to create implements for a series of gruesome performances for patrons who enjoyed such spectacles. Of course, Room 3 was entirely safe, merely appearing frightening. Lu Huaichen discarded his facade and makeup upon entering Room 3, exuding a fierce demeanor. Shen Yi, seated at the bar, clicked his tongue, sensing that someone was in for a rough time. Upstairs, Lu Huaichen had barely stepped inside when he was met with a heart-wrenching scream from within. Shanyi, you bastard, come out here. I will kill you. Shenyi, I will have Lu Huaichen kill you. Qing Shu Shu's high-pitched voice echoed through the room. Lu Huaichen smirked, contemplating her audacity and expecting him to serve as her protector. Huever, he found himself intrigued, pausing momentarily before proceeding to the door, eager to engage in a bit of amusement. Chapter 58. Nightmare. Lu Huaichen kicked the door open, and the sudden influx of light blinded Qing Shu Shu momentarily. She squinted, attempting to discern the identity of the man who had entered. The man's silhouette gradually became clearer before her eyes. Qing Shu Shu's pupils dilated in disbelief. Huaichen Gij. Then, her expression shifted to one of joy. Huaichen Gij, please help me loosen these binds. Lu Huaichen lifted his eyelids, his icy gaze settling upon Qing Shu Shu, who appeared utterly disheveled. Her hair was in disarray, and her hands and feet were bound, discarded in the corner of room 3. Lu Huaichen averted his gaze and surveyed the room with a dark tone. Shun, he has done quite the job here. Room 3 was dim and eerie, its walls and tables cluttered with various instruments of punishment. Small tools like spiked collars, wolf-toothed clubs, and crocodile clamps, alongside larger devices such as guillotines and boiling pots, evoking a sense of hellish torment. Lu Huaichen's fingertips traced the edge of these implements. What do you think? His eyes narrowed, and the air grew colder. Qing Shu Shu instinctively shrank back, her voice trembling. Huaichen Giga, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Lu Huaichen's hand suddenly gripped the handle of a searing iron plate, glowing red and emitting sparks as he lifted it. Qing Shu Shu shuffled towards the corner, her movements clumsy as she was bound, resembling a comical caterpillar. Just as her heart began to settle, she noticed a knife had appeared in Lu Huaichen's hand. He toyed with it, its sharpness sending a jolt of terror through her. He approached her slowly, and upon meeting his menacing gaze, she felt like a startled bird. Lu Huaichen crouched down, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he gently tapped the blade against her cheek. A slight shift could leave her face marred forever. Qing Shu Shu widened her eyes in horror. No, Huaichen Gij, please don't. He lifted her chin with the knife's back, his expression cold. What is it that you do not want? At that moment, Lu Huaichen harbored a desire to carve scars into her face, marks that would never fade. Yet, it still felt insufficient, far from enough. Please, I beg you. Though Qing Shu Shu was naive, she could sense Lu Huaichen was not there to rescue her. The coldness of the blade pierced her, prompting her to shut her eyes in anticipation of the expected pain. Instead, she felt her wrists loosen. Lu Huaichen had used the knife to cut the ropes binding her. Qing Shu Shu opened her eyes in delight, reassured that her Huaichen Gij had come to save her. If it weren't for that wretched Tang Muyan, she and Lu Huaichen would have been together long ago. Wait, Tang Muyan. Qing Shu Shu pouted and spoke in a spoiled tone. Huaichen Gij, I want to tell on her. What do you wish to report? Lu Huaichen released her and stood, casually leaning against the table laden with instruments of torture, scrutinizing her from above with an inscrutable expression. Eager to prove herself, she exclaimed, Tang Muyan has been keeping a man behind her back, and Shun Yi is in cahoots with her. He even bound me. She extended her reddened arms, casting a pitiful glance at Lu Huaichen, hoping he would take her side. Lu Huaichen raised an eyebrow, seemingly uninterested. And what else? Qing Shu Shu paused, momentarily at a loss. That's all I know. Lu Huaichen's voice was flat. You know? Qing Shu Shu felt increasingly confused. Lu Huaichen did not expect her to comprehend, and he met her gaze with eyes that were both turbulent and profound. Qing Shu Shu, do you wish to become the young mistress of the Lu family? He extended an olive branch to her. Qing Shu Shu was utterly stunned, her expression even more astonished than before. The young mistress of the Lu family? That's been my dream since the first time I laid eyes on you, Huaichen. If it weren't for that wretched Tang Muyan, I would have been a young mistress long ago. I do, she replied with unwavering determination. Lu Huaichen smiled, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. You should consider whether you are worthy of such a title. His gaze locked onto hers, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Qing Shushu's heart soared, her eyes entranced by Lu Huaichen's smile. He was destined to be hers. She would become the young mistress of the Lu family. However, you must not interfere with my dealings with Tang Muyan. I have my own plans for her. He paused, his dark eyes deepening. You know, if I were to suddenly divorce, it would be difficult to explain to my mother, and your life would become quite challenging. Lu Huaichen suddenly crouched, grasping Qing Shushu's chin and lifting it, speaking each word deliberately. Therefore, you must cooperate with me. No one can know about the situation with Tang Muyan. Qing Shushu nodded vigorously. I understand, Huaichen Gij. You are paving the way for our future. Her eyes sparkled as she fell deeper into Lu Huaichen's enchantment. She thought to herself, he truly loves me. She continued to assure him, I will not tell anyone about today. Not even Grandma. Why not? Qing Shushu did not understand. The Lu family matriarch had always treated her well. You may tell Grandma, but if the marriage does not proceed, you will not be able to become the young mistress of the Lu family. Lu Huaichen's words struck a chord with Qing Shushu, prompting her to vow, all right, I will definitely not tell Grandma. Meanwhile, in Tang Muyan's apartment, she was ensnared in a nightmare. When Huai leaned against her chest, wrapping his arms around her waist, softly calling her sister. His handsome face was before her, and Tang Muyan's slender fingers traced his forehead, lingering at his brow, entranced by his beauty. She smiled warmly at Wen Huai. You are truly handsome. Is that so, sister? He replied, taking her hand and placing it on his own face, closing his eyes to cherish her softness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, gazing intently at Tang Muyan. Sister, I have a secret to share with you. Tang Muyan laughed playfully at Wen Huai. What secret could you possibly have? Before she could react, Wen Huai executed a completely unexpected move. He tore off his own face. Underneath was none other than Lu Huaichen's visage. Yin Yan, it's me. Chapter 59. Morning frustrations. Tang Muyan awoke with a start. Not again. She groaned. Why does Lu Huaichen keep haunting my dreams? What had begun as a pleasant spring dream was entirely disrupted by his presence. Tang Muyan, already irritable upon waking, felt even more vexed after dreaming of Lu Huaichen. She buried her head under the covers, lamenting, Lu Huaichen, go away. Just then, her doorbell rang, accompanying her loud outburst. Frustrated, she grabbed her head and begrudgingly got out of bed. Who could it be at this hour? She grumbled, peering through the video doorbell. She saw Wen Huai's face. What was he doing here? Wen Huai raised the ingredients he had brought in front of the door camera. Sister, how come I make you breakfast? Tang Muyan opened the door, puzzled by what he held. Wen Huai, I don't have the habit of eating breakfast, she said coldly. Before she could finish, Lu Huaichen brushed past her, entering the apartment with an overly concerned tone. You can't skip breakfast, it will make you weak. He cast a flirtatious glance at Tang Muyan, adding, I would be heartbroken. Seeing Wen Huai's face reminded Tang Muyan of her earlier dream, and she shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel the imagery from her mind. Lu Huaichen, just leave already. Lu Huaichen paused in his shoe changing, looking at Tang Muyan with a puzzled expression. Does she know? Observing her demeanor, it seemed somewhat incongruous. Was there something he had done to offend her? In Tang Muyan's world, he had not made an appearance for nearly a month. Tang Muyan noticed Wen Huai's gaze fixed upon her, his expression particularly peculiar. What kind of look was that? Is there something on my face? She instinctively touched her face and suddenly recalled, oh dear, it appears I'm not wearing any makeup. Tang Muyan quickly covered her face and dashed away, all the while exclaiming, oh, just wash my face. See you shortly. Lu Huaichen, having changed his shoes, glanced in the direction Tang Muyan had departed, shaking his head in resignation, a gentle smile gracing his features. This woman is quite endearing. By the time Tang Muyan finished her preparations, Lu Huaichen had also completed making breakfast. It was a simple fare, sandwiches, milk, and a fruit salad. He prepared 2 servings, placing one before Tang Muyan while casually glancing at her, offering a faint smile. Is she merely washing her face? Is she mocking me? Tang Muyan shot him a glare, asking, what are you laughing at? Lu Huaichen set the milk before Tang Muyan, teasingly inquiring, "Sister, do you always dress so elegantly when dining at home?" Dressed in a resplendent red gown, her delicate features appeared even more striking with makeup. Her vibrant red lips moved as she spoke, "You know nothing." Lu Huaichen awkwardly rubbed his nose, replying, "Sister, you are rather fierce." Puzzled, he wondered why she was so irritable. Could it be that she truly knew something? Tang Muyan took a disinterested bite of the sandwich, lamenting, "This is all Lu Huaichen's fault for intruding into my dreams, ruining my good mood." Lu Huaichen pondered. Had he committed some heinous act in her dreams? As Tang Muyan chewed the sandwich, her eyes lit up. "This sandwich is quite delicious." "Well, why not bad, huh?" Suddenly, her spirits lifted thanks to the sandwich, and she cast an approving glance at Wen Huai. "This is the first time I've tasted food made by my boyfriend. It's 100 times better than Lu Huaichen's." Lu Huaichen's expression turned cold. Should he feel pleased or not? During their marriage, it was always Tang Muyan who delivered meals to Lu Huaichen, albeit not cooked by her, yet she personally brought them every time, serving as his takeout delivery girl for 3 years. Chen Jing often praised Lu Huaichen's culinary skills, yet he had never prepared a single meal for her, perhaps believing she was unworthy. Tang Muyan occasionally wondered what kind of woman would compel him to willingly wash his hands of culinary duties. Certainly not Qing Shu Shu, and definitely not herself. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Lu Huaichen asked, "Sister, is it not to your liking?" Tang Muyan shook her head, forcing a smile. "No, it's very delicious." "Then why do you appear so unhappy?" Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Muyan's phone rang. He lowered his gaze, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Why is she becoming busier than he was day by day? Tang Muyan picked up her phone, glancing at it with confusion, wondering why Huining was calling her so early in the morning. Lu Huaichen felt a pang of annoyance. This Huining frequently disrupted their intimate moments. She offered Lu Huaichen a smile, saying, "Wen Huai, I'll take this call." Lu Huaichen merely mumbled a lackluster response. As soon as Tang Muyan answered, Huining's furious voice erupted from the other end. "Tang Muyan, where have you been? Why are you taking so long to answer?" "I'm here now," Tang Muyan replied with a polite smile. Huining was on a video call, fuming as she glared at Tang Muyan, asking, "Did you forget something yesterday?" Tang Muyan sensed that Huining was likely coming to hold her accountable. After a moment, she asked, "Forget what?" Huining, suppressing her nearly explosive emotions, smiled tightly and said, "Who did you go to the bar with yesterday?" "With you," Tang Muyan replied. "Wen Huai, right?" Huining gasped, her brow furrowing. "Did you not notice something amiss?" Tang Muyan suddenly realized, "Oh, right. Where did you go last night? Who was the handsome guy you were having fun with?" "What kind of fun are you talking about? Do you think everyone is like you?" Huining appeared drained, adding, "You're so easily swayed by appearances." Tang Muyan chuckled awkwardly and retorted, "Isn't this the same for you?" It can't be entirely blamed on Tang Muyan, for Huining did have a history of such behavior. Previously, when they went out drinking, Huining had mysteriously wandered off. When Tang Muyan called her, Huining ignored the calls, and when she finally answered, she scolded Tang Muyan for interrupting her flirtations. "So where did you go yesterday?" Tang Muyan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Huining, looking utterly dejected, replied, "I was kidnapped by Qi Si Hung." Tang Muyan was taken aback, instantly springing from her bed, exclaiming, "What? You were kidnapped?" In her shock, she quickly asked, "Where are you? I'll call the police." "Please don't." Huining urgently interjected. "Why? Does Qi Si Hung dare to harm you?" Tang Muyan's excitement surged. "Calm down," Huining reassured her. "Qi Si Hung is my fiancé. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Right now, there is something more important I need you to handle." As Huining spoke, Tang Muyan began to piece together the situation, aware that Huining had her own agenda. Tang Muyan nodded, saying, "Go on." Huining continued, "There is a socialite gathering the day after tomorrow, and Qi Zhan will be there with the woman he is seeing. I'll be inviting a few reporters, and you need to find Qi Zhan's room and lead the reporters there." Seeing the confusion on Tang Muyan's face, Huining asked, "Do you understand?" Tang Muyan understood, but questioned, "Are you really going to confront the Hua family head-on?" She disapproved of Huining's plan, knowing she aimed to help her sister Hui Yuan escape her unhappy marriage. However, such actions would undoubtedly cause the Hua family to offend the Qi family, making it exceedingly difficult for the Hua family in the business world. Huan Ning's gaze dimmed as she replied, Yin Yin, I have no other choice. My sister is suffering too much. She is not like you. She isn't as clear-headed. Hui Yuan had loved Qi Zhen for 10 years. Yet Qi Zhen's heart was never hers. Qi Zhen, 8 years Hui Yuan's senior, was the best she had encountered in her youth. And she fell deeply in love with him, unable to extricate herself. Qi Zhen always stood at the pinnacle, yet he had never truly seen Hui Yuan. To him, Hui Yuan was merely a vase displayed in the household, easily discarded. Tang Muyan let out a bitter smile. Was she not the same? When she was 5 years old, she first met Lu Huaichen. He was tall, with a gentle appearance, and even at merely 10 years of age, he could captivate a host of girls his age. She adored trailing behind him, playing the role of his little shadow. The matriarch of the Lu family disapproved of her following Lu Huaichen, believing her alluring peach blossom eyes would bring disaster upon him, urging him to keep his distance. Yet, Lu Huaichen would always shield her, sometimes even arguing with the matriarch on her behalf. During those days, Lu Huaichen was gentle and patient. He would give her candies, make her laugh, and tell her bedtime stories, affectionately calling her Yin Yin Mei Mei. She didn't like calling him brother. She preferred to call him a Chun. As they grew older, she attended school alongside Lu Huaichen. She was in the 1st grade, while he was in 6th. Tang Muyan would finish her classes early and, to wait for Lu Huaichen, would deliberately linger, making her the last to leave the classroom. In the winter, on her way home from school, Lu Huaichen intentionally bought Tang Muyan her favorite strawberry candied hawthorn. Later, due to unforeseen family circumstances, Tang Muyan departed from Jiangcheng and moved to Fuyang with her younger brother. This separation lasted a decade. During this time, she participated in a youth painting competition held in Jiangcheng, where she won first prize. Coincidentally, the event was organized by the Lu family. Upon seeing Lu Huaichen again, now 23, he appeared far more mature and considerably more aloof than the 15-year-old she once knew. Tang Muyan's memories of his warm smile flooded back, and she yearned to greet him, yet she was intercepted by his bodyguard. She called out to him, a Chun. Lu Huaichen merely lifted his eyelids, glanced at her, and then turned away, seemingly having forgotten her. Her next encounter with him was 3 years ago. Tang Muyan could not recall when her fondness for him had faded. Perhaps it was due to his disdainful gaze. Or perhaps his indifference when Qing Shu Shu and the elderly lady bullied her. Or perhaps the emotions of childhood were never as steadfast as she had believed. Was she regretful? Not particularly. All right, I shall assist you. Tang Muyan ultimately acquiesced to Huan Ning's request. On the table lay her unfinished breakfast, accompanied by a note left by Wen Huai. His handwriting was crooked and rather unsightly. Sister, you must finish your breakfast. If you desire anything for lunch, do let me know. Unfortunately, I have an urgent matter and cannot stay to wash the dishes for you. I promise to do so next time. The note was adorned with a comically distorted face sticking out its tongue. In an instant, Tang Muyan's earlier gloom dissipated upon seeing the note. Wen Huai had a knack for surprising her, even with the simplest gestures. She cherished the comfortable feeling of being with him. Her companionship with Wen Huai was not a fleeting whim. Their time together was imbued with ease, as they were kindred spirits who understood one another, with not much disparity between them. Additionally, she felt an inclination towards romance, and Wen Huai's presence was perfectly timed. At noon, Wen Huai arrived once more, this time bringing a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, all exquisitely prepared and delightfully aromatic. During their meal, he inquired, Sister, what would you like for dinner? Tang Muyan ladled herself a bowl of corn and rib soup, replying, I shan't have dinner. Wouldn't that diminish the occasions we meet? He added a piece of braised pork to her bowl, concerned for her slender frame. Tang Muyan frowned at the greasy addition. I do not like fatty foods. However, as it was from Wen Huai, she felt reluctant to refuse. Thus, she braved the discomfort and swallowed the piece of pork whole. It was tolerable, albeit a bit rich. Lu Huaichen felt a heaviness in his chest. If you dislike it, don't eat it. You need not indulge in what you do not enjoy to accommodate me. Had he ever forced Tang Muyan to partake in things she despised? He was uncertain, as he had never truly understood her. Tang Muyan was surprised by Wen Huai's strong reaction, and she explained, it's not that bad, really. Indeed, Wen Huai's cooking was not unpleasant. It was merely that she struggled with rich foods. After that day, Wen Huai refrained from preparing any greasy dishes. On the day of the socialite gathering, Tang Muyan did not invite Wen Huai. The attendees were exclusively unmarried socialites from within the circle. Tang Muyan had never participated in such gatherings, as her marital status precluded her from attending, and no one would extend an invitation her way. Huining, however, attended annually, always returning with a trove of gossip from the wealthy elite. For example, Mrs. Lu was once again caught having an affair, and Mr. Zhang recently acquired a mistress. Among other tales, she would regale Tang Muyan with these stories. The hosts of these gatherings were typically affluent young heirs. Ostensibly a socialite event, it was, in reality, a mere guise for matchmaking. Chapter 61. The socialite gathering. The gathering not only invited socialites, but also the scions of affluent families, with the socialites serving as potential matches for these wealthy heirs. Socialites of good lineage often found themselves in arranged unions, while those of lesser pedigree but striking beauty could be considered for roles as mistresses or concubines. This was Tang Muyan's first experience at such an event. Yet she remained remarkably composed. Her gaze swept over the throng of socialites, failing to spot Qi Zhan's mistress, but instead catching sight of Qing Shushu. Indeed, Qing Shushu was an exception. She was neither seeking a match nor aiming to be a mistress. Rather, she was there to pursue men. Tang Muyan had heard whispers of a liaison between Qing Shushu and Qi Wang, purportedly initiated at a socialite gathering. Although Qing Shushu possessed a delicate beauty, she was quite uninhibited in matters of intimacy, which appealed to certain men, rendering her quite popular in socialite circles. Tang Muyan's gaze did not linger on her, but continued searching for her target for the day. Along the way, several wealthy young men approached her, engaging in conversation. She rarely attended such events with Lu Huaichen, leaving no one aware of their connection. With her striking beauty and alluring eyes, Huining often remarked that she was a natural enchantress, the kind that would capture any man's attention. Yet, Tang Muyan paid them no mind. Wealthy heirs typically did not pursue further when faced with disinterest, and thus they soon departed. Unfortunately, one particularly oblivious man, a rotund figure with a balding head, approached her, brandishing 2 glasses of alcohol and an oily grin. "Beautiful lady, would you honor me with your company?" He leered at her, extending a glass in her direction. Tang Muyan stepped back in distaste. What a disgrace. Has the threshold for socialite gatherings fallen so low? She refused the drink, recognizing the bubbles rising in the glass. She had tasted such concoctions before, and they did not yield such effervescence once settled. Clearly, something more sinister lurked within. Yet, as she turned to leave, he clung to her arm, attempting to pull her into his embrace. Caught off guard, Tang Muyan found herself at his mercy. "Where are you going, little sister? If you drink this with me, I shall let you leave." He leered grotesquely, exposing his yellowed teeth. Tang Muyan turned her head away, holding her breath, appalled by his foul breath. The man's corpulent body pressed against her as he leaned in for a kiss. In a moment of panic, she slapped him hard and stomped down on his foot with her stiletto heel. The glass shattered, spilling its contents, and the shards scattered. The oily man let out a yelp of agony. Wearing her delicate high heels, the impact was painful yet manageable. The rotund man, burdened by his size, was no match for Tang Muyan's agility, allowing her to escape with ease. "How dare you bring a bodyguard to a gathering? If you have the audacity, face me one-on-one." Despite the commotion, no one intervened. They merely watched, as though the scene had been orchestrated. The atmosphere felt exceedingly strange, as if it had been premeditated. This was troublesome. She had been set up. In such grand affairs, one would expect someone to uphold justice. Not only were socialites present, but also reporters. Should news of this incident break, it would undoubtedly cause trouble for the hosts. There was something amiss here. As the greasy man continued to regale Tang Muyan with incessant praises for the national essence, Qi Wang made his entrance. "Oh, President Zhu, you seem to be in high spirits," he remarked nonchalantly, casting an ambiguous smile towards Tang Muyan as he passed by. In an instant, Tang Muyan comprehended the situation. Did he truly think her foolish? "Qi Wang, this was merely the same trick you used to entice Qing Shushu. But I am not her, and I am not so naive. President Zhu, why have you taken my person?" His languid tone was laced with an undercurrent of menace. The man referred to as President Zhu quickly bowed and nodded towards Qi Wang, exclaiming, "I had no idea this was your person, young Master Qi." He hastily instructed the 2 bodyguards clad in black, "Release her at once." Tang Muyan cast a disdainful glance at the 2, finding their performance utterly cringeworthy. Only Qing Shushu would fall for such theatrics. As the bodyguards released Tang Muyan, she felt the ache in her arms from their earlier grip. She twisted her arms in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. Noticing her movements, Qi Wang softly inquired, "Does it hurt?" "Thanks to you, it hurts terribly." Tang Muyan replied with a serene, yet forced smile, "It doesn't hurt." Qi Wang's professionalism as an actor was evident, leaving Tang Muyan's lips twitching in disbelief. "Enough! Stop the charade," she interjected. President Zhu promptly ceased his antics, his face now resembling that of a swollen pig. "I have no time to watch your performance," she sighed. "Qi Wang, come with me." Calling Qi Wang away, he felt a surge of joy, mistakenly believing Tang Muyan harbored romantic feelings for him, too shy to voice them, and sought a secluded spot to confess. However, Tang Muyan was far from enamored with Qi Wang. How could someone so seemingly astute engage in such foolishness? As expected, Tang Muyan led into a less crowded area. "This will do." Just as she halted, Qi Wang's narcissistic voice rang out from behind. "Sister, have you brought me to this secluded place for a specific purpose?" "What nonsense!" Tang Muyan suppressed the urge to curse and feigned a smile. "Where is your brother?" Qi Wang, momentarily taken aback, stuttered, "My brother?" "Yes, your brother." Realizing Qi Wang had many brothers, she clarified, "Your eldest brother, Qi Zhen." Chapter 62. The consequences of offending him. Qi Wang narrowed his eyes. "What do you want with him?" He regarded Tang Muyan leisurely, then provocatively added, "You aren't infatuated with that old man, are you?" Tang Muyan understood the brothers of the Qi family had a tumultuous relationship. It wasn't as dire as he suggested. Nevertheless, Qi Zhen was indeed older, surpassing Lu Huaichen in age. In a corner, Lu Huaichen furrowed his brow. Was he really that old? He was merely 5 years her senior. Moreover, he appeared youthful, dressed casually. One could easily mistake him for 18. As Tang Muyan herself could attest. 19-year-old when Huai, she believed him without question. Old? Lu Huaichen scoffed disdainfully. Xiao Rang looked at him curiously. Is the wine not to your liking? Meanwhile, Tang Muyan's thoughts echoed her mind. When Huai is truly wonderful, both young and considerate and gentle. Lu Huaichen's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. He toyed with his wine glass, savoring a sip, a smile gracing his lips. Not bad. Witnessing Lu Huaichen's sudden change in demeanor, Xiao Rang was even more puzzled. Do you know the background of President Zhu? Lu Huaichen lazily glanced in Tang Muyan's direction. Having just enjoyed a grand performance with Lu Huaichen, Xiao Rang was well aware of whom he referred to. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he appraised Lu Huaichen. Weren't you quite averse to your ex-wife? Why the sudden interest in meddling? Are you idle? Lu Huaichen shot him a glare, leaning back in weariness. Xiao Rang chuckled. Not particularly. Just speak. That President Zhu, originally named Zhu Tongfei, is a nouveau riche. His maternal grandfather left him no heirs, and several billion in assets were left solely to him, along with a parcel of land. Later, the Qi family recognized his potential and helped him earn another fortune. It seems that luck has favored him, allowing him to reap all the benefits. Do you think I care about their origins? Lu Huaichen shot him a cold glare. Let me think. Xiao Rang scratched his head, pondering for a moment. Oh, I heard President Zhu has been using a particular type of drug recently, though I am not quite clear on the specifics. There are also rumors that he has mistreated several women, but somehow, these incidents have all vanished into thin air. Lu Huaichen asked, how long has he been using? For a few years, perhaps, replied Xiao Rang. Drugs? Women? Lu Huaichen's lips curled into a smirk. What sentence do you think he might face? Xiao Rang concurred. It shouldn't be lenient. A life sentence seems likely. Lu Huaichen was precisely this type of person. He held grudges. He was known in business circles as the disciplinary committee of the market, a champion of justice. Anyone who dared to provoke him typically found themselves incarcerated, with numerous charges of violating women against them. Zhu Tongfei was doomed. Lu Huaichen instructed Xiao Rang. Find out Zhu Tongfei's room number and inform Qing Shu to wait for me there. Also, look into Qi Zhen's room number and send it to me via WeChat. Wait, I understand checking on a Zhu fellow, but why Qi Zhen? Are you truly planning to clash with the Qi family over Qi Wang? Xiao Rang had heard some gossip from Shan Yi, suggesting the two had been subtly competing over Tang Muyan recently. If the Lu family and the Qi family truly clashed over a woman, especially an ex-wife, it seemed rather unwise. Who told you about my affairs with Qi Wang? Lu Huaichen half closed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Rang. Xiao Rang chuckled nervously. I only heard a bit from Shani. Do not listen to Shunyi's nonsense. I am merely helping a friend and will not confront the Qi family. It's just Qi Zhen. How much trouble could he cause? Xiao Rang cautioned, Brother Lu, Qi Zhen is quite formidable. That could lead to complications. So what? Lu Huaichen retorted dismissively. Xiao Rang, unable to persuade him further, relented. Very well, you are quite impressive. Lu Huaichen lifted his wine glass once more, savoring another sip, as he overheard Tang Muyan's internal monologue. Is Qi Wang out of his mind? Why is it so difficult to inquire about someone's whereabouts? If all else fails, I might have to deceive him. Slowly raising his head, Lu Huaichen's gaze was once again drawn to her. Tang Muyan had been asking for quite some time, yet Qi Wang remained evasive, continually diverting the conversation with trivial chatter. Qi Wang, you help me. Let me treat you to a meal. How about that? Tang Muyan had devised a clever plan, aware of Qi Wang's interest in her, recognizing that, when necessary, a woman could leverage her advantages. You still owe me from last time, she added, surprised that Qi Wang did not fall for her ploy. It appeared he was not so easily deceived. With no other option, she raised 4 fingers, declaring, I, Tang Muyan, swear to the heavens that if Qi Wang helps me, I will surely treat him to a meal. This behavior seemed rather foolish to her. Qi Wang furrowed his brow. You only swore half-heartedly? You are quite meticulous. Tang Muyan plastered a bright smile on her face, still holding up 4 fingers to swear. Otherwise, may I meet a dreadful end. Oh, dear heavens, disregard what I just said. Please do not take it to heart. Qi Wang narrowed his eyes, a playful glint in his gaze as he regarded Tang Muyan. How could I bear to let you perish? He extended his hand, his fingertip brushing against the side of her face, speaking in a teasing tone. I adore you, sister. Whatever you wish to know, I shall tell you. All right? Tang Muyan took a slight step back, striving to conceal her revulsion. Scoundrel, do not touch me. And please, refrain from calling me sister. It is quite bothersome. Possesses a deeply unfavorable image in Tangmyn's heart. He is a notorious scoundrel among the flowers, known for playing with the emotions of young women without any sense of responsibility afterward. Influenced by Hu Ining, her impression of the Q family has always been poor, particularly regarding the men of the family, whom she deems as unworthy. Please, just speak, she urged, skillfully dodging Qwing's barely perceptible touches. Tangmyn's skin is smooth and delicate, captivating him to the point of addiction. He momentarily succumbed to temptation, touching her a few more times until he sensed the disdain flickering in her eyes, prompting him to withdraw. Nearby, Lu Huaichen's eyes sparkled with fury, wishing to immediately inflict 1,000 cuts upon Qwing. Qwing finally parted his thin lips, revealing the room number of Qzhn to Tangmyn. Without a trace of nostalgia, she turned and walked away, observing her resolute figure. Qwing chuckled self-deprecatingly, deeming her a heartless woman. Yet, it is precisely such a woman who ensnares his affections. In Chapter 63, Tangmyn initially set out to survey the terrain, only to unexpectedly encounter Qingshsh, who was also headed to the 4th floor. Coincidentally, Zhtngfi's room was on the same floor, right next to Qzhn's room, 409. Such misfortune. Qingshsh was indeed a source of concern. To avoid unnecessary interaction and potential mishaps, Tangmyn planned to circumvent her by taking the stairs. However, she would still have to pass by Qingshsh. As she walked past, she bent slightly to diminish her presence. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not escape Qingshsh's notice, for her beauty was simply too striking to overlook. Tangmyn, what are you doing here? Qingshsh, now armed with leverage over Tangmyn and bolstered by Lu Huaichen's affection, spoke with a tone of arrogance. Standing tall, she carried herself as if she were already the mistress of the L family. Tangmyn ignored her and continued on her path. Qingshsh, unable to tolerate Tangmyn's haughty demeanor, felt that as the victor, Tangmyn should exhibit a corresponding humility. After 3 years of repression, Qingshsh's frustration boiled over. She stepped forward, blocking Tangmyn's way. Tangmyn, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Tangmyn, preoccupied with finding a reporter, had no time for an argument. She furrowed her brows, her gaze icy and sharp, and demanded that Qingshsh move aside. Observing Tang Muyan's defiant attitude, Qing Sh's irritation only intensified. Don't think that just because you're now the L family's mistress, you can act so high and mighty. You won't be able to maintain this facade for long. Hu Huaichen has known about your infidelity for ages. Sooner or later, you will be cast out from the L family. And let me tell you, Hu Huaichen is currently in room 408, and he has promised me the position of L family mistress. As for you, Tang Muyan, your time is numbered. She concluded with a triumphant glance at Tang Muyan, eagerly anticipating her sorrowful reaction. You two are finally together. What a perfect match. But how could Lu Huaichen be here? Tang Muyan was taken aback, not expecting Lu Huaichen to make such promises to Qing Shsh. It seemed genuine love indeed. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have thought Lu Huaichen was utterly annoyed with you. Qing Shsh's words failed to provoke a reaction from her. Tang Muyan had no affection for Lu Huaichen. With a cold glance, she retorted, "Are you finished?" This woman always remained unfazed. Even as daggers pierced her, she would not utter a sound of pain. Qing Shsh's disdain for her deepened, and she yearned to witness Tang Muyan's unraveling, her descent into madness over love. Yet, the situation did not unfold as she had envisioned. Qing Shsh stared at her in astonishment, disbelief evident in her eyes. "You're not angry? How could Tang Muyan maintain such composure? Wasn't she utterly in love with Lu Huaichen? If you're done, then leave," Tang Muyan urged, genuinely anxious, not wanting to cause a scene that might attract Qzhin or Lu Huaichen, which would lead to chaos. Tang Muyan, you're clearly upset, but you feel helpless. Hu Huaichen has never liked you. He adores me. Are you not consumed with jealousy? Believing Tang Muyan was merely enduring, Qing Shsh grew more arrogant. "I won't leave. I want to see your pitiful and helpless expression. Stop holding back. If you need to cry, then cry." Is she insane? Lu Huaichen actually promised her something? Had she lost her mind? Having been married to me, how could he be attracted to such a dim-witted person? Tang Muyan felt speechless. Seriously, how did you gather that I was heartbroken? Qing Shsh scoffed. Do you need to ask? It's written all over your face. How absurd. Tang Muyan glanced at room 408, a flicker of shrewdness crossing her enchanting eyes. Qing Shsh, I am truly heartbroken. If you would be so kind, let me see Lu Huaichen. I am in such distress. Having been out of practice for some time, she found herself needing to act again. However, deceiving Qing Shsh should suffice. I knew you couldn't let go of Hu Huaichen. Why pretend to be indifferent? But Hu Huaichen certainly doesn't wish to see you. Your presence is a nuisance. Displaying a room card she had produced from who knows where, she waved it in front of Tang Muyan. "This is the room card Hu Huaichen prepared for me. I doubt you have one. Immature. Just wait and see. I will enter Hu Huaichen's room right before your eyes." Tang Muyan internally scoffed. "Please go ahead, but don't waste my time." Seeing Tang Muyan's lack of reaction, Qing Shsh remained still, evidently waiting for her to brew some emotional turmoil. How ridiculous! Was she waiting for me to perform as she entered a room? Time was of the essence, and Tang Muyan forced out a couple of tears. "You cannot enter Huaichen's room. Huaichen is mine." At last, Qing Shsh witnessed the scene she had eagerly anticipated. Twirling the room card in her hand, she provocatively glanced at Tang Muyan. "You think saying you want to enter will stop me? I intend to go in." Tang Muyan, chuckling, remarked, "Truly rebellious, aren't you?" Qing Shsh pressed the card against the door, and with a beep, it swung open. Tang Muyan peeked inside, noting that the room's decor did not resemble Lu Huaichen's usual taste. When on business trips, he always brought Tang Muyan along, so she was well aware of his preferred hotel styles. Lu Huaichen favored minimalistic and modern designs, eschewing this rather outdated court style that appeared rather tacky. What? Has her taste declined since our divorce? No wonder you found yourself enamored with Qing Shsh. The moment Qing Shsh stepped inside, Tang Muyan hurried down the stairs without hesitation. Any further delay would mean missing the ball and losing the chance to complete the task assigned by Huaichen. Upon reaching the ground floor, she discovered that the ball had already dispersed and the reporters were nowhere to be seen. How peculiar. Why had everyone left so early today? This would mean her mission from Huaichen was destined to fail. Only a handful of individuals remained in the venue, and Tang Muyan attempted to salvage the situation, hoping a few reporters might still linger. Her gaze swept the area, but not a single journalist was in sight. However, she did spot a familiar figure. Lu Huaichen. Wasn't he supposed to be upstairs, enjoying sweet moments with Q-ing SHSH? DNGME felt buzzard. After a month apart, the dog of a man seemed to have lost weight. Indeed, without her care, life must have been hard for him. Witnessing Lu Huaichen's struggle brought a sense of clarity to Tang Muyan's heart. Tang Muyan. Lu Huaichen's gaze locked onto her, his dark eyes swirling with unspoken emotions. It has been a long time. In Chapter 64, fear of him, Tang Muyan greeted him with poise. Hello, ex-husband. It has indeed been a while. Lu Huaichen grimaced at the awkward title, clearly disliking it. In truth, he was not particularly keen on meeting you either. It felt quite unfortunate. Suddenly, a troubling thought flashed through Tang Muyan's mind. Something was amiss. Did Qing Shushu not just enter Lu Huaichen's room? How could he possibly be here? A jolt surged through Tang Muyan's pupils. That was not Lu Huaichen's room. Her gaze lingered on Lu Huaichen's face, which bore a calm yet detached expression, his brow furrowed with an icy demeanor that hinted at profound chilliness. He had always exuded an aura of coldness, a barrier to strangers. She had experienced his tenderness and had also tasted his ruthlessness. Yet, she had never truly feared him. Until now, when an inexplicable dread washed over her. Although she could not ascertain what lay within the room, Qing Shushu had entered. Her instinct screamed that Qing Shushu was doomed. Lu Huaichen's countenance darkened. She was afraid of him. Tang Muyan, would you care to take a look? Lu Huaichen extended an invitation to her. Naturally, Qing Shushu was upstairs. He was suggesting she witnessed Qing Shushu's fate, perhaps as a warning of the consequences of inciting his wrath. In a flurry, she fled, too fearful to linger. That day, Tang Muyan was beset by unease. She had failed to complete the task assigned by Huaichen and had encountered Lu Huaichen. Later that evening, Huaichen sent a message of gratitude. Yin, thank you. My sister has decided to divorce Qizhan. Tang Muyan felt perplexed. Had she not done anything? She opened her phone, pondering over the situation. A Weibo notification popped up. Qi family's young master caught cheating with a girl named Lu. Qi family's young master. Qizhan? Intrigued, Tang Muyan clicked to read more. The accompanying text condemned Qizhan and the girl, filled with accusations of infidelity and derogatory remarks. The images depicted a chaotic scene, and Tang Muyan noted that the location was indeed the same hotel she had previously investigated. But hadn't the reporters left by then, who had captured these photos? While she was lost in thought, another trending topic surged to the forefront, replacing Qizhan's scandal. To her surprise, the new subject was Qing Shushu. The headline read, Lu family's adopted daughter involved in lewd acts, tested positive for ketamine. Tang Muyan recalled that Qing Shushu had entered that room today. Surely, something had gone awry. Had Lu Huaichen resorted to such measures to avoid marrying Qing Shushu? Although Qing Shushu was indeed detestable, she never imagined she would meet such a dire fate. Ketamine, once tainted, one's life would be irrevocably ruined. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming fear of Lu Huaichen. After all, Qing Shushu had lived with him for over a decade. There was no need for such ruthless measures. Was it merely because Qing Shushu wished to marry him? Huaichen messaged again. Did you see the trending topic? Qing Shushu is in trouble. They say the room where Qing Shushu was caught is adjacent to Qizhan's. Tang Muyan furrowed her brow and typed back with heavy fingers. I saw. Huaichen followed up. When you saw Qizhan, did you happen to see Qing Shushu? Did you see Qing Shushu? Just as Tang Muyan was about to recount the day's events to Huaichen, another message arrived from Huaichen. Yin, I have another favor to ask. My sister has moved out from the Qi family, but you know how my father is. Can you help her? I'm tied up at the moment. Tang Muyan readily agreed. Sure. Huaichen added, please help her through this. She is quite sentimental and struggles to let go. As someone who had previously escaped the torment of marriage, Tang Muyan felt equipped to offer guidance. Huaichen sent her an address, instructing her to pick up her sister. The Qi family villa was quite a distance from her apartment. It took her a full hour to arrive. As she neared her destination, she spotted a figure on the roadside, her frail form shivering against the strong wind. Tang Muyan recognized her. Rolling down the window, she called out, "Sister Huiyao, get in the car." Huiyao looked up, her lips moving silently against the gusts, but it was evident she was calling her name. Tang Muyan opened the car door, gesturing for her to enter. After a moment of hesitation, Huiyao appeared to be waiting for someone. Finally, Tang Muyan stepped out and helped her into the car. "Sister Huiyao, it's cold outside. Let us wait in the car." Tang Muyan understood she was waiting for Qizhan. His home was nearby, and although Huiyao had left the villa, she had not ventured far. Still unable to release her attachment to him. There was a stark contrast between Huiyao and Huaning. Had they not shared similar features, one might hardly recognize them as sisters. Despite their kinship, their personalities were remarkably different. Huaning was assertive, passionate, and unrestrained, while Huiyao embodied gentleness and indecision. Tang Muyan experienced a fleeting illusion, seeing reflections of her own self from 3 years spent married to Lu Huaichen in Huaning. Huiyao's gaze remained fixed outside, and after a period of patient waiting, no one arrived. In that moment, the last flicker of light in Huiyao's eyes extinguished. "Muyan, let us drive." Tang Muyan started the car and pulled away. Ultimately, Huiyao did not wait for Qizhan. The following day, Tang Muyan slept in late. Due to Huiyao's arrival, she had informed Wen Huai the day prior that he need not come to deliver meals, allowing her the luxury of waking naturally, free from the disturbance of a doorbell ringing early in the morning. Concerned for Huiyao's well-being, she had meticulously checked her home for any hazardous items, ensuring that all sharp objects and electrical appliances were safely stored away. After several thorough inspections, she felt assured enough to rest. Upon waking, she caught a whiff of a delicious aroma wafting through the air. What could it be? The lavish soiree from the previous night had left her too preoccupied searching for Qizhan to eat much, and now she was quite hungry. Following the enticing scent, she emerged to find a feast laid out on the dining table. Huiyao was emerging from the kitchen, carrying 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. She smiled at Tang Muyan. "I was just about to call you, and here you are." "Yes, I followed the aroma," Tang Muyan replied, her eyes glued to the mouth-watering food, her mouth watering at the sight. She received the bowl and chopsticks from Huiyao. "Sister Huiyao, did you make all this?" she exclaimed. "It smells amazing." Tang Muyan quickly scooped a piece of shrimp into her bowl. "Is it really this good? The shrimp are all peeled." "I didn't make it," Huiyao said, serving Tang Muyan a bowl of soup. Noticing Tang Muyan's astonished expression, she added enviously, "Your boyfriend made it. He brought it over while it was still hot." Huiyao appeared to be in high spirits, playfully teasing her. "When Huai came? When did he arrive?" Tang Muyan had specifically told Wen Huai not to come, yet he still did. "He specifically told me to remind you to drink the chicken soup before eating." Huiyao noticed Tang Muyan hesitating over the soup and kindly urged her. "What else did he say?" Tang Muyan obediently picked up the soup and began to drink. Huiyao pondered for a moment. "He also said not to let you know he came, or you'll be upset. Now I understand why Huaning said you've been doing well since the divorce." Tang Muyan poured a bowl of chicken soup for Huiyao and placed it in front of her. "You could do well too." "But I..." Huiyao trailed off, her words unspoken. "Is it that you cannot let go, or simply cannot forget?" Tang Muyan looked at Huiyao, her tone earnest. She recalled that Huaning had mentioned that Huiyuan was rather nostalgic. Huiyuan lowered her eyelids, acknowledging the sentiment. Tang Muyan set down her chopsticks, lifted her gaze to meet Huiyuan's eyes, and softened her tone. "Actually, Huiyuan Jie, everyone has moments they cannot let go of, myself included. But you must truly consider whether the person you yearn for is the current him or the him from the past. People change, and so does he. Lu Huaichen has changed too." This statement served to console Huiyuan while also reminding herself. The past should remain in the past. Tang Muyan's words plunged Huiyuan into contemplation. After a pause, she spoke. "I have made my decision. I want a divorce." Tang Muyan observed the dimness in her eyes and pursed her lips slightly. After some reflection, she hesitated about whether to share her thoughts, having experienced divorce herself and thus possessing some insight. Ultimately, she voiced, "Huiyuan Jie, Qizhan is the one at fault. You should receive a substantial amount in divorce compensation." "I plan to leave with nothing," Huiyuan stated resolutely. For Tang Muyan, who was quite materialistic, she failed to comprehend why one would opt out of alimony. "That is what you are entitled to. Why would you refuse it?" Tang Muyan's emotions began to escalate. The Hui family owes Qi Zhen too much. I shouldn't extort him after the divorce. Hui Yuan still had Qi Zhen in mind. It was evident that she had been frequently controlled by him during their marriage, and Tang Muyan had heard of Qi Zhen's strong desire for psychological control. Hui Yuan Jia, could you not be so kind-hearted? At times, can't you think of yourself? Not for Qi Zhen, nor for the Hui family, but for your own sake? Be a little selfish, live a bit more freely. This realization had dawned on Tang Muyan after marrying Lu Huaichen. Initially, she too had harbored some nostalgia for him. Upon arriving in Fuyang, she often boasted about her old friends, reminiscing about someone who had treated her exceptionally well. Eventually, she understood that the past could only signify what it once was. Lu Huaichen had forgotten her, along with their shared history. That afternoon, Tang Muyan urged Hui Yuan extensively, nearly exhausting her words. Yet Hui Yuan remained steadfast in her original thoughts. Tang Muyan believed that if this were a novel, Hui Yuan would undoubtedly be cast as the protagonist, both tragic and benevolent, enduring wounds yet unwavering in her principles. As for herself, she felt akin to the wicked ex-wife character, truly unworthy of Lu Huaichen. This epiphany struck Tang Muyan. She thought that once she finished her tasks, she could delve into her comic illustrations, but then an even more absurd event unfolded. The police unexpectedly knocked on her door. Strangely, she had become a suspect in the Qing Shu incident. As she was taken away by the police, Tang Muyan was utterly bewildered. Upon arriving at the police station, she believed she would merely need to provide a brief statement and then return home. Leaving Hui Yuan alone at home made her uneasy. The police escorted her into an interrogation room, where the atmosphere was stifling, illuminated only by a glaring bulb directed at her face, causing her to instinctively turn away. The oppressive environment made it difficult for her to breathe. Her nerves were taut. The interrogating officer entered, a tall man accompanied by a female officer taking notes. The harsh light made it hard for her to open her eyes, rendering the officer's features indistinct. Her consciousness began to fade, and her vision blurred. Chapter 66. Claustrophobia. The tall officer sat across from Tang Muyan, his gaze fixed upon her. He opened the file in his hand and initiated a series of official inquiries. Name? Tang Muyan, she replied faintly, her voice lacking strength, her gaze somewhat unfocused. The tall officer frowned and continued. Gender? Female. Please state your ID number. As the officer lowered his head to sift through the documents, Tang Muyan recited a series of numbers, but midway through, her voice trailed off. The female officer beside her paused, then remarked, Officer Su, it seems she has fainted. Officer Su lifted his head, glancing at Tang Muyan, his brow furrowing, and instructed the junior female officer near the door. Quickly call someone to take her to the hospital. At that moment, Tang Muyan's complexion was pale, and her body slumped weakly against the table. The junior officer, likely new, hesitated to act, glancing timidly at Officer Su and murmuring, Officer Su, do you think she also? Before she could finish, Officer Su interrupted. Do not draw conclusions without accurate evidence. Understood. The junior officer averted her eyes, lowering her head. In the hospital, when Tang Muyan regained consciousness, she was greeted by a stark white ceiling. Upon opening her eyes, a splitting headache struck her, akin to an explosion, prompting her to rub her head vigorously. It hurts. She noticed a needle in the back of her hand and looked up to see it was an infusion. How'd I end up here? Earlier that day, she had lunch with Hui Yuan before being taken away by the police. They brought her into the interrogation room, which had been dark and enclosed, stifling and hot, with only a bright bulb shining down on her face. Recalling this, Tang Muyan felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. As the oppressive environment made it difficult to breathe, her heart raced, and she began to gasp for air, yet it felt impossible to catch her breath. She reached for the call button beside her bed, one hand pressing against her heart, the other stretching forward, but she could not grasp it. Help me. Save me. Her body reacted violently, causing her consciousness to begin to wane again. Suddenly, the door to her room swung open, and she could not see the figure before her, only recalling a large hand pressing the call button for her. Subsequently, a doctor entered and administered a sedative, which brought her some relief, but within moments, she fell asleep again. After the doctor finished, he glanced at Lu Huaichen and asked, Are you a family member of the patient? Lu Huaichen nodded affirmatively. We detected the presence of paroxetine in the patient's blood sample. Lu Huaichen's brows furrowed slightly. The doctor elaborated. This is a psychiatric medication that can suppress the central nervous system. Lu Huaichen pressed his lips together and maintained his silence. The doctor, perceiving Lu Huaichen's expression of unawareness regarding this matter, cautiously inquired, "Are you the patient's husband? Are you unaware of your wife's condition?" After a moment of silence, Lu Huaichen shook his head. The doctor sighed deeply, recognizing another irresponsible husband. Based on the police's earlier account, the patient's condition appears to be claustrophobia. At this time, she is exceedingly vulnerable and sensitive, and, as her husband, you should spend more time with her. Understood, Lu Huaichen replied coolly. Following the doctor's departure, the room was left with only Lu Huaichen and the unconscious Tang Muyan. He learned about her situation from Qi Sihong, with whom he had recently established a closer connection. The tumultuous incident regarding the cabinet door on Weibo was orchestrated entirely by Lu Huaichen. Qi Sihong intended to marry Huaning, but her condition was that her sister must divorce Qi Zhen. Qi Sihong discovered that Qi Zhen intended to meet his mistress on the day of the socialite gathering, but as a member of the Qi family. It was inappropriate for a younger brother to catch his older brother in infidelity, which sounded quite absurd. Thus, Lu Huaichen took on the task. The Weibo incident was also his doing, and Qi Zhen's resentment towards him was palpable. After Qi Sihong heard Hua Ning speaking with Hua Yuan about Tang Muyan being taken by the police, he promptly informed Lu Huaichen. Lu Huaichen first visited the police station, and later, upon receiving further news, he arrived at the hospital. Upon entering the hospital, he immediately perceived the inner thoughts of Tang Muyan. After ascertaining her hospital room, he hurried over without delay, fortunate to arrive in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His gaze fell upon Tang Muyan, quietly lying on the hospital bed, lost in contemplation. He had never anticipated that Tang Muyan would suffer from claustrophobia. He recalled that 3 years prior, Ch.N.J. had indeed arranged for her to see a psychologist. At that time, he harbored much disdain for Tang Muyan and naturally paid little heed to her affairs. Little did he know that at this moment, the door swung open. Lu Huaichen turned his gaze towards the sound, narrowing his eyes as he cast a scrutinizing glance at the newcomer. Lu Huaichen? XXNGZH spoke first. What brings you here? XXNGZH often interacted with Lu Huaichen, who was known as a proactive informant within their department. The tranquility of GNGCH was greatly owed to Lu Huaichen. He remembered a year when they tackled organized crime. Lu Huaichen had provided numerous leads, facilitating significant progress in GNGCH. Lu Huaichen's gaze drifted over Tang Muyan, his voice calm as he regarded her. XXNGZH understood, perceiving the unusual nature of their relationship. Being not one to pry, he refrained from further inquiries. Then, I shall step outside and wait. Please inform me once Miss Tang awakens. There are matters that require thorough investigation. With that, XXNGZH exited. Once outside, he pondered a question. The protagonists of this case were QNGSHSH and an individual named TNGFI, both of considerable standing. Particularly QNGSHSH, who, despite not bearing the surname L, possessed intricate ties to the L family. As a foster daughter of the L family, the impact on them from this incident would undoubtedly be substantial. What piqued his curiosity was the fact that QNGSHSH was also in this hospital. Yet no member of the L family had visited her yesterday. Now, Lu Huaichen was in the room of Tang Muyan, a suspect in QNGSHSH's case. Could it be that Tang Muyan held greater significance than his childhood foster sister? After a day of slumber, Tang Muyan was still on a glucose drip. To prevent the glucose from running out and causing a reversal of blood flow, Lu Huaichen vigilantly stayed by her side until the infusion was completed, allowing himself a brief moment of rest only then. That night, he remained by Tang Muyan's side. The following day, when Tang Muyan awoke, Lu Huaichen's handsome visage loomed before her. In her hazy state, she sighed in exasperation, lamenting the recurrence of dreams about Lu Huaichen. Chapter 67. Upon awakening, Tang Muyan's thoughts prompted Lu Huaichen to open his eyes. "You're awake?" Upon her awakening and seeing him, she turned away, seemingly quite disdainful of his presence. Now, with her back to him, her delicate shoulders shrank slightly as Lu Huaichen's clear voice resonated. "Yn," she muttered, "this dream feels quite real." Lu Huaichen's expression darkened, his tone devoid of any emotion as he replied, "It is not a dream. Just awakened." Tang Muyan's mind was somewhat muddled. "You say it is not a dream, but it must be. Let me sleep. When I wake up, Lu Huaichen will have vanished." Lu Huaichen chose not to disturb her further. His previously relaxed lips pressed into a thin line. Did she truly wish to avoid seeing him? Perhaps it was only natural. His past actions were indeed unforgivable. Feeling warm, Tang Muyan kicked the covers down slightly, the edge of the blanket gradually sliding down her body. The hospital gown draped over her was somewhat oversized, leaving her clad in merely an undergarment. Lu Huaichen cast a casual glance and caught sight of her exposed curve, the striking imagery overwhelming his senses. His gaze deepening as he instinctively swallowed. This was truly tormenting. Leaning forward, he adjusted the blanket over her. Outside, dawn broke, the sky lightening with a soft hue. Tang Muyan likely did not wish to see him upon waking. Lu Huaichen touched the lighter in his pocket, suddenly craving a cigarette. He scoffed softly before departing from Tang Muyan's room. When Tang Muyan awoke, she found herself alone in the ward. A nurse happened by to check on her condition. Seeing only Tang Muyan, the nurse blinked and curiously inquired, "Miss, where is your husband?" Tang Muyan was momentarily taken aback. What husband? She had already divorced. Where could a husband come from? Although she did have a boyfriend, who I likely remained oblivious to her current situation. What husband? You must be mistaken. She assumed the nurse had erred. The nurse quickly denied. How could that be? Your husband is so handsome. I could never mistake him. Tang Muyan furrowed her brow, contemplating that it must have been the tall policeman who brought her to the hospital yesterday. She clarified, "He is not my husband." The nurse expressed disappointment. "Oh? Is that so? My apologies." Tang Muyan reassured her, "It's fine." In truth, she thought they made a rather compatible pair. He had treated her well, staying by her side throughout her unconsciousness. This morning, she had seen him leave, looking as though he had not slept a wink. The nurse seemed quite eager to play matchmaker, adding, "Sister, you should seize the opportunity. Such a devoted and handsome man is rare to find." Tang Muyan awkwardly smiled. All right. Truly, she was unfortunate to have encountered Q. She knew nothing good would come of it. After the nurse finished her examination, she departed, giving Tang Muyan an encouraging gesture as she reached the door. Tang Muyan could only smile wryly, finding the nurse's imagination amusingly overactive. Just after the nurse left, another nurse arrived with breakfast. Setting it down before leaving, Tang Muyan gazed at the meal, reflecting on the kindness of the police who had thoughtfully prepared breakfast for her. She felt quite hungry. The past few days had been exhausting, and despite the calming medication, she had rested well, her energy returning significantly, along with her appetite. Before her lay a simple breakfast, a bowl of congee, 2 eggs, and a cup of warm milk. As she picked up the milk, she found it pleasantly warm. The police officers truly were considerate. Tang Muyan began to enjoy her breakfast, but halfway through, someone knocked on the door. She was not fond of being disturbed while eating, her brows knitting in displeasure, yet she still called out, "Come in." Xing entered, lifting his gaze to find Tang Muyan thoroughly enjoying her meal. "Miss Ting, good morning." Xing naturally settled into the chair beside her bed, casually adding, "Thank you." Tang paused, realizing his gratitude was likely for being brought to the hospital yesterday. However, she was not thanking them for that. Without their intervention, she would not have ended up in the hospital. Her gratitude was for the breakfast. "Miss Ting, Xing, am a workaholic, deeply invested in the case, hoping to resolve it swiftly." Tang Muyan made a gesture for him to stop, coldly interrupting, "Officer, can we discuss this after I finish my meal?" Xing fell silent, sitting quietly as he waited for her to finish. Tang Muyan's appetite was robust today, and she savored her meal heartily. Her enjoyment was evident even with the simplest of foods, transforming them into a feast. After finishing, she unabashedly let out a loud belch, perhaps the fullest she had felt since her divorce, and she patted her slightly protruding belly in satisfaction. Xing couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor, realizing that even a beauty appeared unguarded when she let her inhibitions go. Tang Muyan, hearing the laughter, recollected that there was indeed someone else in the room. Her gaze shifted to Su Xingji, taking a thorough look at him. Indeed, as the little nurse had mentioned, He was quite handsome, elegant and charming, with delicate features. Though a police officer, his complexion was remarkably fair. However, when compared to Wen Huai, he fell significantly short. "May I ask your surname, officer?" Tang Muyan inquired. "Oh, Officer Su, please begin. There should be another person waiting outside." "Let her in," she continued, recalling that there was someone taking notes. Su Xingji called the officer outside in, but it was not the same one from yesterday. Today's visitor was male. Su Xingji commenced the primary purpose of his visit. "Miss Tang, did you attend the gathering yesterday? You must be aware of the situation regarding Qing Shushu, correct?" Su Xingji's gaze bore into her, seemingly trying to discern something within her eyes. He continued, "According to the surveillance from Shenhua Hotel, you were the last person seen with Qing Shushu before she entered that room." Chapter 68. Interrogation. "So, Officer Su is implying that I was the one who allowed Qing Shushu into that room?" Tang Muyan's almond-shaped eyes arched playfully as she leaned back against the headboard, a smirk gracing her lips. "No." Su Xingji paused, closing the file in his hands, his gaze penetrating into Tang Muyan's eyes. "I wish to inquire about your purpose on that floor. Why did the victim, Qing Shushu, stop you? What is your relationship with her?" Tang Muyan furuit herbrod momentarily. "Officer Su, why so many questions?" This woman was quite adept at feigning innocence. Su Xingji scoffed internally, though he maintained a composed exterior. Feigning contemplation, Tang Muyan replied, "Actually, I don't have much of a relationship with Qing Shushu. If I had to claim any connection, it would merely be that she envies my beauty." With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Su Xingji. He coughed awkwardly, his cheek flushing slightly. Tang Muyan suppressed her laughter, adding, "As for why she stopped me, you should ask her, shouldn't you, Officer Su?" She noticed Su Xingji's unease, unable to suppress a cold snort within. Men were all the same. Just a glance, and his thoughts drifted. "You are asking too many questions. I am having difficulty recalling. Could you please repeat that, Officer Su?" Su Xingji remained diligent, ever mindful of his duties. "What was Miss Tang doing on that floor?" He was momentarily taken aback before continuing. "Who were you trying to catch?" "Officer, did you not see the Weibo post from that day?" Tang Muyan noted his bewilderment and continued, "It's about the incident involving Qi Zhen. Don't you police officers keep up with trending news?" Su Xingji had heard of it, but was disinterested in the gossip surrounding wealthy individuals. Thus, he had not paid attention. At that time, Qi Zhen's room was right next to the one Qing Shushu was heading to. As Tang Muyan mentioned this, Su Xingji's eyes narrowed slightly. "How do you know that Qi Zhen's room was adjacent to Qing Shushu's?" Although she was skilled at lying, she did not intend to fabricate this time, as deceit could lead to imprisonment here. "My brother, Qi Wang, informed me. You can verify this. What is your relationship with Qi Zhen? Why were you trying to catch him? That seems rather unrelated to Qing Shushu's case, does it not? Or are you implying?" Tang Muyan purposely slowed her tone. "That Officer Su has an interest in me and wishes to learn about my personal matters?" Her eyes lifted slightly. "If that is the case, Officer Su, you may ask me anything." Su Xingji was left speechless. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Su Xingji was naturally disinclined to delve into other matters. Officer Chun adjusted his glasses, understanding. "Of course I can. I believed I was cooperating fully with the police. That day, I went to assess the situation on the 4th floor, and I happened to encounter Qing Shushu, who stopped me from leaving." Tang Muyan recounted the events of that day, although she could not recall every detail, being preoccupied with the instructions from Huaning. However, throughout the conversation, she deliberately mentioned Lu Huaichen's name. She noticed that whenever she brought up Lu Huaichen, Su Xingji's brow would furrow. Su Xingji questioned, "Are you suggesting we investigate Lu Huaichen?" "Yes, that is precisely my suggestion. Moreover, I strongly suspect that Lu Huaichen intentionally tried to tarnish my reputation." Tang Muyan had also organized her thoughts. Why was it that Qing Shushu's room was right next to Qi Zhen's? Why did Qing Shushu insist that it was Lu Huaichen's room, yet he appeared downstairs? Furthermore, why did their timings coincide so fortuitously? This must all be part of Lu Huaichen's design. He undoubtedly aimed to kill two birds with one stone, intending not only to ruin Qing Shushu, but also to drag me down with her. I will never allow you to succeed. This is a matter for the police. Why should it concern me? Tang Muyan maintained a guarded stance. Not only was she guarded, but she was also quite astute. Su Xingji began to regard Tang Muyan with newfound respect. He had initially thought her to be merely a pretty face, but she was proving to be much more formidable than anticipated. "Miss Tang, One final question. What is your relationship with Lu Huaichen, as mentioned by Qing Shushu? Tang Muyan answered without hesitation. Ex-husband. Su Xingji's expression shifted to one of realization. Everything suddenly fell into place. Why Lu Huaichen had visited Tang Muyan yesterday, instead of going to see Qing Shushu, and why Qing Shushu had provoked Tang Muyan before entering the room. The logical connections were entirely coherent. Yet Su Xingji knew he could not trust Tang Muyan completely. Miss Tang should be aware of the law. If you deliberately conceal or lie during a police inquiry, you understand the consequences, correct? What I just stated is entirely true. Should there be any falsehood, I am willing to bear legal responsibility. Tang Muyan clarified her stance. Their gazes locked, and Su Xingji attempted to discern something from her expression. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity, devoid of any impurity. Ultimately, Su Xingji gleaned nothing. He exited the hospital room, and at this moment, Tang Muyan's suspicions had been entirely cleared. Yet, Qing Shushu remained in a coma, and the progress of the case seemed somewhat sluggish. Just as his thoughts were in disarray, a familiar and steady voice called from behind, "Officer Su." His fingers glided slowly over the surface of the lighter before closing it. The person lifted their eyelids to look at Su Xingji. "Shall we talk?" Chapter 69. So soft. In the afternoon, Tang Muyan was set to leave the hospital. Her suspicions were completely cleared, and it was Su Xingji who came to see her off. As they got into the car, Su Xingji informed her, "Although Miss Tang's suspicions have been entirely cleared, I hope you will cooperate if further assistance is needed." It was evident that Su Xingji was a dedicated officer. It was a pity she had not encountered such a police officer in her past. If only she had met Su Xingji back then, perhaps everything would have been different now. Tang Muyan turned her head to the side, gazing out the car window at the scenery as the street bustled with incessant traffic. It felt different from what she had seen years ago from the police car. "Officer Su, may I inquire as to your age this year?" The quiet cabin resonated with Tang Muyan's leisurely voice. Su Xingji was somewhat puzzled. Did this woman harbor an interest in him? Tang Muyan's gaze remained fixed on the outside. 23? Tang Muyan murmured, repeating the phrase. They were the same age. For years ago, she was just 19 and likely had not yet graduated from university. "What is it?" Su Xingji asked, resting his hands on the steering wheel, his expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, a faint blush crept across Su Xingji's fair complexion. He coughed to mask his feelings, seemingly prone to coughing whenever he was tense. Little did he know, this only made it easier for others to notice his discomfort. Tang Muyan playfully teased him. "Officer Su, what do you think?" Officer Su Xingji had received confessions before, yet it was the first time a suspect asked such a question, causing him a slight discomfort, especially when it was from a woman of Tang Muyan's beauty. Clearing his throat, he attempted to maintain his composure, but her gaze kept him from looking away. Tang Muyan did not allow him to finish his thought and sighed. What a pity. Su Xingji furrowed his brows. "What is regrettable?" "That I already have a boyfriend," Tang Muyan replied with a playful wink, recalling when Huai, her eyes sparkling with joy. Su Xingji scoffed, "Oh, Miss Tang seems to have quite a few male friends. Lu Huaichen and Qi Zhen are not enough. You even have a boyfriend." He seemed to have categorized Tang Muyan as one of those women with a rather scandalous private life. Tang Muyan detected the sarcasm in his words, but remained unperturbed, openly admitting, "What can I say? I attract men. Otherwise, why would Qing Shushu be jealous of me?" However, she added, "When I break up next time, I might consider giving Officer Su a chance." After saying this, she intentionally shot him a glance. Su Xingji replied with a teasing tone, "Then I should thank you." Tang Muyan smiled. "You're welcome." The hospital was not far from Tang Muyan's apartment, taking merely half an hour by car. Although the journey was brief, she felt a certain unease, even a tinge of agony. Upon arrival, she quickly unfastened her seatbelt and cheerfully said to Su Xingji, "Goodbye, Officer Su. Hopefully, we won't meet again." A chill ran through her as she lifted her head and encountered a familiar face approaching her. Tang Muyan stood frozen, her gaze fixated on him, her heart fluttering at the sight of Wen Huai. Sensing her longing, Lu Huaichen could not help but smile. He stopped in front of Tang Muyan, removed his coat, and without a word, draped it over her shoulders, saying, "Sister, you're cold." Hearing his voice was a comfort. Tang Muyan looked up, her eyes unabashedly locked onto his. In the next moment, she embraced Wen Huai, burying her head in his chest. It was warm and comforting. Lu Huaichen placed his hand on Tang Muyan's shoulder, feeling guilty for exhausting her over the past few days due to his miscalculation regarding Qing Shushu's timing. Suddenly, Tang Muyan's soft voice broke the silence when I missed you so much. Lu Huaichen's heart trembled, his fingertips quivering against her shoulder. Lowering his gaze to the girl nestled in his embrace, he replied hoarsely, Sister, I missed you too. Tang Muyan lifted her face, her delicate chin resting against his chest, her enchanting eyes wide open as she asked, Really? She closed her eyes in delight, feeling the warmth. Their lips met softly, tenderly. As Lu Huaichen held her slender waist, their kiss becoming increasingly passionate, their consciousness drifting away from reality. Just as Su Xingji was about to start the car, he witnessed this scene, momentarily pausing his actions before scoffing. How sentimental. Intent on interrupting their intimacy, he activated the police car siren. However, the couple remained undistracted, lost in each other. Qing Shushu had consumed a large amount of ketamine and had been unconscious for 3 days. The case had stagnated for the same duration, as her unconscious state significantly impacted the investigation's progress. Officer Su, Qing Shushu has awakened. Upon receiving the news, Su Xingji hurried to the hospital. Qing Shushu's consciousness had nearly returned, yet she appeared frail. Miss Qing, can you hear me? Su Xingji softened his tone for the victim. Her face was pale, and she had lost considerable weight, sustaining her life signs solely through saline and glucose. Clearly exhausted, Qing Shushu nodded wearily. Can you speak? He inquired. She nodded again. I can. Go ahead and ask. Her heart was filled with hatred for that vile man who had wronged her. Qing Shushu gripped the blanket tightly, vowing to ensure that those who harmed her would suffer. Who gave you the room card to enter? Su Xingji questioned. She suddenly paused, biting her lip as if grappling with an unspoken truth. Changing the subject, she asked, Officer, where is the person who harmed me? Su Xingji reassured her. Do not worry. That person is already in police custody. Thank you, officer. Su Xingji continued. Although he has been apprehended, we suspect he may have accomplices, so we hope you can cooperate with us. Please tell me, who gave you the room card that day? His gaze held a probing intensity as he looked at Qing Shushu. Her eyes flickered evasively, and after a prolonged silence, as if struck by a realization, she exclaimed, It was Tang Muyan. Chapter 70, Second Interrogation. Su Xingji took a deep breath. Miss Qing, some things require careful consideration before speaking. It was that he thought it through. It was Tang Muyan. She wanted to harm me. She must know something, or else why would she be so eager for me to enter that room? Qing Shushu argued vehemently. Su Xingji noted her animosity towards Tang Muyan. It seemed she was keen to drag her down at any opportunity. Qing Shushu's gaze began to waver again. Miss Qing, if you do not cooperate with our investigation, I cannot guarantee that your name will not appear on the sentencing document. After all, you were found with ketamine, Su Xingji said, raising an eyebrow. Even Qing Shushu, no matter how naive, could discern the threat behind his words. If she failed to cooperate, she risked facing charges herself. I will cooperate, she replied, her eyes glistening with fear, casting a pitiful glance at Su Xingji. He regarded her coldly. Then please proceed, Miss Qing. After a moment of gathering her thoughts, she finally spoke. I attended a socialite gathering that day and saw Huaichen. Hearing that name, Su Xingji's brow furrowed as he interrupted. Lu Huaichen? She nodded. Yes, Huaichen. Su Xingji scoffed, finding her choice of address rather awkward. It was clear that Tang Muyan's earlier comments held some truth. He gestured for her to continue. I wanted to greet him, but halfway there, he disappeared. Then I saw Qiu Rang, who is a friend of Huaichen's. He was chatting with a woman, and they mentioned Huaichen's name. I intended to ask Qiu Rang where Huaichen had gone, but as I approached, they left. I found a room card where they had been, thinking it belonged to Huaichen, so I saw you went in, only to discover it was not Lu Huaichen's room, but Zhu Tongfei's. Su Xingji Inguit. Qing Shushu's eyes were filled with panic as she nodded helplessly. Yes, that day turned into a nightmare for her. Zhu Tongfei not only forced harmful substances on her, but also assaulted her with 2 other men. Qing Shushu bit her lip, trying to regain her composure, wishing to forget everything about that day. All right, you should rest well. After Qing Shushu regained consciousness, the investigation progressed rapidly. Su Xingji left with the officer responsible for taking notes. The officer approached. Officer Su, what shall we do next? Summon Qiu Rang. In the police interrogation room, Su Xingji held up the room card from the day of the incident, sealed in a bag, and pushed it towards Qiu Rang. Do you recognize this? Qiu Rang gazed at the room card for quite some time, his eyes filled with confusion. Ultimately, he shook his head, expressing that he had no impression of it. Rather than stating outright that he did not recognize it, he opted for the phrase no impression, which seemed to lend more credibility to his statement. Su Xingji lifted his gaze, scrutinizing him for a moment. Would you like to take another look? Following his suggestion, Qiu Rang examined the card once more for an extended period, arriving at the same conclusion. Officer Su, I truly have no impression. Su Xingji did not press him further, but posed another question. On the day of the socialite gathering, where were you? What were you doing? Qiu Rang furrowed his brow in thought. How am I supposed to remember that? Su Xingji's demeanor was particularly harsh. Cut the nonsense. Say what you can recall. Qiu Rang let out a hiss, clearly finding the situation challenging. That day, I went with Lu Huaichen. We had a few drinks together. He can't hold his liquor and got a bit dizzy after just a little, so he went upstairs to sober up. I chatted with a few ladies, and then I went upstairs to check on him. Elaborate. How many ladies did you chat with? Which ones did you add on WeChat? What were their appearances and figures? Su Xingji asked calmly, playing with the pen in his hand. You can't be serious. Qiu Rang looked at Su Xingji, astonished. I never expected you to have such interests. Officer Su. A suppressed chuckle escaped the recording female officer nearby. Su Xingji shot her a cold glare before redirecting his icy gaze back to Qiu Rang. Less chatter. Answer the questions directly. All right. Since Officer Su has this kind of requirement, I shall oblige. Qiu Rang feigned generosity. Su Xingji retorted, Get lost. Stop rambling. I can't recall their exact appearances. You know how socialites are these days. Everyone's had some work done. They all look like internet celebrities. I don't discriminate, but I do remember their figures distinctly. They all had ample chests and long legs. That sensation was quite something. To prevent Qiu Rang from uttering anything inappropriate, Su Xingji interrupted. How many did you chat with? 4 or 5. I can't remember clearly. Did you add them on WeChat? I added 2 earlier, but the others were taken, so I didn't bother. You know, I don't like to play with those who have been played with. After saying this, Qiu Rang mischievously glanced at the recording female officer. Su Xingji kicked him under the table. Where are you looking? The female officer's face immediately flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Enough. Stop changing the subject. Su Xingji genuinely did not want to interrogate Qiu Rang, as he often let his desires cloud his judgment, especially in the presence of women. He steered the conversation back on track. They all have partners? Who are they? How would I know? Just after he said that, Qiu Rang seemed to recall something. I think one of them belongs to President Zhu. Finally, they were getting somewhere. Su Xingji quickly inquired which one. After pondering for a moment, Qiu Rang hesitantly mentioned the last one I spoke with before heading upstairs. Su Xingji turned to the female officer. Notify outside to prepare a list of the women who attended the socialite gathering, including their appearances. The female officer replied promptly, understood. Qiu Rang was puzzled. What are you doing? Identifying them. Su Xingji replied coldly. In Chapter 71, is Lu Xiao cooking? Under Su Xingji's supervision, Qiu Rang examined over 200 images of socialites, spotting Tang Muyan among them. He muttered, Sister-in-law went too? As if unaware. Su Xingji questioned, Didn't she divorce Lu Huaichen? Qiu Rang continued to look at the photos, stating, Just because they're divorced doesn't mean they can't remarry. Eventually, she will still be my sister-in-law, right? I doubt it, Su Xingji scoffed. Doesn't she have a new boyfriend? How could Lu Huaichen not know? Su Xingji was not one to casually disclose others' privacies, so he kept that matter to himself. After thorough scrutiny, Qiu Rang selected a dozen or so images. Su Xingji suspected that Qiu Rang was intentionally making things difficult for him. Su Xingji glanced at him and then at the collection of images before him. What is the matter, Qiu Xiao? You wouldn't tell me if any of these are her, would you? Not necessarily. I'm unsure if any of them are, but these are definitely my preferred types. I even filtered them out for your convenience. Su Xingji gritted his teeth. Should I truly thank you for your thoughtful consideration? Qiu Xiao, no need for that. If you genuinely wish to express gratitude, just share a contact with me for one of those ladies. Qiu Rang leered at the female officer, casting flirtatious glances her way. Among the wealthy second-generation elites, Qiu Rang was one of the more attractive ones, causing the female officer to shyly lower her head. Su Xingji, observing her bashful demeanor, coldly directed, Enough, this is not your business. You may take these images and step outside. Su Xingji handed the stack of images to the female officer, instructing, "All right, you can leave now." The female officer hesitated momentarily, then understood and exclaimed, before making her exit. "Oh, Officer Su is feeling jealous?" Chiu Rang teased. The female officer had not yet left. Her grip on the photos tightened as she eagerly anticipated Su Xingji's next words. Su Xingji recognized Chiu Rang's intent to provoke and instructed the female officer, "You may leave now." Reluctantly, the female officer exited. The interrogation room was left with only two individuals. Su Xingji spoke softly, "Your penchant for flirtation is your affair. But if you attempt to pursue the ladies here, be prepared for the consequences." Chiu Rang laughed nonchalantly. "Am I that much of a beast?" Suxing scolded, his icy gaze sweeping over him. "It's not as if you haven't done such things before. If you wish to be detained again, I wouldn't advise it." "Got it. Since you have nothing else, I'll take my leave. I truly dread being locked up again," Chiu Rang stated as he stood to leave. However, Su Xingji intercepted him. "You cannot leave yet. You must wait until everyone has arrived." Su Xingji narrowed his eyes, glaring at Chiu Rang. "How did my sister end up with someone like you? Perhaps she was blinded by love. Otherwise, how could she have chosen a scoundrel like me?" Chiu Rang seemed quite aware of his own flaws, showing no sign of anger, instead maintaining a smile that concealed his true feelings. "You truly are a scoundrel." After uttering this, Su Xingji promptly exited the interrogation room, feeling disgusted at the thought of staying another moment with such a person. As the afternoon progressed, no one had yet located the woman connected to Zhu Tingfei. Around 5 o'clock, another woman arrived. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Chiu Rang and approached him, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Chiu Rang, what are you doing here?" She clung to him like an octopus. Chiu Rang's eyes flickered with impatience as he attempted to detach her. Just then, another person entered the police station. This newcomer, dressed in uniform, was tall and had a slight curl to her lips. Upon entering, her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, fixated on Chiu Rang. She remained silent, merely watching him. The woman still clinging to Chiu Rang called out, "Chiu Rang, have you missed me?" Su Jihan could not help but tremble slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For a fleeting moment, Chiu Rang's gaze met hers. Initially intending to push the woman away, he instead tightened his grip. He playfully flicked the tip of the woman's nose, unabashedly flirting, "I've missed you too, darling." He did not even know her name. Su Xingji's brow furrowed as he felt compelled to intervene. Not wanting to get involved, he noticed Su Jihan standing at the door and immediately kicked Chiu Rang. "What are you doing? Behave yourself. Do you take this place for what it is? You come here." He pointed at the woman draped over Chiu Rang. Upon noticing his handsome appearance, immediately displayed an expression of longing in her eyes. Subsequently, she released Chiu Rang and sauntered towards Su Xingji. Su Jihan had also vanished without a trace. 10 minutes later, Su Xingji informed Chiu Rang that he could leave. Chiu Rang cast a glance at the office and, without uttering a word, departed. The wind in Jiangsheng was particularly fierce that night. He got into his car and dialed number. "Hello, Lu Xiao. It seems the case has been concluded." Lu Huaichen's calm voice came through the line, acknowledging the news. "No. Do you not realize that the officer in charge of this case is Su Jihan's brother?" From the moment he spotted Su Xingji, Chiu Rang found the world to be peculiarly whimsical. The more one wishes to avoid someone, the more the heavens conspire to bring them together. "I know. Are you not going to inform me?" Chiu Rang felt a surge of frustration. However, Lu Huaichen did not grant him the opportunity to vent, having just learned this information. "Do you realize that Su Xingji's glare could have killed me? Fortunately, he is a police officer. Otherwise, I might have vanished without a trace." Lu Huaichen, uninterested in trivial matters, responded coldly, "Is there anything else?" "Brother, your habit of dismissing people right after business is rather unkind. I risked my life to assist you, and you respond with such indifference." Chiu Rang exaggeratedly lamented. "I am cooking. If there is anything, let us discuss it later." Lu Huaichen hung up without further ado. Hearing the busy tone, Chiu Rang felt disheveled in the wind. Damn it, cooking? Who would believe that? Later, Tang Muyan learned of the incident from Huaning. Zhu Tangfei was sentenced to life imprisonment for the long-term trafficking and use of prohibited substances, compounded by charges of public debauchery. As for Qing Shushu, she brought this upon herself. Having gained little advantage from the Lu family, she was directly sent to a rehabilitation center by Chun Jing, reportedly to remain there for a year and a half. At times, Tang Muyan admired Lu Huaichen's ruthlessness. It was hard to believe that he had no connection to this affair. After all, Qing Shushu was his half-sister by a different mother, and they had lived together for many years, showing no mercy whatsoever. Qing Shushu had been dosed with a significant amount of ketamine by Zhu Tongfei, which alone disqualified her from becoming a daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Even though old Madame Lu was fond of her, she would never allow her grandson to marry a woman with a tarnished reputation. The old lady knew how to prioritize. Tang Muyan chuckled sarcastically. Fortunately, I distanced myself early. Otherwise, I might have ended up in a rehabilitation center myself. Having finished cooking, Lu Huaichen placed each dish in separate thermal containers. Recently, he could not cook at Tang Muyan's residence because Hui Yuan was still there. His presence would complicate matters. Thus, Lu Huaichen completed the meal at home and prepared to deliver it. Ironically, it had been Tang Muyan who used to deliver meals, but now the role had reversed. Just as he finished packing, his phone rang. He opened it to hear Qiu Rang's indignant voice. "Brother, I cannot fathom why Su Xingji only seeks me out and not you." He sent another message. "Clearly, this matter is inextricably linked to you." Lu Huaichen swiftly typed a response. "He hasn't contacted me." I reached out to him. After sending the message, he closed his phone and tossed it aside, taking another phone and the collection of thermal containers before leaving the villa. On the day Su Xingji interrogated Tang Muyan, Lu Huaichen had been waiting for him at the entrance. Since he would eventually be summoned, he thought it prudent to seize the opportunity to interrogate him, while Su Xingji was preoccupied with Tang Muyan. Su Xingji had prepared a plethora of words. Yet upon encountering Lu Huaichen's dark and brooding gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. "If you have questions, ask them quickly." Lu Huaichen leaned against the wall, his long legs crossed elegantly, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Su Xingji before lowering again. Su Xingji forced a smile. "Isn't this against protocol?" Lu Huaichen lifted his eyelids, finally directing his gaze at him, and snorted coldly. "Do you even understand the rules?" Everyone knows that Su Xingji is the most unpredictable player in this arena. Today, however, he had been caught off guard by Lu Huaichen's unexpected approach. "You truly know me well. Feel free to ask whatever you wish," Lu Huaichen replied lazily, reclining against the wall. Su Xingji wasted no time and inquired about the events involving Lu Xiao from that day. Although he was puzzled, he ultimately chose to trust the evidence presented to him. Recently, Tang Muyan had been vexed by the situation surrounding Qing Shushu. She could not understand why Lu Huaichen had to drag her into this mess. It was infuriating, leaving her devoid of any creative inspiration for her storyline. Indeed, Tang Muyan had delayed her updates for half a month. The comic, originally scheduled for weekly releases, had fallen behind due to Huaning's injury, which kept her constantly busy, leaving no time to draw. The subsequent incident involving Qing Shushu had completely extinguished her enthusiasm for the comic. Now, Tang Muyan simply wished to embrace a carefree existence and relish her time sleeping. Just as she was torn between drawing manga or indulging in sleep, the doorbell rang. Her eyes lit up when Huai had arrived. Overjoyed, she leapt from her bed, hastily abandoning her slippers and racing barefoot to the entrance. "When Huai, I'm coming." Behind the door, Lu Huaichen smiled at her exclamation. Tang Muyan rubbed her hands together in anticipation, seemingly readying herself for a grand gesture. Then, she swung open the door and leaped into Wen Huai's arms, wrapping around him in an exuberant embrace. She clung to him like a koala, her legs draped around his waist. Wen Huai held a food container in one hand and naturally placed the other on her waist, firmly securing her. He rested his head on her shoulder. "Sister, it smells wonderful today." Tang Muyan was caught off guard by the compliment, momentarily failing to grasp that she had just been playfully teased by her brother. She stretched her arms to sniff. Is there? Surely not." Lu Huaichen observed her little antics, chuckling softly. It dawned on Tang Muyan that she had indeed been teased, blissfully unaware. She shot a playful glare at Lu Huaichen. "You just love to laugh." Lu Huaichen stood still in the entrance, making no move but watching her with a tender gaze. Tang Muyan felt a blush creep upon her. Hanging onto Wen Huai like this seemed inappropriate. She wished to disentangle herself. Yet Lu Huaichen appeared unwilling to grant her that chance, his large hand firmly clasping her waist. His strength was such that she could not escape. Initially, she struggled slightly. "Wen Huai, let me down." Instead of complying, he awkwardly carried her into the room in that very position. Eventually, she found herself resting motionless on his shoulder, contemplating how fortunate it was that Huaichen was not present. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be mortified. Suddenly, a clever idea struck her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. Why? Please let me down quickly. It would be awkward if Huaichen sees. Lu Huaichen cast her a sidelong glance. Little liar, still trying to deceive me. Sister, do you enjoy telling lies so much? Lu Huaichen did not force her, but, after placing the food container down, gently set Tang Muyan on the sofa in the living room. Has he noticed again? Am I that obvious? Lu Huaichen smirked. Not exactly obvious, just coincidentally perceptive. Tang Muyan was about to argue when he interrupted. Sister, just stop being stubborn. After being exposed, she crossed her arms defiantly, pouting as she huffed indignantly. Suddenly sat beside her and whispered, how about a kiss? He deliberately lowered his voice, and then it transformed into a teasing tone. His warm breath brushing against Tang Muyan's neck, sending tingling sensations throughout her. Sister's lips aren't so hard anymore. Chapter 73. The few acts of kindness gradually leaned closer. Tang Muyan's heart raced. He was going to kiss me again. Her face contorted, and her hands anxiously clutched the sofa. The memory of their last kiss lingered vividly. And Tang Muyan shook her head vigorously, suddenly standing up, her tone flustered. Why? I'm hungry. No, I cannot let him kiss me. Last time he lingered on my lips for far too long. If it happens again indoors, what if he pulls out a gun like last time? Wouldn't that be disastrous? S. brows furrowed slightly. Was his character truly that poor? Did he expect her to remain pure for him? With that thought, his mood lightened a bit. However, the next moment, Tang Muyan's thoughts cast a shadow over him. Perhaps a little fun wouldn't hurt. We're adults after all. Yet, as he contemplated this, his expression darkened. What do you mean by just a little fun? I am not ready to take responsibility for you. Tang Muyan glanced up guilt-ridden at. She was a divorced woman. It didn't matter how she played. If he desired her, even if she didn't like it, she could acquiesce. However, once desire was involved, the situation became complicated. Masked his disappointment and diverted his gaze, unintentionally noticing Tang Muyan's bare feet. How could this woman have rushed out without slippers? No wonder she suffered during her period on their wedding day. He had not informed Tang Muyan beforehand. That day, the villa was unusually dim, unlike her usual style, which was always bright and welcoming. Upon entering, he hesitated momentarily, but did not overthink it and went straight upstairs. Though they were married, they did not share a room. He only allowed Tang Muyan into his room when he had needs, and afterwards she was unceremoniously dismissed. The items belonging to her in his room were merely for show, to prevent Qinjing from becoming suspicious. Tang Muyan resided in a guest room not far from his, and as he passed by, he noticed her door was ajar, with only a small night light illuminating the dark space. He did not pay much attention and moved on. After finishing his tasks and taking a shower, he felt a thirst and decided to fetch some water downstairs. As he passed by Tang Muyan's room again, he heard her soft whimpers. Frowning, he peered into her room. There she was curled up on the bed, her long hair splayed out, shoulders trembling, softly whimpering. Though was not one to meddle in others' affairs, that day felt different, as if he were not quite himself. He stepped into Tang Muyan's room. When he reached her bedside, he realized he might have overstepped. However, with no way to retreat, he noticed that she remained oblivious to his presence, still softly whimpering. Her sounds were distinctively different from those during their previous encounters. They conveyed pain and sorrow, mixed with a hint of crying. Feigning impatience, he kicked the bed lightly and said in a weary tone, Tang Muyan, you're disturbing me. Hearing this, she lifted her head. Under the dim light, her face was contorted in pain, hair disheveled, and her once rosy lips now pale. She lacked any semblance of beauty, resembling a ghost, which was some immediate thought. Upon seeing him, Tang Muyan's expression softened slightly as she attempted to appear more composed. S. gaze dimmed momentarily, and he scoffed. An hour ago. Tang Muyan lowered her head, meekly apologizing. Chun, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Despised her pitiful demeanor. Who was she trying to garner sympathy from? No, you're simply disturbing me, he replied coldly, his displeasure evident. Tang Muyan, feeling unwell and overwhelmed by his aggressive demeanor, felt at a loss for words and ultimately began to cry. Was momentarily taken aback. Why was she crying? He had not even spoken yet. Observing the uncontrollable situation, he felt uncertain. Why are you crying? You never cried like this before. Then he noticed her hand pressed against her lower abdomen, and his brows furrowed. Is it that time of the month? Tang Muyan finally ceased her tears, lifting her tear-streaked face, dirty and pitiful, and nodded vigorously. Adopting a commanding tone, instructed her lie down. Tang Muyan refused, her eyes wide with panic. Ah, Chun, I'm on my period. Her tone suggested he might react unfavorably. Sighed in exasperation. Don't worry, I have no such preferences. I find it unclean. Hearing this, Tang Muyan felt relieved and lay back down on the bed. That day, to his own surprise, spent 2 hours gently massaging her abdomen. Since then, whenever Tang Muyan faced a problem, she would cry, and he found himself succumbing to her tears. He rose and broke the silence, walking towards the entrance. Tang Muyan blinked in confusion at his retreating figure, wondering if he was angry. Should she comfort him? Just as she hesitated to speak, stopped by the shoe cabinet, he retrieved a pair of pink slippers and knelt in front of Tang Muyan. With sincere and warm eyes, he looked up at her, saying, "Sister, stretch out your feet." His earnest gaze captivated her. Under the allure of his charm, Tang Muyan hesitantly extended her small, delicate foot. Chapter 74. The jealous little woman's lashes were long, and the angled light cast a shadow on his eyelids. He lowered his gaze, watching as Tang Muyan extended her foot. Her feet were small and pink, a perfect size 36, fitting snugly in his larger hand. As he held her tiny foot, she instinctively curled her toes, feeling the warmth of his hand. How can someone have such large hands? How can my sister have such small feet? After playing with her foot for a moment, he looked up, a hint of flirtation in his eyes, causing Tang Muyan's cheeks to flush. It was clearly his hands that were large. She turned her head, avoiding his gaze. After helping her into the slippers, he cautioned, "Don't go barefoot. If you get used to it, it can lead to painful periods." Tang Muyan glanced at the pink slippers on her feet and curiously asked, "How did you know I have painful periods?" She scrutinized him, sensing something was off. Chuckled, attempting to downplay it. "Isn't it common for women?" "Women? Which women?" Tang Muyan scoffed sarcastically. "Wen Huai, it seems you understand women quite well." She suddenly recalled Wen Huai mentioning he had an ex-girlfriend, feeling a pang of jealousy. If she was so wonderful, why not go back to her? What was he doing with me? Tang Muyan thought sourly. Lu Huaichen's lips curled into a meaningful arc as his deep-set eyes gazed at her. "Sister, why are you so fond of jealousy?" However, he relished watching her display her jealousy and even wished to tease her further. Since her divorce, Tang temper had noticeably intensified. She would ignite at the slightest provocation. "What did I say? I simply enjoy being jealous. My ex-girlfriend had experienced dysmenorrhea." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Huaichen interrupted her. His voice, clear and resolute, was far more assertive than before. Yet, Lu Huaichen still lacked an understanding of women. When they were angry, even a man's breath could be deemed wrong. How dare he raise his voice? Tang Muyan glared at him. "I haven't even said anything, yet you're shouting at me." She had a tendency to become stronger in the face of strength and weaker in the face of weakness. Just as Lu Huaichen was about to continue his explanation, Tang Muyan erupted in anger. "What are you shouting about? She has dysmenorrhea. Why are you yelling at me? If you care for her, go find her. Don't be an eyesore here. Leave, leave, leave." In her fury, attempted to usher him out. She even took off her shoes to demonstrate, playfully kicking Lu Huaichen twice. "Leave, leave, leave. You're not welcome here." Although Tang Muyan's strength was slight, her kicks felt like mere tickles to him. Nevertheless, Lu Huaichen appeared to be suffering an immense injustice, feigning innocence. "Sister, I was wrong. I will never shout at you again." His voice, naturally softer than that of many men, sounded even more pitiful when he played the victim. "I didn't mean to shout. I just got anxious because I was afraid you would say something foolish." At that moment, Lu Huaichen was acting quite submissively, believing that it was due to his connection with Wen Huai that he could act with such impunity. "Am I speaking foolishly? Wen Huai, have you gained some audacity?" Tang Muyan huffed angrily. Though she spoke harshly, her tone was soft, lacking any real force. Like a punch landing on cotton, gentle and ineffective. Lu Huaichen, grinning, showed no fear of her and even provocatively teased her. "Sister, besides my audacity, there are other areas where I excel. Sister, would you care to try?" Tang Muyan's eyes widened in disbelief. How had Wen Huai turned rogue and become a scoundrel? Her cheeks flushed crimson. Wen Huai, You shouldn't speak such nonsense at your age. What nonsense? Does sister not know? Perhaps you should give it a try. Lu Huaichen mischievously shifted closer, and Tang Muyan noticed his movement, instinctively retreating until there was nowhere left to go. What does he intend to do? Surely he wouldn't actually. The realization of his true nature dawned upon her. If I don't comply, will he pounce on me? Tang Muyan felt a sudden fear. Had she known, she would have refrained from speaking carelessly. Hui, back up a bit. She gestured at him. Lu Huaichen feigned ignorance, slowly inching toward her. Their eyes locked. Tang Muyan nervously bit her lip. You cannot force me. Lu Huaichen placed his hand on her abdomen and softly said, How is this forcing? His large hand pressed gently against Tang Muyan's lower belly, emanating warmth that enveloped her. Sister, is my hand not large enough? He then quickly realized, is this what you meant? With his chin resting on her shoulder, he nodded eagerly. Exactly. Or did sister think it was something else? Tang Muyan mumbled, It's nothing. She then asked, What did you mean by try? Lu Huaichen's hand continued to press on her belly. In due time, you'll understand. What can your hand do? It wouldn't be that, would it? Tang Muyan's imagination began to run wild. Lu Huaichen, aware of her wandering thoughts, playfully flicked her forehead. Dngmy gasped, Oosh. She shot him an annoyed glare. Delicate, I'm doing this for your benefit, helping you clear out the nonsense in your head. What nonsense? Nonsense indeed. Sister, let me ask you, did your ex-husband ever treat you well during your dysmenorrhea? Upon uttering this, Lu Huaichen regretted his bluntness. Would he seem too forward? Luckily, Tang Muyan did not seem suspicious. His sudden question caught her off guard. LDU, did he treat me well? Certainly not. Lu Huaichen's lips twitched. How ungrateful she was, forgetting all the good he had done for her, while remembering only the bad. Tang Muyan had initially intended to answer immediately, but hesitated. There was perhaps one occasion. Lu Huaichen smiled. Finally, she recalled that her ex-husband had cared for her. Since your ex-husband cared for you, let us not dwell on my ex-girlfriend. Lu Huaichen softened his tone and looked at Tang Muyan. Not a chance. Why not? Tang Muyan stammered, unable to articulate a reason. After a moment, Lu Huaichen grinned at her. Sister, if you do not speak, I shall take it as your silent agreement. He then asked, Are you hungry? They had been bickering for some time, and the food would surely be cold. Dngmy nodded, admitting she was indeed a bit hungry. Lu Huaichen bent down to help her put her shoes back on. Wait here, we will eat shortly. As he turned, he reminded her, Do not take them off again. Tang Muyan gently pushed him. Go on now. Watching the busy figure of the man, Tang Muyan felt elated, her concerns regarding his ex-girlfriend suddenly dissipating. After all, that was all in the past. Why dwell on it? She said to the industrious Lu Huaichen, Hui, let us go on a date. Chapter 75. The date she had never been on a date with anyone before. During her marriage to Lu Huaichen, Tang Muyan had mostly lived alone, only summoned occasionally when he had needs. The notion of dating seemed utterly far-fetched. She had never been inclined to date him. Going out with someone like Lu Huaichen, who would don an icy demeanor, offered little appeal. What did you say? Lu Huaichen turned to look at her. Tang Muyan confidently repeated, I said, let us go on a date. For their date, Lu Huaichen had prepared for a full 2 hours. Lacking dating experience himself, he had only ever been with Tang Muyan. Before setting out, he had even searched online, what should couples do on a date? He jotted down the suggestions to avoid being at a loss during their outing. The suggested sequence was, first a movie, then shopping, followed by a meal, and finally, to check into a hotel. When Lu Huaichen's gaze fell upon the last item, he paused. Previously, he had always gone straight to that last step, when he desired her presence. He would simply text Tang Muyan to come over. He realized he had indeed been quite shameless. Tang Muyan insisted that their meeting for the date should bear a sense of ceremony, commencing at the place where they had first met. He arrived early, while Tang Muyan only made her appearance an hour later. Hui. It was midday, and the bar was closed. Shny was not at the hotel, leaving only Hui waiting for her. Lu Huaichen lifted his gaze. Sister, you've arrived. Tang Muyan looked elegant in a soft pink sweater dress, paired with a white cardigan, radiating warmth. His eyes lingered on her. Seeing her in this attire reminded Lu Huaichen of their wedding day, where she had also donned a similar style, embodying grace. Tang Muyan had styled her hair into a side braid, draping it over her shoulder. Noticing Lu Huaichen's dazed expression, she curiously asked, "What is it? Is it not to your liking?" Lu Huaichen nodded, smiling. "How could sister not look beautiful? You are simply too stunning," leaving me in a daze. Wen Huai's words had grown increasingly smooth. He knew how to say what she loved to hear. Tang Muyan took his hand, marking the first step of their date, holding hands. "Let us go." She moved ahead of him, leading the way out. Lu Huaichen's eyes radiated a warm smile as he inquired, "Sister, where are we going?" With each repetition of the term sister, Lu Huaichen became increasingly comfortable with it. Tang Muyan seemed to have meticulously planned the day, starting with a trip to the cinema. And then, he asked, "Shopping?" She responded. Lu Huaichen had ample reason to suspect that Tang Muyan and he had consulted the same website. He pressed on, "Is there anything else?" "Dining." Tang Muyan replied cheerfully, thinking to herself how impressive her arrangements were, having conducted a search beforehand to ensure everything was well organized. Lu Huaichen inquired further, "What will we do after dinner?" Just as she was about to mention what would come next, she abruptly fell silent, realizing she had nearly spoken too freely. Luckily, she managed to halt her train of thought. Lu Huaichen chuckled at her caution. When selecting a film, Tang Muyan took her time. The recently released romantic films seemed unsuitable for a first date, as they might carry an unfortunate connotation. She glanced at the war films, contemplating the potential for tears and ruin makeup. The sci-fi films lacked the necessary romantic ambience, while the mystery films seemed overly cerebral. Ultimately, she settled on the horror section, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She began to envision a scenario where she would be fearfully nestled in Lu Huaichen's embrace. "If I get scared, I'll hold him tight and casually touch his abs," she mused. Turning to him, she attempted to maintain a serious demeanor. "Wen Huai, are you afraid?" she asked, pointing to the horror film closest to her. Lu Huaichen's gaze shifted, his brows furrowing as he immediately adopted a panicked expression, nodding vigorously. "Sister, I'm scared." "Good." Then, Tang Muyan remarked, feigning sternness, "What is there to be afraid of? We're watching this." With that, she turned and headed to purchase tickets. Initially, she intended to select seats in the back row, but fearing Lu Huaichen might misbehave, she opted for a more central location. A moment of cunning glimmered in Lu Huaichen's eyes. His plan had succeeded. After securing the movie tickets, Tang Muyan led Lu Huaichen to buy a bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola. The film began shortly thereafter. The interior was dimly lit, yet not entirely enclosed. He recalled that Tang Muyan could not tolerate closed spaces. Observing her demeanor, it appeared that this was not her first visit. During those 3 years, had she often ventured out alone to watch films? Most attendees were couples, and he wondered if she felt lonely watching alone back then. A veil of indifference fell over his expression. This particular foreign horror film started off relatively tame, lacking genuine fear and relying instead on music to create a suspenseful atmosphere, accompanied by a few shadowy figures reminiscent of ghosts. Tang Muyan thought to herself, "This isn't scary at all." To bolster her confidence, Lu Huaichen held her hand tightly, ensuring she felt secure. Unbeknownst to her, this gesture brought him joy as well, as she delighted in the prospect of touching his abs soon. Feeling a growing impatience and a hint of dryness in her throat, she took a sip of her cola. Following her lead, Lu Huaichen took a sip of his own. Though he had never tasted such a carbonated beverage before, it evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if he had savored it long ago. Yet he scrunched his brow and leaned closer to her, expressing in a soft, plaintive tone, "Sister, mine isn't sweet." Tang Muyan, skeptical, glanced at the cola he held, the straw positioned near her lips. Engrossed in the film, she mistakenly believed it was her own drink and leaned down to take a sip. It was sweet. She cast a sideways glance at him, still wearing that pitiful expression. "Sister, I want to try yours." It was then she realized she had been drinking Wen Huai's cola. She hesitated as she gazed at the cup in her hand. Before she could process it, Wen Huai's lips brushed against her straw. He playfully tugged at his lip, exuding a mischievous charm. He took a sip and seamlessly swapped their colas. Leaning close, he whispered, "I want to drink sister's. Hers is sweeter." With such endearing charm, Tang Muyan found it hard to resist. Her lips pursed, her face flushed as her heart raced. "He's teasing me," she thought, realizing how skillfully he wielded his charm. Observing her blushing visage, Lu Huaichen's smile broadened with delight. She playfully pushed his exuberant face away, whispering, "Go over there." Tang Muyan had been momentarily distracted by Lu Huaichen's playful antics, losing track of the film's progression. Her meticulously crafted plan slipped from her mind. With a determined effort, she refocused her attention on the screen. Suddenly, a grotesquely asymmetrical, ghostly face appeared, causing her to recoil in shock and cover her eyes. "That scared me to death," she exclaimed. The cinema erupted in chaos, with some girls emitting piercing screams, heightening the eerie atmosphere. While most attendees were couples, Tang Muyan, accustomed to watching films alone, instinctively shrank back, hands firmly covering her eyes whenever confronted with unsettling scenes. Just then, two large hands pressed against her side. "Don't be afraid," Lu Huaichen gently reassured her, patting her back. She broke into a cold sweat, her shoulders trembling, clearly frightened. What a timid girl to be watching a horror film, he thought, bemused by her bravery. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Muyan's delicate fingers had found their way to Lu Huaichen's palm, gripping one of his fingers tightly. Peering out cautiously, she was dismayed to find the ghostly visage reappearing. She bit her lip, mentally chiding herself for her cowardice. Originally, she had intended to frighten Wen Huai, but here she was trembling in fear. "How can I touch his abs now?" she lamented. "No, I must gather my courage." "You can do this," she encouraged herself silently. Lu Huaichen was taken aback by her fervent determination to touch his abs. He lifted his shirt slightly, slipping her small hand beneath it. "It's cold outside. Let my body warm you," he murmured softly, his voice enticing. Ignoring the horror on screen, Tang Muyan focused solely on the prospect of touching his abs. Her hand began to wander restlessly beneath his clothing. As the ghost wreaked havoc on the screen, she ignited a different kind of fire beneath Lu Huaichen's shirt. Eventually, he could no longer bear the ticklish sensations and requested her to withdraw her hand. "Sister's hand is warm. It doesn't need warming anymore," Tang Muyan protested. "Why drink my cola and not let me take advantage?" Lu Huaichen merely smiled, unbothered by her displeasure. Thankfully, the film continued, utilizing the terrifying atmosphere as an excuse. Tang Muyan nestled closer to Lu Huaichen, seizing the opportunity to be intimate. He initially indulged her, but once the suspense subsided, he would gently push her away, repeating this playful cycle. They were thoroughly enjoying the moment when a burly man seated nearby cast disapproving glances at them, his eyes narrowing with discontent. Realizing her exuberance was drawing unwanted attention, Tang Muyan quieted down. She had expected to watch the film in peace, but the events that followed were unforeseen. Tang Muyan had thoroughly enjoyed herself, relishing in the shared experience of their colas and the romantic undertones of their day. Reflecting on the earlier events, she realized this was what a date felt like. As they exited side by side, Lu Huaichen expressed his desire to visit the restroom. Myn remarked that she was waiting for him outside. However, Lu Huaichen had been inside for quite a while without any sign of emerging. At this moment, two individuals exited the men's restroom. The man just now was rather handsome. Handsome? One glance revealed he was merely a pretty boy. Soon our leader would take care of him. Indeed, given his frail appearance, he likely wouldn't withstand our leader's few moves. Their conversation fell into Myn's ears, and upon hearing the term pretty boy, she immediately thought of Wen Huai. He was good-looking, and jealousy often arose among peers, so calling him a pretty boy was to be expected. Was it Wen Huai? Had he been bullied? Realizing this, Myn dashed towards the men's restroom without a second thought. Wen Huai is mine. I will not allow anyone to mistreat him. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the scene before her. The restroom seemed to have been cleared out. Apart from Wen Huai and that burly man from the cinema, there was no one else. Myn was stunned. Such brutality? Wen Huai seemed to sense her arrival and ceased his assault on the man on the floor. He approached Myn and gently rubbed her nose with his finger. Wen Huai quickly led her away, saying, "Sister, don't look, it's dirty." A sense of inexplicable fear seized Myn. Was Wen Huai truly unharmed? Before she could process this, a familiar figure approached her gracefully. She refrained from looking in that direction, but soon, a delicate hand patted her shoulder. A familiar gentle voice reached her ears. "Yn, what are you doing here?" Ing had come to the movies with Ing and unexpectedly encountered Myn and her son upon exiting. Upon seeing Ing, Tang instinctively called out, "Mom, what are you doing here?" Lu Huaichen turned his head to glance, bewildered by the situation. Initially, Ch did not notice that Lu Huaichen had a different face. She was too engrossed in conversing with Tang Muyan. "I came with your father. We just finished watching a movie, and he went to the restroom." To prevent Ch from recognizing him, Lu Huaichen deliberately averted her gaze, turning his body slightly. Yet, he ultimately could not escape this predicament. Ch's gaze fell upon him, and she remarked, "Lu Huaichen, didn't you see your mother?" Chapter 77, Mistaken Identity. Observing Ch reprimanding Wen Huai, Tang Muyan felt a pang of guilt. Had she mistaken someone for another? Lu Huaichen continued to face away from Ch, who gradually lost her patience. However, this was in public, and one must maintain an image. Thus, she subtly stepped forward, delivering a swift kick to Lu Huaichen's leg. The sudden attack caused his knee to bend, nearly bringing him to the ground. Tang Muyan exclaimed, "Mom, don't kick him." She quickly explained, "He is not Lu Huaichen." Tang Muyan understood that her divorce from Lu Huaichen could not remain a secret. Queuing SHSH had also been rendered unable by Lu Huaichen, and even now, an elderly woman would not consent to her marriage with Lu Huaichen. The L family held a pristine reputation and would never allow a woman with a stain on her character to enter their home. Especially since I placed great importance on reputation. Now was the time to reveal the truth. Since Lu Huaichen refused to speak, "I shall do so." Ch was puzzled by Tang Muyan's words, wondering what she meant by claiming he was not Lu Huaichen. Apart from accompanying Lu Huaichen to the movies, who else could she have been with? Ch scrutinized Wen Huai from head to toe. This silhouette, this build, it was undoubtedly her son. If he was not her son, then who could it be? Yet, observing Tang Muyan's earnest expression, it did not seem as though she were lying. She questioned, "Are you truly not?" Tang Muyan nodded emphatically no. She wished to elaborate further, but Ch did not afford her the opportunity. Pointing at Wen Huai, she insisted, "Have him turn around. I want to see." Tang Muyan glanced at Wen Huai. Wen Huai, turn around. Reductons el Huaichen complete. Fearing nothing else but being recognized by Ch. As he turned, he performed a deep bow, a perfectly executed 90-degree bend, and in a clear voice stated, "Auntie, hello." Wen Huai's formal bow astonished Tang Muyan. Surely, he did not need to be so earnest? Lu Huaichen remained bent, unwilling to lift his head, for doing so would reveal the truth. "Oh," Ch. remarked sarcastically, "why are you speaking with such an affected tone now?" Ch. immediately discerned Lu Huaichen's disguised voice, a realization perhaps only Tang Muyan failed to grasp. Oblivious to the implication in Ch. words, Tang Muyan stubbornly believed Ch. had mistaken someone for another. "Lift your head and speak to me," Ch. commanded. Although Lu Huaichen was reluctant, he still raised his head. Upon seeing Lu Huaichen's face, Ch. was taken aback, her pupils widening. This was indeed not her son. This face was even more handsome than her son's. However, upon closer inspection, some similarities could still be discerned. "Indeed, he was not my son," Ch. continued. "My son does not possess such a fine visage." Tang Muyan silently agreed. Lu Huaichen was certainly not as handsome as Wen Huai. Lu Huaichen cast a cold glance at Tang Muyan. Tired of life? Sooner or later, she will be the one looking good. Ch. turned her attention to Lu Huaichen and inquired, "What is your name?" Notably, even the surname differed. This observation was directed towards Tang Muyan. She no longer focused on Lu Huaichen's somewhat unfortunate face, instead smiling gently at Tang Muyan. Now, Ch. began to grasp the situation. "You two are divorced?" No wonder Q. SHSH had not caused any trouble during that period, walking about with her head held high, rumored to look down on others. It turned out she was aware of something. Tang Muyan pursed her lips and nodded heavily. "Mom, I'm sorry. I lied to you." Although she had divorced Lu Huaichen, Tang Muyan still instinctively referred to Ch. as mom. This habit would likely not change anytime soon, nor did she wish it to. "No need to apologize. I know my son's stubborn temper. The divorce was unlikely to be your suggestion. Ing understood Lu Huaichen quite well. She had thought that 3 years of marriage would help him see things more clearly. To her surprise, he was still the same, just like his father, only valuing what was lost. He would soon regret it. Although Lu Huaichen initiated the divorce, it did not mean Tang Muyan did not cooperate. She had always been aware of this truth, making her all the more clear-headed. Do not blame him. We simply are not suited for one another. Tang Muyan continued to deflect the issue elsewhere. Whether Ing absorbed her words or not was irrelevant. After all, when Lu Huaichen came looking for trouble later, she would have an explanation. The news of their divorce was not something she disclosed to Ing. It was self-evident to Ing, and Lu Huaichen could not fault her. Tang Muyan had long since sorted out the situation in her mind. Lu Huaichen was taken aback, not expecting her to distance herself from him so thoroughly. How much did she truly despise him? Tang Muyan did not despise him. Who would dislike an ex-husband capable of providing financial support? She was merely fearful, afraid of offending him and ending up in the same dire straits as Ing SHSH. When Lu Huaichen looked at her, the light in his eyes dimmed entirely. Tang Muyan was oblivious, but Ing noticed. With a sarcastic smile, Ing remarked, "Indeed, you are ill-matched. Yuan, he is unworthy of you." Tang Muyan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ing, questioning the meaning behind her words. Ing's comment seemed to mock Lu Huaichen, yet her gaze lingered on Hui. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Ing emerged from the restroom. Even though they were divorced, Tang Muyan did not wish to sever ties entirely with Ing. Without Ing, there would be no Tang Muyan today. Ing smiled warmly as she bid farewell to Tang Muyan. Subsequently, she hurried towards Ing, taking his hand as they swiftly departed, seemingly in a hurry. Tang Muyan turned around and looked at Lu Huaichen, asking with great concern, "Wen Huai, how is your leg? That kick earlier was rather severe, especially the sharp end of those high heels." Wen Huai shook his head, displaying a calm demeanor. "This little pain is nothing significant. Are you truly all right?" Tang Muyan remained anxious. "If there's anything wrong, please don't force yourself. We should go to the hospital." Lu Huaichen, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "It's fine now. I can endure this bit of pain." Seeing that he was indeed fine, Tang Muyan finally felt at ease. After all, although Wen Huai appeared delicate, his muscles were undeniably strong. She felt a sense of pride, recalling that she had even touched them. In the car, Lu Yucheng and Chun Jing sat in the back seats. Lu Yucheng had been forcibly pulled into the car by Chun Jing. "I saw Huaichen and Yin just now. Why didn't you let me go greet them?" Lu Yucheng complained as he got into the vehicle. Chun Jing huffed, "You may not know, but your son has divorced Yin." Lu Yucheng was taken aback, his voice rising sharply enough to nearly lift the car roof. "What?" Chapter 78. The Divorce Storm Sister. Shall we go shopping? Chun Jing's arrival did not dampen Lu Huaichen's interest in his date. He recalled the 3 steps of a date that Tang Muyan had mentioned. The next step after watching a movie should be shopping. He had never accompanied Tang Muyan on such outings, although Chun Jing had previously insisted upon it. At that time, Lu Huaichen merely pretended to comply, dismissing Tang Muyan before they even reached their destination, accompanied by some sarcastic remarks. As time passed, it became unnecessary for him to say anything. Tang Muyan would voluntarily exit the car. At this moment, Tang Muyan shook her head, her expression filled with worry. "Well, why? I don't think we should go shopping. I'm afraid something might happen to you." She had a premonition that those people earlier were likely after her. How could a gentle boy like Wen Huai possibly attract such trouble? Perhaps it was Lu Huaichen who was behind it. Tang Muyan thought this, causing Wen Huai's originally soft expression to darken. "Why would I seek someone to harm myself? Am I insane? Everything is fine, don't worry." Lu Huaichen continued to pat Tang Muyan's head, acknowledging her concern for him. This thought brought a sweet warmth to his heart. She still cared for him. Was sister planning to skip the first 2 steps and go straight to the final one? The last step that Tang Muyan contemplated was entirely different from what Lu Huaichen had in mind. She referred to dining, while Lu Huaichen thought of what followed the meal. His eyes brightened. "All right, since sister wishes it, we shall combine the 2 steps. Tang Muyan, feeling confused yet relieved that they wouldn't be shopping, nodded in agreement. At the Lu residence, ever since the incident, the household had settled down considerably. The matriarch had ceased her disturbances, accepting Tang Muyan as she was. Aside from her somewhat alluring appearance, she had no notable flaws. The matriarch had finally acknowledged Tang Muyan, but upon hearing of her grandson's divorce, her satisfaction waned. In the past, she would have welcomed the news with open arms. But now, she felt reluctant. Where could she find another girl like Tang Muyan, so easily managed? Though she was not fond of this daughter-in-law, Tang Muyan handled matters with finesse, causing no trouble. If another daughter-in-law like Chun Jing were to be married into the family, chaos would surely ensue. The matriarch listened from upstairs as Lu Huaichen spoke angrily. "Zhangma, please call Lu Huaichen." Her temper flared, and she instinctively rolled up her sleeves. Chun Jing tried to soothe him. "You're over 50 years old. Try not to get so angry." "How can I not be angry? They divorced without even a word." Lu Huaichen was visibly upset. Both he and Chun Jing were quite pleased with Tang Muyan as a daughter-in-law. "Your son is blind. Fine, let them be divorced. Yin has given up on him. What is there to be conflicted about?" Chun Jing recalled Tang Muyan's resolute demeanor earlier in the day. Fearing she may have been deeply hurt, Lu Huaichen shouted in frustration. Chun Jing pinched him. "Don't yell too loudly. Be careful not to let mother hear." She worried that the matriarch might force Lu Huaichen to marry Qing Shu, especially considering her age. Who knew when she might act out? "What did I just hear?" The matriarch's voice was firm and commanding. She had been eavesdropping at the staircase for quite some time, her brows furrowing in annoyance. "Nothing." Lu Huaichen interjected, stepping in to mediate, not wanting a quarrel between Chun Jing and the matriarch. "Is there anything happening that you feel the need to hide from me?" The matriarch scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chun Jing. "You didn't even inform me about my grandson's divorce." "Mom, we just found out ourselves," Lu Huaichen explained. The matriarch descended the staircase, leaning on her cane, and Zhang Ma rushed to assist her. "You think you can fool me? You deceived me regarding Qing Shu. Yet you still wish to keep my grandson's affairs from me?" "Lu Huaichen, it's not that we fear you getting upset. We fear you finding out and pressuring Lu Huaichen to marry Qing Shu. The matriarch's words were sharp. Chun Jing indeed harbored such intentions. Feeling there was no other choice, she had always acted this way. "After all, he is my own grandson, no matter what. I cannot push him into a pit of fire." The matriarch spoke passionately, striking her cane against the ground. Everyone knew to whom the pit of fire referred. The matriarch pointed angrily at the door. Chun Jing had not anticipated the matriarch's furious reaction. Just as her words echoed, a light appeared outside. And soon Lu Huaichen's figure came into view. He calmly lifted his gaze and then lowered it again, appearing indifferent as if nothing had occurred. Lu Huaichen found this demeanor intolerable. He grabbed something nearby and hurled it at Lu Huaichen. "You brat, have you grown so bold as to divorce without consulting the family?" Lu Huaichen stood his ground, not dodging as the object struck him forcefully. Before long, blood trickled from his forehead, yet he did not utter a word. Seeing the blood, the matriarch felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Her cane striking the ground as she shouted, "What is going on? Am I invisible here?" Chun Jing observed Lu Huaichen's brow with a calm demeanor. Aside from his cold appearance, he was undeniably handsome, possessing deep, dark eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, his chiseled features exuding a natural chill. The boy named Wen Huai had a gentle visage, which felt somewhat familiar to her. The reason she recognized him at a glance was likely because she was his mother. Amidst the chaos at home, she refocused her attention, turning toward the staircase. Upon reaching the stairs, Chun Jing glanced back at Lu Huaichen and instructed Wen Huai, "Treat your wound and come upstairs. I will wait for you in the study." She addressed him as Wen Huai. Chapter 79. The stories of that generation. Lu Huaichen was not particularly surprised by the name Wen Huai. He had prepared himself for confrontation before arriving. Earlier in the day, he had sensed that Chun Jing would likely recognize him. Zhang Ma simply bandaged his wound before he ascended the stairs. Passing by Lu Huaichen, who was visibly furious, Lu Huaichen lowered his head and softly murmured, "Dad, I'm sorry." Lu Huaichen ignored him, huffing disdainfully as he walked away. In the study, Lu Huaichen stood to the side, softly calling out, "Mom." Chun Jing, fiddling with a pair of scissors, looked up, her gaze landing on Lu Huaichen. "Last time, it was right here. Do you remember?" Lu Huaichen certainly recalled. It was here that his mother had injured him. insisting he marry Tang Muyan at the cost of her own well-being. That had been 3 years ago. He lowered his gaze, remembering. Divorced? Compared to 3 years ago, when Chun Jing exhibited an aggressive demeanor, she now appears considerably more composed. However, Lu Huaichen harbors a sense of foreboding, suspecting that this tranquility may precede an impending storm. He merely uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Has the cooling-off period also concluded? He continued to respond affirmatively. Has she even changed her name? Lu Huaichen remained silent, only slightly pursing his lips. Chun Jing's tone grew increasingly sardonic, remarking on his ability to adapt, even adopting his father's ex's surname. Surely, you have yet to hear the tale of your father and his former lover. Allow me to recount it today. Lu Yucheng's previous partner was a daughter of a wealthy family, bearing the surname Wen. Their romance was fervent, but it was only after their separation that Lu Yucheng encountered Chun Jing. Chun Jing was a forthright girl who took a liking to him at first sight and pursued him with determination. Had subsequent events not transpired, Lu Yucheng might have boasted about this for a lifetime. At that time, he was in a low phase, and the prospect of companionship seemed appealing, leading him to accept Chun Jing's affections. They shared a relatively harmonious relationship, with Chun Jing caring for him tenderly, while Lu Yucheng exhibited a tepid demeanor. Chun Jing believed he was simply reserved and did not dwell on it. Eventually, the wealthy Miss Wen resurfaced, seeking to rekindle old memories with Lu Yucheng. He did not respond, for he harbored resentment towards her, particularly for leaving the country without consulting him, merely notifying him of their breakup at the last moment. By coincidence, Chun Jing discovered their clandestine communications. She noticed a change in Lu Yucheng's gaze when he looked at Miss Wen. It was entirely different. In her presence, his eyes were cold. She confronted Lu Yucheng, demanding to know whom he would choose between her and Miss Wen. At that moment, Lu Yucheng, exhibiting a ruthless side, hesitated briefly before declaring, "I love no one. If you do not wish to be with me, then leave." Chun Jing, with a calm smile, mimicked Lu Yucheng's earlier tone, her emotions unperturbed as she continued her narrative, stating that she was not one to cling desperately. If he wished to leave, so be it. However, after parting from him, she became pregnant. Lu Huaichen was momentarily taken aback, having never heard of his parents' past, nor considering that their relationship had encountered such hardships. "Yes, it was you I carried," Chun Jing revealed, her gaze fixed on him. "When I was with you, my spirits were already low, compounded by the constant traveling, nearly leading to a miscarriage. Fortunately, I encountered Yin Yan's mother, a kind-hearted woman, though fate dealt her a cruel hand, taking her too soon. She was the first to see you. You were remarkably beautiful. And Ji even suggested you should marry her daughter. Now you should understand why your grandmother, despite her disdain for me, still permitted me to enter the Lu family." Chun Jing had entered the Lu household with her child. "I saved both our lives, and I wanted to assist her daughter. I am aware that pressuring you to marry her may not align with your wishes, yet I have no regrets. There are some matters I suspect you do not recall, and discussing them may be futile." Upon hearing this last remark from his mother, Lu Huaichen sensed an underlying significance. Once a choice is made, one should not dwell on regret. "Let him go, shall we?" Chun Jing set down the scissors, locking her gaze onto Lu Huaichen. Despite her age, the remnants of her charm could not conceal the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Lu Huaichen pressed his lips together, remaining silent. "I beg you, do not harm her." "Lu Huaichen, I will not harm her." "Lu Huaichen, have you not already caused enough harm?" Chun Jing's emotions surged. "Do not think I am unaware of the affair with Qing Shu Shu. If you dare to turn Yin Yin into that sort of person, I will not spare you." Chun Jing knew her son well. He appeared cold, but was even more ruthless when taking action. She feared that Tang Muyan would be left utterly devastated. "I would never treat her that way," Lu Huaichen asserted with conviction. Seeing her pleas fall on deaf ears, Chun Jing resorted to threats. "Lu Huaichen, do you believe I will inform Yin Yin about your connection to Wen Huai right now?" "She would not believe you," Lu Huaichen replied, lowering his gaze, his voice cold. "Lu Huaichen." Chun Jing's patience was wearing thin. "I promise, mother, I will treat her well. You must trust me." Chun Jing said nothing further, pointing towards the study room. "Now leave." In the underworld, Shun Yi remarked, "Why did my mother suddenly prevent me from entangling with Tang Muyan? Just recently, she seemed eager for us to be together." Lu Huaichen stared into his glass, a bitter sensation filling his heart. He had assumed that things would gradually improve. Yet, They seemed disinclined to grant him the opportunity to reconcile. Shen Yi patted his shoulder in consolation. What could be done? Just disappointment, I suppose. You must understand. How can I understand? Lu Huaichen was inherently slow to grasp matters of the heart. Otherwise, he would not have realized the value of what he had lost only after the divorce. Shen Yi contemplated for a moment, offering an example. Imagine you have a beautiful daughter, but the husband you select for her despises her and bullies her consistently. Would you allow your daughter to remain entangled with such a person? Lu Huaichen shook his head. Of course not. I would eliminate him. Shen Yi quickly added, exactly. Your mother thinks that way. But I am her son, and Tang Muyan is not her daughter, Lu Huaichen emphasized. Shen Yi chuckled mockingly, come on. Aunt Sue's treatment of Tang Muyan is not much better than hers towards you. Lu Huaichen took a frustrated sip of his drink and cursed, get lost. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unrecognized number. He initially intended to ignore it, but accidentally pressed the answer button. What a nuisance. Before the caller could speak, Lu Huaichen cursed. Just as he was about to hang up, a soft voice resonated from the other end. Lu Huaichen, it's me. Chapter 80. The narcissistic ex-husband Lu Huaichen possessed two mobile phones. One was designated for contacting Tang Muyan while assuming the identity of Wen Huai, while the other served as his personal device. The phone he was currently using was his personal one, and the familiar voice on the other end belonged to none other than Tang Muyan. Who is this? Lu Huaichen feigned ignorance. On the other end, Tang Muyan's tone was mocking. Does Lu Xiao have such a poor memory? After all, as your ex-wife, I lack any significant presence. So it's only natural you wouldn't remember me. What do you want? Lu Huaichen's voice was cold, exuding disinterest. Tang Muyan responded with a casual air. Nothing much, just wanted to inform you that I ran into Mom today, and I told her about our divorce. Lu Huaichen seemed unfazed by this revelation, offering a derisive snort. That's my mother. What does it have to do with you? Are you still hung up on me? This taunt served as a test. However, on the other end, Tang Muyan fell into silence for a considerable time before her laughter finally echoed through the receiver. Ah Chun, of course. I can't let you go. Her tone was faintly soft, insincere, and false. Following her words, Tang Muyan rolled her eyes dramatically and hung up, muttering, what piece of work, self-absorbed narcissist, thinking too highly of himself. I could never be hung up on you. She tossed her phone aside and opened her drawing app. Can't you speak properly? Earlier, when Lu Huaichen had made the call, Shen Yi had been watching anxiously. Can't you be a little gentler? I can't be gentle, Lu Huaichen replied coldly. Why can't you be gentle? You were when you were pretending to be Wen Huai. Shen Yi's words were abruptly cut off by Lu Huaichen's fierce glare, causing his voice to falter. Wasn't he very gentle then? Lu Huaichen remained silent, draining the last dregs of his drink in one gulp. Sometimes he pondered whether he should tell Tang Muyan that he was indeed Wen Huai. Would that mean he would never have the chance to meet her again? Thus, he felt compelled to maintain the fade. This was why he had spoken so harshly to Tang Muyan. He was afraid that he might never have another opportunity. Wen Huai was his final opportunity. Lu Huaichen ultimately set down his wine glass and departed with a sense of finality. Tang Muyan's comic was updated a week later, after nearly a month of silence. This time, the inspiration came again from Wen Huai. The scene depicted was set in a cinema, illustrating the events that transpired during their recent rendezvous. The comments section remained polarized. After such a long hiatus, this is what you give me. What is this nonsense? Refund me, please. What does the commenter above know? If you don't like it, don't watch it. 2 words to summarize the author's plot. Speechless. Is the author suffering from a love-struck obsession? Yet another day of fervently shipping Lu Huaichen and Tang Xiaoman. Tang Muyan had little inclination to peruse these comments. She was indifferent to their opinions as long as she found joy in her work. Admittedly, she had been a bit infatuated lately, but what of it? Is it a crime to revel in the charms of a handsome man? Just as she was about to tidy up her drawing board, a WeChat call came through. It was Qi Yuan, the sister of Qi Wang, one of the vice presidents and also the editor of Tang Muyan's comic. She glanced at the caller ID, puzzled. Why was Qi Yuan calling her? Could it be that the recent slow updates prompted her to reach out for a heart-to-heart? Or perhaps Qi Wang had sent her sister to confront her about the meal she owed him. After some contemplation, she leaned toward the latter possibility, considering that Qi Yuan rarely called her over such matters. Wasn't this something they had become accustomed to? Though curious, she answered the call. Hello, Editor Qi. Is there something you need? Indeed there is. Qi Yuan's tone was decisive, cutting straight to the point. You need to come to the office tomorrow. Are you asking me to join you and Chi Wang for a meal? Tang Muyan inquired directly, her disdain for Chi Wang evident in her voice. No, Chi Yuan replied coolly. It's about the copyright for your work. Come by and take a look. If all is well, we can proceed with signing the contract. Upon hearing that money was involved, Tang Muyan instantly perked up. How much are you offering? 10 million. Tomorrow, then. I'll be there. Tang Muyan readily agreed, thrilled at the prospect of newfound wealth. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she added, Editor Chi, could you possibly share your brother Chi Wang's phone number and address with me? Chi Yuan hesitated briefly before asking, what do you need his number for? I owe him 2 meals, remember? By the way, does he prefer Western or Chinese cuisine? All right then, please send me his number and address, she concluded before hanging up. Chi Yuan was left somewhat baffled. What was the need for an address to treat Chi Wang to a meal? Did she intend to cook for him? The next morning, Chi Wang received a warm delivery. It was a McDonald's breakfast with a note marked as 1. He was unsure what it meant, suspecting it might be from an ex-girlfriend, and thus refrained from eating it, fearing it might be poisoned. To his surprise, in the afternoon, another delivery arrived. This time, it included steak, pizza, pasta, a vegetable salad, and a bottle of red wine. A note accompanied it. Hi, Chi Wang. Consider these 2 meals as repayment. Don't come seeking me. I have a boyfriend now. And he wouldn't be pleased. Chi Wang cursed under his breath. He swiftly dialed a number, demanding to speak to his friend, Fat Brother. The man on the other end hesitated, saying, Bro, Fat Brother is a bit tied up right now. Chi Wang, irate, did not want to hear any excuses and shouted, Stop making excuses and get him on the line now. After a moment, the phone was handed over to a portly man. Hello, bro, what has happened? Is there a problem? The overweight man, nursing a swollen face, struggled to articulate his words clearly. Chi Wang frowned, his voice low. How did the matter I entrusted you with go? Bro, please don't be angry. Let me explain. The man stammered, his tongue tripping over itself. Chi Wang remained patient, pressing the phone to his ear. Go on. Well, we happened to encounter him in the restroom. We thought our boss could handle that pretty boy alone, so we left. Didn't you specifically instruct us to let the girl over here? The man continued. Zhang Li and I acted accordingly, but the girl dashed in, and soon after, she emerged unscathed with that pretty boy. When we went to check on Fat Brother, he had been beaten badly. The portly man nodded in agreement. Chi Wang's anger mounted with each word, and he exploded. What nonsense! You useless bunch! I pay you, and you can't even handle this simple task. In a fit of rage, he threw his phone against the wall. Staring at the array of takeout before him, frustration bubbled inside. He picked up the food, ready to toss it into the rubbish bin, but at the last moment, a brilliant idea struck him. If he couldn't enjoy his meal, neither should anyone else. Chi Wang snapped a photo of the takeout and posted it on his social media with the caption, Today is yet another day of Tang Muyan's culinary offerings. Before he could send it out, he envisioned the dark expression on Lu Huaichen's face upon seeing this post. Although he was not friends with Lu Huaichen on WeChat, he had mutual acquaintances within Lu Huaichen's circle. While he might not know everyone, he was certain that Shun Yi and Xiu Rang would undoubtedly spread the word. That afternoon, just before departing, Lu Huaichen received a message from Shun Yi. Something S off. Are you sure Tang Muyan hasn't cheated on you? Accompanying it was a screenshot of Chi Wang's post. The ambiguous wording combined with the image left much to speculation. Below the screenshot, Xiu Rang commented, Which Tang Muyan? Chi Wang replied, The one you know. Xiu Rang retorted, Don't get involved. You should know your worth. You don't even know if it's true, and yet you're broadcasting it. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were a lovesick fool. Xiu Rang had a knack for being acerbic. Lu Huaichen trusted Tang Muyan. She was not that kind of person. During their time together, he could clearly sense her distaste for Chi Wang, even if this takeout was indeed from her. He refused to believe that Tang Muyan would betray him. Clad in a bespoke suit, Lu Huaichen adjusted his tie. The light cast upon him accentuated his tall, handsome figure. He stood before the mirror, realizing it had been ages since he had donned a suit or approached her in such a manner. That evening, at 8 o'clock, at Shui Yu's private kitchen, when Tang Muyan saw that the meeting point was Shui Yu's private kitchen, she paused for a moment. She didn't think this restaurant had gained enough popularity for everyone she knew to dine there. The last time, Chi Wang had taken her there, and she had encountered her ex-husband, Lu Huaichen. Surely it wouldn't be one of them again. She began to suspect that Chi Yuan was setting her up. What if Chi Wang had asked her out? As she pondered, upon entering, she coincidentally bumped into the restaurant's owner, Lin Shuiyu. Shuiyu's private kitchen was named after her, and all the dishes were uniquely crafted by her. Tang Muyan had once held a membership here and had dined for nearly 3 years. Lu Huaichen's breakfast, lunch, and dinner had nearly all been from this establishment. Tang Muyan was practically a regular customer, and her relationship with the owner, Lin Shuiyu, was quite familiar. She stopped Lin Shuiyu. Lin Shuiyu looked up, her eyes brightening. "Miss Tang, it's been a while since I've seen you." Tang Muyan replied casually, "I got divorced, so I no longer need to deliver meals to that doggo man." Lin Shuiyu was not displeased by Tang Muyan's absence. Rather, she expressed her congratulations, stating that it was a relief to finally be free. She teased Tang Muyan, observing her radiant demeanor and inquiring if she had entered into a new relationship. Tang Muyan did not shy away from the truth and openly admitted that she was indeed seeing someone recently. The curiosity stemmed from the intrinsic nature of women, and Lin Shuiyu leaned in closer, asking if it was the same person she had dined with previously. The individual in question was Chi Wang, and a flicker of distaste crossed Tang Muyan's face. How could I possibly date Chi Wang? Her impression of him was far from favorable. He had stood her up and made unwelcome advances, compounded by the stories of his romantic escapades that Huan Ning had shared. Regardless of Chi Wang's looks, Tang Muyan would never entertain a romance with him, especially since she found Wen Huai much more appealing. Even in the absence of any blemish on Chi Wang's character, Tang Muyan would still choose Wen Huai, for she was indeed enamored by aesthetics. She smiled lightly, indicating it was not him. Lin Shuiyu quickly understood and chuckled, asking what she needed to discuss. Tang Muyan admitted she had a matter to ask of her. Someone was coming to discuss copyright over dinner, but her editor had not disclosed the individual's name, causing her some anxiety. She sought Lin Shuiyu's assistance. Tang Muyan gazed at Lin Shuiyu with pleading eyes. Lin Shuiyu firmly responded, stating that their establishment could not divulge client information. Tang Muyan was well aware of this principle, recognizing Lin Shuiyu's integrity, which assured her that the information would not be shared. Nevertheless, upon seeing Lin Shuiyu, Tang Muyan had devised a strategy. "Shuiyu, please assist me. You must sense that my ex-husband's identity is not ordinary. I inadvertently offended him recently, and I fear that he is intentionally coming to purchase my copyright. If I could know in advance, I could escape now." Tang Muyan feigned a pitiful expression, looking quite forlorn. She quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Shuiyu, you are truly kind. If you ever need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask me." Before Tang Muyan could finish her thanks, Lin Shuiyu interjected, "Hold on. Do not rush to thank me. I can help you check the name of the individual making the reservation, but I can only reveal one character from their name. The rest is for you to determine." Tang Muyan hesitated momentarily, but agreed, as it was certainly better than remaining uninformed. Lin Shuiyu led Tang Muyan to the front desk and inquired which room she needed. 307, replied Tang Muyan. After a brief search, Lin Shuiyu informed her that the client's name contained the character Jia. Tang Muyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, it was not Chi Wang or Lu Huaichen. Now I can relax, she thought. Arriving at the door of room 308, she glanced at the time, noting she had 10 minutes until the scheduled meeting. I shouldn't be late, she mused. The door was closed. She did not knock, but rather entered directly. Upon lifting her eyes, she was stunned by the scene before her. What on earth is happening? Chapter 82. The Situation Room 308 was adorned with a flame theme, dominated by red hues, complemented by blue and yellow accents. Many business discussions were held in this private room, symbolizing prosperous future collaborations, a very down-to-earth setting. Tang Muyan stood frozen at the entrance, her gaze sweeping across each familiar face. Chi Yuan, Assistant Yu, Chi Wang, and Lu Huaichen. Her eyes finally settled on Lu Huaichen. This was hardly a symbol of prosperity. It felt more like she was being roasted over a fire. Chi Yuan was the first to speak, breaking the peculiar atmosphere. Teacher Tang has arrived. Please take a seat here. He gestured to the spot directly between Lu Huaichen and Chi Wang. Was he joking? Sitting there would be akin to courting disaster. Setting aside Chi Wang, she had just finished a phone call with Lu Huaichen, during which she had been rather sarcastic. Someone like him, known for holding grudges, would surely retaliate. As for Chi Wang, she had just brushed him off earlier that afternoon. In essence, she had thoroughly offended both of them. Chi Wang, leaning against the door, glanced at the seat Tang Muyan was being directed towards. Just as she was about to sit down, Qi Wang casually remarked in his Beijing accent, "That seat is not suitable. Teacher Tang, please take a more honorable position." "Qi Wang, are you out of your mind?" Though Tang Muyan cursed him internally, she maintained a composed smile, replying, "Mr. Qi, please do not flatter me. I am perfectly fine sitting here." "Qi Wang, you would do well to be silent." Lu Huaichen lifted his eyelids, his gaze cold and detached as it rested on Tang Muyan. "You're the main character here. How can you sit there? Where else would I sit? Next to you? Am I mad?" Without further ado, Tang Muyan plopped down onto the chair, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. While she had been somewhat polite with Qi Wang, her words turned sharp in response to Lu Huaichen. "When did you start meddling in my affairs?" The implication was clear: I will sit wherever I please. It is none of your concern. Of course, Lu Huaichen heard her. Qi Wang could not help but chuckle. While he could not compete with the handsome man beside Tang Muyan, he still held some ground compared to Lu Huaichen, becoming a bit more audacious. It was not until Qi Yuan shot him a disapproving glare that he tempered his demeanor. Lu Huaichen remained unfazed, showing no signs of displeasure at having his authority challenged by Tang Muyan. He chuckled to himself, acknowledging, "Indeed, I was being meddlesome." Tang Muyan was momentarily taken aback. She had expected Lu Huaichen to be angry. At least his expression should have been less composed than it was now. Soon, the atmosphere returned to its strange tension. The group sat around the table in silence, each one avoiding conversation. Assistant Yu attempted several times to alleviate the awkwardness, but given the disparity in their statuses, he opted for silence when the higher-ups remained mute. What is going on? Why is everyone so quiet? Tang Muyan's mind whirled in confusion. Ultimately, Qi Yuan took the lead. "Teacher Tang, a film company under Lu Xiao wishes to acquire the copyright to your comics. What are your thoughts?" Tang Muyan sometimes genuinely struggled to comprehend Qi Yuan. As for copyright matters, they could decide among themselves. Why did they need to consult her? She shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "I have no objections. You may decide as you see fit, as long as the money is sufficient." It appeared that Qi Yuan had not anticipated Tang Muyan's blatant disregard for protocol, and she bit her lip, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Just then, the dishes were served, and the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Tang Muyan sat at the entrance, and as the dishes were brought in, some servers inevitably bumped into her. She did not fuss, merely remaining seated and unresponsive. At that moment, she just wanted to conclude this meal as soon as possible. Lu Huaichen cast a casual glance her way, noticing her frustrated expression, his gaze deepening. Assistant Yu, adept at reading the room, spoke to the servers, "Be mindful, show some awareness." It must be said that Assistant Yu's sycophantic tendencies were sometimes quite effective at crucial moments. He could discern his superior's intentions. Once the dishes were served, no one made a move to eat. After all, they were here to discuss copyright, and no one had come solely for the meal. Qi Yuan shot a glance at Qi Wang, his expression darkening. Since Tang Muyan's arrival, Qi Wang had not diverted his gaze from her, appearing utterly infatuated. What a hopeless case. Qi Yuan felt a sense of resentment towards her brother. Their grandfather favored males, leaving no room for women in the family lineage. With only Qi Wang as the heir, Qi Yuan had no choice but to rely on him. If she had been a man, she would not have been subjugated by Qi Wang. She could no longer rely on him. This venture depended on her. Qi Yuan understood that, for others, this was merely a copyright collaboration with little significance. However, the weight of the matter lay in the fact that the opposing party was none other than Lu Xiao, the power holder of the Lu family. As long as an agreement is reached, the copyright for Ji Yi will be established, and a long-term collaboration with the Lu family could indeed be a delightful prospect. Ultimately, it is Qi Yuan who has the power to break the stalemate. "Mr. Lu, I believe the copyright fee for Teacher Tang's work can be increased, and I hope Ji Yi can become a partner for the adaptation of this manga." Tang Muyan was not in the mood to listen to the official rhetoric. As Qi Yuan spoke, she naturally picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a shrimp into her bowl. Qi Yuan noticed her action, and his brow furrowed slightly. Tang Muyan did not perceive the change in Qi Yuan and proceeded to peel the shrimp. Initially, she had no habit of eating lunch, but since when Huai began cooking for her daily, she had grown accustomed to 3 meals a day. Missing even one would leave her feeling uneasy. As she peeled the shrimp, her delicate face twisted in discomfort, thinking of Wen Huai, wishing he were there to help her with the task. Qi Yuan dismissed the minor incident, turning her gaze towards Lu Huaichen, pondering his intentions. Lu Huaichen appeared to have not heard her words. His gaze intentionally or unintentionally fixated on Tang Muyan, observing her every move. When he saw her peeling the shrimp, his expression softened slightly. Qi Yuan cast a pleading glance at Assistant Yu. However, Assistant Yu pretended not to notice, remaining seated like a wooden post. It was apparent that their master's purpose was clear. He was not there to discuss collaboration. A mere copyright could be signed at any time. So why insist on an in-person meeting and specifically request the author to attend? It was evident he wished to see the young mistress. He was not the type to be oblivious and disturb his master's enjoyment. Seeing that her plea to Assistant Yu was futile, Qi Yuan had no choice but to brace herself. She called out, "Mr. Lu." Finally, Lu Huaichen shifted his gaze to Qi Yuan, but the warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Chapter 83. The case is solved. Lu Huaichen leisurely picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a shrimp into his bowl. Without lifting his eyelids, he emotionlessly remarked, "The food will get cold. Let us eat." Qi Yuan ceased her attempts at conversation, and everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Tang Muyan savored her meal, finding that aside from when Huai's cooking, the private kitchen of Shui Yu was perhaps the most to her liking. Otherwise, she would not have chosen it for Lu Huaichen 3 years prior. In contrast to Tang Muyan's enjoyment, Qi Yuan was acutely aware of the flavors. Assistant Yu, meanwhile, was occupied with picking the fish bones from Lu Huaichen's bowl. Tang Muyan shot him a glance, inwardly scoffing at his obsequiousness. Assistant Yu placed the carefully deboned fish on Lu Huaichen's plate. Tang Muyan rolled her eyes and mockingly said, "Oh, Mr. Lu, you truly are precious." Assistant Yu halted his hand mid-motion, feeling flustered by Tang Muyan's words. "Young mistress, I am on your side. Why are you putting me in a difficult position?" Lu Huaichen regarded the additional piece of fish in his bowl with a frown, his voice turning icy. "Assistant Yu, remove it. Do not repeat such actions in the future." Seeing Lu Huaichen's displeasure, Tang Muyan felt a surge of delight. Lu Huaichen's expression soured, prompting her to reward herself with another shrimp. She extended her chopsticks to snag another. Meanwhile, Qi Wang lounged, observing the proceedings with an amused expression. His gaze fixed on Tang Muyan, a smirk playing on his lips. Sitting diagonally across from her, every time she reached for food, her gaze would inadvertently meet Qi Wang's. "What are you staring at? It's quite nauseating," she thought, nearly losing her appetite. However, Qi Wang showed no signs of restraint. Instead, his intrigue seemed to deepen. The back and forth between them appeared to Lu Huaichen as flirtation. He tightened his grip on his chopsticks. Assistant Yu, catching on, interjected to break the gaze between the two, saying, "Miss Qi, why aren't you eating? Is the meal I ordered not to your taste?" Finally, Qi Wang seized the opportunity to respond, grinning wickedly, his gaze landing on Lu Huaichen. "No, I had too much to eat this afternoon. I'm a bit full." "Full? Yet you still came," Tang Muyan internally scoffed. So that was the case. She had thought the meal might not suit his taste. Assistant Yu made small talk, but Tang Muyan's expression shifted to one of discomfort. At that moment, Qi Wang continued, "Does Mr. Lu not want to know what I had for dinner tonight?" Before he could finish, Tang Muyan interrupted, raising her hand to signal him to stop. She turned to Assistant Yu. "Wait, Assistant Yu, did you say you ordered this?" Facing Tang Muyan, Assistant Yu wore the same ingratiating smile he had for Lu Huaichen. "Yes, does Teacher Tang find it to her liking?" Tang Muyan chose to ignore his flattery and pressed on. "So, you booked this private room as well?" Although Assistant Yu did not understand why she asked. He nodded earnestly. "Yes, I did." "What of it? What is your name?" "The case is about to be solved." "No wonder. If Lin Shui you merely mentioned the name Yu, I would have never entered this room." At this moment, Assistant Yu was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shedding tears upon realizing that Lu Huaichen remembered his name. "Oh, by the way, what were you about to say, Miss Qi?" "Nothing," Qi Wang replied, his tone lacking its previous exuberance. His expression grew grim. Having only partially articulated his thoughts earlier, he had intended to provoke Lu Huaichen, but seeing Tang Muyan so indifferent, he decided against further humiliation and fell silent. Halfway through her meal, Tang Muyan excused herself to the restroom. Qi Yuan followed closely behind. Upon exiting, Tang Muyan found Qi Yuan waiting for her. Qi Yuan's demeanor was cold, her gaze heavy. The last time Tang Muyan had seen her, she had felt a sense of admiration for Qi Yuan's strong-willed nature, but this encounter left her devoid of any goodwill. She resented Qi Yuan's awareness of Lu Huaichen being her ex-husband, yet failing to mention it during their phone call. Had Qi Yuan brought it up then, she would not find herself in this predicament now. Tang Muyan sidestepped Qi Yuan and approached the sink, turning on the tap. The sound of running water shattered the silence between them. Not wishing to engage in a prolonged standoff, Tang Muyan broke the ice. Vice President Qi, do you have any instructions? This negotiation is crucial for Ji and its future development, Qi Yuan replied sternly. Tang Muyan raised her eyes, a slight smile tugging at her lips as she gazed at Qi Yuan through the mirror, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. So what? Qi Yuan's expression darkened. In her eyes, Tang Muyan was merely a comic author for Ji. What right did she have to challenge her? With a single word from Qi Yuan, Tang Muyan's comic could vanish from the website in an instant. What could she rely on? Did she think her useless brother could help her? Be careful not to provoke Mr. Lu's displeasure. Otherwise, it will not bode well for you, for me, or for me. Qi Yuan's words dripped with menace. Noticing Tang Muyan's lack of reaction, she continued, you should realize your comic's reputation is not favorable. Mr. Lu is willing to purchase your copyright, so do not be ungrateful. If he is displeased, your copyright may not sell, and other companies certainly will not buy it. Tang Muyan smiled sweetly. What? Is it not your aim to use me to lure Lu Huaichen? Qi Yuan's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Vice President Qi, are you not aware? Mr. Lu is here for whom and showing favor to whom? It is merely a copyright signing. As the president of the Lu family, why would he waste his time coming here? You cannot truly believe he is here to discuss business with you? Tang Muyan's words were laden with implications. And as she observed Qi Yuan's expression darkening, she pressed on. What? Can you not comprehend? Myn retracted her smile, her expression growing cold. Now, ZHY relied on me for sustenance. The copyright, the comics, they could easily sever my works out of displeasure. Yet, do they truly believe that ZHY possesses any other noteworthy creations? The download figures for ZHY's comics are entirely propped up by Tang Muyan's contributions, and the sales of the second-ranking comic pale in comparison. Should they truly eliminate Tang Muyan's works, ZHY would undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow. She gazed at Qi Yuan's increasingly malevolent countenance, and with an audacity she did not fully comprehend, leaned closer to his ear, her lips barely parting as she spoke with an air of arrogance. And so does Lu Huaichen. Chapter 84. The conclusion of the dinner party in truth. Tang Muyan was unaware of Lu Huaichen's true purpose for attending. The words she had exchanged with Qi Yuan were mere fabrications. She merely wished to vex Qi Yuan, to profit from her, and he dared to threaten her? Did he truly consider her a soft target, easily manipulated? Once the two women departed, only 3 men remained in the private room. With Tang Muyan gone, Lu Huaichen lost his appetite. Setting down his chopsticks, he picked up a plate of shrimp and began to peel them. YTZH followed suit, placing his chopsticks down as well. If his master was not eating, he deemed it inappropriate for himself to do so. Just as YTZH was about to offer assistance, a voice interjected. "Oh, SHO, how have you been?" QW grinned, his gaze fixed on Lu Huaichen. QW possessed a pair of innocent-looking eyes that could turn cunning when narrowed, resembling a fox. Merely observing him sent a chill down YTZH's spine. Lu Huaichen's cold demeanor was one thing, but QW's gaze hinted at something far more sinister. Rumor had it that QW was not to be underestimated. After all, he mingled with someone as influential as Zhu Ziying. How simple could he possibly be? Lu Huaichen continued peeling shrimp, not sparing him a glance. QW, undeterred by Lu Huaichen's apparent disdain, continued speaking. "It is evident to all that you still have feelings for your ex-wife. How about we exchange some information regarding her?" Lu Huaichen's lowered brows finally lifted, curiosity flickering in his gaze as he regarded QW. "What do you wish to know?" QW's smile deepened. "I am merely curious who held such sway to persuade you into aiding in the capture of QZH's infidelities." He then passed the peeled shrimp to YTZH, glancing toward Tang Muyan's seat, instructing, "Place it there." After YTZH received the plate, Lu Huaichen finally met QW's gaze. QW smirked. "LSHO, how considerate of you, though one wonders if your feelings are reciprocated." Lu Huaichen's voice was low and cold, neither threatening nor angry. "What business is it of yours?" He then smirked slightly, adding, "You only stated your curiosity. You did not mention whether your information holds any value to me." YTZH was momentarily taken aback, his admiration for Lu Huaichen deepening. Their leader always exuded an air of confidence, which brought comfort to his employee. "Indeed, it seems LSHO has not yet let go of your ex-wife." QWing paused, deliberately observing Lu Huaichen's expression. He remained inscrutable, truly composed under pressure. Conversely, YTZH's countenance grew anxious. He was genuinely concerned for Tang safety. If anything were to happen, it would impede her ability to update her comics. QWing pressed on. "Are you aware that she has been getting rather close to a young gigolo lately?" Leaning forward slightly, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the table, "I can reveal his identity." QWing sought to utilize Lu Huaichen's influence to eliminate Wu Hui while simultaneously garnering information to curry favor with QZHN. A shrewd maneuver indeed. Lu Huaichen recognized QWing's intentions. Yet, what led QWing to presume he would engage in such a transaction? Lu Huaichen found it amusing. "QWing, who informed you that I still care for Tang Muyan? Her romantic entanglements are of no concern to me." Suddenly, the door swung open as Tang Muyan entered. The gazes of the men converged upon her, and she inadvertently overheard some rather inappropriate remarks. She felt no anger. Lu Huaichen's words were accurate. They had divorced and thus shared no ties. Her associations were certainly unrelated to him. Thankfully, QUN had not overheard. Otherwise, her earlier comments in the restroom would have become fodder for ridicule. Listening to her inner voice, Lu Huaichen's expression darkened. She stared incredulously at the three men. QWing raised an eyebrow. Lu Huaichen maintained his stony demeanor, while YTH looked at her with eager anticipation, as if urging her to eat. Tang Muyan inquired, "YTZH, did you peel these?" Just as YTZH was about to deny it, Lu Huaichen pinched him, causing him to wince while suppressing a cry, awkwardly managing a smile toward Tang Muyan. "Yes, I did." Fearing Tang Muyan would doubt his claim, he added, "I'm a loyal fan of your comics, and since I notice you have been working so hard lately, I took the liberty of peeling some shrimp for you." After speaking, YTZH cast a furtive glance at Lu Huaichen's expression, which remained unchanged and normal, indicating he had not misinterpreted the situation. Tang Muyan paid no heed to YTZH's peculiarities. She was indifferent to who had peeled the shrimp, seizing the plate and devouring its contents. After consuming several shrimp, she felt satisfied. Raising her gaze, she noticed the three men still fixated on her. Internally rolling her eyes, she thought, "What is so fascinating about eating? Have I never seen a beauty dine before?" Having eaten her fill, Tang Muyan no longer wished to be a mere ornament at the dinner table. Her gaze fell upon Lu Huaichen. "Could you expedite this? I am fatigued." Tang Muyan had always despised such gatherings, particularly accompanying Lu Huaichen to handle dinner parties. To demonstrate their sincerity in collaboration, she seldom touched her phone, merely sitting idly by, serving as a decorative presence. It was agonizing, despite the prospect of liberation from such tedious social obligations post-divorce. She found herself pulled back into the role of an accessory by QUN. At last, Lu Huaichen cast a sidelong glance at QWing, instructing YTZH to retrieve the contract and present it to QWing. "Sign here." Without even glancing at it, QWing signed. YTZH then handed the other copy of the contract to Tang Muyan. Unlike QWing, she did not act hastily. She flipped through it, primarily concerned with her compensation. To her astonishment, the figure had escalated from 10 million to 30 million. Goodness, so much. Lu Huaichen truly had an abundance of wealth. Alas, it was a pity that it would have to be split with ZHY. When Tang Muyan initially signed with ZHY, it had been a fledgling studio, and their newly developed comic software had just launched. The proportion she had agreed upon was 70 to 30, allowing her the larger share, while ZHY received the smaller. Thus, from this 30 million after taxes, she would still owe 9 million to ZHY. Just the thought of it made her heart ache. There was no remedy. After all, she was merely an employee. If only she could establish her own comic website, then she wouldn't have to be pressed for updates daily, allowing others to handle the illustrations while she simply counted her earnings. Chapter 85. The Young of Humanity Lu Huaichen consented to the increase in comic copyright, but declined the cooperation request with ZHY. Perhaps the matter of the copyright increase had been prepared well in advance. As soon as Qun entered, Tang Muyan picked up her bag and walked out, followed closely by Lu Huaichen and YTZH. Once everyone had departed, only the siblings remained. The contract existed in duplicate, and QWing tossed HY's copy before Qun. Read it yourself. After perusing the document, a wave of anger surged through her, prompting her to hurl the file at QWing's face. QWing, did you not bother to review it before signing? Is this the film copyright contract? This is clearly a transfer document. Qi Wang initially dismissed it, thinking it wasn't that serious, as it wasn't a share transfer. However, upon reviewing the contract, he furrowed his brow. Damn, I've been schemed against. He finally understood why Lu Huaichen was willing to pay the exorbitant sum of 30 million. It was not merely the film rights he sought, but the entire manga had been transferred. This meant that Tang Muyan's manga would indeed be removed from Ji Manhwa. Qi Yuan also sold user data on the side. Qi Yuan inquired, did Tang Muyan sign? Qi Yuan bit his lip, striving to suppress his anger, tugging at Qi Wang's ear. Qi Wang, has your brain been drowned by women? Or has your relationship with Qing Shushu muddled your mind? At that moment, Qing Shushu, trapped in a rehabilitation center, was agonizingly scratching at the bars. A chilly breeze swept through, signaling the approach of winter, and the weather in Jiangcheng was becoming increasingly cold. Jiangcheng, being in the south, was not as frigid as Fuyang in the north, even in winter. Ever since the incident 3 years ago, Tang Muyan had developed a severe aversion to the cold. Today, she was scantily clad, hugging herself as she shivered while running toward her car. Yet a dog obstructed her path. Lu Xiao, do you need something? Lu Huaichen shifted his body slightly, creating space at the car door, his tone tentative. Let us talk in the car. Who wants to get in your car? What is the matter with you? Tang Muyan retorted irritably. Let us just talk here. Not cold. He was significantly taller than her. Tang Muyan chose to ignore him, her head bowed. As Lu Huaichen attempted to converse with her, his head naturally lowered to meet hers. To outsiders, it appeared as though they were a couple. The woman was sulking, ignoring the man, while he looked down at her indulgently, as if soothing her with soft words. Assistant Yu observed this with great interest, remarking that Lu Xiao would not easily forget the young mistress. After everything is settled, I'll be the first to inform the lady. Perhaps I might even receive a generous bonus. Assistant Yu gazed contentedly out the window. Tang Muyan stepped back slightly. Her tone distant. Lu Xiao, if we're going to talk, why are you standing so close? Afraid I'll be cold? What a joke. Weren't you just complaining about me being dirty? His expression turned apologetic, and he softly said, Yin Yin, I'm sorry. Tang Muyan looked at Lu Huaichen with a strange gaze, genuinely surprised that the esteemed Lu Xiao would apologize. Are you done? She intended to enter the car. But Lu Huaichen spoke again, I'm sorry. His voice, no longer as soft as before, carried a hint of regret. This time, she ignored him and directly entered the car. Subsequently, she started the engine and drove away, leaving Lu Huaichen behind. His gaze remained fixed on the direction in which the car had departed until it vanished from sight. He stood there lost in thought. Seeing this, Assistant Yu quickly brought the car over. Lu Xiao, where to? After a prolonged silence, Lu Huaichen finally responded, pressing his hands against his temples to the underworld. Assistant Yu assessed the situation, believing Lu Xiao would seek solace in alcohol. He cautioned, brother, don't go there. Assistant Yu had grown up alongside Lu Huaichen, serving as his shadow since childhood. In business matters, he referred to him as Lu Zong. In public, he called him Lu Xiao, and in private, when he was affectionate, he addressed him as Brother Lu Huaichen. He remembered the last time Lu Huaichen had drowned his sorrows in drink, which had ultimately led to his marriage with Tang Muyan. He feared that another mishap might occur, especially if Lu Huaichen ended up with another woman while intoxicated. Lu Huaichen's tone was resolute to the underworld. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Assistant Yu took him to the underworld. While driving, Tang Muyan found her thoughts drifting far away due to Lu Huaichen's apology. It was her first encounter with Lu Huaichen. She was quite young then, slightly plump, her face round. Lu Huaichen, 5 years her senior, had left a faint impression on her. She remembered him as handsome, with a cold expression that always seemed serious, giving off an air of maturity beyond his years, as if to ward off strangers. That memory was vivid. Chun Jing and Ji had gone shopping. leaving little Muyan in Lu Huaichen's care. Once they left, the room contained just the two of them. Lu Huaichen, with a nonchalant expression, had told Tang Muyan, "Follow me." She had felt a bit intimidated and hesitated to follow, retreating slightly. Lu Huaichen, inexperienced with children, had looked at her, his expression shifting as he deepened his voice. "Be good." In little Muyan's eyes, Lu Huaichen at that moment resembled a dragon from a fairy tale, terrifying beyond measure. She shook her head vigorously, taking small steps back. Seeing that Lu Huaichen showed no reaction, she turned and fled in the opposite direction. However, before she could escape very far, Lu Huaichen had caught her effortlessly. His strength was formidable, and he easily lifted the little pudgy girl. He refrained from grabbing her collar to avoid restricting her breathing, instead clutching her small garment and turning her around, his gaze settling on her chubby face. Little Muyan's eyes widened in fear, trembling as she bit her lip, seemingly on the verge of tears. Lu Huaichen preemptively pointed a finger at her lips, saying, "No crying." Tang Muyan stifled her tears, desperately controlling her emotions. Seeing her quivering lips and tear-filled eyes, Lu Huaichen couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time he realized how adorably charming a human child could be. Chapter 86, Brother. Little Muyan sniffled, suppressing her urge to cry. Her bright eyes fixed on Lu Huaichen, puzzled by his laughter. Suddenly, she felt that her older brother seemed less frightening. Lu Huaichen eventually carried her into the room in this manner. Little Muyan remained motionless, terrified of falling. Once inside, Lu Huaichen placed her down gently. He grabbed a cushion and set it on the floor, glancing at her with an authoritative tone, commanding sit. Tang Muyan fidgeted, pulling the cushion slightly away from him before finally settling down unsteadily. Lu Huaichen also took a cushion and sat opposite her. The girl's eyes sparkled like dewdrops. Shaped like peach blossoms, her small face flushed and plump, exuding a softness that tempted one to pinch her cheeks. However, the upbringing of the Lu family forbade such actions. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to indulge in that impulse. "What is your name?" For some reason, when addressing the little bundle of joy before him, his voice softened intentionally. Little Muyan parted her tender lips, her childish voice barely above a whisper, "Yin Yin." "Yin Yin?" Lu Huaichen chuckled, realizing that 5-year-old children could be silly yet quite endearing. Tang Muyan was not unaware of her name. Her family called her Yin Yin, and upon seeing Lu Huaichen, her heart would involuntarily tighten, causing her to blurt out her name, rendering her somewhat awkward. Lu Huaichen smiled affectionately, ruffling the little girl's hair, his tone gentle. "What would little Yin Yin like to play?" Little Muyan shook her head, obediently sitting still. Lu Huaichen recognized her nervousness and looked around the room for something a 5-year-old might enjoy. Scanning the surroundings, he found a box of watercolor pens and a few sheets of blank paper. He gathered them and placed them in front of little Muyan. "Would you like to draw?" Lu Huaichen pulled out a pen and handed it to her, gazing at her with a gentle expression. Little Muyan stared at the watercolor pen for quite some time without reaching for it. Her delicate face wore a look of hesitation. Her mother had warned her against accepting gifts from strangers. Seeing her uncertainty, Lu Huaichen stepped forward and urged her to take it. Xiao Muyan finally accepted the item. She held it in her hands and inspected it for quite some time, tugging at the cap of the pen but failing to remove it. The cap was rather tightly secured, and given her small strength, it was perfectly normal for her to struggle. With her large, tearful eyes, she looked at Lu Huaichen for help. As she grasped the pen, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. She politely expressed her gratitude, thanking Lu Huaichen before she crouched down to begin her drawing. Lu Huaichen, noticing that she was engrossed in her own activity, picked up a book and began to read nearby. However, when the little girl wanted to change colors, she found herself at a loss. Observing her concentration on the book, she hesitated to interrupt him, waiting timidly for him to finish. After a considerable while, Lu Huaichen finally set down his book, curious about what the little bundle of joy was up to. To his surprise, he found her resting her round little face on her hands, gazing at him. Raising his eyebrows, he inquired, "What is it?" The little girl looked down at the watercolor pen that she couldn't tee open, extending her chubby little hand towards Lu Huaichen, indicating her predicament. With a warm smile, he patiently took the pen from her, reassuring her, "It's all right. I was merely reading for leisure. You need not worry about disturbing me. Just pass it to me, and I shall help you." Though Xiao Muyan was too young to comprehend the term leisure reading, She understood that she could approach him whenever she needed to change her watercolor pen. Nodding earnestly, she said, "Thank you, brother." The soft timbre of her voice made Lu Huaichen's smile deepen. After more than an hour, Tang Muyan successfully completed her first artistic creation. Delighted, she presented her masterpiece to Lu Huaichen, exclaiming, "Brother, look." Lu Huaichen examined her work, his brows knitting together as he discerned that the little figure depicted was a person. Although it lacked form, he still complimented her, saying, "Yin Yin, this is truly lovely." "What is it?" "It's you, brother," she replied cheerfully. Lu Huaichen's lips twitched in surprise. Did she really mean to say the person in the drawing was him? He scrutinized the artwork once more, observing the distorted, abstract features and disproportionate body, an oversized head atop a tiny body. The only redeeming quality was that the legs of the little figure were relatively long, which somewhat aligned with his own proportions. After glancing at the drawing and then at Tang Muyan, he succumbed to her eager gaze and reaffirmed his earlier praise. Gently ruffling her hair and sincerely declaring, "Yin Yin, your drawing is truly wonderful." Tang Muyan's rosy cheeks beamed with two dimples as she humbly replied, "No, it is because brother is handsome." The reminiscence abruptly ceased as Tang Muyan rolled down the car window, allowing the cool air to seep in, enveloping her in a refreshing chill. She whispered, "Lu Huaichen, why did you apologize to me?" She did not harbor any hatred towards him. He had treated her quite well, and she felt unworthy of resentment, especially after receiving so much from him. Otherwise, she would not have found herself alongside Wen Huai. The first time she heard Wen Huai's voice, she had been oblivious, but after that dream, everything clicked. She realized why she felt so defenseless against Wen Huai's voice and understood why the Wen Huai of her dreams transformed into Lu Huaichen upon peeling away his facade. It was because Wen Huai's voice bore a striking resemblance to the youthful Lu Huaichen, clear, resonant, and full of youthful vigor. Perhaps it was her obsession that led her to redeem Wen Huai, not out of sympathy for his plight, but merely an excuse. Those in her line of work often spoke half-truths. Tang Muyan was well aware of this. Wen Huai was merely after her money, while she longed for the boy from 13 years ago. Chapter 87. Complete loss in the underworld bar. Lu Huaichen stared at the glass before him, his vision gradually blurring. He was neither fully intoxicated nor sober. He simply wished to remain in this state of oblivion, initially intending to uncover the truth of what transpired 3 years prior. He found himself ensnared in his own dilemmas. "Shunny, do you think I deserve this?" He lamented, casting the glass aside and sinking into the sofa, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. This was the only utterance he had made since arriving in the underworld. Shen-Yi glanced at Assistant Yu, silently mouthing, "What happened?" Assistant Yu, unable to articulate his thoughts, sent a text message to Shen-Yi. After reading the context, Shen-Yi finally grasped why Lu Huaichen sought solace in drink. The man who once vowed never to overindulge again had broken his promise for a woman, his ex-wife, no less. Rather than comforting Lu Huaichen, Shen-Yi found amusement in his predicament. "You really had it coming. Both Qiu and I advised you against the divorce, yet you insisted. Now look where that got you. She doesn't want you anymore. Wait, I'm curious. Isn't this precisely what you yearned for 3 years ago? How did it come to this?" Shen-Yi scrutinized Lu Huaichen, who appeared tortured by his emotions, suppressing the urge to laugh. "So, did you end up playing the role of Wen Huai and got yourself trapped?" Assistant Yu, bewildered by the conversation, was aware that Lu Huaichen had anticipated the divorce. But the mention of playing a role eluded him. His intuition suggested that something was amiss between Lu Huaichen and Shen-Yi, leaving him feeling sidelined. "Hey, Jetchi, right?" Assistant Yu was momentarily taken aback by Shen-Yi's familiarity, sensing an underlying tension. However, Shen-Yi's words were laden with sarcasm, prompting him to remain silent. It was neither entirely true nor false. He suspected Assistant Yu of complicity. Assistant Yu shot Shen-Yi a look of feigned innocence, as if to say, "Please don't put me in a difficult position." Thankfully, Lu Huaichen broke the silence, rescuing Assistant Yu from further discomfort. "I deserve this." Lu Huaichen continued to stare at the ceiling, his mind consumed by the image of Tang Muyan's expression of rejection. His voice came out hoarse and strained. This marked the first time they had witnessed such vulnerability from Lu Huaichen, stirring a sense of pity in Assistant Yu. "Brother, just give her some time. She's simply upset. If you pamper her a bit, she'll soften. After all, she loves you dearly." Yet, Assistant Yu's attempt at consolation only deepened Lu Huaichen's sense of unease. She does not love me, he replied coldly. In Tang Muyan's heart, he could hear only disdain, curses, and aversion, no trace of affection. Men are foolish. At least you once had her, didn't you? Shun equipped, unaffected by the turmoil, until assistant you nudged him, whispering, don't provoke him. Look at what state he's in. All right, I won't provoke him, Shun conceded, but then a thought struck him. You still have an opportunity. You can still get close to Tang Muyan using Lu Huai's identity, can't you? Why wallow in sorrow? Shouldn't I be the one grieving? As soon as he uttered these words, Lu Huaichen's phone rang, the last chance he had. He quickly retrieved his phone, flipping it open in a flurry. He opened the conversation with Tang Muyan, and moments passed in tense silence. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere shattered with a loud crack as Lu Huaichen hurled his phone against the wall, his expression darkening. Shun and assistant you exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation, and instinctively fell silent. That night, Lu Huaichen drank until the early hours, ultimately succumbing to complete intoxication. He gazed at the despondent reflection in the mirror and managed a faint smile. He picked up a small scraper and applied a layer of gel to his face repeatedly until it transformed into a visage resembling Wen Huai. In order to become Wen Huai, he had taken the effort to learn the art of disguise from an elderly gentleman. Yet in the end, Tang Muyan still rejected him. She did not even want Wen Huai. Yesterday, Tang Muyan sent him a succinct message on WeChat. Wen Huai, let us break up. He contemplated sending something in an attempt to salvage their relationship, at least to inquire about the reasons behind her decision. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he was at a loss for words. Eventually, he hesitantly typed a question mark and sent it. What greeted him in return was the familiar red exclamation mark, accompanied by the familiar message. Sorry, the message has been sent but rejected by the recipient. It was reminiscent of the night of their divorce. Thus, he smashed his phone in frustration. He proceeded with his usual disguise, preparing breakfast for Tang Muyan. He took a taxi to her apartment complex, fixating on her floor for quite some time. Lu Huaichen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, fearing the sight of Tang Muyan's indifferent gaze. Nevertheless, he ascended the stairs. She still needed to eat breakfast. After ringing the doorbell for a while without response, his expression grew increasingly rigid. He rang the bell twice more, yet received no reply. He contemplated the fingerprint unlocker before him. Tang Muyan had registered his fingerprint previously, but he wondered if it had been deleted yesterday. Tentatively, he placed his finger on the scanner, and with a beep, the door swung open. It appeared she had not had the chance to remove it. Upon entering, he glanced around the empty living room. Tang Muyan was not there. However, that thought dissipated the moment he heard her voice, or rather, her inner thoughts. So cold. My stomach hurts. She repeatedly murmured those two phrases, her weakened state rendering her internal voice almost inaudible, which he had overlooked upon entering. He set down the breakfast he had prepared and ventured into Tang Muyan's bedroom. Inside the bedroom, the scene felt eerily familiar. Tang Muyan was curled up on the bed, a small bundle, softly whimpering. Seeing her in such a state made Lu Huaichen anxious. He tentatively called out, "Sister." Tang Muyan seemed too engulfed in pain to notice his arrival. She did not respond to his call. He moved closer, softly repeating, "Sister." Only then did she lift her head, asking, "Wen Huai, why have you come?" Half of her long hair fell over her face, obscuring her features, but her trembling, pale lips allowed Lu Huaichen to catch a glimpse of her condition. "I told you we were breaking up, didn't I? Why are you here?" Her weak voice carried an undertone of impatience, as if she were urging him to leave. Chapter 88. Is it truly over? I made porridge. You should eat some. Tang Muyan brushed her hair aside, her bloodshot eyes directed toward the entrance. She pointed to the hallway, commanding him coldly, "Leave. It hurts so much." After speaking, she bit her lip, clutching her abdomen, her expression one of anguish. Lu Huaichen remembered how she had been like this before their marriage during her menstrual cycle, suffering immensely. Witnessing her rejection caused his heart to ache as if pierced by something sharp. He fell silent, but stepped outside. He left. Tang Muyan assumed he was departing, and once again laid back down, still clutching her stomach. Why is it hurting so much this time? She recalled the last time she experienced such agony was when she was married to Lu Huaichen. Back then, her periods had always been painful. The doctor had mentioned it was due to her cold womb. Tang Muyan was painfully aware that the root of her affliction stemmed from an encounter 3 years prior, leaving her with lingering health issues. Every menstrual cycle brought excruciating pain. Though she had gradually improved over the years, this time she did not understand why the pain was so unbearable again. She pondered. Perhaps the cold wind yesterday had exacerbated her condition. Yesterday, she had sat in the car for over an hour, ultimately deciding to break up with Wu. Seeking clarity, she opened the car window, allowing the biting wind to rush inside. Unfortunately, after enduring the chill, she awoke the next morning to find her period had started. The pain had roused her from sleep, and upon waking, she found the bed stained with blood. She weakly changed the sheets, and not long after, Lu arrived. The porridge had grown lukewarm, so Lu Huaichen reheated it. Once it was warm again, he brought the porridge back into the room, placing on the small table beside Tang Muyan's bed. He approached her, gently patting her trembling figure. "Sister," he began, but halted, opting for a more direct approach. "First, sit up and eat something. Why are you still here?" Ines bro furod. Her hands still pressed against her abdomen. Wu, please leave. I don't want to see you. Why won't you go? She snapped. Can't you understand human language? As Lu Huaichen stood by her bedside, he hesitated to move closer, speaking softly. Finish the porridge, and I will leave. Perhaps due to the discomfort of her menstrual cycle, Tang Muyan felt particularly irritable. Ignoring her pain, she sat up abruptly, casting a casual glance around the room. Her gaze fell upon the bowl of porridge on the bedside table. With a derisive laugh, she declared, "What if I refuse to eat?" She seized the bowl, crafted from porcelain and still scalding from being reheated, and hurled it toward Lu Huaichen. "Get lost." Her voice was slightly hoarse. Although she missed him, the bowl shattered near his feet, creating a mess of porridge and porcelain shards. Lu Huaichen lowered his gaze at the scattered debris, biting his lip before rising to gather the pieces. "You deaf, Wu? I told you to leave," she shouted. "Are you out of your mind? I've wasted this character. Go find another rich woman. I won tea, spend another penny on you." Tang Muyan was visibly agitated, her voice hoarse. Lu Huaichen silently cleaned up the mess on the floor, resolving, "I have no one else. This isn't a game. Is this person out of their mind? I've made myself clear. Can't you understand?" Leaning against the pillow, Tang Muyan, seemingly fatigued from her outburst, spoke weakly. "Wu, I know all of the things you said were lies. You don't have any sick grandparents. You all enjoy playing this charade. I wasn't driven by pity. I was merely toying with you. Now that I'm bored, just leave." Her voice was cold and resolute. Thankfully, she had learned a few tricks from Lu Huaichen. He became momentarily breathless, pausing his actions as a shard cut his finger, blood oozing from the wound, and his eyes dimmed. "Still not leaving?" Tang Muyan's calm gaze met his. "Just go, Wu. Why make this so awkward? Can't we maintain some dignity?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, questioning whether he and his kind had no sense of honor. He meticulously cleaned up the remnants of shattered porcelain and porridge, then stood tall, his sincere gaze locked onto Tang Muyan. "I do not believe you." Tang Muyan was taken aback. "What do you not believe? That I'm not convincing enough?" She did not harbor any disdain for Wu, nor did she wish to cease spending money. She simply wanted clarity. Yet upon seeing his face, she felt a wave of annoyance, recalling another person. If wealth could procure happiness and companionship, Tang Muyan would still be willing to pay. However, that person could not be Wu. Yet he lingered in her sight, ensnaring her in the past. "Consider this my plea, Wu. Please leave." She raised her head and locked eyes with Lu Huaichen. With the veil of hair no longer obscuring her features, Lu Huaichen could see Tang Muyan's eyes more clearly. They were filled with exhaustion, weariness, and helplessness. It was evident that she was drained and agitated. His heart felt as if it were ensnared by something, leading to a moment of suffocation. He averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight, and strode out decisively. Tang Muyan thought that when Huai had truly been driven away by her, and she let out a sigh of relief, finally enjoying some peace. Yet, that man surprisingly returned, reappearing before her. Was there no end to this? If she had the energy, she would have gladly slapped him twice. Lu Huaichen brought over another bowl of porridge, looking at Tang Muyan and declaring that she must finish it, or else he would not leave. His gaze was filled with determination, as if her refusal to drink would compel him to remain indefinitely. After a 2-minute standoff, Tang Muyan conceded, taking the bowl from Lu Huaichen's hands. She drank quickly, finishing it in just a few gulps. Typically, she savored her food, but it was clear how much she wished for Wen Huai to leave. Holding up the empty bowl for Lu Huaichen to see, she commanded, "I'm done, now go." Lu Huaichen accepted the bowl and replied in a tone devoid of emotion, "I will come again at noon to bring you food." Tang Muyan haughtily turned her head away, coldly rejecting him. "There's no need, you don't have to come specifically. What you do, a delivery person can manage just as well." Ignoring her rejection, Lu Huaichen silently departed with the bowl. He glanced back at Tang Muyan's direction, aware that this time he might never return. Not even Wen Huai would be allowed back in. Chapter 89, A Substitute. Tang Muyan experienced 2 days of pain from her menstrual cycle. During this time, Lu Huaichen kept his word, delivering meals to her daily, along with warming patches to alleviate her discomfort, and a myriad of other items specifically for her period. Tang Muyan gazed at these items, her heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. She mused that with his looks, Wen Huai should be able to attract numerous wealthy women. Why then was he fixated solely on her? Was he not being utterly irrational? With the time spent on her, he might as well seek out several rich women to bolster his prospects. What a deluded individual he was. She should call Shun Yi and firmly admonish him. The next morning, as Lu Huaichen prepared to deliver lunch, he received a phone call from Shun Yi. Frowning, he answered, "What is it?" Shan Yi hesitated, unsure of what to say, finally mentioning that Tang Muyan had called him. Lu Huaichen's voice turned icy, demanding, "What did she say to you?" Shan Yi struggled, unsure of how to proceed, and finally said, "Well, she told me to tell you, or rather Wen Huai, to stop wasting your efforts. She wants to spend money on you." He hesitated again before continuing. She also said, Shan Yi faltered, unsure if he should reveal this. "Speak." Lu Huaichen's impatience was palpable. Shan Yi bit his lip, reluctantly sharing Tang Muyan's words. "She said that with your looks, you should be able to attract several wealthy women, and that selling yourself to them would be more lucrative than what she could offer." Lu Huaichen abruptly hung up the phone, finding Tang Muyan's words increasingly unbearable. He no longer wished to listen. If she could truly manage to erase him from her thoughts, then everything would be acceptable. He would leave at once. In the initial days post-divorce, he thought of her daily, initially attributing it to mere habit. He once claimed that the tasks Tang Muyan performed could easily be done by a maid. Indeed, he hired a maid of similar age to Tang Muyan. Although she lacked her beauty, she was capable of everything Tang Muyan did, and even tasks Tang Muyan could not manage. Yet, something felt amiss. By the time he realized it, he had already lost the obedient and understanding woman. His venture into the bar scene was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but he harbored no regrets. Through that experience, he glimpsed another side of Tang Muyan, and he could eavesdrop on her innermost thoughts without hesitation. But now, a door stood eternally between them. At 8 in the morning, he continued to arrive punctually at Tang Muyan's apartment door. He stared at the fingerprint lock, lost in thought. Lu Huaichen refrained from ringing the doorbell, not wanting to disturb her rest. Just as he turned to leave, the door swung open. "Wen Huai, how shameless can you be? Do you truly wish to torment me?" Tang Muyan's scornful voice rang out. She appeared to be recovering well. At least her complexion was no longer as pale as it had been, her voice less hoarse, and her spirit more robust. However, Lu Huaichen had lost a bit of weight during these days, and his overall demeanor was not at its best, with dark circles under his eyes that tugged at the heartstrings. When their gazes met, Tang Muyan felt a twinge of guilt. Had she gone too far? Yet she dismissed the thought. A smirk curled her lips as she regarded him with a detached expression, as though scrutinizing refuse. It must be said that the 3 years of marriage had polished her acting skills to perfection. She could convincingly play any role. On the day she left Tang Muyan's home, Lu Huaichen understood that she harbored unspeakable secrets. She was a woman of many mysteries, prone to rapid changes in disposition, sometimes deceiving without a second thought. "Just leave quickly, and do not appear before me again." This line was one she had borrowed from Lu Huaichen, as all her most extreme words were learned from him, for she understood that such language could inflict the deepest wounds. Am I imitating well? A young man like Wen Huai must find such harshness unbearable. Yet he seemed immune to her barbs. "Sister, are these words truly from your heart?" Lu Huaichen posed a question that probed the depths of her soul. As expected, Tang Muyan's pupils constricted slightly. She endeavored to maintain a nonchalant tone. "What of it? Of course not. Facing Wen Huai's visage, she found herself reluctant to part with him, especially upon hearing his voice. The reason? Lu Huaichen's gaze bore into Tang Muyan's. State your reason, and I shall cease to pursue you. What reason? Tang Muyan was perplexed. Why did you suddenly break up with me? Why were you so kind before? And then everything changed after that day. In that moment, Lu Huaichen's stubborn tone resembled that of a child. At 28, he found himself asking such questions. Finally, his voice softened. And why did you no longer want me? Tang Muyan felt a pang of compassion, her gaze falling as if to escape. She feared that continuing to meet his eyes would cause her heart to soften. Why? Because I do not wish to dwell in the past. Because seeing you reminds me of what was. Because I do not want to hurt you. Because you resemble him. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaichen's pupils darkened. Who is he? He sensed that there was someone in Tang Muyan's heart, someone from long ago, at least predating their marriage. Why then had she chosen to marry him? What had transpired 3 years prior? Did I not say? It was merely a fling, and now I'm bored, annoyed, and want you gone. Tang Muyan's words had become a shield for Lu Huaichen. He simply wished to uncover the identity of him and where he had gone. Tang Muyan, have you mistaken me for someone else's substitute? Lu Huaichen's deep brows knitted tightly, his eyelids taut as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Muyan. A shadow of trepidation enveloped her heart. Had he discerned the truth? Suddenly, Lu Huaichen's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his lips parting slightly as he enunciated each word with palpable weight. Who is he? Chapter 90, Danger. He has long since vanished. Seeing you reminds me of him. This lingering attachment to the past is indeed irksome. The light in Tang Muyan's eyes dimmed, and she said, Wen Huai, let us go. As she shut the door, Lu Huaichen's gaze remained fixed on the impeccably closed door, and he managed a wry smile. If there is someone in my heart, why should I seek to entangle with another? Wen Huai did not seek out Tang Muyan again. To be precise, Wen Huai had disappeared. The notion of being a substitute was something Lu Huaichen could not accept. He was far too proud to settle for being a mere shadow of a deceased individual. Chun Jing had inquired about the relationship between Lu Huaichen and Tang Muyan, to which Lu Huaichen simply replied that they had parted ways, divulging no further details. Noticing her son's melancholic demeanor, Chun Jing refrained from probing any deeper. Her son was unworthy of Yin Yan. It was her own greed that had led her to this predicament. In the days following Wen Huai's disappearance, Tang Muyan fell gravely ill, requiring a week-long hospital stay. In Jiangcheng, she had no relatives. The only person who could visit her was Huining. Tang Muyan lay in her hospital bed, as usual, staring at the ceiling, awaiting Huining's nurturing care. Observing Tang Muyan's lethargic state, Huining seethed with frustration. While feeding her porridge, she lamented, Is Wen Huai truly that remarkable? Tang Muyan mechanically opened her mouth and swallowed the porridge, striving to affect a nonchalant tone. I have not truly experienced heartbreak. I merely wish to sample the flavor of heartbreak, so do not fret. Huining's eyes widened in indignation at Tang Muyan's words. Is this truly how one experiments? You've already landed yourself in the hospital. Tang Muyan patted her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I am perfectly fine, am I not? Huining's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Tang Muyan. You are being absurd. Had I not discovered your plight in time, you might have been cremated by now. Huining began to sob, yet her hands continued to feed Tang Muyan. Hearing Huining's choked cries, Tang Muyan helplessly closed her eyes. You are about to be married. Why do you weep like a child? Huining huffed. Mind your own business. Stop crying, or Qi Si Hung will surely glare at me. Huining immediately composed herself, daring him. Thanks to Qi Si Heng's assistance, Hua Yuan successfully extricated herself from Qi Zhan's marital constraints, but the price was Huining's impending marriage to him. Gossip spread that Boss Hua was trading his younger daughter for his elder daughter. Just as one daughter escaped from the fire, he was pushing the other into it. However, the reality was quite the opposite. This time, Huining willingly leapt into the fray. She recognized her fate as merely a pawn in her father's matrimonial schemes. Even if she did not marry Qi Si Hung, her father would arrange a match with another wealthy family. Curiously, news of Lu Huaichen's divorce had somehow leaked, creating a stir among the social elite. Hua Yuan's father, having learned of this, inquired whether she would consider marrying Lu Huaichen, claiming to have a way for her to meet him. If Lu Huaichen took a liking to her, he could withdraw from the engagement with the Qi family. Huining, of course, firmly declined, even threatening her father, if you dare change your mind, be wary, I will inform Qi Si Hong. And neither your Lu family nor the Qi family will be able to match their standing. Hua Decheng had no choice but to abandon that line of thought, only to turn his attention to Hua Yuan. Despite her divorce, Hua Yuan's beauty placed her among the upper echelons of the social scene. Hua Decheng's exact words were, Yuan, you are a good daughter to your father. I cannot allow you to be divorced and neglected. I found a suitable match for you. He too has been divorced, and you two would be a perfect match. Why not go see him soon? In the aftermath, Hua Yuan pretended to agree. But the very next day, she purchased a plane ticket and fled, leaving behind a diagnosis of severe depression. She left a message for Hua Decheng, Dad. The doctor says I suffer from severe depression and advised me to get outside for fresh air and scenery. As for marriage, we shall discuss it later. The last time she saw Lu Huaichen was at that banquet. She wondered if the copyright fees would materialize. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, an uproar erupted outside. They glanced toward the door, seemingly indifferent, and continued their dialogue. However, the commotion outside intensified, the noise becoming increasingly distinct. 2 gunshots rang out, shaking the hospital building momentarily. Someone shouted, "There has been a murder, run!" Huan Ning and Tang Muyan immediately tensed, exchanging alarmed glances. And Huan Ning rushed to lock the door. But in the next instant, they heard a loud banging on the door. The door to Tang Muyan's hospital room was being violently assaulted. The sound indicated someone was kicking and pounding at it, wielding some object with which to strike. Terrified, Huan Ning and Tang Muyan quickly hid beneath the bed, their small frames allowing them to slip in easily. Just as they concealed themselves, the door was smashed open by a man, and an angry voice bellowed, "Where is that wretched woman? Tang Muyan, come out." The voice was utterly unfamiliar, leaving Tang Muyan with no recollection. Yet from beneath the bed, she caught sight of the man's stout calves, her heart racing with unease. Who is he? How does he know my name with such precision? Fear gripped her as she noticed the gun in his hand. She felt Huan Ning's shoulder trembling, and Tang Muyan fought to maintain her composure, patting Huan Ning's shoulder to convey that she should not be afraid. Tang Muyan steeled herself. The man outside raged. "It's because of this little harlot that I ended up in prison. Wasn't he Lu Huaichen in love with you? He sent me to jail. Huh. Today, I shall make her woman pay with her life." Tang Muyan's pupils dilated as she struggled to comprehend his words. She and Lu Huaichen were already divorced. How could he possibly love her? Surely he must be mistaken about something. Tang Muyan realized that there was no time for explanations. The man outside was filled with fury. Perhaps if she emerged, he would shoot her on the spot. But as his heavy footsteps drew nearer to the bed, Tang Muyan understood that remaining hidden would only endanger Huan Ning. She would have to go out. Huan Ning seemed to sense Tang Muyan's intentions, gently tugging at her sleeve, shaking her head in a silent plea for her not to emerge. She could not allow Huan Ning to bear the consequences. With determination, Tang Muyan pried Huan Ning's hand from her arm. She aimed to seize the moment before the man discovered their presence beneath the bed. As she curled her body and began to crawl out, a resounding bang echoed throughout the room. Chapter 91. The intrigued Tang Muyan lay flat on the ground, not yet peeking out. The man fell lifelessly before her. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, her eyes widening in terror as she beheld the scene unfold. The man with the gun had a gaping wound in his head, his eyes bulging in horror, a truly chilling sight. Upon recognizing his face, her mind raced to connect the dots. Wasn't he the one, Zhu Zong, who had forced her to drink at the socialite gathering? Why was he seeking vengeance with a gun, claiming it was her fault that Lu Huaichen had imprisoned him? What was the true reason behind this? Tang Muyan furrowed her brow in confusion. Suddenly, a clear male voice echoed from outside. "Stop hiding and come out at once." This voice sounded vaguely familiar. Tang Muyan, overwhelmed with fear, cautiously peeked out. Upon seeing the man's face, a wave of relief washed over her. There is nothing that instills a greater sense of security than the sight of a police officer, especially one whom she knows. Su Xingji, the very officer who had previously interrogated her. Tang Muyan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she pulled Huan Ning and swiftly emerged from their hiding place beneath the bed. "Officer Su, thank you." Her voice trembled slightly, a remnant of the anxiety she had just experienced. Su Xingji shot her a glance, a mixture of disbelief and a hint of mockery coloring his tone. "It's you again." Tang Muyan was aware that their last conversation had not been particularly pleasant. However, It was Su Xingji who had saved her from what could have been a grim fate at the crematorium. She could only manage an awkward smile in response. Su Xingji glanced at the hefty figure sprawled on the floor and inquired, "Do you know this person?" She nodded, acknowledging their brief acquaintance, though they were not well acquainted. Not well acquainted? Su Xingji scrutinized her with a piercing gaze, as if assessing the truthfulness of her words. Then why would he, even under the influence of drugs, go to such lengths to harm you? Tang Muyan was taken aback. He too seemed puzzled. Wasn't Zhu Zong supposed to be incarcerated? How had he managed to appear at the hospital, armed? Su Xingji's eyes remained fixed on her as he pressed further. Do you know why? Tang Muyan's mind lingered in a haze of near-death emotions, momentarily unable to respond to the question. She first nodded and then shook her head. Su Xingji raised an eyebrow, his tone turning serious as he adopted an interrogative stance. Do you know or do you not know? Before Tang Muyan could respond, Huaning stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Tang Muyan. Is this how you speak to a victim? Do you think this is an interrogation? Huaning's words poured forth like an unbridled torrent, leaving Tang Muyan helpless to stop her. Tang Muyan grasped Huaning's arm, attempting to quell her outburst. Huaning. But Huaning was undeterred, defiantly addressing Su Xingji. Aren't you the police? Shouldn't you be investigating instead of questioning her? She has already said she doesn't know him well. What more do you want to ask? Su Xingji furrowed his brow, his impatience palpable. Miss, please do not hinder our investigation. Huaning retorted, investigate by all means, but could you do it with a bit more courtesy? It sounds as if we are the ones who have wronged you. Tang Muyan recognized Huaning's sharp tongue, but was surprised at the ferocity of her words. Su Xingji regarded the two women with an internal scoff, realizing that neither was easily managed. Just as Tang Muyan was about to speak, a figure burst through the door. It was Qi Wang. Qi Wang rushed in, panic evident on his face, but upon seeing Tang Muyan unharmed, his expression relaxed instantly. Tang Muyan furrowed her brow. What was Qi Wang doing here? Su Xingji remained unfazed by Qi Wang's arrival, his cold gaze still fixed on Tang Muyan. Now, please proceed. Tang Muyan composed herself and recounted, I am not familiar with the person lying on the floor. Our encounter was rather unfortunate. Officer Su would recall the gathering of socialites where Zhu Tongfei was apprehended. Su Xingji, having captured Zhu Tongfei during that event, nodded in recognition. He assaulted me, and the person outside can attest to that. The individual in question was Qi Wang. Earlier, Huaning and I sensed something was amiss, so we hid beneath the bed. This man, in a frenzied state, forcibly broke down our door. We dared not make a sound as he entered and said, Tang Muyan recounted every word Zhu Tongfei had uttered upon entering. The more she spoke, the deeper Su Xingji's frown became. You mean to say he sought revenge against you because you were Lu Huaichen's ex-wife? Tang Muyan nodded, acknowledging that interpretation. Once she finished her account, Su Xingji ceased his inquiries. Due to the need to preserve evidence at the scene, the hospital arranged for Tang Muyan to be moved to another room. Throughout the relocation, Qi Wang followed closely behind her, remaining silent. Once settled in the new room, Tang Muyan finally noticed Qi Wang's presence. She was puzzled as to how he had learned of her hospitalization. Had he sent someone to follow her? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Was it not a bit obsessive? Or was he perhaps not here to see her at all, but rather to check on the deceased, Zhu Zong? If that were the case, he shouldn't have come to her hospital room, and his anxiety seemed misplaced. Tang Muyan sensed something was amiss. There was an ulterior motive at play. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to Huaning, instructing her to step outside. Huaning shot the two of them a curious glance, but said nothing as she obliged. Qi Wang, she called, and his expression momentarily faltered. What is it? Are you all right? He quickly masked his emotions, adopting a facade of concern. I am well, just narrowly escaped death, Tang Muyan replied nonchalantly, though Qi Wang's heart raced, and his complexion grew pale. You came to see me? Tang Muyan's gaze remained fixed on his face. Qi Wang nodded, albeit silently, as if grappling with something unspoken. Tang Muyan smiled. How did you know I was here? Qi Zong, we are not particularly close, are we? Qi Wang's eyes met hers, revealing a tumult of emotions. Confusion, worry, and a hint of disappointment all intertwined. He parted his lips to speak, but remained silent. Answer me. Why the silence? Tang Muyan pressed. My friend mentioned seeing you here. She scoffed lightly, a hint of sarcasm lacing her words. Which friend? It wouldn't happen to be the corpse on the floor, would it? Chapter 92. Recently, there have been many romantic interests. Chi Wang's face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to shift the topic. It's a relief you're okay. I have matters to attend to at the company, so I must take my leave. Through Huaning's remarks, Tang Muyan gleaned some insight into Chi Wang's circumstances. He was known for his carefree lifestyle, often indulging in pleasure while leaving the company affairs to Chi Yuan. His statement seemed evasive, indicating he was avoiding something. What was he avoiding? Tang Muyan's beautiful eyes followed Chi Wang, who was now standing by the door, poised to exit. Chi Wang, I have broken up with Lu Huaichen. Chi Wang's gaze, filled with unreserved admiration, locked onto Tang Muyan, as if seeking confirmation of something unspoken. What do you think? Tang Muyan's eyes sparkled with mischief, her tone almost playful. Chi Wang, captivated by her enchanting gaze, shook his head in uncertainty. I don't know. Tang Muyan decided to be forthright. Chi Wang, do you not harbor feelings for me? How about I give you a chance? Chi Wang's eyes widened momentarily, the unusual emotion resurfacing. Just then, a knock on the door shattered the atmosphere Tang Muyan had been cultivating. Disappointed at the interruption, she called out, "Come in." Su Xingji entered with a stern expression, his lips curling slightly as he surveyed Tang Muyan with a piercing gaze. What is it? Miss Tang, you mentioned considering me last time, yet here you are, seemingly with someone else? Tang Muyan narrowed her eyes defensively, feigning ignorance. Su Xingji finally understood why Lu Huaichen had remarked that Tang Muyan's words could only be half-trusted. It appeared she had conveniently forgotten her previous promises. Indeed, Tang Muyan's next words were, "When did I say that? I have no recollection of such a thing. Officer Su, please refrain from making baseless accusations. Words spoken without sincerity are easily forgotten." Tang Muyan had merely jested, unaware that this man would take her lightly. Yet, it was surprising to discover that Officer Su, too, had eavesdropped on others. With a sweet smile, she playfully mocked Su Xingji, her melodious voice enchanting enough to obscure the underlying sarcasm. Su Xingji's gaze lowered slightly, mirroring her demeanor. There was an undeniable air of mischief between them. Su Xingji is a person of upright character, who speaks and acts with propriety. His current demeanor, however, has taken Tang Muyan by surprise. With a disdainful hum, she turned her head away, her gaze landing coldly on Chi Wang, who had been neglected while she conversed with Su Xingji. Chi Wang, if you have matters to attend to, you may leave. She dismissed him with indifference. As Chi Wang departed, he stole a glance at Su Xingji, his eyes filled with displeasure, muttering inwardly about the nuisance that interrupted his affairs. Once Chi Wang had left, only Tang Muyan and Su Xingji remained in the room. Tang Muyan's impression of Su Xingji was hardly favorable. The interrogation from their last encounter still lingered in her mind, suffocating and uncomfortable. Presumably, Su Xingji's opinion of her was not particularly positive either. Is there something you need, Officer Su? Tang Muyan inquired. Su Xingji cast a sidelong glance at her and replied calmly, "Nothing important, just that our superiors sent us to reassure the public and assess the mental state of the victims." He scrutinized Tang Muyan, perhaps to ascertain her current condition, and upon sensing that she seemed relatively well, he nonchalantly added, "Do not worry, I am merely here to fulfill a formality." If you hadn't said that, I might have thought you were harboring feelings for me. With that, she declared her intention to leave, and Su Xingji, having delivered his message, exited as well. Recently, Tang Muyan had felt physically weak, and after being frightened by Zhu Tangfei, her mental state had deteriorated further. Following her doctor's advice, she stayed an additional week in the hospital. However, she soon regretted that decision. Chi Wang's frequent visits were tolerable, but Su Xingji's daily presence became burdensome. Each time he used the same excuse, claiming it was his superior's directive to care for the victims. Tang Muyan was too weary to expose his FAD. On the day Tang Muyan was discharged, she had arranged for Huaning to pick her up, but he mysteriously vanished halfway, leaving her unable to reach him. With her belongings packed, she stood alone at the hospital entrance, waiting for Huaning. But taxis were surprisingly scarce that day. Her phone was dead, rendering her unable to summon a ride. After waiting for half an hour, her patience wore thin, and she cursed under her breath, wondering where Huaning had gone. Just as her frustration peaked, a Maybach pulled up in front of her. The car seemed familiar, and when the window rolled down to reveal a sycophantic smile, she recognized Yu Tezu. "Miss Tang, may I offer you a ride?" surprised to encounter Yu Tezu here. She glanced at the vehicle, realizing it should belong to Lu Huaichen. Would he be upset if he found out Yu Tezu was driving his car for her? Tang Muyan hesitated, contemplating whether to accept the offer, but Yu Tezu exited the car and began loading her belongings inside. She did not refuse. She truly needed assistance. Though she cautiously inquired, Yu Tezu, you genuinely wish to drive me? Yu Tezu nodded. What is the big deal? It's just a convenient errand. At that moment, Yu Tezu's image grew considerably in Tang Muyan's eyes. Yu Tezu, I apologize for previously thinking poorly of you, she mused internally while expressing a sincere smile. You're truly kind. Yu Tezu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. It was the first time someone had complimented him. Having worked alongside Lu Huaichen for years, he had performed many unsavory tasks, and no one had ever praised him before. This single compliment filled him with joy, and he exerted even more effort in carrying her bags. As they were loading her belongings, he remarked, You have a keen eye? With Yu Tezu's generous assistance, Tang Muyan decided not to wait for Huan Ning any longer. He had likely forgotten about picking her up. This arrangement was more convenient for her. If Lu Huaichen were to discover that Yu Tezu had given her a ride in his car, what could she possibly do? With her hands clasped in a prayer-like gesture, she silently wished, Yu Tezu, I shall pray for your well-being. After her silent prayer, she cast a sympathetic glance at Yu Tezu. Take care of yourself. Subsequently, Yu Tezu opened the car door and gestured for her to enter. Tang Muyan, who had just felt sympathy for others, now turned that sympathy inward as she stood frozen in place. The man inside the car had his head bowed, revealing a striking profile, his features deeply chiseled, and his lips pressed thin, betraying no emotion. Yu Tezu continued to gesture for her to enter, yet Tang Muyan remained immobile, stiffening as she turned her face away in frustration. You deserve this, she thought. However, with her belongings already in the vehicle, what could she do? Tang Muyan felt a twinge of anxiety, contemplating how to retrieve her things smoothly. Yu Tezu, seemingly unfazed by her earlier remarks, asked, Miss Tang, why aren't you getting in? Tang Muyan endeavored to appear composed. It's just a car. How could Lu Huaichen possibly devour me? She steeled herself and climbed into the vehicle. The joy on Yu Tezu's face was unmistakable. Yu Tezu, what are you so happy about? She wondered, perplexed by his glee, especially given Lu Huaichen's stern demeanor. Once inside the car, silence enveloped them. Tang Muyan, her phone dead, had no means to occupy herself and considered dozing off. Yet, the magnetic aura emanating from the man beside her rendered sleep elusive. Her brow furrowed involuntarily. With her eyes closed, she heard the man's mocking voice, cool and detached. Tang Muyan, why do you look so disheveled? Tang Muyan had no desire to engage with Lu Huaichen, so she feigned sleep, tightly closing her eyes. What business is it of yours? Lu Huaichen, unrelenting, continued his verbal onslaught. I've heard someone has been visiting you frequently. I had no idea you were so adept at seducing others. Lu Huaichen's words were typically harsh, and Tang Muyan often let them wash over her. You're simply blind. Yet, she could not suppress the urge to retort in her mind. Is pretending to sleep amusing to you? Lu Huaichen's presence seemed to draw closer, his heat palpable. Tang Muyan instinctively furrowed her brow, feeling the heat approach. She dared to open her eyes slightly, only to find Lu Huaichen's face looming near her, magnified before her. Startled, she gasped and opened her eyes wide, pushing him away in a flurry. Lu Huaichen's expression shifted noticeably. His voice, now cold and laced with sarcasm, questioned her surprise. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why the shock? Tang Muyan smiled awkwardly, knowing she had indeed seen him before. But it had been a long time since they had been this close. The last time they were near was during moments of intimacy when he would overpower her, leaving her dazed and in pain. In her heart, she retaliated silently. So this is what you look like up close. You're not half as handsome as my ex. Lu Huaichen, observing Tang Muyan's frigid demeanor, felt a pang of hurt. This woman was truly heartless. After only a few days apart, she had seemingly forgotten him entirely, perhaps only remembering him because of their resemblance. What did I say? Tang Muyan's first words after entering the car were laced with hostility. Lu Huaichen leaned closer, smirking. How long has it been since our divorce? Look at how you've changed. Tang Muyan found his remarks perplexing. Was this not the very attitude he had desired? She scrutinized him coldly. Lu Huaichen, don't tell me you've realized you love me after our divorce. She noticed a flicker in Lu Huaichen's gaze. Could it be true? That would be utterly melodramatic. However, such events seemed unlikely to befall Lu Huaichen, given his apparent lack of desires. No, on second thought, he was rather driven by his desires. This was something she had experienced firsthand. What? Do you expect me to fall in love with you? He countered without answering. Of course not, she thought, her expression reflecting a resounding rejection. Yet, she refrained from voicing this and instead smiled brightly. I certainly hope you develop feelings for me. After all, which woman in Jiang, Changwu, Ti covet the affection of President Lu? Tang Muyan deliberately teased Lu Huaichen, as she always knew how to provoke his disdain. But this time, Lu Huaichen responded unexpectedly, you wouldn't covet it? Even though he seemed to know the answer. Lu Huaichen still inquired of Tang Muyan. Perhaps it was a mere game to him, a way to pretend he was oblivious to her true feelings. Lu Xiao, do you think I am shameless? Indeed, I've been yearning for this for 3 years. Tang Muyan's words were laced with a charming smile, yet they lacked sincerity. Little did she expect, Lu Huaichen's subsequent words made her wish she could bite her tongue. Then I offer you a chance. Marry me, how about that? His expression shifted to one of seriousness. I will make you the true Mrs. Lu. How does that sound? Tang Muyan was taken aback by the gravity of Lu Huaichen's demeanor. There was astonishment, but no joy. Had Lu Huaichen lost his mind to utter such words? What could be done by her could surely be done by others. Why must he say such things to her? Perhaps he had been driven mad by the recent string of blind dates. A myriad of thoughts raced through Tang Muyan's mind as she sought to rationalize Lu Huaichen's bizarre behavior. After a long silence, she cautiously ventured, Lu Huaichen, are you still half asleep, perhaps sleepwalking? The assistant driving them, you, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. I am awake, not sleepwalking, Lu Huaichen replied. Continuing to extend his olive branch, I can grant you the title of Mrs. Lu, allowing the world to recognize your status. No one will dare to harm or bully you, and all my wealth will be yours. As he spoke, Tang Muyan genuinely believed he must be delirious. Was Lu Huaichen merely painting a rosy picture? His words were both humble and heartfelt. Tang Muyan fell silent for a moment, her mind a blank canvas. It wasn't that she felt moved or touched. It was simply incomprehensible to hear such declarations from Lu Huaichen. Ultimately, she concluded that there must be some ulterior motive at play. Chapter 94. Unable to update? Ah, Chun, Tang Muyan called his name softly, her gaze shimmering with unspoken emotions. Suddenly, her eyes glinted mischievously. What do you think? I certainly do not wish for that. Not at all, Lu Huaichen replied, his eyes cast down, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his lips. Do you truly not wish for it at all? That day, Lu Huaichen resembled a man intoxicated. His once frigid eyes now revealed a complex array of emotions. Perhaps it was merely Tang Muyan's imagination, but she thought she discerned a trace of longing within him. For a long time afterward, she saw no sign of Lu Huaichen until, by chance, she stumbled upon the unexpected turn of events in the comic. Why was I notified? Upon sending that message, a red exclamation mark appeared below. You're not yet friends with this person. Please send a friend verification request first. Tang Muyan rolled her eyes, fury bubbling within her. Was this person unwell? How could they leave without communicating anything clearly? She frowned, thinking transfer. Shouldn't I have to agree for that to happen? ISNT at my work? But when had the transfer contract been signed? Could have been during the last meeting? As if recalling something, Tang Muyan's pupils dilated in realization. She hurriedly retrieved the contract signed with Lu Huaichen, and as she read the content on the first page, her fingers trembled. At that time, Tang Muyan had been too focused on the monetary aspect to notice the details. What was happening? This contract was not for adaptation rights, but rather a complete transfer of rights. Had she been sold? No wonder the copyright fee, which should have been a mere few million, had inexplicably soared to 30 million. Was Lu Huaichen playing games with her? This contract had been signed by Qi Wang without a second glance, and she had only skimmed it, but to little effect. No wonder Qi Yuan had treated her poorly. He must have thought her actions were deliberate. It was truly unfair. Tang Muyan had chosen Ji Yi after careful consideration. Her mother's name was in Ji, and seeing Ji Yi reminded her of her mother, the woman who had passed away at just over 30. She could hardly recall her childhood, yet that day remained vividly etched in her memory. She and Ji had a fierce argument when she was 10. The reason lost to time, but she remembered crying and shouting that she no longer wanted that mother. In a fit of rage, Tang Muyan ran away from home. That impulsive decision marked the day she would forever regret. That day, the news reported a fiery explosion that illuminated the bridge in Jiangcheng. A tragic accident occurred when a truck collided with a car, leaving only one survivor, a child whom her mother had protected with her life. That child was Tang Zheng. Later, she was found by Lu Huaichen outside a mall, trembling from the cold, while Lu Huaichen's face remained icy. He said, "Tang Muyan, you no longer have a mother." After that day, she truly lost her mother. She later learned from Lu Huaichen that her parents had met with an accident while searching for her. They had heard that a body of a primary school student had been recovered from the Jiangcheng Bridge, leading to the subsequent tragedy. Even now, Tang Muyan regretted that incident after 10 years. If only she hadn't acted so rashly, perhaps this outcome could have been avoided. If her father had been present, she wouldn't have had to endure the sufferings of 3 years ago. Staring at the contract, Tang Muyan was momentarily dazed. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Her voice choked, wondering why she was reminded of this event again. She discarded the contract, took a deep breath, and gazed out the window, her eyes growing increasingly desolate. After feeling melancholy for an entire afternoon, she reluctantly opened Weibo and logged into her main account. The first post was inundated with vitriol. How can the author abandon us after joining the Lu family? Truly an eye-opener. Is the new company treating you well? Paying you more? This is the first time I've seen such an infuriating author, receiving benefits from predecessors, then turning around to join a new company. The author is playing dead again. The comic isn't updating. Are they planning to run off with the money? There were even harsher comments, and after reading a few, Tang Muyan lost the will to continue. The comments did not seem like those of fans. Ji had made several questionable moves, leveraging Tang Xiaoman's name to perform actions that had disappointed fans. Just the issue of the meet and greet had been mishandled multiple times, with promotion preceding notification to the author. Tang Muyan had little tolerance for Xi, firmly stating her discontent. At that time, her identity as the Lu family's daughter-in-law made it impractical for her to be more visible. She had merely signed with Xi, not committed herself to them as a person. Later, Xi resorted to maliciously editing their chat records, placing the blame squarely on Tang Muyan. Amid the rising tide of online criticism, Tang Muyan released the complete chat records, thereby exonerating herself. Fortunately, she had preserved the evidence in time. Otherwise, she would have faced a barrage of insults from netizens. Her actions have thrust Z into the spotlight, yet her work has garnered significant popularity. Many began to take notice of this manga during that period. Those who criticize her now are undoubtedly not her fans. They're either hired trolls or indifferent bystanders, keyboard warriors, and the like. Does Z wish to steer public opinion against her? Very well, she shall engage with them. Tang Muyan successfully connected with Qi Wang's phone, and he answered immediately. Wang, have you eaten yet? Qi Wang's sweet, dog-like voice resonated from the other end. Not yet. Yen, are you going to order me takeout? Reflecting on the last time they ordered takeout, Tang Muyan felt a twinge of guilt. At that time, she had been engrossed in a relationship with Wen Huai and truly had no choice. Besides, it was quite evident to any discerning eye that Qi Wang harbored feelings for her. Not wanting to break her promise, she resorted to this subterfuge. Tang Muyan feigned surprise. How could that be? Look at what you're saying. I did take you out for a meal, didn't I? I appreciate your attentive care during my illness. Is that for real? Qi Wang's voice brimmed with disbelief. Of course it is. Tang Muyan smiled. Let us make a reservation at Shuiyu Shaoxi Chu. Qi Wang suspected that Tang Muyan was playing tricks on him, although it was indeed a private kitchen. Securing a table required a reservation made days in advance. It couldn't possibly be that simple. Chapter 95. Live broadcast Yen. You're not messing with me this time, are you? Qi Wang was aware of Tang Muyan's cunning nature, recalling the last time she had ordered him takeout. Initially delighted at the prospect of dining out, he soon contemplated the possibility of a trap. Especially since Shuiyu Shaoxi Chu was notoriously difficult to book without prior arrangements. Was Tang Muyan deliberately deceiving him just to stand him up? Yet, what would be the purpose of such an act? Would she merely be toying with him? I won't trick you. Just come, Tang Muyan assured him, her voice steady and devoid of any unusual tone. However, Qi Wang detected a hint of mischief in her intonation. He knew she was not to be underestimated, but his infatuation rendered him compliant. Without a second thought, he affirmed, I'm on my way now. After Qi Wang had waited for a good half hour in the hall of Shuiyu Shaoxi Chu, Nearly ready to give up, Tang Muyan finally made her entrance. Upon her arrival, a server warmly attended to her, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Qi Wang found it curious. When he arrived, these people had been exceedingly cordial to him. Did they think his appearance was lacking? Qi Wang instinctively touched his face. Just then, Tang Muyan approached him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Sorry, I was caught in traffic. Did you wait long? In truth, there had been no traffic. Tang Muyan had intentionally made him wait. Qi Wang was simply elated that she had shown up. What were a few extra minutes to him? Before long, after greeting Tang Muyan, the server guided them to their table. Miss Tang, Mr. Qi, this way, please. Qi Wang, curious, asked, Did you make a reservation? Tang Muyan shook her head. Not all just now. The server, overhearing their conversation, enthusiastically explained, I apologize. I was unaware that Mr. Qi was a guest of Miss Tang. I sincerely apologize for any oversight. Qi Wang, bewildered, glanced at Tang Muyan. What was happening? Why had the server's demeanor shifted upon her arrival? Although the server had not been rude, they had certainly been inattentive. He had stood for over half an hour without even chair to sit on. The server continued, Miss Tang is a special guest. Even without a reservation, she is guaranteed a seat. Shui Xiao Sichu was currently in high demand. One would typically need to book at least a week in advance to secure a table. Qi Wang pondered the implications of Tang Muyan's special status. Surely, it must have cost a fortune. Moments later, they arrived at the private dining room, the very same one where she and Tang Muyan had dined alone previously. Adorned with a rose theme. Qi Wang couldn't help but chuckle. How fitting. Tang Muyan maintained a polite smile, while inwardly lamenting her misfortune. Once the server departed, Tang Muyan took a seat by the window. This room, designed for couples, had far fewer seats than the one where Zi and Lu Huaichen had discussed contracts. It only had 2 places. Tang Muyan set her bag aside, taking out her phone and placing it in front of her. Then, feigning thirst, she deliberately pushed her phone forward while reaching for the water pitcher, ensuring the camera captured Qi Wang's face perfectly. Qi Wang was somewhat of a minor internet celebrity, often portraying male characters in Z's comics, which had garnered him a following. After engaging in casual conversation, Tang Muyan, with a serene expression, casually mentioned her intent to update her comic. Qi Zong, do you remember the contract we signed with Lu Xiao last time? She probed. Upon hearing Lu Huaichen's name, Qi Wang's temper flared. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. He then launched into a tirade, frequently peppering his speech with expletives. If it weren't for that scoundrel Lu Huaichen, who strategically dropped the contract on me when Qi Yuan was leaving, I wouldn't have signed it without a glance. Tang Muyan chimed in, exactly, I just glanced at it and signed. She feigned innocence, casting a green tea-like gaze at Qi Wang. As Qi Wang continued his rant, his phone rang, but he remained oblivious, engrossed in their conversation. Tang Muyan discreetly glanced towards his phone, catching sight of the 2 prominent characters, Qi Yuan. A playful glint flickered in her eyes. Was he attempting to mitigate his losses? Not a chance. Tang Muyan didn't intend to make things easy. She appropriately reminded him, Qi Zong, your phone. Qi Wang dismissed it without a glance, hanging up. He certainly didn't want to be interrupted while dining with his goddess. Tang Muyan merely smiled, saying nothing more. Once Qi Wang had finished, she continued, Qi Zong, I plan to update my comic today. I hadn't thoroughly reviewed that contract last time. When I logged into Z, guess what happened? She spoke leisurely, wearing a self-satisfied expression. My author account was deactivated. I even sent a message to Vice President Qi, who seemed rather upset, said one thing, and then deleted my contact. She presented it nonchalantly, while Qi Wang remained indifferent to Qi Yuan's attitude towards Tang Muyan, brushing it off as typical jealousy of other success. Tang Muyan pursed her lips and continued. This afternoon, feeling bored, I decided to scroll through Weibo, only to find that the comments below were accusing me of being untrustworthy. I gazed at the unfamiliar faces around me, contemplating that they were likely not my fans. I began to suspect that perhaps you believed I was aware of the contents of that contract and had intentionally sent hired hands to tarnish my reputation. However, after our conversation, I felt it might not be you after all. Perhaps I was merely overthinking, and they were simply passers-by expressing their discontent. Qi Wang's subsequent reaction, however, satisfied Tang Muyan. He furrowed his brows and remarked, it must be Qi Yuan's doing. Just wait, I will have her retracted. Chapter 96. A resounding slap, surely not. How could Qi Bian act in such a manner? Tang Muyan feigned ignorance, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Qi Wang, noticing her skepticism, sighed, "Did I not mention? My sister is indeed like that. She has harbored feelings for your ex-husband since childhood. Yet Lu Huaichen has never regarded her. Seeing you must certainly unsettle her, but previously your comic was still in circulation, making it difficult for her to act against you. Now that you have severed ties with it, Qi Yuan, that scoundrel, naturally cannot bear to see you well. Is it not normal for her to employ hired hands against you?" Qi Wang, his throat parched, poured himself a glass of wine and noticed Tang Muyan's cup was nearly empty, so he filled it for her as well. Furthermore, this was not her first transgression. Qi Wang seemed to have grown accustomed to Qi Yuan's behavior long ago. Tang Muyan was taken aback by how candidly Qi Wang divulged such details. To ensure Qi Yuan suffered a more significant downfall, she cleverly accepted the wine glass Qi Wang offered and, feigning nonchalance, inquired, "How could that be? Qi Bian appears so gentle. How could she commit such acts?" Qi Wang snorted, "You said it yourself. It is merely an appearance." The relationship between her and Qi Yuan was not as harmonious as the public perceived. Qi Yuan was the daughter of the legitimate wife, whereas Qi Wang was born of an extramarital affair. Qi Yuan was 7 years his senior. Yet due to the Qi family's preference for sons over daughters, Qi Yuan undoubtedly received more neglect. After a moment of silence, Qi Wang suddenly asked, "Do you know why I am my father's only son? Do you know how my mother died?" Tang Muyan shook her head, uncertain. A foreboding sense washed over her. Was this revelation too comprehensive? Years ago, Qi Yuan's mother, Lu Cheng, was unable to bear children after giving birth to Qi Yuan, prompting my biological father, Qi Si Yuan, to take a mistress, and my mother was one of them. Tang Muyan was stunned. Was this something she was meant to hear? Would this offend the Qi family? She noticed the untouched red wine before her and gulped it down, coughing twice to interrupt Qi Wang's impending words. "Qi Wang, pour me another glass," she urged, pushing her cup forward. The taste of that wine bore a striking resemblance to the one from the Shen family. Tang Muyan had no time for further contemplation. She had more pressing matters at hand. Seizing her phone, she swiftly turned off the live stream while Qi Wang was distracted. How reckless Qi Wang was, daring to speak so freely. I cannot afford to offend Qi Si Yuan. Yet, Tang Muyan remained curious. After Qi Wang filled the glass, she pressed further. "Lu Cheng drugged my father's food. At that time, my sister was 7, and I had just been born." Tang Muyan pondered why Qi Si Yuan did not simply divorce Lu Cheng. Qi Si Yuan had once stated that if Lu Cheng dared to harm her, he would ensure the matter reached the elder. Lu Cheng did not dare to act against me, yet my mother was forced to her death when I was 6. At this point, Qi Wang took a large swig of wine, a drunken expression crossing his face. It was not Lu Cheng, it was Qi Yuan. At that time, she was 13 and forced my mother to her demise. How pitiful! Tang Muyan's eyes welled with compassion. Nearby, Lu Huaichen, overhearing Tang Muyan's sentiments, furrowed his brows in annoyance. Is he the only one deserving of pity? Lu Huaichen had come to discuss business that day. Ever since learning that the meals Tang Muyan delivered to him were from Shui Yu's private kitchen, he had made it a point to conduct his meetings there. However, due to the high demand for Shui Yu's cuisine, Lu Huaichen had opted for a yearly reservation, naturally under the guise of assistant Yu. Upon hearing Tang Muyan's voice today, he found it quite curious, considering he had visited so many times and had only encountered her this once. Yet, upon realizing she was there to invite Qi Wang to dinner, Lu Huaichen's expression soured throughout the meal. The business partners, witnessing Lu Huaichen's demeanor, were filled with trepidation. Regarding the profit-sharing ratio, I believe it should remain 50-50. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Lu Huaichen's expression darkened, as if on the verge of terminating the negotiation. He cast a cold glance at Assistant Yu, who understood the cue and smiled at the partners. "Mr. Zhao, our CEO's intentions are quite clear. We will adhere strictly to the terms of the contract. Otherwise, we shall terminate discussions." In the end, the partners signed the onerous contract with tears in their eyes. Meanwhile, Tang Muyan remained engrossed in the gossip surrounding the Qi family, discovering just how melodramatic the stories of wealthy families could be. Why was my marriage to Lu Huaichen devoid of such theatrics? It was merely a rivalry with Qing Shu. How dull, how uninteresting. A wave of sorrow washed over Qi Wang's face. "Yin, I have no family left." He, emboldened by the wine, caressed Tang Muyan's hand. Tang Muyan sensed something was amiss. Wait, why did this sentiment sound so familiar? It mirrored the words of Wen Huai. Qi Wang's face flushed crimson, his phoenix eyes half closed, the intoxication evident in his gaze. I'm not drunk, Yin Yan. Do you know? You bear a striking resemblance to my mother. Thus, upon seeing you, I cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Spare me your overwhelming feelings. Tang Muyan realized she had likely been played. Qi Wang's words were not to be trusted. Most of what he said was probably fabricated. Have you eaten well? Qi Wang. Tang Muyan issued her dismissal. The dishes before them had scarcely been touched, as they had been preoccupied with drinking. Qi Wang shook his head. No. Yin Yan, please stay with me. Leave. Tang Muyan smiled. If you haven't eaten well, continue to eat. I shall take my leave. She grabbed her bag and prepared to exit. However, as she opened the door, a woman stormed in. It was Qi Yuan, her eyes ablaze with fury. Due to Tang Muyan's audacious actions, Qi Yuan had effectively lost her claim to the Qi family's inheritance. Perhaps it was never substantial, but this time it was irrevocable. Seeing Tang Muyan, Qi Yuan wasted no time and slapped her across the face. Qi Wang merely glanced over, scoffing. Qi Yuan, why are you so enraged? He made no further move. Tang Muyan, momentarily dazed by the slap, covered her right cheek in disbelief. Qi Yuan dares to strike me? She turned to observe Qi Wang's indifference, scoffing in derision. She had not expected Qi Wang to side with her. After all, he and Qi Yuan were siblings. Yet, Tang Muyan was not one to be easily provoked. She retaliated with a slap of her own. Qi Yuan, having experienced her fair share of confrontation, deftly caught Tang Muyan's arm mid-swing. Following this, she raised her other hand, cursing, wretched girl. As that hand hovered close to Tang Muyan's face, she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impending pain. However, after what seemed an eternity, the anticipated sensation did not arrive. Chapter 97. Someone to protect. The partners pushed the contract before Lu Huaichen. He glanced at it, poised to sign. When the echo of Tang Muyan's thoughts reached him, Qi Yuan dares to strike me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Huaichen abandoned the contract and stood up to leave. The partners, on the verge of finalizing the deal, were taken aback by Lu Huaichen's abrupt departure. They had almost secured an opportunity, albeit an inequitable one, and now it seemed to slip from their grasp. The partners stood agape, their expressions troubled as they looked toward Assistant Yu for guidance. YT shook his head helplessly. The president of their family had always been like this, decisive and swift in action, without any forewarning, particularly when it came to matters concerning the young mistress. One moment he could utter the most biting words, and the next, he would be the one deeply wounded. As Lu Huaichen stepped outside, he witnessed Qu Yun's hand poised to strike Tang Muyan's face. He strode forward with urgency, extending his long arm to intercept Qu Yun's hand just before it could make contact. Meanwhile, YT maintained his composure, snapping photos with gusto, particularly capturing Qu Yun's fierce expression in sharp detail. The partners emerged from the room, puzzled by YTZH's peculiar behavior. Ite what are you doing? One inquired, to which YTZH retorted, didn't you see our young mistress was about to be struck? The partner followed YTZH's gaze and gasped. Miss Ting is LSHO's ex-wife. The partner, who owned an animation company, had struggled with financial losses due to the niche nature of their work. But Lu Huaichen saw promise in their art style and was considering having them adapt Tang Muyan's work into an animated series. Being a prodigy in the comic world, Tang Muyan was someone the partner had recognized immediately. However, the partner's words seemed rather insensitive. YTZH shot him a scornful glance. Can't you speak properly? She's merely throwing a tantrum. Our young master and mistress will remarry eventually. His tone was resolute. The partner awkwardly chuckled. Yes, my words have failed me. Please don't take offense, YTZH. Noticing the partner's demeanor was rather amicable, YTZH decided to offer him a glimmer of hope. Have you heard? LSHO recently initiated a comic project specifically for our young mistress. The partner nodded. I heard. Ms. Ting has been criticized harshly online after her contract termination. YTZH felt a surge of frustration. He had never encountered a partner with such poor insight. Your words are rather ungracious. Tone it down when you're in front of LSHO. The partner nodded in understanding, realizing the gravity of the situation. He was well aware of the implications. And more concerning was the fact that Tang Muyan only had this one comic, which he now comprehended was to please his wife. Seeing that the quality of the partner's comics was decent, YTZH chose to elaborate further. If you could recruit our young mistress to your company, we wouldn't even demand a 50-50 split. LSHO would gladly settle for 70-30. The partner's expression faltered. Do you really think Ms. Ting would consider our humble establishment? YTZH countered. How would you know unless you try? From a moment Lu Huaichen's icy gaze scrutinized Qun, he remained silent. Tang Muyan. Noticing Lu Huaichen had restrained Qun, did not idle either. With a swift motion, she slapped Qun's face, the sound echoing through the corridor. She exerted her full strength, her hand reddening from the impact, showing no mercy. She went softly, realizing that striking someone was quite taxing on her hand. Qun, momentarily dazed, regained her senses only to hear Lu Huaichen's gentle voice addressing Tang Muyan. Did that hurt? Ignoring the sting on her right cheek, Qun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as Lu Huaichen's words seemed to sprinkle her with disdain, despite Tang Muyan being the one struck. Upon hearing his voice, Tang Muyan frowned slightly, wondering if this man had lost his mind. I'm asking you a question. Does it hurt? Lu Huaichen was unconcerned with her internal thoughts or accusations. He merely wished to ascertain how this naive woman had been wronged by another. Her tone involuntarily took on a soft, almost endearing lilt. Realizing her embarrassment, Tang Muyan felt her cheeks flush. Before the age of 15, Lu Huaichen had always protected her. Wait, I'll take care of this. His deep voice resonated, echoing with the clarity of a decade ago, as Tang Muyan reminisced about the words, YN, don't be afraid. I'll handle it. Her breath caught for a moment. Her gaze fixated on Lu Huaichen, a complex whirlwind of emotions stirring within her heart. Lu Huaichen, oblivious to her inner turmoil, released his grip on Qun's arm, which had turned red from his grasp, a testament to his anger. QFZing, quite impressive, he remarked, a chilling mirth in his eyes. Qun rubbed her left cheek and glanced at Tang Muyan's equally flushed right side, laughing. Oh, SHO, you really do have a penchant for meddling in your ex-wife's affairs. Perhaps feeling reckless, Qun dared to speak such words. Lu Huaichen's expression remained somber, leaving the weight of her words uncertain. Tang Muyan couldn't help but assess Lu Huaichen's reaction, acknowledging Qun's audacity. I would dare speak so boldly. Lu Huaichen responded with a mocking laugh. What's the matter? Are you jealous? I've heard you've harbored a crush on me since childhood. Tang Muyan's immediate reaction was disbelief. Lu Huaichen had indeed watched the live broadcast. This revelation, uttered by Qing in the streaming session, felt like an invasion of privacy. Exposing such personal sentiments so brazenly was hardly appropriate. For a woman as prideful as Qun, it felt akin to stripping her bare. Lu Huaichen was indeed ruthless, and Tang Muyan couldn't help but admire his audacity. Meanwhile, the perpetrator in the room tilted her head, glancing at the ceiling, attempting to diminish her presence. Yet Qun's piercing glare shot towards Qing, who had not only ended her call, but also made a mockery of her during the live stream, tarnishing her reputation. Lu Huaichen was the embodiment of her youthful aspirations. In her pursuit of excellence, Qun had hoped to stand beside him one day. Yet his strides were too swift for her to keep up. His words now felt like a bucket of cold water splashed upon her. Qun's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes dimming. So this is how you trample upon my feelings? She prided herself on her sincerity, yet her words revealed the depths of her naivety. Tang Muyan scoffed at her audacity. Was it not Qun who had instigated the exchange? Just moments prior, she had mocked Lu Huaichen. How could she now protest when faced with similar treatment? Tang Muyan recalled Huan's words about the Q family, utterly devoid of reason. El Huaichen is gazlowered. A smirk escaping his lips as his fingers brushed against Tang Muyan's palm, igniting an unexpected ticklish sensation that caused her hand to quiver. Your affections mean little to me, he declared, his voice cold and unyielding, embodying a sentiment of indifference. Tang Muyan comprehended the implications behind Lu Huaichen's words. He held no regard for Qun. While Qun was not devoid of beauty, her features lacked the alluring charm of the Q family. In a gathering of distinguished women, she did not stand out, especially with her perpetually frosty demeanor. Who would be drawn to such a woman? But you must not touch my people, Lu Huaichen warned, his eyes narrowing ominously. With that, he grasped Tang Muyan's hand and strode away with purpose. Tang Muyan recognized this was not the moment to challenge Lu Huaichen's authority, thus she allowed him to guide her. After all, he was the one who had assisted her. She was not one to be overly sentimental. A simple gesture of his hand would not cost her anything. Lu Huaichen escorted Tang Muyan to his car, and initially, she was reluctant. LSHO, if I recall correctly, we are divorced. She deliberately stated this, suggesting that maintaining distance was more appropriate. Lu Huaichen's brow furrowed slightly, his tone firm and unyielding. Get in the car. Gazing at Lu Huaichen's shadowed visage, Tang Muyan ultimately capitulated. She climbed into the car with a huff, feeling his fierce demeanor was unnecessary. With a stubborn turn of her back, she left him with a defiant silhouette. As she turned, Lu Huaichen touched his nose, pondering whether he truly seemed so intimidating. He dismissively waved his hand, suggesting that he preferred her to maintain a respectful distance and not disturb him. Assistant Yu, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly departed. Lu Huaichen settled into the vehicle beside Tang Muyan, shifting slightly inward, inadvertently brushing against her. She did not conceal her disdain, shifting her weight to the opposite side. Why was he encroaching upon her space when they were not familiar? Not familiar? After 3 years of marriage, she claimed a lack of familiarity. Today, he intended to demonstrate just how well acquainted they truly were. As she attempted to distance herself, he mirrored her movements, repeatedly encroaching upon her space. Eventually, Tang Muyan could no longer tolerate it and remarked, "If you do not wish for me to ride in this car, I can certainly alight." Lu Huaichen's dark eyes locked on her as she found herself cornered, a flicker of joy igniting within him. He had longed for her for over a month. He resolved that being a substitute was not a detriment. He could simply cease pretending to be warm-hearted. After all, the person she cherished had perished. So why should he not claim his place? He believed no wealthy youth in Jiangcheng possessed better qualities than his. Chen Jing had asserted that his allure stemmed from wealth and good looks, and there was no one in the entire city who could rival his excellence. Lu Huaichen spoke languidly. "I merely fear that you and I have grown estranged. After all, we are still husband and wife, so my proximity should be acceptable. Why did I not realize you were such a shameless dog?" Tang Muyan offered a gentle reminder. "Lu Xiao, we are divorced. It seems unnecessary for us to be overly familiar. Why can't we be friends post-divorce?" Lu Huaichen replied matter-of-factly. "Who wants to be your friend? Are you mad? Or am I?" Tang Muyan twisted her body uncomfortably, prompting Lu Huaichen to shift slightly away. "Lu Xiao, I am rather petty, you know?" Tang Muyan stated earnestly, raising her small face to regard him. The dim light in the car cast a shadow on her resolute expression. The redness on her face was evident, and Lu Huaichen recognized it as a mark from that madwoman, Qi Yuan. He reached out to gently rub her cheek, asking softly, "Does it hurt?" The affection in his gaze stirred an unexpected illusion within Tang Muyan, leading her to momentarily believe that Lu Huaichen ought to love her in such a manner. However, that feeling dissipated almost instantly. How could he possibly harbor such feelings for her? He had always seemed irritated by her presence. Lu Huaichen's hand hesitated on her cheek, a pang of guilt striking him. He acknowledged that his past actions had warranted her aversion. Yet, Tang Muyan seemed unfazed. The sharp pain in her cheek diminished under his gentle touch. "Tang Muyan, do you hate me?" Lu Huaichen set aside his phone, meeting her gaze with a depth of emotion. Tang Muyan averted her eyes, seemingly unwilling to engage. She had contemplated this question before. Having resolved on the day, she decided to end things with Wen Huai. Lu Huaichen was indeed detestable, yet she did not harbor hatred towards him. Why should she? During her years at the Lu household, aside from occasional criticisms from Qing Shushu and the matriarch, her life had been relatively pleasant. After their divorce, Lu Huaichen even bestowed upon her a significant sum of money, a fortune the likes of which she had never encountered. Why should she resent him? "I do not hate you," Tang Muyan stated, lifting her face to meet his gaze. "Although my life is stable, it is also confined. I dislike being treated like a caged bird. I understand you require a wife to appease the Lu family. Yet I despise the notion of living under someone else's scrutiny. The money you provided is sufficient for me to live comfortably for a lifetime. So why should I endure such a fate? You ought to realize that I do not love you." Her words were sincere, each utterance stemming from the depths of her heart, culminating in a faint smile at the corners of her lips. At that moment, it felt as though Lu Huaichen's world had come crashing down. He had anticipated this answer, but was unwilling to accept it. The sting of rejection was profoundly unsettling. His expression darkened, and he turned away from her earnest face, mocking, "You are quite the actress." Tang Muyan did not oppose Lu Huaichen's assertion. Indeed, she had endured a burdensome performance over the past 3 years. She considered that his despondency likely stemmed from being unaccustomed to ridicule, a blow to his pride. Silence enveloped the vehicle for a while, Tang Muyan observing Lu Huaichen, scrutinizing his features and the inscrutable expressions that danced across his face. He had lost considerable weight and appeared less handsome than before. Suddenly, Lu Huaichen's gaze met hers, as if seeking to validate something. "Nonsense. I'm far more handsome than Qi Wang, that fool." At that moment, a muffled knocking resonated from outside the car window. Tang Muyan turned to see Assistant Yu pressing his face against the glass, energetically greeting them, his expression somewhat comical. Before Lu Huaichen could react to Assistant Yu's calls, his focus remained fixed on Tang Muyan's face. She gestured towards the window, stating, "Lu Huaichen, someone is looking for you." Only then did Lu Huaichen notice Assistant Yu. He opened the car door, accepting a package of medicine from him, then cruelly shut the door, cutting off whatever Assistant Yu had intended to convey. Tang Muyan watched as Lu Huaichen held a white Soviet bag containing several neatly packaged boxes, presumably medications. What did he possibly need medicine for? Was he injured? Before Tang Muyan, Lu Huaichen began to unpack the boxes, diligently examining the instructions, mumbling about dosages and frequency. "Come closer," he suddenly instructed her. Tang Muyan was taken aback, disbelief washing over her. "Surely, this is not for me?" Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Were you planning, Lu Huaichen?" She did not approach him, her tone tinged with apprehension. Lu Huaichen had never treated her with such kindness before. Had he been more considerate during their marriage, perhaps her attitude would have been different now. To apply the medicine, Lu Huaichen replied straightforwardly. Tang Muyan reached out to take the ointment, saying, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own." Without further ado, Lu Huaichen squeezed the ointment into his palm, discarding the tube carelessly. His dark eyes locked onto hers, his tones softening. "Come here, I will apply it for you." Faced with such an offer, Tang Muyan found it difficult to refuse and inched slightly closer. Indeed, just a slight movement. Lu Huaichen, clearly intolerant of her hesitation, moved closer. His tall frame enveloped her petite form, and she felt a refreshing coolness touch her cheek. Quite pleasant. He did not apply the ointment directly with his hands, but rather used a cotton swab to gently smear it across her face. Unknowingly, Tang Muyan was stirred. Calling out, "Aichen." 15 years ago, when Tang Muyan was 8, she was in the 2nd grade of elementary school. With her exquisite appearance, she resembled a porcelain doll. A new boy transferred to her class, and upon seeing her, he was utterly captivated. Tang Muyan harbors a reluctance to engage with unfamiliar individuals. The young boy, undeterred by her indifference, persistently attempts to initiate conversation. Being new to the school, he is unaware of Tang Muyan's elder brother, who is not to be trifled with. Yet, he seems intent on provoking the young girl, perhaps influenced by the romantic dramas he has watched, attempting to play the role of a gallant hero. One day, as school concluded, Tang Muyan found herself alone. That particular day, Lu Huaichen had an examination and would emerge half an hour later. Their schools are in close proximity, with Lu Huaichen's institution situated right next to hers. Tang Muyan stood patiently at the entrance of Lu Huaichen's school, waiting for him, even as the crowd dispersed. At that moment, a group of tall, slender boys approached her. Initially, she paid them little mind, but as they drew nearer, her demeanor shifted to one of caution. Seeing the boys advance, she hastily fled towards her own school. "Little sister, why run away?" They jeered, encircling her. They appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, similar in age to Lu Huaichen. Tang Muyan pursed her lips, her large, watery eyes darting among them, timidly stating, "I do not know you." She could not fathom why she was being targeted by older students at merely 8 years of age, especially when she rarely socialized. The leader, taken aback by her youth, seemed conflicted. Another boy chimed in, "It doesn't matter if you know us, we know you." A third echoed, "Exactly, that suffices." Tang Muyan remained composed, yet asserted, "But I have done nothing to you." The leader then spoke, "You haven't wronged us, but you have offended my younger brother." He finds you displeasing and instructed us to teach you a lesson. Tang Muyan frowned, pondering which boy could have instigated this. The image of the transfer student suddenly surfaced in her mind. He was the only one with whom she had interacted frequently, although she did not know his name. She suspected this commotion was linked to him. Glancing at her watch, she noted that Lu Huaichen's exam would conclude in less than 5 minutes. She needed to buy some time. With a newfound resolve, she lifted her chin and scrutinized the taller boys, her voice sharp. "Do you know who my brother is?" The trio appeared unimpressed, yet one inquired. "Who?" Tang Muyan scoffed. "Lu Huaichen from Jiangcheng Experimental Middle School." Upon hearing the name, their expressions shifted to one of incredulity, followed by a chorus of laughter. "Little sister, are you claiming to be Lu Huaichen's sister? How absurd!" Another mocked. "Where would the sole heir of the Lu family have a sister?" Tang Muyan was aware of Lu Huaichen's reputation, yet was taken aback by their disbelief. To lend credence to her claim, she added, "Though I am not his biological sister, I am his fiancée. You understand? The title of sister is merely a ruse." Narrowing her eyes, she regarded them as if they were foolish and huffed. "Do you comprehend?" The boys remained dismissive, with the leader deriding her, "Little sister. Have you read too many fairy tales? Perhaps your parents should refrain from reading you such stories." Suddenly, a clear male voice resonated from a distance. "What is the matter? I narrate her story. Do you have any objections?" Following the sound, the boys turned to see Lu Huaichen's handsome visage becoming clearer to Tang Muyan. The group of boys also glanced toward him, and the leader exclaimed in astonishment, "No way, it really is him." Upon spotting Lu Huaichen, the small girl wove through the crowd and rushed towards him, calling out, "Ah Chun." Unbeknownst to her, a boy extended his foot to obstruct her path. Caught off guard, Tang Muyan stumbled and fell, her delicate skin making even a scrape painful. With a cry, she exclaimed, "Wow." The three boys exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Lu Huaichen, filled with fury, charged forward, delivering a punch to the boy who had tripped her before swiftly kneeling beside the fallen Tang Muyan, his voice gentle. "Let me help you up." Taking advantage of the commotion, the other boys seized their injured companion and fled. Lu Huaichen assisted Tang Muyan to her feet, noticing her bruised leg, and furrowed his brow. "Does it hurt?" The earlier indignation Tang Muyan felt dissipated upon seeing Lu Huaichen, and she obediently shook her head. "Ah Chun, just blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." That day, Lu Huaichen tenderly applied medicine to her wounds, his touch gentle, reflecting his current demeanor. Noticing her distracted expression, Lu Huaichen inquired, "What are you thinking about?" She feigned nonchalance, "Nothing in particular." Yet, she recalled how those boys had been expelled for their mischief, including the transfer student whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Lu Huaichen's expression shifted slightly. Past events? 3 years ago, Tang Muyan's thoughts wandered, contemplating the fragility of life. Lu Huaichen sought more specific answers, curious about her sudden change in attitude. He firmly grasped her shoulders, and Tang Muyan attempted to break free from his hold, her face revealing irritation. "Lu Huaichen, why do you concern yourself so much?" He was momentarily speechless, pondering why he was so invested, especially when he was the one who had initiated the notion of separation. "Lu Huaichen, please do not provoke me anymore. It is truly bothersome." After a pause, he responded with earnestness, "I care about you." Her heart fluttered at his words. Did he truly care for her? Observing her reaction, Lu Huaichen tightened his grip on her shoulders, stating solemnly, "Because I genuinely care for you." Lu Huaichen had never professed his feelings, nor had he shown affection towards anyone else. Tang Muyan was his sole focus. Though his words were few, they were imbued with sincerity. Tang Muyan gazed at him, a sudden laugh escaping her lips. "Lu Huaichen, you're quite slick." Her tone was mocking, and while such words might have sounded endearing from another, they felt out of place coming from Lu Huaichen. How could a stoic so utter such phrases? "Do not jest," she said, her eyes narrowing in playful defiance. Lu Huaichen replied earnestly, "I am serious." Yet she retorted, "But I no longer require your concern. I have long since moved past needing it." That day, Assistant Yu waited outside for a full 20 minutes. The weather in Jiangcheng was slightly chilly, causing him to shiver, but the thought of Lu Xiao possibly reconciling with Xiao Nai made the wait worthwhile. However, when Lu Xiao and Tang Muyan emerged from the vehicle, both wore solemn expressions. Assistant Yu thought to himself, "It's over. The conversation must have ended poorly." As Tang Muyan attempted to enter the car, she was intercepted by a short, bespectacled boy. His sparse hair and shifty eyes made her instinctively recoil, not out of paranoia, but simply because he did not present himself as a trustworthy individual. Tang Muyan, wary asked, "Who are you?" The boy squinted his beady eyes and replied, "Who I am isn't important." Upon hearing this, Tang Muyan immediately categorized him as a potential threat. Her expression grew more serious. "How much do you want? I can pay you." Zhang Bo quickly understood why Tang Muyan was behaving in such a manner. She had mistaken him for a criminal. Zhang Bo hastily clarified, "Teacher Tang, you have misunderstood. I have a matter I wish to inquire about." Before he could finish, a punch landed squarely on his face, causing him to feel a rush of anger. However, when he met the gaze of the assailant, he instinctively recoiled. Zhang Bo had been struck by Lu Huaichen, and Tang Muyan, seizing the moment, attempted to enter her vehicle. Yet, Zhang Bo's short and stout figure obstructed her path. Lu Huaichen furrowed his brow. "It's you? Tang Muyan, so you are acquainted. Here you are, playing the role of a hero, saving a damsel in distress." Realizing that Tang Muyan had clearly misunderstood the situation, he quickly attempted to explain. But before he could continue, Tang Muyan interrupted, "I am quite fatigued and have no desire to indulge in such trivial theatrics." Her voice was laced with resignation. "I am no fool. Tell your people to step aside." Seeing this, Zhang Bo hurriedly moved aside, inwardly lamenting, "It's over. I have thoroughly offended Lu Huaichen this time. I hope I won't be blacklisted." His face was etched with worry. Tang Muyan entered the car, while Zhang Bo, trembling, cast a wary glance at Lu Huaichen. Ultimately, after Lu Huaichen commanded him to leave, he fled in disarray. 3 days later, at the comic exhibition, Tang Muyan initially had no intention of attending. But Huaning insisted she join, claiming she could simply be Tang Xiao Man. Tang Muyan, speechless, replied, "I can go, but why must I?" Huaning scrutinized her and remarked, "You needn't do anything. Simply standing there, everyone will know who you are." Indeed, Tang Xiao Man's appearance was essentially a reflection of Tang Muyan herself. Huaning continued, "What if Lu Huaichen shows up? Wouldn't that make for an interesting spectacle?" Huaning chuckled mischievously, but Tang Muyan dismissed her. "Stop talking nonsense. If I do see Lu Huaichen, the first thing I will do is ruin your chance." Huaning immediately fell silent. Chapter 101. Comic Exhibition. The comic exhibition was teeming with people. As Tang Muyan entered, numerous fans approached her for photographs. While they were not die-hard fans, they had certainly seen her work. One girl expressed her enthusiasm. "Miss, your drawings are truly wonderful." Tang Muyan merely smiled, refraining from elaborating. She found herself thinking that Lu Huaichen might be more akin to her characters. Perhaps it was because, while crafting the image of Lu Huaichen, she could vividly envision his expressions in various contexts. Teacher Tang, Zhang Bo, slightly shorter than the surrounding tall boys, initially went unnoticed by her. However, as she scanned the vicinity, she finally spotted his face. Zhang Bo, noticing her gaze, warmly exclaimed, "I never expected to encounter Teacher Tang here." Tang Muyan frowned, recognizing him as the actor associated with Lu Huaichen. Zhang Bo quickly attempted to clarify the previous misunderstanding, but Tang Muyan, disinterested, lazily responded, "What difference does it make? Assistant Yu works under Lu Huaichen. What does that have to do with you?" Zhang Bo froze, realizing his attempts at clarification were only deepening the misunderstanding. "Teacher Tang is not like that. It was Assistant Yu who informed me." Before he could explain further, Huaning interrupted, casting a glance at him and asking Tang Muyan, "Who is this person?" Tang Muyan replied, "Did I not mention before? Lu Huaichen sought a hero to rescue a damsel in distress. And this is the actor he found." Zhang Bo felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that none of his words had registered with her. He wished to clarify, "I am not," but Huaning had already pulled Tang Muyan away, saying, "Let me tell you, Yin, I just spotted several handsome guys." "Where are the handsome guys?" Tang Muyan's eyes lit up with excitement, her expression transforming. Meanwhile, in a corner, Lu Huaichen observed, wondering why she did not show him the same enthusiasm. He had arrived early, informed by Huaning's fiancée, Tang Muyan, a homebody who sometimes isolated herself for a month, subsisting on takeout, had led Lu Huaichen to worry about her health. If they had not broken up, he would have been able to cook for her every day. He often lingered beneath her apartment, simply gazing in the direction of her window. Tang Muyan never imagined she would stumble upon someone so close to her. This comic exhibition was meant for various gaming companies and comics to promote themselves. For example, after a recent live stream, the repercussions for a certain company were disastrous. The internet has no memory. Merely a month had passed, and they were already promoting their new comic. Perhaps due to Chi Wang's recent surge in popularity, the incident involving the hired promotion team had receded somewhat into the background. Chi Wang was absent today, as opinions about him were polarized. Some praised his looks, while others deemed him brainless. Although Chi Wang was missing, Chi Yuan had made an appearance. Tang Muyan had thought Lu Huaichen might confront Chi Yuan, but it seemed he was merely putting on a facade of concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaichen frowned, thinking her ungrateful. Chi Yuan's facial swelling had completely subsided, and she appeared more cheerful than usual. Tang Muyan's eyes glinted with sarcasm. While she possessed no other talents, she certainly held a grudge. Huining also noticed Chi Yuan and suddenly recalled something. Whispering to Tang Muyan, "Come here." Tang Muyan knew her friend had some new gossip to share. "I heard Chi Yuan had an abortion." Tang Muyan was taken aback. Chi Yuan had an abortion. But didn't she adore Lu Huaichen so fervently? Huining urged, "Don't interrupt, let me finish." The Chi family indulges in extravagant lifestyles, particularly Chi Si Yuan's family, who has perfectly inherited his lascivious genes, especially Chi Wang. You must not engage with him. Chi Yuan was quite wild in her youth. Despite her cold demeanor, Huining continued. She was originally to be married off by Chi Si Yuan, but she took matters into her own hands, got pregnant, and had an abortion, claiming to be infertile due to complications. Tang Muyan inquired, "When did all this happen?" Huining replied, "The sterilization must have occurred after Lu Huaichen's marriage." After revealing this, she felt compelled to add, "When Chi Si Hung told me this, I was utterly shocked." Tang Muyan was puzzled. Why did Chi Si Hung share this with Huining? As a socialite and a fountain of gossip, Huining's knowledge spread quickly, becoming common knowledge in no time. Does Chi Si Hung not know? Observing Huining is inkesantater. Tang Muyan suspected that Chi Si Hung had deliberately leaked this information. Was there some connection between Chi Si Hung and Lu Huaichen? Tang Muyan pondered. "Huining, do you think Chi Si Hung and Lu Huaichen are acquainted?" Huining promptly replied, "Of course not." Tang Muyan felt an unsettling sensation. At that moment, a girl approached, her demeanor gentle, her voice soft, interrupting, "Teacher Tang, could I have your autograph?" Tang Muyan was surprised to be recognized, but, seeing the eager face of the girl, willingly accepted her notebook and elegantly inscribed Tang Xiao Man in bold letters. The girl appeared delighted, but hesitated to ask for anything further, standing before Tang Muyan for a while. Tang Muyan, puzzled, asked, "Do you have something to say?" The girl nodded earnestly. "I assure you, I am truly your fan. I have read every one of your works and purchased numerous merchandise." The young lady's delicate face drooped as she stated that her boss had sent her. Chapter 102 of the comic reveals that she handed a business card to Tang Muyan. Furrowing her brows, Tang Muyan inquired about her boss's identity. The girl gestured in a specific direction, indicating where her boss was located. Following her gaze, Tang Muyan spotted a short and stout man, squinting at her with a smile. The girl continued, explaining that there had been some misunderstandings. Her boss was not an actor of Luzon. He was the owner of their animation studio, and she urged Tang Muyan to examine the business card, which indeed belonged to their studio. Tang Muyan scrutinized the card, recognizing Hungzhong Studio as legitimate. The girl expressed that her boss was eager to invite her to their studio. He had intended to extend the invitation that day, but it seemed she had misunderstood. Listening patiently to the girl, Tang Muyan felt it inappropriate to trouble her, given her youth. The girl glanced at Tang Muyan's expression, and after a moment of silence, Tang Muyan replied, "All right, I will consider it." As the girl departed, Huining sauntered over, observing the business card in Tang Muyan's hand. He remarked that it appeared she had indeed misjudged the situation. Perhaps the intention was simply to invite her to join the studio. However, he questioned if she would truly consider joining such a small establishment, deeming it unworthy of her stature. Curiously, Huining scrutinized Tang Muyan. Is this truly the case? She mused, fidgeting with the card before placing it into her bag. Indeed, she affirmed. Initially, her foray into comic drawing was purely for monetary gain. Although Lu Huaichen would not deny her financial support, she always felt an absence of security without money. The online community often spoke of her as a dream chaser, and she had laughed upon encountering such descriptors. What dreams were there? It was merely about the money. Now that she had wealth, why continue drawing? It was time to conclude. On the day the comic wrapped up, a wave of excitement surged online, as no one anticipated that 100 Ways to Inherit a Husband's Fortune would conclude. Yet, Tang Muyan felt indifferent, believing that such an ending was fitting. In the morning, Assistant Yu arrived and settled at his desk to read the comic. The further he read, the more dismal his heart felt, ultimately leading him to lament within the office. What has become of me? Secretary Chun entered to find Assistant Yu in a state of despair. What is the matter? She asked. That comic by Tang Man. Assistant Yu exclaimed, grabbing a tissue to dab his eyes. It has concluded? Secretary Chun queried. Were you not following it as well? I stopped long ago, but I was always curious. Was that Tang Man truly Lu Zong's ex-wife? Secretary Chen asked, intrigued. While Tang Muyan often delivered meals to Lu Huaichen's company during their marriage, it was Assistant Yu who greeted her outside, keeping others unaware of Lu Huaichen's marital status. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Huaichen stood behind Tang Muyan, his expression icy as he listened in. Assistant Yu, he interjected, it would be wise to refrain from prying into your superior's private life. Assistant Yu subtly warned. Secretary Chun, oblivious to the undertones of Assistant Yu's comment, retorted, what are you pretending for? You typically have the juiciest gossip about the president. Just share it. Assistant Yu raised an eyebrow in disbelief, feeling exasperated. This is going to lead to trouble. Just then, Lu Huaichen's chilling voice broke the tension. Is that so? Assistant Yu. Both individuals stiffened and rose from their desks. Secretary Chun shot a glance at Assistant Yu, seemingly blaming him for not giving her a heads up. How was I to know, Secretary Chun, that your emotional intelligence was so lacking? Assistant Yu hastily explained. Not at all. What I meant was that I know the president better than anyone else in the office. Is that so, Secretary Chun? Lu Huaichen's tone turned ominous, his presence casting a shadow over the atmosphere. Secretary Chun, sensing the gravity of the moment, replied swiftly, yes, that was my intent. What were you discussing just now? Lu Huaichen's curiosity piqued. He leaned in closer. Assistant Yu interjected, we weren't discussing anything of substance. Did I ask you? Lu Huaichen shot him a cold glare before turning back to Secretary Chun. You may speak. Secretary Chun exchanged a glance with Assistant Yu, uncertain about what to divulge. In that fleeting moment, Assistant Yu urged her silently not to speak. Lu Huaichen's impatience grew. I am asking you. Why do you keep looking at him? Startled, Secretary Chun blurted out without heeding Assistant Yu's warning earlier when Assistant Yu was reading the comic. He shouted about how much he enjoyed it. I was simply curious and asked. The comic is by Tang Man, and the internet claims she is your ex-wife. So I was just inquisitive. Is she my ex-wife? Do you have an issue with that? Secretary Chun was taken aback by Lu Huaichen's candid acknowledgement. However, his subsequent words left her even more astonished. But only temporarily, he added in a chilling tone. Assistant Yu's reaction lacked the shock of Secretary Chen's, but was nonetheless captivated by his president's domineering proclamation. Only temporarily, which implied they might reconcile. He had suspected as much. Lu Huaichen pondered for a moment, then inquired, what did you mean by that earlier? Secretary Chun finally realized the implications. Recalling that she had glimpsed parts of the comic and understood that the male protagonist was modeled after Lu Huaichen, while the female character mirrored the author herself. The conclusion of the comic depicted the couple not reuniting, implying that the author had entirely given up on her former husband. Upon realizing the gravity of her statement, Secretary Chun wished she had let Assistant Yu bear the burden of that revelation. As expected, upon hearing her words, Lu Huaichen's expression shifted uncomfortably, darkening as he murmured. Tang Muyan's comic has concluded. Without exchanging further words, he hastily retreated to his office, booting up his computer. As soon as he connected to the internet, a notification for the comic's update appeared on the screen. Chapter 103. The Exemplary Ex-Husband. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Huaichen clicked on the page. The cover depicted the intertwined forms of the male and female leads. Lu Huaichen's head hung low, his expression indifferent, while Tang Man smiled brightly. A sack slung over her shoulder, revealing a bundle of cash, presumably a purse. Quite fitting, he mused derisively. As he perused the comic, the narrative unfolded the events following their divorce, illustrating her joyful acquisition of funds and her subsequent shopping spree, reveling in the spoils of her former husband. It was evident that she thrived in her newfound freedom, her comic self perpetually joyful. Yet, for Lu Huaichen, The reading brought an unwelcome discomfort. I know many of you have read my comic, and numerous complaints have arisen regarding the relationship between the male and female leads. Today, I wish to clarify that my comic does not conform to traditional narratives. For me, this is the most satisfactory conclusion. Many of you should have gathered from my last live stream that the male protagonist character is inspired by my ex-husband, Mr. Lu. We were married 3 years ago. Out of my one-sided affection, Mr. Lu reluctantly married me. Our 3-year marriage, as depicted in the comic, was far from pleasant. I was unhappy, and so was he. We were bound together against our will. Eventually, we divorced, and as portrayed in the comic, the day of our separation was amicable, bringing me great joy. Thus, this ending is the best possible outcome for me. From now on, I shall likely cease my artistic endeavors. I am profoundly grateful for the unwavering support everyone has shown towards my work over the past 3 years. As Tang Muyan perused the content on Weibo, Lu Huaichen sank into contemplation. Could this truly be the conclusion for her? That day, Lu Huaichen engaged in an act that left Tang Muyan utterly bewildered. He utilized his Weibo account to repost Tang Muyan's post, adding the message, "If you remarry me, all my assets will be transferred to your name." Lu Huaichen had recently changed his Weibo name to align with Tang Muyan's wording, now calling himself Mr. Lu. Though his follower count was modest, consisting of only a few hundred, they included renowned figures from the entertainment industry, directors, and several business magnates. Within his list of followed accounts, there was but one, Tang Muyan. Upon seeing his post, his followers hastily shared it, and news of Mr. Lu's public declaration of love for the well-known comic author, Tang Xiaoman, swiftly spread across the internet. Tang Muyan had initially lacked the inclination to log on his social media, but upon receiving a message from Huaning urging her to check Weibo, she relented. Recently, she had been subjected to harsh criticism from comic fans, rendering her reluctant to face the barrage of derogatory messages. However, unable to resist Huaning's insistence, she finally logged in. Upon entering, her Weibo was in a state of virtual explosion, though it appeared that the comments were not as disparaging as she had anticipated. Instead, they were filled with excitement. Confused, Tang Muyan wondered why there was still enthusiasm surrounding them. Upon glancing at the trending topics, she grasped the situation entirely. Lu Corporation CEO pursues renowned comic author. This was simply unbelievable. With the assistance of various celebrities and directors sharing his post, Lu Huaichen successfully propelled their affair to the top of the trending list, with the first 5 entries directly related to them. The last time Tang Muyan found herself trending so high was due to a wealthy benefactor's generous donation of 20 million, yet that did not last long. Lu Huaichen had swiftly elevated their situation to prominence. Astonishingly, with 5 entries, Tang Muyan felt a surge of anger. Was this not a case of seeking unnecessary attention? They were divorced, so why the need for such antics? Reading through some comments from netizens only fueled her frustration. In the comic, they did not end up together. In reality, they could still be together. Indeed, reality is what matters. What of novels? Lu Huaichen, are you foolish? What do you seek from me? Who would desire your money? Tang Muyan resolved to fully embrace her unrefined behavior. After all, he had provoked her for no reason. Truly absurd, although she felt a twinge of guilt at her last statement. Who could resist the allure of wealth? She understood the importance of moderation. The money she had was sufficient to last her a lifetime. Moreover, she firmly believed that Lu Huaichen would not resort to such measures. After responding to Lu Huaichen, Tang Muyan promptly altered her Weibo signature to read, "Do not trust a man's empty promises. Be a discerning woman." This was a direct and pointed criticism of Lu Huaichen's attempts to flatter her with grandiose notions. She then decisively logged off. Huaning quickly liked her post and stoked the flames in the comment section. Exactly. Someone who doesn't even offer a wedding gift has no right to speak. Huaning's Weibo name was also cleverly altered to Insider. Soon after, Huaning's father called, insisting she delete her comment. Huaning agreed verbally but promptly blocked her father's Weibo friends. Thus, the Weibo incident drew to a close, albeit only from Tang Muyan's perspective. Later, she learned that the event had continued to garner attention on Weibo for several days, particularly the uproar surrounding Lu Huaichen's failure to provide a bride price, which drew the ire of many netizens. Tang Muyan decided to conclude her comic work and take a break, seeking some leisure time. Indeed, the psychological scars lingered. It was not just due to the unpleasantness of Wen Huai, but rather a fear of encountering him again and being unable to withstand his piercing gaze. Yet, she still longed for this place. Unluckily, as soon as Tang Muyan disembarked from the plane, she spotted the second person she least wished to see. Lu Huaichen ranked first on that list. Chapter 104, Embarrassment. Tang Muyan had never truly observed Lu Huai's silhouette. From a distance, he appeared tall and well-shaped, exuding a distinctly masculine charm, standing out remarkably in the crowd. He slightly turned, half of his face oriented towards Tang Muyan's direction. Coupled with that stunning visage, he appeared both rugged and refined, so much so that even the little roughness about him was easily overlooked. Over there, Lu Huai seemed to be searching for something, and suddenly, he turned completely around. In the bustling crowd, their gazes locked from afar. Tang Muyan froze. Was he looking at me? Upon noticing Tang Muyan, Lu Huaichen immediately made his way toward her. This occurrence was made possible through Qi Si Hung, who had informed him of Tang Muyan's whereabouts. Knowing she was in Fuyang, Lu Huaichen had flown over from Jiangcheng without delay, arriving a day early with the intention of coincidentally encountering Tang Muyan. To his surprise, he had indeed run into her. As for why he adopted Lu Huai's identity instead of Lu Huaichen's, it was because Tang Muyan was currently in a state of indignation due to the Weibo incident. Approaching her under Lu Huai's guise would be less confrontational, and perhaps it could rekindle their past connection. Filled with hopes and dreams of love, Lu Huaichen rushed toward Tang Muyan. Tang Muyan remained frozen in place for a moment, and after a few seconds, she grabbed her luggage and dashed outside. How could she encounter her ex-boyfriend here? The airport was bustling with people, and in a flash, Tang Muyan vanished from sight, leaving Lu Huaichen unable to find her. Nevertheless, he had his informant. Qi Si Hung had sent in the details of Tang Muyan's hotel reservation. The hotel where Tang Muyan was staying had been booked by Huan Ning. Qi Si Hung had been spending every day with Huan Ning recently, ostensibly to cultivate their relationship, so he was privy to her every move. Tang Muyan naively believed that once she got into her vehicle, she could escape the clutches of man. After boarding, she glanced back several times, ensuring she did not see Lu Huai before instructing the driver to proceed. Tang Muyan furrowed her brow in distress. The distance between the airport and the hotel was considerable, taking an hour to reach their destination. Upon arrival, Tang Muyan had fallen asleep, only roused by the driver calling her. Traveling by plane was particularly exhausting. She disliked flying and sailing more than any other mode of transport. If she had to endure it for too long, she would feel nauseous for quite a while. However, today was bearable, though she felt a bit dizzy. After a nice bath, she hoped to restore her energy and be refreshed by the next day. Tang Muyan entered the presidential suite that Huan Ning had reserved for her, and the first thing she did was to indulge in a soothing bath. Coincidentally, Lu Huaichen was also staying at the hotel, his suite booked by Assistant Su, situated directly across from Tang Muyan's. It was quite serendipitous that only 2 presidential suites remained available, and they were adjacent to one another, which was very accommodating for Lu Huaichen. Tang Muyan had just ascended to her floor when Lu Huaichen followed suit, entering the suite opposite hers. While Tang Muyan was enjoying her bath, she discovered that the hotel did not provide disposable bathrobes, and she had not brought a spare. Thus, she had to call the front desk for assistance. The front desk assured her that they would send one up shortly. However, upon searching for it, the staff found that the supply room had been locked by someone, leaving them unable to fulfill her request. It seemed that the room across the hall had 2 bathrobes available, which belonged to Lu Huaichen. Consequently, the front desk called his room. The front desk briefly explained their request, and although Lu Huaichen initially had no intention of responding, upon learning that it was for someone in the opposite suite, he quickly changed his demeanor. The opposite? The front desk affirmed. I wonder if the gentleman could show some understanding? Lu Huaichen chuckled softly. Very well, there's no need for you to run up. I'll deliver it myself. Without waiting for the front desk to reply, he hung up the phone, rising to go to the room across the hall. Initially, he could not conceive of any approach to get closer to her, yet this opportunity had presented itself. He knocked on the door, and Tang Muyan assumed it was the person delivering the bathrobe. She promptly opened the door, only to find Lu Huai standing before her, holding an unopened bathrobe. Tang Muyan was momentarily stunned for over 10 seconds. Why was it him? Unable to comprehend why Lu Huai would appear here, she blinked vigorously. It then dawned on her that the man who had suddenly materialized before her was regarding her with a rather inappropriate gaze. Confounded, Tang Muyan continued to blink. What was he doing? Soon, she seemed to grasp the reason behind Wen Huai's gaze. Wen Huai. You scoundrel, she exclaimed, hastily shutting the door. Having just emerged from the shower, she was wrapped in a bath towel with nothing else beneath. When she had called the front desk, she had specifically requested that a female attendant deliver the bathrobe. How could it be Wen Huai? Was he working here? She recalled how he had lingered for an inordinate amount of time, staring at her unabashedly, mortified. What a pervert! Tang Muyan chastised him inwardly. However, without a bathrobe, she felt rather exposed. She closed her eyes, steeling herself, and decided to take the plunge. After all, he had already seen her. What difference would it make? With a swift motion, she flung open the door, and Wen Huai stood there, leisurely observing Tang Muyan. Fuming. She glared at him, her expression resembling that of an irate rabbit, which struck Lu Huaichen as endearingly cute. Tang Muyan's gaze quickly shifted to the bathrobe in his hand. She reached out to grab it, but her movement triggered a chain reaction, causing her bath towel to completely unfurl. Indeed, it had fallen. Tang Muyan's eyes widened in horror as she watched the towel detach from her body and flutter to the floor. Goodness! In that instant, she felt utterly mortified. Biting her lip, she awkwardly closed her eyes, quickly snatching the bathrobe from Lu Huaichen's hands, and then forcefully slammed the door shut. The impact made Lu Huaichen's body tremble slightly. Did she really need to be so dramatic? It wasn't as if he hadn't seen anything before. Yet, it had indeed been quite a while since he had witnessed such a forbidden sight. No wonder she was his wife. Her figure was still remarkable. Tang Muyan leaned against the door, her face flushed, slowly sliding down to the floor, feeling utterly humiliated. Lu Huaichen, listening to the muffled thoughts of Tang Muyan from the adjacent room, felt his recent gloom dissipate. She was simply adorable. Min Wing, sitting in the office, was far from pleased, as Lu Huaichen had irresponsibly left the mess of L Corporation for him to handle. Chapter 105, Unpleasant Memories. Yet, there was no alternative. Ever since the couple's divorce, CHNJ had been perpetually glum, and LYCH couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Though CHNJ verbally expressed her desire for Lu Huaichen and Tang Muyan not to reunite. The mere thought of Tang Muyan not being by her side filled her with sorrow, which deeply troubled LYCH. Lu Huaichen sometimes truly questioned whether he was genuinely a member of the L family. Leaning against the door, Tang Muyan received an apology call from the front desk shortly thereafter, explaining their intentions. Although she was displeased, she felt it unreasonable to take it out on them. Thus, she begrudgingly accepted their explanation and gleaned some useful information from their conversation. The presidential suite across the hall belonged to Wen Huai. How could he possibly afford such luxury? Or had the profession of escorting become so lucrative that one could easily afford a presidential suite costing several thousand? Tang Muyan surmised that Wen Huai's previous tales of hardship were likely fabrications. Yet he must genuinely be short on funds. Otherwise, why would he resort to working in a hotel? Why should she concern herself with his finances? It was his money to spend as he pleased. So why dwell on it? Ultimately, she found herself unable to sleep, her irritation prompting her to toss the covers aside and call the front desk for a red wine and steak dinner. She thought that perhaps a glass of wine would help her drift off to sleep. Before long, the server arrived with her meal, and upon opening the door, she was relieved to find it was not Wen Huai's infuriating face. Just as she cheerfully instructed the server to set the food down, the door to the opposite room swung open. Lu Huaichen leaned casually against the doorframe, lazily surveying Tang Muyan, his gaze appraising her from head to toe before revealing an ambiguous expression, seemingly reminding her of the earlier incident. Fuming, Tang Muyan felt her irritation escalate. It was precisely because of this trivial matter that she had struggled to sleep, and now he was here to provoke her. As expected, men were never docile. Lu Huaichen's previous shyness must have been an act. Not a single man could be trusted. After internally venting her frustrations, she noticed that the untrustworthy individual was still watching her intently. Annoyed, she extended 2 fingers toward Lu Huaichen's eyes. Warning, look again, and I'll poke your eyes out. Wen Huai Having witnessed Tangmy's little gesture, couldn't he help but smile widely, his charmingly handsome face breaking into a grin. Once the server departed, Tangmyn hastily shut the door. Truly, it was a sleepless night. Tangmyn lamented inwardly. Fortunately, after consuming the wine and a bit of food, she soon fell asleep. The following morning, Tangmyn emerged from the presidential suite, fully dressed, as she had more pressing matters to attend to. Unfortunately, her luck was poor, for she encountered Wen Hui the moment she stepped outside. Tangmyn was exasperated. How could she possibly see him again? Unlike yesterday, Wen Hui was quite talkative today, greeting her warmly, "Sister, good morning." His melodious voice was enough to stir one's heart. It was precisely this sweet, clear voice that had first attracted Tangmyn. In response to Wen Hui's enthusiasm, Tangmyn remained rather aloof, even sparing him not a single glance as she descended the stairs. Truly, it was unsettling to encounter him everywhere. In Ngching, there was Lu Huaichen, and now in Fying, there was Wen Hui, who was utterly relentless. She was thoroughly exasperated. Complaining inwardly, she hailed a taxi toward the cemetery. Lu Huaichen followed closely behind. For convenience, he had acquired a new car the previous day, and since Tangmyn had departed, he had been driving behind her. Bored, Tangmyn leaned back, observing the scenery outside. She recalled her first visit to this city with her brother, during which she had felt quite melancholy. Following that unfortunate incident, she and her brother had been left without parents. She had brought Tangzhing from Ngching to Fying, where their grandparents resided, ensuring that the siblings would not be left to face the world as orphans. Upon their arrival, they had found their grandparents' eyes reddened with grief. After all, they had lost their only daughter. Yet, the moment they laid eyes on Tangmyn, the elderly couple quickly masked their sorrow with forced smiles, welcoming the siblings. However, Tangmyn knew that they were heartbroken. It was all her fault for being so willful. Otherwise, their parents would not have met with such tragedy. Her grandparents treated them with immense kindness, and while they were alive, they would send money home every month. Yet, they refrained from spending it, as they had their pensions, which sufficed for their needs. Tangmyn and her brother relied on the funds their mother had sent, as their uncle heartlessly took all the money from the Tang family, leaving nothing for the siblings and driving them out of Fying. Indeed, Tangch had almost caused Tangmyn's demise 3 years ago. Tangmyn held her grandparents in high regard, empathizing with their plight. She bore a striking resemblance to her mother, which often brought tears to her grandparents' eyes as they secretly wept while gazing at her face. Tangmyn was acutely aware of their silent sorrow. In the 9 years of her life in Fuyang, she found little joy, burdened by pain and guilt that she could never release. To this day, she believes her parents' deaths are inextricably linked to her. Initially, she refrained from taking her own life out of a sense of duty to care for her younger brother, and later, she was too afraid to die because she had lost him. The cemetery. For years ago, her and her brother's disappearance drove their elderly grandparents to despair. They spent sleepless nights, the first thought upon waking being the search for Yunyan and Zhengzhe. It was said that her grandfather succumbed to exhaustion during the year of her disappearance, and shortly thereafter, her grandmother fell into depression and passed away. Tang Muyan's eyes began to brim with tears. Chapter 106. The unbearable substitute, Lu Huaichen, concealed himself beneath a tree, quietly observing Tang Muyan standing resolutely by the gravestone. Had she been crying? He murmured, wishing to delve into her heart's whispers, yet somehow, upon entering the cemetery, those thoughts remained wholly inaccessible to him. It was as if her heart erected a barrier, isolating him from her innermost feelings. Thus, he could only stand at a distance. Watching her, Tang Muyan placed the chrysanthemums in front of the gravestone, then wiped her tears with her sleeve. Grandmother, grandfather, rest assured, I will find Tang Zhong, and I will avenge Mom and Dad. In the years spent in Fuyang, Tang Muyan had constantly battled with guilt, but after the calamity in Jiangcheng, she uncovered the truth behind that fateful incident. Her father's car had been tampered with, leading to the brake failure that caused the tragic accident. The mastermind behind this was none other than Tang Chu. Tang Chu, a half-brother to her father, Tang Tai-chung, was born from an extramarital affair of Tang Lao Tai-yi. Despite Tang Lao Tai-yi's affection for his younger son, He could not entrust the family legacy to a reckless heir. Tang Taichung was evidently the more capable one to manage the family business. However, Tang Chu, driven by ambition, could not accept living in his brother's shadow and thus plotted against him. Yet he was unaware that Tang Taichung had left a will, bequeathing all his possessions to Tang Muyan and Tang Zheng. At that time, the two children were under the protection of the Lu family, leaving Tang Chu with no choice but to covertly drive them away and seize the Tang family's wealth for himself. But mattered not. She had gained strength now, and she was resolute in her quest for revenge. A flash of sharpness and fury crossed Tang Muyan's eyes, unnoticed by Lu Huaichen, who remained hidden behind a tree. He sensed that what she had just contemplated was of utmost importance, yet he could not fathom why he could not hear her thoughts. This perplexity troubled him greatly, akin to losing the upper hand in a game when an essential cheat vanished. Fortunately, Tang Muyan did not linger in the cemetery for long. The cemetery was somewhat distant from the city center, and today was not a day for memorials, rendering the area nearly devoid of vehicles. Perhaps only Lu Huaichen's car remained. Following her, Lu Huaichen observed as she stood by the roadside, waiting for a ride. Why hasn't anyone accepted my ride request after all this time? Lu Huaichen tilted his ear, a smile gracing his features. It seemed her charm had not failed her. It was merely ineffective within the cemetery's confines. Nonetheless, he found it peculiar that her thoughts were inaudible there. Could it be due to the magnetic field? He did not dwell on this triviality for long, lowering his hat as he drove towards her location. He halted the car, slowly rolling down the window, and in a deliberately hoarse voice, he asked, "Miss, are you hailing a cab?" Tang Muyan glanced at his vehicle, questioning why a driver would be using such a luxurious car for rides. It must be worth at least $1 million or $2 million, she mused. Indeed, the car was valued at over $1 million, but Lu Huaichen had opted for a more modest vehicle in a moment of urgency. Seeing that there were no other options nearby, she reluctantly entered the car. Instead of taking the front passenger seat, she chose the back. Once inside, the car swiftly set off. Lu Huaichen seized the opportunity, removing his hat to reveal his strikingly handsome face. Initially, Tang Muyan did not recognize him until he called out with the familiar term sister. Startled, she glanced at the rearview mirror, where she beheld a pair of eyes that were hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of both Lu Huaichen and Wen Huai. Yet she was certain that it was Wen Huai's voice she heard. Wen Huai? The eyes in the mirror turned mischievous and filled with mischief upon her surprised exclamation. Tang Muyan was incensed. "You're not Wen Huai. Are you out of your mind? A stalker, perhaps?" Lu Huaichen was taken aback by her intense reaction, but remained unfazed, his eyes still sparkling with amusement. "Sister, why such a strong reaction? I was merely concerned for your safety. See, I have come to your aid, haven't I? Please, don't be angry." He spoke in a tone meant to placate her. And Tang Muyan scoffed, her heart heavy with frustration. "What a nuisance. Sister, please don't be upset. Let's make amends. I promise not to deceive you again." Wen Huai softened his tone, generously adding, "I don't mind if you have a first love or an ex-husband. I simply like you." Tang Muyan let out another scoff, her expression tinged with disdain. "Why should I care about your feelings? Why did she keep encountering such insufferable people lately?" Meanwhile, Lu Huaichen listened to her thoughts, and her disdain no longer affected him, having grown accustomed to rejection. As he drove, he occasionally glanced back at Tang Muyan. Today, she wore no makeup, clad in all black, exuding an air of coolness. "Sister, I know you don't like me," he remarked in a tone that resembled that of a green tea girl. "Of course I do," Tang Muyan retorted, her disbelief palpable. She found it hard to accept any of his words. Yet there was some truth to it. Lu Huaichen often sat beneath her apartment building, watching the lights of her home. He knew that even if Tang Muyan were asleep, her lights would remain on. So he never had to count. The brightest house at night was undoubtedly hers. However, she likely remained oblivious to this. "Sister, am I not your substitute? Just continue treating me as him. I don't mind, as long as I can be with you." Lu Huaichen's words left Tang Muyan utterly astonished. A substitute? What kind of madness was this? She noticed he did not receive an immediate rejection from her, prompting him to continue. "Isn't he dead? You won't find another who resembles him. You can use me for now, right? What do you say, sister?" He emphasized the word sister, attempting to tempt Tang Muyan.